I must stay alive, survive in this man-eating apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the floor, his stomach burning with hunger, as if set ablaze. In truth, he had been trapped in his home for more than a day and a night, without a single bite of food. If not for the last shred of reason he still clung to, he would likely have long since lost control, thrown caution to the wind, rushed out, and fought the zombies outside his door in a battle to the death. Half a month ago, he had been nothing more than an aging homebody idling his days away in Jinyun City. His parents had both died of cancer, one after the other, and his only younger sister had married far away. The home was left to him alone. Fortunately, his late parents had left behind a storefront that brought in rental income. He never lacked food or drink and had been able to lead a simple, tranquil life. Yet, just as Zhang Xiaoqiang had begun to enjoy this mediocre existence of muddling along, until death, a zombie virus erupted across the world. He personally witnessed people mutating, their bodies still intact, their faces almost unchanged, yet they had become mindless corpses that knew only one thing: to feed and feed again. In a mere half-month, he watched this city become completely overrun by countless walking corpses. Law and order had utterly vanished. Blood flowed endlessly along the streets, innumerable zombies crouched to lick at the stains, and living people were constantly knocked to the ground, and in the next instant swarmed and gnawed into unrecognizable chunks of flesh. Screams rose ceaselessly from every corner. Scattered fires burned everywhere, dyeing the distant night sky as bright as day. No one knew the cause of the zombie outbreak, but through constant observation, Zhang Xiaoqiang had discovered that if one were bitten even once, or if a wound on the body was inadvertently tainted by zombie blood, there was a high chance of infection. The infected would die of a raging fever within 3 days. After that, they would lose all thought, retaining only the instinct to ceaselessly devour living flesh, sustaining a life that had lost all meaning with the blood and meat of others. In truth, he had no idea whether he himself had already been infected, nor when he might suddenly turn. He feared death, feared being devoured by those who had turned into zombies. The mere thought of his body being torn apart, chunks of flesh shoved into their mouths, or of himself becoming a zombie wandering the streets and gnawing on the flesh of the living sent a chill crawling down his spine. Thus, the moment the virus struck, he locked the security door tight, then taped up every door and window, covering them with newspapers and drawing the curtains, afraid that the zombies might have retained some senses and once they discovered him would swarm in and tear him to pieces. Yet even so, he had still not escaped the fate of being besieged by zombies. At this moment, there were 5 zombies keeping watch outside his door. They had all been neighbors in the same apartment unit. On the very day the virus broke out, they were infected and turned clogging the stairwell. For the last 5 days, they had relentlessly battered the security door. Their craving and greed for flesh made them as faithful as hounds waiting without rest for the sheep to step into the tiger's jaws. Through the peephole in the security door, their desiccated faces were clearly visible. One had only half a skull left, the exposed blood vessels writhed with each unconscious gnash of its teeth. The sight was ghastly and chilling to the core. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up and tightened his grip on the kitchen knife in his hand. At best, he could handle 2 zombies at the same time. Beyond that, he could no longer guarantee he would escape unscathed. If that happened, it would be little different from death. He had merely been lucky enough to avoid the first wave of the virus, but if it entered his bloodstream, not even an immortal could save him. Now, however, his supplies were completely exhausted. His only path forward was to break out from here, find food, and seize a sliver of hope to go on living. Within moments, Zhang Xiaoqiang made up his mind. He could not sit and wait for death. He would go out and fight the zombies at his door in a battle to the bitter end. His home was an old resettlement unit granted during the demolition of the old street located on the 2nd floor. There were platforms both in front of and behind the building. Outside was a shared platform of nearly 400 square meters with 2 buildings connected to it by stairways of about 25 or 26 steps each, which the neighbors used as their route in and out. Before the apocalypse, some people had kept flowers and plants on the platform. Later, his father and a few neighbors turned the backside into their own small yards with iron fencing, cultivating a tiny vegetable plot. Zhang Xiaoqiang's first target now was those few remaining vegetable plants in the plot. He went to the front room, pulled back the curtains, and carefully tore away a small piece of the newspaper taped over the glass, half a month ago peering outside. In the middle of the platform, the little vegetable garden was sprouting several neat rows of lush green cabbages that made his mouth water. Tearing his gaze from the cabbages, he carefully surveyed the surroundings. There were not many zombies on the platform. 2 households opposite his had knocked through the wall facing the platform to attach greenhouses and had moved their doors to the balconies. Now, with the balcony doors left open, several zombies from each family wandered in and out, radiating a clear warning for strangers to keep away. By his estimation, there were 6 zombies aimlessly pacing around the vegetable plot on the platform. At the same time, 5 more were waiting just outside his door, ready for the sheep to walk into the tiger's jaws. Heaven only knew how many zombies lurked in the other units. He would have to seize those cabbages in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if he became entangled with the zombies for too long and the nearby ones were drawn by the commotion, they might all converge upon him, robbing him of any chance to escape. He also knew that facing zombies barehanded was out of the question, so he began drafting a battle plan. First, he found a length of thin hemp rope in the storage room, tying one end to the iron window grill, and leaving about 10 centimeters at the other end to fasten to the door handle. That way he would not have to fear the door being forced open. He could crack it just enough to deal with the zombies one by one. Next, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued rummaging around and fished out a triangular file from the toolbox. The file was about a foot long, but its surface had blackened with age, but it was still keenly sharp and more than reliable. For safety's sake, he shaved down the wooden handle so it could fit snugly into a length of water pipe, then nailed through the junction of pipe and handle to fix it tight. Perfect to serve as a weapon for killing zombies. When everything was ready, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood behind the door to inspect his gear. As he reached the doorway, he hesitated again. His left hand carried the makeshift iron spear while his right hand hovered over the door handle again and again. Only when he thought of risking it all for a chance at survival, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle, did he finally harden his heart and slowly begin to open the door. The moment the door cracked open, a wave of putrid rotting stench rushed in so foul that he instantly slammed it shut again, his eyes stinging so badly he could hardly open them. There was no mask at home, so Zhang Xiaoqiang grabbed a wool scarf, wrapped it around his mouth and nose, and sprinkled some floral cologne on it before he felt slightly better. When he opened the door again, a blackened claw shot toward his face, its owner straining to squeeze through the narrow crack. This time he was prepared and did not panic. Studying the creature closely, he saw the zombie's hand skin drawn tight over the bones, joints fully exposed like an eagle's talons reaching for him. Its sharp nails and withered fingers flexed in and out as it struggled to wedge its head through the gap. The flesh on its face looked much like that on its hands, but its eye sockets were sunken, its jutting cheekbones scraped back and forth against the iron door, and its teeth clicked together in mindless bites. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Xiaoqiang raised the iron spear with both hands and drove the triangular tip straight into the zombie's eye. He gripped the pipe with all his strength, pushing outward with every ounce of power he had. Using the spear for the first time, he had no control over his force and only knew to stab outward. His frail body, weak from hunger, suddenly exploded with a blood-deep ferocity. Excitement surged through him. It felt as though zombies were nothing special at all, and that he could slaughter them, every one. Just then, two more hands reached through the crack, toward him, waving before his eyes and snapping him back to his senses. He yanked the spearhead back. The zombie's eye socket had become a deep black hole, oozing thick tarry blood. The creature slowly toppled to the floor, its skull turned toward him, one blank pupilless eye, the other a dark pit weeping black gore. The stark contrast between its two eyes sent a chill creeping over Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart. For more, he muttered to himself, no longer sparing the fallen zombie a glance. He had never used a spear before, and still could not control his strength, so he could only rely on his clumsy rudimentary thrusts to wear down and kill the remaining 4 zombies. When the last zombie finally fell to the floor with a heavy crash, Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer hold the spear. It slipped from his hands and clattered to the ground. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, one leg stretched out before him and the other bent up. The 1.6-meter-long iron spear rested by his feet, its triangular head pointing back at the security door smeared with crusted, foul-smelling black blood. The green security door, still 70% new, stood ajar by a gap of about 10 centimeters. From where he sat on the floor, he could see several corpses lying motionless outside. Only half a month ago they had been his neighbors, but now they had become zombies, and he had killed them one by one outside his door. Yet Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no post-slaughter terror. There was only the exhilaration of victory. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the floor and rested for half an hour before he finally recovered a bit of strength. He picked up the iron spear and stood, untied the thin hemp rope from the doorknob, and pushed the door outward, only to discover that the corpses of zombies outside had piled up against it, jamming it shut. He then used the iron spear to shove the bodies aside and finally stepped out the door. He glanced around and saw corpses sprawled all over the stairwell, lying in chaotic heaps, so thick there was almost nowhere to place his feet. A zombie corpse lay at his feet, its skull stabbed into a mangled pulp by him, pitch-black blood and yellowed brain matter splattered everywhere. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not dare look any longer, afraid that another glance would make him vomit. Standing atop the mound of bodies, he felt his hair stand on end. The overpowering stench of corpses seeped through even the scarf soaked in floral water wrapped around his neck. Heaven only knew how many more zombies were waiting downstairs for him to deliver himself to their door. So Zhang Xiaoqiang retreated to the kitchen again and picked up a tin pot lid to use as a shield. With it in hand, he felt a little more secure. Though this thing could not block blades or bullets, as long as it could stop a zombie's claws, it was enough. He had completely finished off the few zombies guarding the door. Next, it was time to deal with the ones in the vegetable plot on the platform. Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to take out the zombie pacing up and down by the stairwell first. It was too close to the vegetable bed. Only after getting rid of it could he snatch back the cabbages in the shortest time before the zombies across the way drew near, replenishing his energy. The next moment, thick leather gloves pulled over his hands. He seized the chance before the zombie appeared at the landing and sprinted toward the stairwell. Unexpectedly, that zombie was already coming up. Smelling his scent, it bared its teeth and claws and lunged straight at him. It was his first time seeing a zombie at such close range. This one's face was ashen, both eyes rolled wide, its mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a fist. Its pitch-black teeth had all grown into tiny triangular scrapers, a sight that made his heart turn cold. A wave of concentrated corpse stench slammed into him, making his stomach heave with the urge to vomit. At that moment, the zombie crashed against his pot-lid shield, jolting him back a step. He twisted the shield aside to the left and drove his right foot hard into its chest, kicking it down the stairs. Without time to think, he rushed after it, stabbing again and again with the iron spear into the zombie's body. When he finally came back to himself, the zombie was riddled with bloody holes, viscous black blood splashing everywhere. The stench was so strong it felt as if his head were about to split apart. Forcing himself to endure the physical and mental revulsion, he dashed to the vegetable plot, set down the spear, pulled out a fertilizer sack, and grabbed cabbages one by one, shoving them in with clumps of soil still clinging to the roots. All the while, he watched the zombies across the way from the corner of his eye, ready to bolt at any moment. Very soon, the zombies, alerted by the commotion, began shambling toward him step by step. Cold sweat streamed down Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. Panting heavily, he kept cramming cabbages into the sack, plunging both hands deep into the black soil. Once his fingers closed around a stem, he yanked the cabbage out with all his strength. Mud and vegetable juice splashed into his eyes again and again, but he ignored it, thinking only of picking a few more. This was food, this was hope. By now, the zombies were barely 10 meters away. He could not be greedy any longer. It was time to go. He grabbed the sack with one hand and the iron spear with the other, then sprinted for home. When he saw the entrance to the stairwell right ahead, he forced his legs to move even faster, darting into the stairwell and racing toward his front door. Just as he was about to enter, Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt something clutch at his ankle. His body lurched forward uncontrollably, and he crashed to the floor, the cabbages spilling out of the fertilizer sack and rolling everywhere. Ignoring them, he hastily turned to see what had grabbed him, and at a single glance, cold sweat poured down his back. One of the zombies he had killed outside the door, though only half a head remained, still had a terrifyingly strong claw that clamped tightly around his ankle. Its sharp nails ripped open the skin of his ankle in an instant, and fresh blood gushed out. It's over. A chill surged from the base of his spine straight up to his skull. From what he knew, any human injured by a zombie would become one of them. Zhang Xiaoqiang silently blamed himself for underestimating the zombie's astonishing vitality. He had never imagined that even with half its head gone, one could still cling so tenaciously to life. But this was no time to dwell on anything. In the next instant, he twisted around and kicked the zombie's claw away, then scrambled to his feet, rushed forward, and raised the iron spear, mercilessly turning the remaining half of its skull into a pulp. Once the zombie had lost its entire head, it quickly fell still. By then, the zombies across the way were drawing ever closer. 3 strong ones were in the lead, and behind them 3 mutated old women shuffled along. Having caught his scent, they grew visibly excited, as if this nearby living blood meal was prey they were determined to claim. Terrified, Zhang Xiaoqiang hastily shoved the scattered cabbages back into the sack, then bolted into his apartment and locked the security door with all his strength. Leaning against the iron door, he gasped for breath. After killing several zombies in succession and racing neck and neck with death, his whole body had gone limp. Without food for a full day and night, the last of his strength had been completely spent on that one trip outside, and now even his ankle was torn open by the zombie's sharp nails. Yet heaven had not cut off his path. His efforts had at least brought some reward. When he emptied the sack onto the floor and lined the cabbages up neatly, there were 11 in total, weighing at least 20-odd gene. But just as he was thinking about how to eat these cabbages, his body suddenly collapsed to the floor and began to convulse. His heart felt as though a massive iron hammer was crashing down on it again and again. He opened his mouth wanting to scream, but no sound came out, only a low, hoarse rasp in his throat. It was as if a red-hot iron ball had been hurled into his viscera, rolling about inside him without cease, setting his organs ablaze. His head grew heavier and his vision more blurred. Worst of all, he could feel his body temperature climbing higher and higher. In just a short while, his entire body was burning, which only made him more uneasy. He had endured hunger before. He had once gone more than 60 hours without a single bite. But this feeling was clearly not hunger. Was he really about to mutate and become one of those walking corpse zombies outside? An indescribable agony surged through his entire body. That sensation of being scorched by flames spread outward from within, turning the skin of his hands crimson and leaving him in such pain, he wished for death. Zhang Xiaoqiang had never suffered such torment. For the first time in his life, he longed for death, for only death could end this. So the process of turning into a zombie, is this agonizing, he thought. Zombie mutation takes 3 days. Has it not been long enough yet? Time is crawling. Hurry up and let me turn into a zombie. He sprawled on the floor, smashing his head into it again and again. Blood ran into his eyes until he could see nothing. His vision was a sheet of red. Zombies' food survival, none of it mattered anymore. He wanted only to end this scream-inducing pain, even if it meant ending his own life. Driven purely by instinct, he kept slamming his head into the ground, hoping to knock himself unconscious. As his body temperature reached, and then surpassed the limit a human could endure, his will gradually faded. It felt as though the hand gripping his life was losing its strength. Reuniting with his younger sister had become his greatest unattainable wish. In his final moments of consciousness, he simply regretted that he had not managed to eat those cabbages and was still dying on an empty stomach. When Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes once more, what greeted him was neither so-called heaven nor hell. Everything around him was exactly as before. He was still in his own home. Have I become a zombie? Once he finally emerged from that nightmare of pain, he hurriedly examined his fingers. His nails were neatly trimmed. He felt his teeth smooth. So I didn't turn into a zombie. Struggling to his feet, Zhang Xiaoqiang walked to the bedroom. The figure in the full-length mirror looked utterly bedraggled, hair matted from not being washed for a long time, face streaked with dried blood, eyes a bit small, but clearly showing dark brown pupils. The face in the mirror was plain to the point of homeliness with no hint of beauty, yet he was overjoyed. He could be sure now his body had not changed at all. He had not mutated into a zombie. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious. He only knew that the hunger gnawing at his belly was far worse than before, yet his body no longer felt as weak as it had. In fact, his mental state was markedly better than before. He pondered for a moment, still unable to understand why his body had undergone such a change. But in his current situation, this transformation could only help him. At the very least, it proved he showed no signs of mutating. At that thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang could not help but look at the 11 cabbages neatly arranged on the floor, his gaze burning. He quickly picked out 2 of them, then turned on the induction cooker, preparing to boil them in water. Tap water was undrinkable. For all he knew, zombies were soaking in the reservoirs of the water plant. Luckily, he lived alone and had always been too lazy to boil water, preferring to order large bottles of drinking water. At the moment, there was still half a barrel left at home. Soon the 2 cabbages were cooked through in the boiling water, their green and white leaves constantly stirring his urge to eat. Saliva flooded his mouth, and it was as if he no longer smelled the corpse stench in the air. He impatiently scooped out the cabbage leaves, but did not dare gobble them. Instead, he placed them in his mouth bit by bit, slowly savoring them with the tip of his tongue. Before he realized that the last leaf had vanished between his teeth, and for the sake of saving water, his mouth was still gritty with soil. He waited, kept on waiting. Only after the hot water in the pot had cooled did he use it to rinse his mouth, then drank it down along with the mud, ensuring he would not die of dehydration. After that, he carefully sealed away the remaining water to slow evaporation. As in this resource-starved apocalypse, even a single drop might save his life. Only after doing all this did Zhang Xiaoqiang finally set everything aside and sit on the floor, truly grasping how precious life was. Outside the door, several zombies, once again drawn by him, scratched incessantly at the security gate. Inside, Zhang Xiaoqiang, seated on the floor, felt for the first time a genuine confidence in his will to live. In the early morning, the alarm on Zhang Xiaoqiang's phone jolted him awake. After getting out of bed, he went to the living room to check the remaining supplies. The cabbage he had fought so hard for 5 days ago was now reduced to a single piece. He entered the kitchen, turned on the induction cooker, and boiled the last remaining cabbage with water. After cooking, he divided it into 2 portions, one for breakfast and one for dinner. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Xiaoqiang walked to the window, as usual, looking at the zombies below, gazing at the end of the road, and at the dark, heavy, and oppressive sky. The obscure clouds carried a chilling aura, suffocating his heart and making it hard to breathe. To be honest, he wished that a convoy would suddenly appear at the end of the road, with soldiers standing in the camouflage-painted vehicles, sweeping away the despair of the world with their steel rifles, driving those putrid zombies back to hell, restoring life to normalcy, allowing him to return to his previous existence of merely waiting for death. But fantasy is ultimately just fantasy. The zombies continued to wander aimlessly, and Zhang Xiaoqiang still had to worry about food. He returned to the living room, cradling his head in his hands, preparing for today's physical training. Staying alone in the room for too long made his body gradually weaken. If he wanted to survive and leave this dead city, he had to work hard to improve his physical fitness. Even if the effects of his daily workouts were negligible, persistence would surely yield unexpected surprises one day. 94. 95. Zhang Xiaoqiang kept his hands on the ground, sweat pouring from his body. He was exhausted, but it had been a long time since he had trained like this. But thinking about the zombies lurking outside with the food at home running low and his sister who was in another city likely waiting for his rescue, he took a deep breath, cradled his head again, and started over. Strangely, ever since his ankle was injured by a zombie, his physical fitness had begun to improve gradually. Before, he could only manage 10 sit-ups at most before collapsing on the ground. But now he could sustain over 100, and on top of that he could also perform 1,000 frog jumps. This was something he never dared to dream of, yet the reality before him made him accept it with a sense of peace. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up a towel to wipe his sweat-soaked face. After 1,000 frog jumps and practicing thrusts with his iron spear 1,000 times, he was already feeling quite fatigued. The breakfast he had eaten was nearly digested, and his stomach started to growl again. The supplies at home were insufficient for him to last a few more days. The immediate priority was to find new food to fill his stomach. Zhang Xiaoqiang remembered that there was a convenience store across from his community, usually selling cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks, as well as rice and eggs. But now there were more than 20 zombies wandering aimlessly nearby. It was easy to imagine that if he tried to rush in alone in his current state, he would surely be devoured by those mindless corpses. Thinking of this, he finished off the remaining cabbage, drank enough water to feel somewhat full, then tucked a kitchen knife into his waistband, picked up his makeshift iron spear and metal pot lid shield, and stepped out the door. He skillfully opened the security door, just like he had done 5 days ago, and methodically stabbed 6 zombies to death. Then he entered the corridor, drew the kitchen knife, and chopped off their heads and limbs to avoid being injured by any that were not fully dead. After dealing with all the zombies in the building, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that the door of a first-floor apartment was still open. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped inside, holding his shield and iron spear. Cautiously pushing the door open, he found no zombies left behind. Likewise, he rummaged through the entire house and found no food whatsoever. Fortunately, the owner of this apartment seemed to be a military enthusiast. In the bedroom, Zhang Xiaoqiang found a crossbow and a military knife, and even a high-powered telescope. Zhang Xiaoqiang was not very familiar with the crossbow, so he searched for its instruction manual. MP9 Military Anti-Terrorism Sniper Crossbow. Pull force 48 kilograms, range 180 m, effective range can reach over 100 m, net weight 4.6 kilograms with 1 spare string, 1 quiver, 1 LED spotlight for the crossbow, a laser sight that can be adjusted in 4 directions, 1 4x32 optical sight, a set of ballotting tools, 3 long arrows, 1 pack of steel balls, 2 calibration arrows, and 4 ordinary arrows. After reading it, Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly loaded the MP9, placed a steel ball aimed at a calendar 5 meters away, disengaged the safety, and pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang. The MP9 jolted back violently, causing pain in his shoulder, and he almost dropped the crossbow. Rubbing his shoulder, he glanced over at the calendar where the beautiful model's face had vanished, leaving only a flurry of paper scraps on the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang took down the calendar, and remnants of cement fell to the ground. A cement pit the size of a cup appeared before him, with a slightly deformed steel ball embedded in the wall brick. Hiss! So fast! Such power! He gasped. If a zombie were hit in the head at this distance, would its skull be blown apart? His shoulder still ached faintly as he gently caressed the crossbow, as if he were touching the delicate skin of a girl afraid that he might accidentally hurt it with too much force. The surface of the crossbow, rich in texture, glimmered, slightly reminiscent of a delicate girl's vibrant lips, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Zhang Xiaoqiang set down the MP9 Military Anti-Terrorism Sniper Crossbow and picked up the telescope, which was a silver-gray high-powered binocular. The instruction manual stated 10 by 50 mm binoculars, observation magnification 10 times objective lens diameter, field of view 114 meters at 1,000 meters minimum focusing distance. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the window, raised the telescope, and looked outside. The sky remained gloomy, and he noticed that it had started to rain outside. The dark, oppressive clouds constantly made him feel depressed and tangled. The zombies below were brought into view through the telescope. Looking at the sharp fangs in the zombies' mouths, he seemed to smell the foul stench emanating from them. He carefully observed the zombies in front of the convenience store, and after half a month, it seemed the zombies had begun to evolve into the legendary mummies. These zombies had become sparse in hair, and the flesh and blood on their faces gradually disappeared, leaving only a dry, shriveled skin. The zombies did not move quickly, and lacking vision, they would only change direction when bumping into walls or cars. Many of the zombies' shoes had worn down and deformed after half a month, and some wore only one shoe, while the other foot shuffled along barefoot unevenly. As the rain intensified, the scenery outside became increasingly hazy. Suddenly, the zombies below stopped moving, standing quietly in the rain like telephone poles, and soon filled the entire street, creating a terrifying sight. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw through the telescope that these zombies were now raising their heads, opening their mouths wide to catch the rainwater. Although he could not decipher their facial expressions, he sensed that these zombies truly enjoyed the baptism of rainwater, and in this bizarre situation, their craving for flesh seemed to matter less. Once Zhang Xiaoqiang realized this fact, he was filled with excitement. If these zombies had stopped moving and eating, did it mean that his presence would not disrupt their process of consuming rainwater? Did it mean that he could act at will, and even if he shot, they would not resist? In that moment, impulse overcame reason. Zhang Xiaoqiang set down the telescope, slung the crossbow and military knife across his back, picked up the iron spear, and strode out of the building down the stairs. The heavy rain diluted the stench of corpses in the air. He took a deep breath, feeling as if he hadn't inhaled such a clean scent devoid of the odor of death in years. Though the stench of decay was gone, there was now a rust-like metallic taste in the air. The zombies in front of the convenience store stood in the rain like their companions on the street mouths agape to catch the raindrops. Zhang Xiaoqiang bent down, tiptoed, and approached them. The rain continuously fell at his feet, creating countless ripples in the puddles, and as he lifted his foot, small splashes erupted, forming concentric circles that spread outward. 30 meters. 20 meters. He was getting closer to the zombies, his heart racing, his grip tightening on the iron spear. He took 2 deep breaths and continued to approach the zombies. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang was standing about 2 meters away from these zombies, raising his iron spear ready to thrust at their heads. The zombies before him showed no signs of resistance to his approach, still lifting their heads to catch the rain. It was at this moment that he noticed that one of the zombies, after being drenched in the rain, had its previously gaunt cheeks starting to regain some roundness, and there was some flesh returning to its hands, as if it were regaining vitality. Zhang Xiaoqiang took 2 steps back and in the dim light looked around. The number of zombies in front of the convenience store had increased from over 20 to more than 40. Many zombies from the corridors and rooms also emerged, all standing outside in the rain. In the next moment, he raised his iron spear and stabbed it toward the zombie's head. The spear pierced through the zombie's eye socket and then twisted to pull it out. The zombie fell onto the rain-soaked grass, splashing water everywhere. Zhang Xiaoqiang feared waking other zombies, so he turned and ran, glancing back after running more than 10 meters, only to find that all the zombies remained motionless. He was instantly thrilled. It was even more exhilarating to kill stationary zombies. Watching the sky grow darker, Zhang Xiaoqiang charged ahead. 1, 2. When the 43rd zombie fell under Zhang Xiaoqiang's iron spear, he finally cleared a path to the convenience store. As the rain began to lighten, he needed to hurry and get into the convenience store to replenish his energy. Rushing to the front of the convenience store, he dealt with the zombified owner, then dashed inside through the already shattered glass door. The cramped space was devoid of any zombies. Looking up at the interior of the convenience store, he felt a surge of excitement. It was in complete disarray. The outer 2 rows of shelves had collapsed, and while the shelves inside were bare, mineral water, rice, canned fish, various biscuits, and cigarettes were scattered all over the floor. His stomach was empty, and seeing such a variety of food at this moment made him feel like shouting with joy. Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed loudly, continuously laughing, and as he laughed, tears streamed from his eyes, rolling down his cheeks and dripping onto his raincoat, merging with the rainwater. He did not notice that some of the rainwater mixed with his tears were slowly flowing into his mouth. Zhang Xiaoqiang wiped the tears from his face and stood up to gather the scattered supplies around him. Outside the convenience store, the heavy rain continued to fall, leaving only the sound of the pattering rain in the world. With nothing on his mind, he mechanically collected various supplies and moved them together. Raindrops continuously dripped from the hem of his clothes onto the ground. His inner garments were soaked through, and the icy chill made him shudder. His hungry stomach urged Zhang Xiaoqiang to eat quickly. He pulled out a box of wafers, tore open the packaging, and a cockroach fell out, crawling frantically on the ground. He instinctively raised his foot to step on it. But in the end, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not crush it. Instead, he trapped it in an empty mineral water bottle, tightening the cap, while leaving 2 air holes at the top. The cockroach lay quietly at the bottom of the bottle, motionless. He did not provide it with food. He merely wanted to see how long it could survive without any sustenance. In this desolate apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt like a stranded castaway on an isolated island devoid of hope and future. Aside from the zombies wandering the streets, this cockroach was his only companion. A sense of loneliness gnawed at him like a wild beast, corroding his spirit like a poison. To be honest, Zhang Xiaoqiang sometimes wondered if he was the only human left on Earth, and if so, he would be the king of the world, a king all alone. Yet behind this uncrowned glory lay the despair of plunging into an abyss. If you cannot endure loneliness, then learn to enjoy it. Zhang Xiaoqiang inexplicably recalled this famous saying as he chewed on the wafer, calculating how long his current supplies would last. He even considered fleeing the city in the rain, but alas he couldn't drive, let alone steal a car. Go outside. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, dismissing the crazy idea. He had no idea how many more days it would rain, whether all the zombies liked the rain, or where he could go. In his life, he had only been to Wushi and X City, where his sister had married. The future is bleak, sigh. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed. After unknowingly finishing a box of wafers, he took out a fertilizer bag and stuffed in whatever he could find. Finally, he added a few packs of cigarettes, and it was almost full. He then carried 2 bottles of mineral water secured with a woven strap on his shoulder and headed home. Once he stepped out of the convenience store, the torrential rain poured down. The galvanized pipe pressed against his shoulder, and the burning pain relentlessly eroded his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he walked home step by step. Perhaps the rain was too cold and piercing, or maybe his body was acting up. His previously heightened vitality was rendered fragile in this downpour, and his consciousness became increasingly blurry, making it hard to see the road. The heavy rain continued to fall. Although it was February's spring rain, it was chillingly cold, seeping in through the collar of his clothes and stealing away his body heat. As one foot stepped inside the door, the other had yet to retreat, and he could no longer hold on, toppling forward with the supplies from his iron spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the ground, gasping for breath, turning over to lie flat on the cement floor, staring up at the slanted staircase and ceiling while breathing heavily. Raindrops continued to drip from the hem of his clothes onto the tiles. As the rainwater soaked into him, waves of burning sensations pierced his skin like countless needles, yet it still couldn't dispel the cold that penetrated to his bones. Zhang Xiaoqiang curled his body, shivering incessantly. The fiery hunger in his stomach stimulated his taste buds, igniting an unprecedented desire to eat. Immediately, he dumped the supplies from the bag onto the floor, various food, cigarettes, and mineral water scattered across the tiles. Kneeling down, he picked up a piece of chocolate, tore open the packaging, and without much chewing swallowed it whole. Various food wrappers fell from his hands. In that moment, he was completely consumed by hunger, his only thought being to gulp down whatever food was in front of him. In no time, the ground was littered with various torn wrappers and empty metal cans. As the food slowly dwindled to nothing, the feeling of hunger intensified. Zhang Xiaoqiang directly opened the bag of rice, took out raw rice, and fed it into his mouth, crunching it as it scraped down his throat. He choked and rolled his eyes, but there was no time to drink water. He just wanted to eat, and eat some more. With nearly a dozen kilograms of rice consumed, he was still not satisfied. He cracked open a raw egg, swallowing the egg white yolk and shell together. Vegetables, whether leaves or stems, were torn and swallowed. He devoured everything in sight, like a starving locust, consuming everything edible. When he could find no more food, he slowly regained his senses, looking at the wreckage of the kitchen. Did I do this? Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly, as if everything that had just happened was a dream, and upon waking, he couldn't remember anything. The food that could last a month or two had been devoured in a very short time, and he couldn't recall any flavors or textures. Despite consuming so much food, his belly did not feel any fuller. He even felt like he hadn't eaten enough. Could it be that after being soaked in rain, my digestive function mutated? Zhang Xiaoqiang was perplexed. But since he couldn't figure it out, he shrugged it off, which was his greatest strength, never getting stuck in a rut. A slight itching sensation at his ankle reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang that 5 days ago, he had been scratched deeply by a zombie's sharp nails, leaving a 10-centimeter-long wound. But now the sides of the wound had tightly sealed together, forming deep brown scars. It seemed that if he were to gently peel at the dark, blood scabs would naturally fall off, leaving no trace of the injury. Have I become superhuman? Zhang Xiaoqiang was astonished by his healing ability. Could it be that after being infected by the rain, his self-healing speed had increased exponentially? Isn't that the legendary immortality? He thought whimsically. If that were true, at least he wouldn't have to fear injuries anymore. But thinking about the price he paid, devouring enough food to sustain himself for 2 months, made his chest ache faintly. I mustn't get injured casually in the future, otherwise if I run out of food, I would have to resort to gnawing on zombies. The heavy rain lasted for 3 whole days before finally subsiding. Yet even after 3 days of downpour, the sky remained dark and gloomy, with layers of black and gray clouds blocking the winter sunlight, allowing only a few weak beams of light to penetrate and illuminate the entire city. During these days, the zombies stood motionless in the rain, accepting the deluge, while Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the opportunity to hurriedly transport various food items from the convenience store in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the window, raising his binoculars to observe the surroundings. He had made this a habit, yet aside from the zombies, there was nothing of interest outside. Everything was monotonous and dreary. Through the binoculars, every move of the zombies was clearly visible. The heavy rain of recent days had not washed the streets clean. Shattered bones, broken glass, and discarded drink bottles were scattered everywhere. Thinking of the rain from these past days, a faint pain crept into his body. The rain not only carried the virus, but also had a strong corrosive effect. The steel protective railing outside had become rusty. If he hadn't been observing daily, Zhang Xiaoqiang would have surely thought the railing had been corroded by moisture for over 10 years. Could it be that this rain was the legendary acid rain? The clothes corroded by the rain were tattered and left in shreds, with only a few scraps hanging loosely on the zombies as they wandered. The zombies in the streets wandered aimlessly as before, but their movements had gained a degree of agility. Their nails had grown longer, and even some of the once robust zombies had begun to appear even taller, walking steadily and no longer staggering, resembling normal humans. As for their exposed skin, it gleamed a dark, glossy hue, easily knocking down any ordinary zombies in their path without a trace of effort. Meanwhile, some other zombies had become even thinner, their forms smaller and more agile, their joints more flexible, capable of leaping over small obstacles with claws that were longer than those of ordinary zombies, exceeding twice their usual length. A chill crept into Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart as he murmured to himself, while holding the binoculars, have they begun to evolve? If the zombies are evolving, is there still hope for humanity? As he held the binoculars, he gradually exerted force with his hands, the redness in his fingers fading, revealing a bluish hue. Setting down the 10 times magnification binoculars, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply into his lungs, and slowly exhaled, leaning against the windowsill. All that remained was a mind filled with despair. Through these days of observation, he noted there were about 200 zombies downstairs, 9 of which had undergone evolution and mutation, 3 were agile types, and 6 were strength types. As for the mutation rate of these zombies, it was about 5%. In the city of Y, with a population of 500,000, at least 25,000 zombies had evolved into mutated forms. With a population of 1.5 billion in China, there would be 75 million mutated zombies. How many zombies would there be in the entire world with a population of 7 billion? Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned against the windowsill, staring blankly at the zombies downstairs, his feet surrounded by cigarette butts. He recalled a blockbuster film he had watched in the past, where the protagonist lost contact with the outside world, living a calm and monotonous life in an endless wilderness, accompanied only by a wild wolf with white front legs. That wolf was far superior to Zhang Xiaoqiang. It had the vast wilderness, while Zhang Xiaoqiang was trapped in a house surrounded by countless zombies, unable to move an inch outside the window. The wolf, named White Socks, enjoyed frolicking around him, while Zhang Xiaoqiang had only a nameless cockroach that could only lay still at the bottom of the bottle, pretending to be dead. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the water bottle and raised it to his eyes. The cockroach was still pretending to be dead at the bottom. Shaking the bottle, the cockroach crawled about at the bottom, trying to escape through the opening, but repeatedly falling back down. He watched quietly, feeling a sense of pity for the cockroach, but even more for himself. He realized there was little difference between him and the cockroach in the bottle, both bound by their respective fates. At this moment, an agile zombie suddenly caught his attention. Through the binoculars, he saw this zombie pouncing on another zombie, and upon hearing the commotion, the surrounding zombies began to stir and move toward it. Could it be that zombies also experience infighting? Zhang Xiaoqiang fixated on the agile zombie with the 10 times binoculars, somewhat dazed. He noticed that the zombie being besieged by countless others appeared stronger and more agile than the average agile zombie. Although it was only about 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall, significantly shorter than the typical zombies, it moved quickly with a hunched back, avoiding the attacks of the other zombies. It was holding something in its hands, preparing to feed it into its mouth. Initially, Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't see clearly what it was holding, but when it turned toward him, he realized it was the tail of a rat. The rat was small, so the commotion didn't last long. After it was eaten by that zombie, the zombie horde returned to calm. Gazing at the slightly robust agile zombie downstairs, it returned to the opposite side of the street, where a row of old tiled houses stood with a drainage ditch at the corner. The rat must have come out from there. Could it be that the D virus is only effective on humans? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, observing the agile zombie quietly lingering in the drainage ditch, beginning to understand the fundamental reason behind the zombie's evolution. D-virus flesh and blood rainwater zombie evolution. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to lead a simple, yet fulfilling life in this once bustling city, now fallen silent. Rising, exercising again, eating once more, and then relaxing before sleep. The immense physical exertion every day rapidly consumed the food he had stored. Sometimes he even forgot the original purpose of his training, merely going through the motions, numb and mechanical. Without the internet and no living soul around, he was at a loss for what else to do besides exercise. Zhang Xiaoqiang was no longer satisfied with his previous training methods. He donned a backpack loaded with heavy objects, carrying nearly 30 to 40 pounds, to practice assassination and evasion. Now, with his iron spear always poised at a single point, he believed he could dodge a zombie's bite even with his eyes closed. After all, one cannot afford to be idle. A once idle one would spiral into chaotic thoughts, trapped in this confined space. What else could he do besides exhaust himself like a dead dog each day? After completing his daily exercises, using binoculars to observe the zombies outside his window became one of Zhang Xiaoqiang's few forms of entertainment. In his extreme boredom, he even named the zombies ordinary ones he called cannon fodder strength type zombies. He dubbed Hercules, abbreviated as type zombies, and agile zombies he referred to as flash or stipe zombies, a quirky amusement of his. The stipe zombie that enjoyed eating mice still guarded the front of the drain, and it seemed to be evolving, standing at a height of 1 meters. Its arms were longer, and its hands had dropped to its ankles, with 5 sharp claws resembling 5 gleaming daggers. Strangely, within a radius of 15 to 16 meters around it, no zombie dared to approach. If any accidentally entered its territory, it would emit a hoarse growl as a warning. In Zhang Xiaoqiang's view, the stipe and type zombies on the street had evolved by consuming human flesh. If they continued to devour more blood and flesh, they would further evolve. Stipe zombies could potentially evolve into S2, S3, or even higher forms like S4, S5, O, and S6. Similarly, type zombies would experience the same evolution. As for humans, it was very likely that fewer than 10% remained, or perhaps even less. If zombies could not obtain human flesh, they would attack any living creature. Perhaps in the near future, 6 billion or more zombies will consume all living beings on Earth. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoqiang smiled wryly, wondering if zombies capable of moving in water might evolve. If that were the case, besides zombies, there would be nothing left on Earth but insects. He pushed these chaotic thoughts aside, took a moment to rest, finished a cigarette, and began cooking. Looking at the remaining supplies, he realized they could barely last him a few more days. After finishing his meal, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his computer, as usual, preparing to play a single-player game. Just as the startup sound echoed, the next moment the computer screen went black and the lights in the house extinguished. Did the fuse blow? Zhang Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, frantically searching for a flashlight and a fuse. After a long while, he finally understood that the city's power grid had gone on strike after 3 months of operation. The entire city was plunged into darkness. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the bed, staring blankly at the pitch-black night sky outside, surrounded by silence, and he could hear his own heartbeat. Occasionally, he could hear the sound of an empty soda can being kicked by a zombie downstairs, the noise echoing far into the quiet night. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat quietly, feeling a profound sense of calm as he reminisced about the past, lost in thought for a long time. Even though it was deep into the night, he felt increasingly alert. I can't stay here any longer. I must take a final stand and leave this dead city. Without water and electricity, and with the food in the small shop downstairs beginning to spoil, I can't remain here. I must escape. To be honest, Zhang Xiaoqiang was truly afraid of death. If possible, he would be more than willing to stay at home. In this apocalyptic world devoid of any communication media or even any human interaction, he felt utterly lost. There were too many dangers outside, with countless zombies waiting for him, like sheep entering a tiger's den. Even some animals might begin to mutate. Even more frightening were the sinister living humans and the unpredictable future. But now he had run out of options. Even if he had food, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, a whole month had passed since the crisis erupted, and his sister far away was unaccounted for. Even if the odds were grim until he received definitive news of her death, he could not give up lightly. He would do everything possible to reunite with her. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his decision. He could no longer live in this gloomy room. He had to break free from his cage and make every effort to break out of the city, which had long been occupied by zombies. If he could escape alive, he would head south to reunite with his sister. If he died, it would be a release. Death was nothing to fear. With this thought in mind, he approached the iron spear, opened the door, but as he reached the staircase, he discovered hundreds of zombies swaying downstairs, some even gnawing on the corpses of their kind. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the scene below, his scalp tingling. Have all the zombies from the street come here? Downstairs in a small space, countless zombies were densely packed. The stairs leading up to the platform were slightly off-center, forming an angle with the main building. Hundreds of zombies were wedged into this corner, and a few caught the scent of Zhang Xiaoqiang rushing towards him. A strong stench of blood mixed with the odor of decay assailed his senses. 2 stipe zombies lunged at him in an instant. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time to think and ran in the opposite direction of the zombies. The 2 stipe zombies closely followed him. He ran in a half-arc and glanced back. The stipe zombies were getting closer, while 6 type zombies trailed far behind, showing no reaction from the ordinary zombies. Why are the stipe zombies so fast? Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, the stipe zombies were only 3 to 5 steps away, almost upon him. It's now or never. He planted his right foot, stepped back slightly with his left, and turned to thrust. Kill! Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, driving the gun's muzzle into the forehead of a zombie, twisting it swiftly to pull it out. Another stipe zombie was right in front of him, its claws reaching for Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. He shifted his right foot back half a step, sidestepping the zombie. A withered, decaying arm brushed past his nose, carrying the stench of death. He then swung the iron spear in a wide arc, striking the zombie's lower back. The blow sent the zombie stumbling forward, crashing to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped forward and drove the iron spear through it. Zhang Xiaoqiang breathed a slight sigh of relief, but soon the 6 type zombies were approaching him at a normal person's stride. He dared not be careless. Observing the layout of the staircase, he tried to lure them into scattering so he could pick them off one by one. Unfortunately, the zombies instinctively lunged towards him, their synchronized movements leaving him no opportunity. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced down at the entrance of the building, noticing several ordinary zombies still feasting on something. An idea struck him. In the next moment, he led the 6 type zombies towards the corpses. As expected, the type zombies collided with the ordinary zombies, causing a moment of chaos. Seizing the rare opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang dashed behind one type zombie and thrust his spear forward. He pulled back his spear, watching as the type zombie fell atop an ordinary zombie. The remaining type zombies bypassed the ordinary ones, closing in on him. With no time to kill a second, Zhang Xiaoqiang circled, taking down 5, 4, 3, 2. When the last zombie fell, he leaned on his iron spear, gasping for breath. Now only 70 or 80 ordinary zombies remained, one of which was pinned under a deceased type zombie. The recent fierce battle had not caught their attention. They cared for nothing but flesh. They didn't even notice Zhang Xiaoqiang standing right behind them. Zhang Xiaoqiang desperately wanted to stab these zombies one by one, but after such fierce fighting, his stamina had diminished significantly. Killing them all might exhaust him to death. Thus, he could only return home, racking his brain for a solution. What can I do? Burn them. I have no gasoline, and there's hardly any cooking oil left. What about the crossbow? I only have 6 bolts left and 40 steel balls. I can at most take out a quarter, but what about the remaining 3/4? What if I use a rope to lower myself from the window? But how do I get the guardrail down? I have no tools. What if I bundle myself up in thick clothes and charge out? Zhang Xiaoqiang shuddered, shaking his head. That's a death wish. Unable to think of a solution, he turned his attention back to the zombies. Zombies can't see, but they can hear and smell, and they move relatively slowly. Stipe zombies are not included in this. Whoever says they are slow, I'll rush them. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to think wildly. They have no vision, average hearing, but their sense of smell is extraordinary. He summarized that zombies are sensitive to blood from hundreds of meters away, as at least all the zombies within 100 meters downstairs had come rushing to him. Extraordinary sense of smell. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered. Being able to detect scents from hundreds of meters indicates a developed olfactory organ, which implies precision, and precision makes them vulnerable. I've got it. Zhang Xiaoqiang deduced that for zombies, the more sensitive their sense of smell, the more crucial it is to their being. During their mutation, various sensory organs developed unevenly. They overly rely on their sense of smell, meaning that any significant disruption to it would greatly affect their existence. In other words, smell acts as a radar and locator for zombies. If their sense of smell fails, they become like headless flies. If I can't make a napalm bomb, then creating a few makeshift gas bombs should be feasible. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoqiang headed to the kitchen. Soon a few makeshift gas bombs were laid out before him, made primarily with half-dried chili peppers mixed with star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan pepper, wrapped in a bedsheet and drizzled with peanut oil. Additionally, he prepared some pepper powder wrapped in newspaper. Once everything was ready, he stepped outside, where dozens of ordinary zombies had gathered again downstairs, presumably attracted by the scent of blood and flesh. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored them. After all, there were still plenty of corpses left for them to feast on. He returned to the stairway, where the zombies were still huddled together. A few more zombies sluggishly approached him from the edges. He tossed the newspaper wrapped with pepper powder into the mass of zombies. The newspaper spread in the air, scattering the pepper powder, transforming into a cloud of dark gray mist that slowly enveloped the zombies. Soon, the horde of corpses began to stir chaotically as Zhang Xiaoqiang lit his homemade gas bombs and threw them into the mass of zombies. Within moments, thick smoke began to rise, choking and tear-inducing, even reaching Zhang Xiaoqiang on the platform, let alone the zombies below. The zombies, like a disturbed nest of wasps, ran amok without direction, pushing and shoving each other, screaming. Some in a frenzy from the smoke began to claw and bite at their fellow undead, with several zombies knocked to the ground only to be trampled under the feet of hundreds. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched this rare spectacle with a sense of exhilaration. The horde below had vanished, leaving only a few unfortunate zombies, their bones crushed, sprawled helplessly on the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened his grip on the iron spear, killing them one by one. He then entered the convenience store, where the food on the shelves was quickly vanishing. After devouring the last biscuit, he scanned the empty shelves with a greedy gaze. Only 8 parts full. He expressed with some regret. The small store was already tiny, and after several of his raids, most of the shelves were bare, leaving only some condiments. He packed everything into his backpack, thinking that his home had little tobacco left, so he took a pack of red box huangalu and a pack of soft zhonghua to take home. Zhang Xiaoqiang planned to leave the city early the next morning, so he prepared various supplies first. After returning home, he revisited the 2 residences on the first floor to see if there were any gains. Unfortunately, there were very few. However, he did find a box of steel balls and a multifunctional folding military shovel in a military enthusiast room. The shovel could chop, shave, clamp, and saw, which he hid under the bed. Sadly, the previous owner had been dead for a long time, thus benefiting Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang's last gain was a large, unfolded provincial map hidden in the desk by this wealth-distributing youth. He packed all the edible items and water, thinking that the glass jars of these condiments would increase the weight, so he took out several empty mineral water bottles to pour the condiments into. Finally, he dismantled the few remaining cigarettes and packed them into his backpack. After doing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang found a large old military water bottle from the storage room, which his father had used for hunting. After cleaning it, he filled it with water. He could never have too much water. Who knows if the water outside carries any viruses? Then he found an old military satchel to carry his father's old aluminum lunchbox, which could be used to boil water and cook rice, along with a small enamel cup, all of which were left behind by his father. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but sigh. Though the things my old man left behind are old, each one is a treasure. He checked one last time, and after some thought added the remaining 2 packs of Longjing tea leaves into the satchel. With the living supplies ready, it was time to check the weapons. The iron spear military knife and his repeated practice with the crossbow had allowed Zhang Xiaoqiang to find some tricks. He polished off the protective lacquer on the arrow path to reduce wear and improve stability. Then he occasionally applied some lubricant and secured the military shovel to his backpack. Thinking again, he combined an iron hammer with the shovel. Who knows when he might need it? As Zhang Xiaoqiang finished his preparations, the sky began to darken. He went into the first-floor residence home and brought back a few imitation mahogany chairs, which he started to chop and burn in the living room. The wind blew in through the open window, stirring the flames in the living room to dance, casting the room in alternating light and darkness. The shifting light influenced Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts as he reminisced about all the joys and sorrows within this house. This was his last night at home before leaving. Zhang Xiaoqiang woke up in the morning, gazing out the window at the hazy sky, a chill wind brushing against his face. It stirred a ripple in his heart. He had moved 3 times, and this was the place where he had lived the longest. He had spent half of his life here, thinking that he would spend the second half here as well. Unfortunately, fate had different plans, and today he would have to abandon it. After packing his bag, checking his weapons, and putting on his clothes, he took one last tour of the house, firmly imprinting everything in his mind. He didn't know if he would return or what kind of challenges awaited him. From the living room to the kitchen and into the bedroom, feeling the computer, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed. From now on, days without a computer or internet, I will forever bid farewell to the title of a homebody. Next to the computer, a plastic bottle containing cockroaches sat. The cockroaches inside feigning death at the bottom, seemingly unaware of everything happening outside the bottle. Zhang Xiaoqiang gently shook the bottle, causing the cockroaches to stir and search for an escape. 2 months without food or water had surprisingly not affected them at all. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt a realization. The cockroaches were so humble and insignificant, yet they displayed such composure in the face of despair. They conserved every ounce of strength, minimizing their consumption, silently waiting for an opportunity to escape. Though this was the natural instinct of cockroaches, it was precisely this survival instinct that earned his respect. He suddenly felt hopeful for the future, no longer lost. I will take the cockroach as my example, living like a cockroach in the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang told himself. He twisted open the lid and poured the cockroach out, watching it quickly scurry into a corner. Zhang Xiaoqiang silently wished, "May you survive." Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the iron door, took one last glance at the room, and stepped outside. The security door was locked, with the key dangling from a thin string around his neck, pressed tightly against his chest. It would carry Zhang Xiaoqiang's future spiritual solace, serving as his sanctuary. 1 month after the apocalypse began, Zhang Xiaoqiang left his home, ready to face the future in this new world. On the platform, the cement ground was scattered with the bodies of zombies in various positions. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no mind as he walked downstairs. Although the horde had dispersed yesterday, over 40 zombies were still wandering in the garden. As Zhang Xiaoqiang reached the ground floor, he found himself surrounded by a dozen zombies, missing half their bodies. These creatures turned their faces toward him, their foul mouths opening and closing as they attempted to bite him, but lacked the strength to rise. He stepped over the zombies on the ground and walked toward the small path leading to the street. Using his MP9 military crossbow to deal with the zombies blocking his path, he arrived on the street. He passed by the few zombies he had killed yesterday on the platform and those still lingering in the garden below. In the 1,000-meter radius of the street, there were fewer than 100 zombies in total, averaging about one every 10 meters. The street leading to the city center was completely blocked, while the street leading outside the city would take 3 to 4 hours on foot. There were surely zombies along the way. Although the population density was low, there were still tens of thousands of people. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. Zhang Xiaoqiang positioned himself in the center of the street, only needing to confront the fewer than 50 zombies heading toward the street's end. As he looked at the nearly 50 zombies, he felt a pang of regret for the remaining steel balls. Although he had found about 1.5 pounds of steel balls, every shot used meant one less. He certainly couldn't eliminate a zombie with every single ball. Zhang Xiaoqiang cautiously advanced along the street, having sprinkled some white liquor he found in a convenience store over himself to mask his human scent with the pungent odor of alcohol. With his crossbow in hand, Zhang Xiaoqiang walked on tiptoes, carefully avoiding the shards of glass scattered on the ground. A metal spear was tucked into the leather strap on the side of his backpack, the tip facing upward, occasionally bumping against his calf. He had tested it. The scent of white liquor prevented zombies from detecting him from 30 meters away, but unfortunately, it was ineffective within that distance. Zhang Xiaoqiang maneuvered around each zombie, taking care not to disturb them, feeling as if he were in a real-life version of a stealth game. When he encountered a zombie he couldn't avoid, he would slowly approach within 30 meters, wait for it to draw near, and then use his crossbow to shoot it at close range. Not knowing how many more zombies awaited him at the streets, Zhang Xiaoqiang could only conserve every bit of energy to guard against the unknown dangers. After Zhang Xiaoqiang killed the 11th zombie and finally reached the intersection at the streets, he sighed heavily, exclaiming, "What a hardship." He had worked hard to get here, but the sight before him left him on the verge of tears. Continuing straight past the intersection led to the main road out of the city, where a heavily loaded Dongfeng dump truck had overturned on the road. Behind its 8-meter-long chassis, countless large trucks blocked the way. To the left was a street lined with building material warehouses leading directly to the development zone, filled with factories, each employing thousands of workers. Now they had all likely turned into zombies. If Zhang Xiaoqiang dared to leave this dead city via this route, it would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. As for the street to the right, it was lined with various small restaurants leading all the way to the container port by the river. The zombies on the street were no fewer than those behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, but at this moment he had to grit his teeth and make his way toward the street leading to the river. The density of zombies here was much greater than before, making it difficult for Zhang Xiaoqiang to move. Sometimes he had to face more than 4 zombies at once. His methods of killing zombies had also become more adept, no longer waiting for them to close in, but shooting them down from a distance. He even managed to kill 2 type zombies, lucky to have avoided any encounters with stipe zombies, a small blessing amidst misfortune. Honestly, he didn't worry much about the type zombies as they were not very fast, giving him time to aim. However, the stipe zombies made him uneasy. Their speed was too quick and a moment's carelessness could lead to injury. Halfway through, Zhang Xiaoqiang prepared to rest by a tall floor-to-ceiling window ahead. As he passed by the various cars parked on the street, he couldn't help but think, what a pity. Why didn't I get a driver's license back in college? Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, secretly blaming his past self for lacking foresight. Even if he didn't get a license, he should have at least learned how to drive a manual car. Taking one last look, Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to retract his gaze, but at that moment, he suddenly turned his head back, staring at the window of a nearby moving car. That's right, although I can't see clearly, I can make out a silhouette inside. He approached the car, peering through the windshield, and saw a person sitting in the passenger seat, staring blankly out the window. They had shoulder-length hair, and their clothes were filthy and tattered, making it impossible to discern their original style or color. Not a zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang was certain. He had never seen a zombie so quiet. He opened the car door, and a wave of foul odor hit him. Even his nose, accustomed to the stench of decay, found it overwhelming. Looking closely, he saw the person was wearing a dress that had long lost its original color, their face pale and somewhat malnourished, but their face was relatively clean, albeit with murky eyes. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt excited. A woman. And she's still alive. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood outside the car, watching the woman inside, who was lost in thought. Having not communicated with anyone for a long time, and this being the first living person Zhang Xiaoqiang had encountered in the apocalypse, he felt a rush of excitement, causing his words to come out slightly garbled. Ahem, who are you? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, awkwardly clearing his throat and speaking again. No response. He waved his hand in front of her eyes. Still no response. Zhang Xiaoqiang gently pushed her shoulder, and the woman swayed with his movements. Still no response. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked around, noticing a few scattered zombies approaching from behind him. He was running out of time. Slap. Zhang Xiaoqiang slapped her face hard. Wow. The woman cried out loudly. Finally a reaction. Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a sigh. Who are you? He continued to ask. Whoa, stop crying. With zombies continuously appearing, his annoyance grew. Whoa. She paid him no attention. Zhang Xiaoqiang became even more irritated and slapped her face again, as if he had pressed the off switch on a noisy speaker, bringing silence to his ears. He opened the car door and urgently said, What are you thinking? Hurry up and drive away. I can't. I've always wanted to learn, but no one taught me. The woman responded with a hint of grievance. Her words struck Zhang Xiaoqiang like a lightning bolt, leaving him stunned. Without saying a word, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the car door and got out immediately, preparing to flee. When he looked back, the woman was still sitting in the car, staring blankly at him. Get moving. Are you just going to sit there and wait to die? Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at her, truly wondering how this silly girl had survived. Oh, she replied, walking in front of Zhang Xiaoqiang, looking at him helplessly, her eyes brimming with tears. A vein popped on Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead. Follow me. Just as they reached a tall, floor-to-ceiling window, a loud crash echoed as the glass shattered. Amid the flying shards, a towering type zombie leaped beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, swinging a massive right claw at him. He quickly ducked the claw, whisking past his head and smashing into the iron gun on his backpack, a tremendous force transferring from the weapon, knocking him flat on his back. Zhang Xiaoqiang hurriedly pulled the woman to roll aside. With a thud, the claw struck the ground, lifting a concrete slab that had been on the sidewalk, scattering fine sand everywhere, with countless grains landing on his head and slipping into his collar. Zhang Xiaoqiang was dazed by the sudden attack of the zombie. He kept rolling on the ground, the military water bottle clanking against the pavement. He rolled behind the zombie, pulled out the iron hammer embedded in his backpack, and with all his might struck at the ankle of the type zombie. Bang! A tremendous recoil slammed back, almost causing the hammer to fly out of Zhang Xiaoqiang's grip, his hand muscles feeling as if they were being torn apart, burning painfully. A large foot came crashing down towards him. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not linger with the type zombie, grabbing the woman and desperately rolling towards the riverbank, colliding against a parked car's tire, and then getting up feeling dizzy. But at that moment, the type zombie was advancing towards him, and behind it, countless zombies burst out from the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, with at least 4 type zombies rushing past the towering type towards him. Excuse me, brother, I'm leaving. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an intense urge to urinate and shouted in fear, pulling the woman along and running towards the riverbank without looking back. However, after just a few steps, he discovered that countless zombies were slowly surrounding him from the front. He guessed that the woman's cries had attracted the attention of the nearby zombies, causing them to gather together and encircle him. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a chill all over and looked around, trying to find an escape route to survive. But at this moment, dense hordes of zombies were continuously closing in from both ends of the street. He cursed himself for being too careless, and as the zombies drew closer, his anxiety intensified. To avoid the stipe zombies behind him, Zhang Xiaoqiang could only run towards the ordinary zombies ahead, scanning the crowd, his eyes catching sight of a large bus parked by the street, and suddenly he brightened. It was a luxurious bus. Its front end crashed against the corner of a building while the back was blocked by a pickup truck. The nearly 4-meter-high vehicle should provide him temporary shelter from the zombies. With the stipe zombies closing in behind him, he wasted no time and immediately ran towards the bus with the woman. Zhang Xiaoqiang jumped into the pickup's rear compartment, climbed onto its roof, and leaped towards the bus. He pulled the woman up first while he lay on the edge of the bus roof, preparing to jump up. However, his backpack at that moment hindered his judgment. He lay on the roof with his upper body, trying to climb up with his lower half on the vehicle, but his backpack pulled his body down. I'm definitely going to die because of this backpack. Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed the backpack while desperately kicking the side of the bus. The shaped zombie was already approaching. With a surge of determination, he kicked off the windowsill of the bus, using that little leverage to flip onto the roof. Just as he pulled his legs in, a loud bang resounded, causing the bus to sway. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his head to look down and saw an shaped zombie sprawled on the ground, evidently the one that had just collided with the bus. The zombies below were packed tightly like sardines in a can. While munching on instant noodles, Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his binoculars to the spot where the recently emerged shaped zombie had appeared. He noticed that the electronic screen in the center continued to scroll with information. The Blue Sky Network Club is having a grand opening sale with all services at half price. Everyone is welcome to come. It turned out to be a large internet cafe with 3 floors of usable space. The glass on the street-facing side of the second floor had all been shattered, leaving only dark, hollow windows. Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed again, wondering why they chose to open during a viral outbreak. No wonder there were over 100 zombies pouring out. The shaped zombie was circling around the bus, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to get a good look at its appearance. It stood over 2 meters tall, significantly taller than other shaped zombies. The others dared not approach it. Its skin resembled recently unearthed bronze, dark and thick, faintly gleaming with a metallic texture. Its muscles were so well-defined that they could rival a governor with bulging veins like twisted branches, causing the bus to tremble slightly as it walked. Could it be the legendary D2 type zombie? I wonder how many people it had to eat to evolve into this. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his crossbow and aimed at the D2 type zombie. Its threat was too great, it had to be eliminated first. This time he was using a crossbow bolt of which there were only 6, and one of the heads was slightly worn. This time the bolt might not be recoverable. A good steel should be used on the blade, can't be too frugal. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought quietly, calming himself as the crosshair on the scope settled on the D2's head. He squeezed the trigger, and with a bang the bolt disappeared. Alo! The D2 type zombie howled furiously, its forehead split open in a small gash, mocking Zhang Xiaoqiang. Where's the bolt? Zhang Xiaoqiang searched around the D2, only to hear a thud as a normal-shaped zombie fell to the ground, a crossbow bolt piercing in from below its right ear and exiting through its left temple. In moments, the fallen-shaped zombie was engulfed by the horde. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the rampaging D2 zombie, almost in tears. Is it really fair to bully like this? Is that armor on its head? How can a crossbow bolt bounce off it? The sound of the bolt being fired exposed his position. The D2 charged towards the bus, knocking down the zombies that stood in its way. With a loud crash, the bus emitted a painful groan as a massive dent was created in its body and the windows shattered, raining down glass. Zhang Xiaoqiang on the roof struggled to maintain his balance, while the woman beside him screamed in fright. What a loss! The bus was battered repeatedly, making a cacophony of broken sounds as Zhang Xiaoqiang clung to the roof, his heart racing with each jolt. He looked around for a way to escape the roof. The bus was constantly lifted off the ground by the D2, then slammed back down. His hands gripped the bus air vent, moving up and down with the vehicle like riding a bucking bull. The bus kept moving, gradually drifting away from its original spot, dragging numerous zombies beneath it, their bones and flesh ground apart. Zhang Xiaoqiang was already in despair. Is there still a heaven in this world? He looked up at the sky, hoping to see it one last time before dying, but unfortunately the view was obstructed by the protective railing above. In this apocalypse, what else is there to steal? Wait, the protective railing. A thought struck Zhang Xiaoqiang. Maybe I can use that. In the next moment, he untied the thin hemp rope on his backpack, threw the blanket that was tied to it off the roof, and secured the rope to the iron hammer. The bus shook violently, and the woman clung tightly to him, nearly throwing both of them off several times. Is this what they call vehicle vibration? He was busy with his hands, his mind racing. All right. Zhang Xiaoqiang swung the rope tied to the hammer, aiming to toss it over the protective railing above. Once again, the bus trembled, and the iron hammer soared through the air, curving and smashing down onto the head of an shaped zombie beside the bus, knocking it down. No rush, no rush. There's still several minutes before the bus falls apart. Zhang Xiaoqiang encouraged himself as he prepared to swing the hammer again. Dong! The hammer struck the reinforced railing, then flew back at an even faster speed, smashing between his legs. Zhang Xiaoqiang's trembling left hand fumbled toward his groin, and after a moment, he let out a long breath. That was close. His little brother almost met his end. The intense shaking of the vehicle put Zhang Xiaoqiang in constant danger of being crushed by his own hammer as he repeatedly swung it out. The hammer finally got stuck between the railings. Grabbing the rope, he swung towards the wall just as his feet were about to kick off from it. The weight of the backpack on his back caused him to lose his balance and crash against the wall, his forehead striking hard enough to bleed blood dripping onto his collar, and the pain from the impact nearly made him let go. I'm going to be killed by this backpack sooner or later, Zhang Xiaoqiang cried out, then said to the woman, hurry, hold on tight to me, don't let go. Fearing that Zhang Xiaoqiang might leave her, the woman immediately clutched his waist tightly, refusing to let go no matter what, almost choking him. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang was too preoccupied to care about that. He hurriedly began to climb up the rope slowly while the D2 zombies continued to crash into the bus, which was still stubbornly holding its shape. This is why domestic products are tough. If it were imported, I would have died many times by now. As he climbed, he couldn't help but marvel, noticing that the surrounding zombies were drawn to his feet by the scent of blood. Looking down, he saw a sea of zombie heads, and the many close calls had numbed his heart. He was no longer frightened by the zombies below, as the real threats had dwindled. Just like now, the countless impacts of the hammer caused the hemp rope tied to it to loosen, and Zhang Xiaoqiang could clearly see the rope slowly sliding down the hammer's handle. He panicked. He desperately quickened his climbing speed. Finally, just 3 centimeters away from the hammer's handle, he grabbed the protective railing. Zhang Xiaoqiang set the woman down and stood on the railing, looking down to see the horde still pushing and shoving below, while the D2 had already reduced the luxury bus to scraps and was creeping closer. Today is just too unlucky. Nothing is going right. Surely the railing I am standing on won't fall too right. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced nervously at the screws connecting the railing. Relieved to see no looseness, he let out a breath. Now stuck in midair, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to lament his day's misfortunes. If he ever had offspring, he would tell them, "The closest I ever came to losing you was 0.01 centimeters." If he could find a woman willing to spend the rest of her life with him, Zhang Xiaoqiang would tell her, "The farthest I am from paradise is only 3 centimeters." The D2 zombies downstairs were roaring at him, and Zhang Xiaoqiang hung in the air, standing on the railing looking at the horde below, filled with resentment, hating himself for not paying attention to the internet cafe sign, and regretting why he had chosen this path. Even seeking death in the development zone seemed better than waiting to die here. He hated that he hadn't burned paper for his parents before leaving, and now they weren't blessing him, and he even hated that no one was coming to rescue him. Lost in thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to regret again. He regretted not running home, regretted not climbing over the truck blocking the road. Climbing over the truck would surely be better than hanging in midair. He regretted why he hadn't saved a couple of the gas grenades he had made yesterday, though he hadn't managed to create many in total. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood on the railing, alternating between anger and regret, while the D2 zombies below shouted loudly at him. Oh no! Suddenly the woman beside him let out a sharp scream. Bang! 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 The glass of the window behind the railing was being pounded, a figure swaying behind the screen. Zombies! Zhang Xiaoqiang panicked again. He couldn't reload his crossbow, and he couldn't manage the iron spear with one hand. Did he have to fight with a military knife? Unfortunately, separated by the iron railings, Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't kill it, and it could harm him. The exchange of damage was too unfavorable for Zhang Xiaoqiang. This reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang of a scene from a movie he had seen before. A person falls into a hole, grabbing onto a vine with an abyss below. Beside him, a venomous snake was ready to bite, and at the root of the vine a mouse was gnawing on it while he still wanted to lick the honey on the vine's leaves. Ignorant of danger was Zhang Xiaoqiang's assessment at that time, and now it was his turn. Besides the absence of a mouse and honey, everything else was present. Having escaped death too many times today, am I really going to end my life here? The stipe didn't catch me, the D2 didn't kill me, and now a small pawn is going to finish me off. As he reached the final step, Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart calmed down. Too many unexpected events and near-death experiences had left him mentally and physically exhausted. Finishing this sooner would be better, at least before I die. I won't be alone on this journey, he said quietly. Bang! Bang! The sound of impact continued to echo, and the glass seemed ready to shatter at any moment. This zombie has never eaten flesh, nor has it been drenched in rain. It's still just a low-level little white one. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented that if it had been a zombie that had eaten human flesh, it would have broken through by now, and he wouldn't have to endure this torturous wait. Oh heavens! Keep playing with me. I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, send another rat. The process of waiting for death drove Zhang Xiaoqiang to hysterically shout, comparing his voice to the D2's pitch. Mouse, mouse, come out, let your brother hug you. Zhang Xiaoqiang nervously hummed a song he made up, searching everywhere for mice, while the mice in the story nibbled on vines above him, and Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed upward looking for them. Ha! Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed maniacally, intending to entertain himself before dying, but in the end he found a piece of honey. Above the protective railing was a large sunshade blocking the way up. The sunshade had been in use for quite some time. A strong winds occasionally swept along the riverside, resulting in a long, narrow crack in the sunshade. Zhang Xiaoqiang climbed above the protective railing, pulling out a tiger-tooth military knife to saw at it with the back of the blade. Fibers from the PC material fell away, and before long, he managed to cut an opening for passage. Above him remained a row of steel protective railings with a distance between each railing that was about a person's height. With some caution, it was definitely possible to climb up. Once again, escaping death made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel relieved. He climbed layer by layer with the woman. Although carrying a burden was quite inconvenient, the instinct to survive propelled them both. Neither wanted to die so easily. But when they finally climbed to the 7th floor and were about to reach the rooftop, that son of a gun who had a baby without a rear end did something wicked. As the saying goes, when you open a window, you close a door. In the end, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself trapped by the protective railing just below the rooftop. Zhang Xiaoqiang was sure that the homeowner was an extraordinary person, a unique individual who had risen above lowly tastes, a good comrade, a good subordinate, and a good citizen, contributing to the nation's steel industry. Damn it, they actually used stainless steel plates for the sunshade. Who would do such a thing? Zhang Xiaoqiang poked at it with his military knife, producing a metallic sound, yet it remained utterly unmoving. Looking down from here, the mass of corpses below seemed like a swarm of ants crowded together. Looking up, the cold steel plate made his teeth ache. Being suspended on the 7th floor was not the same as being on the 2nd. The wind up here blew fiercely. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought sadly, if I hang here for 2 more days, I'll turn into dried meat. Zhang Xiaoqiang kept hacking, cutting, sawing, and stabbing with the military knife, but that steel plate remained impervious like an old skin condition that wouldn't budge. His fingers grew increasingly numb, the wind became stronger, and his body felt colder. Zhang Xiaoqiang knew that if he didn't get up before dark, he would turn into a wind-dried corpse by tomorrow. The resilience of the steel plate was too great. The military knife was powerless against it. Now the only tool available was a hammer. Zhang Xiaoqiang sheathed the knife and pulled out the hammer, striking it down with all his might, but each time he bent it slightly, it would spring back. Once I passed Ryn-animation, just one more shiver, and am I really going to die from that? The sky began to darken. This city in central China, while not too cold during the day and winter, dipped below freezing at night. Zhang Xiaoqiang and the woman hung in midair without any windbreak, and the only blanket he had was thrown to a zombie. After hammering for a while, Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to take a break, finally having time to examine the woman in front of him. This woman likewise was strangely quiet. When Zhang Xiaoqiang did not speak, she remained silent as well. "What is your name?" Zhang Xiaoqiang broke the silence. Today it was due to her loud crying that they found themselves in this situation, but the thought of being alone made him endure. "Yang Qir." Her voice was muffled. "Yang Qir." Zhang Xiaoqiang curled his lip, feeling somewhat disdainful. "But Qir, where's the coup?" A foul stench of filth emanated from her. "How have you survived these days?" Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to ask. She raised her head, recalling as she narrated, "That day, I went shopping with my brother." According to Yang Qir, the day the virus broke out was her brother's birthday, and they went shopping together. Until they bought food at the supermarket to celebrate at home, but just as they drove here, the whole world changed. "How terrifying. Everyone on the street has gone mad." She spoke in a dazed manner. 90% of the people on the street began to mutate, husbands devouring their wives, mothers tearing apart their children, and sons chasing and biting their mothers. Watching the chaotic street and the frenzied crowd, she was so frightened that her legs went weak and she knelt down in the street. Her brother was eaten by zombies while trying to protect her, and the reason she had survived until now was entirely due to the food in the car managing to hold out for nearly a month. Eating, drinking, and sleeping all took place in the car until today. Those monsters kept banging against the car. No one picked up the phone when I called. Not even 110 answered, nor my parents. Yang Qir said pitifully, but then she couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, do you have any food in your bag? I haven't eaten for 2 days." Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, taking the last few packs of instant noodles from his backpack, handing one to Yang Qir, while keeping another for himself. He bit open the package and swallowed it down with water. After regaining some strength, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up, resolutely hammering away at the steel plate that had helped him survive so many crises before. He refused to believe he couldn't overcome this hurdle today. The sound of metal striking echoed through the silent city, resonating back to Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears. Yet he seemed to feel nothing at all. All that occupied his vision was that damned steel plate. With a missed strike, he hit the concrete wall, instead a small piece of debris striking his face. He squinted at the small dent on the wall and thought to make a hole in the concrete wall. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, thinking it would be better to keep pounding the steel plate instead. He lifted the hammer and continued to strike, but paused when he reached the steel plate, pondering. Concrete wall. Steel plate. Is the steel plate nailed to the concrete wall? Huh. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed. The hammer no longer struck the steel plate, but instead went for the junction between the steel plate and the concrete wall, loosening an expansion screw that was anchored to the wall. Zhang Xiaoqiang kept hammering, his arms starting to ache and his stomach growing hungry, yet he remained oblivious, mechanically pounding away, numbly striking. More and more expansion screws began to loosen, the sky growing darker, leaving only a hint of dusk to illuminate the world. Hiss! At that moment, the entire stainless steel plate finally completed its mission and floated down toward the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang trembled as he placed the hammer back in his backpack, continuing to strike the concrete wall only to have the force rebound into his hands. After inserting the hammer, his fingers could no longer open. He struggled to climb onto the rooftop with his elbows curling up on the ground. He had experienced too much today. Home is good for 1,000 days, but stepping outside is hard for half a day. Just today alone, the dangers he faced surpassed all he had encountered in the first half of his life, even more than the last time he stood against hundreds of zombies. Such a dramatic rise and fall in emotion left Zhang Xiaoqiang feeling exceptionally exhausted. To be honest, he was somewhat impressed with himself. In numerous life and death crises, he always managed to escape. Even though the horde below was as ferocious as a tank, it hadn't inflicted much harm on him, just a small scrape on his forehead. Could it be that I have the potential to be the protagonist? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused cheerfully. Be careful. Yang Qir's sharp scream snapped him back to reality as he saw a shadow approaching from the rooftop maintenance door. With the sky darkening, the rooftop was pitch black, and Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't tell if the zombie was one from the horde below. Thus, he drew his iron spear and moved forward, but tripped over a solar water heater's support, falling sideways. Haven't I had enough fun for today? He thrust the iron spear at the zombie, but from his position on the ground, he couldn't muster much force, and the spear tip only grazed the zombie's calf. Though he slightly hindered the zombie's advance, Zhang Xiaoqiang took the opportunity to kneel on one knee, forcefully wedging the iron spear between the zombie's legs, causing it to lose balance and fall. Whoosh! Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled the spear tip from the zombie's head. During the time it took him to kill the zombie, no other zombies came to the rooftop, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The rooftop was so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of him. He took out his lighter, hoping to ignite it to see the zombie's appearance, but the wind up there was too strong, and the flame wouldn't catch. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled out the hammer to drag the zombie's chin into the stairwell, then signaled to Yang Qiu to close the wooden door leading to the rooftop, shutting out the bone-chilling cold wind. He lit the lighter, and in the faint glow, he could see the zombie's features. It was a female zombie, her face withered and dry, barely resembling her former self. Her clothes were still intact, a stylish, brightly colored red down jacket clinging to her, paired with a pair of faded jeans, suggesting she had been quite young in life. Then the two of them felt their way along the wall to the 7th floor. After striking the security door a few times with the hammer, without receiving a response, they continued to feel their way down. He wasn't afraid of encountering zombies in the stairwell. Having spent so much time upstairs, the zombies should have been attracted up there. The bloodstains on them were like guiding lights. Upon reaching the staircase on the 4th floor, he stepped onto something soft and squishy, unable to see anything in the pitch black. Zhang Xiaoqiang was so frightened that his hair stood on end, goosebumps rising in waves. It was precisely because he couldn't see that it terrified him. This fear of the unknown surpassed his fear of D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang took 2 steps back, tripped by the stairs, and sat down on them, pulling out a lighter to illuminate the area. The faint flame flickered erratically with the rapid breaths, revealing a creamy white women's handbag quietly lying on the stairs. He sighed with relief and picked up the handbag to rummage through it. A set of keys, a wallet, some foundation, lip gloss, mascara, and a few other cosmetic items. He opened the wallet to find an identity card, several bank cards, and a few hundred yuan in cash. The identity card displayed a young and beautiful woman, smiling. Chao Shiyun, May 12, 1994. This must belong to the zombie abandoned after being killed by Zhang Xiaoqiang on the rooftop. She must live here. There has to be a key for the front door among these. He felt somewhat fortunate, at least he wouldn't have to spend the night on the concrete floor. Bang! He threw the lighter to the ground. It had burned for too long and was a bit hot to handle. Zhang Xiaoqiang dug out a flashlight from the handbag and went down to the 4th floor to try the keys, but it wasn't the right one. He then went to the 3rd floor, still not the right one. Could it be upstairs? Returning to the 5th floor, with a click the security door opened. He carefully entered the living room with Yang Qiu. The living room was spacious, decorated in a relatively simple style. Zhang Xiaoqiang found a flashlight on the antique shelf by the entrance and tried it. It still worked. With the flashlight, he surveyed the house. It was structured with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, a master bedroom, a study, and a children's room. On the small bed in the children's room lay the desiccated corpse of a young boy about 5 or 6 years old, his body emaciated to the point of being nothing but skin and bones, curled up on the bed like a mummy. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not look again and walked straight out. The tragedies of the apocalypse were too numerous. Who knew if tomorrow would bring the same fate to him? Zhang Xiaoqiang said to Yang Qiu, "You sit here for a moment. Oh, I'll check the kitchen and the bathroom." After saying this, he walked to the bathroom and kitchen to inspect the water and gas supply systems. As expected, the supply of tap water and gas had already been cut off, but Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered that there was still a substantial supply of hot water in the pipes, and the temperature was quite high. Initially surprised, he quickly understood the current hot and cold water supply system in the community. In the current community, the cold water pipes still provided tap water, while the hot water pipes for energy conservation supplied water through large solar water heaters installed on the roof, which was energy efficient and environmentally friendly. The solar water supply system was independent of the residential building's hot water system, requiring only a pump to deliver tap water to the solar water heater. The solar water heater installed on the top of the building could deliver hot water downward without needing electricity. Moreover, since it was summer, the water temperature was around 70 degrees Celsius, quite hot, indicating that there was likely a sufficient amount of water stored on the roof. The bathroom's glass door was shattered. After cleaning up the glass shards, Zhang Xiaoqiang scrubbed the bathtub clean and filled it with hot water. He then went out to where Yang Qiu was resting in the living room and said, "There's hot water here. Well, I've prepared it. It's a bit hot, so wait a moment before washing. The toiletries are all complete. It seems the owner didn't manage to take them all. Can I not take a shower?" Yang Qiu asked, looking somewhat embarrassed. She hadn't bathed for a long time and was acutely aware of the unpleasant odor coming from herself, feeling too shy to even look Zhang Xiaoqiang in the eye, only lowering her head. "What do you mean not taking a shower?" Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly thought he misheard. "There are dirty things in the water. I saw with my own eyes." Half a month after the zombie outbreak, she had seen a survivor in a car who drank from the water in a roadside flower bed, and within 10 minutes that person began to vomit profusely. As he continued to vomit, that survivor transformed into a zombie. The water must be problematic. Zhang Xiaoqiang could easily guess that the unfortunate survivor had drunk water that was likely contaminated with rainwater. He himself had only gotten a little bit splashed in his mouth and was nearly sick to death. As long as you don't drink the water directly, it should be fine. Plus, this is sealed hot water that hasn't been contaminated. Zhang Xiaoqiang imparted his experience, recalling how he had been drenched in rainwater and had managed fine. Yang Qier kept her head down, looking at her feet, remaining silently protesting against Zhang Xiaoqiang. Look, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at her, pouring some water to wash his hands, then stood up and shook off the water on his hands. Yang Qier cautiously watched him, stepping back a few paces, feeling insecure, then retreated a few more steps until she felt safe enough to stop and observe him. Seeing her scrutinizing him with a judgmental gaze made him feel uneasy. I really lack thick skin. He scolded himself for being unable to handle even a small woman's gaze. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour passed, and she was still watching. Are you done yet? If you don't wash soon, the water is going to get cold. Zhang Xiaoqiang grew impatient. Only then did Yang Qier hesitantly step closer, advancing 3 steps and retreating 1, staying 5 meters away and refusing to come any closer. You really haven't turned into a monster? She asked with a tone of suspicion. Do monsters discuss life and ideals with you? Do monsters teach you how to take a shower? I'm not a monster, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied irritably. Oh, Yang Qier sighed in relief. All right, I'll go find you some clothes to change into. Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the bedroom he had entered earlier, hoping to find a set of replacement clothing for Yang Qier. Her figure was of the lowly type, and the deceased owner's clothes were somewhat large, but they should be wearable, much better than her dirty outfit. He found a cashmere dress set and a piece of undergarment that the owner hadn't yet removed the tag from. He placed these on the towel rack in the bathroom, tested the water temperature, which was just right, and said, you can start washing now. Yang Qier entered the bathroom with a flushed face, while Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the sofa pondering what to do next. The sound of running water from the bathroom was clear even from a distance due to the surrounding quiet. Steam rose in the bathroom, and since the glass door was already broken, mist began to slowly seep out. Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze unintentionally caught glimpses of Yang Qier's vague and hazy silhouette. As time passed, he could even see her somewhat ample back and the beautiful, enchanting scenery in front of her. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared intently, then inwardly cursed himself for being a beast, but suddenly thought if he didn't look, would that make him even less human? With such a mindset, he occasionally found himself staring at that enchanting figure for several seconds before shifting his gaze elsewhere, only to return to watch her intently again. He was not a paragon of virtue, and naturally he wouldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Yang Qier seemed to be worried that he might suddenly leave her side, occasionally peeking out to check on him. At these moments, Zhang Xiaoqiang would feign an air of propriety. The sound of the shower lasted for quite a while, until the bathroom door swung open and footsteps echoed. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked over and saw the woman who stepped into the living room was no longer the filthy girl emitting an odor from before. Her long black hair cascaded over her exposed shoulders, still glistening with droplets of water, while her face, framed by her hair, was as white as jade, with a youthful visage and a hint of rosiness on her cheeks, making her stunningly beautiful. Uncle, the clothes are a bit too big. Yang Qier blushed, lowering her head and daring not to look Zhang Xiaoqiang in the eye. To be honest, she had never worn such revealing clothing in front of a man, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself somewhat lost in thought, even feeling certain changes in his body. He quickly adjusted his state and helplessly said, why don't you check the wardrobe yourself? If you find something more suitable, go ahead and change. Yang Qier nodded lightly and went into the room. Not long after, she came out awkwardly and said, there's nothing suitable. The mistress' size is too big, so I'll just wear this one for now and wash the clothes that need changing later. By the way, uncle, I've refilled the water. You should take a shower too, and I'll help you wash the clothes you changed out of. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in the bathroom looking at himself in the mirror. He could hardly believe how he had transformed. The stubble on his lips and chin had grown long, and his complexion was dark, making him look far from youthful, but rather somewhat haggard and aged. After taking off his clothes, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that his body was vastly different from before. His muscles were more defined, where there had once been only a few, now there were many, and his entire body seemed filled with strength, in excellent condition. Since the apocalypse had begun, he had been conserving water and hadn't had the luxury of a proper hot shower for a long time. Lying in the bathtub, he felt an incredible sense of relaxation. After so long of being on the run, he could now enjoy a hot soak, experiencing a comfort he had long lost. After thoroughly cleaning himself inside and out, Zhang Xiaoqiang found an electric razor in the bathroom cabinet and shaved off his beard completely. His hair had also grown long, and after washing it his bangs could even fall over his eyes. The pants he had been wearing had become stiff. Even after taking them off, they could still stand firm on the ground. His upper body clothes were not only sour but also smelly, so he found a suitable outfit and unopened undergarments from the male owner's wardrobe. After drying off, he walked out of the bathroom. Just like when Zhang Xiaoqiang first saw Yang Qir emerge from the bath, she now truly saw his face for the first time. Although his appearance was ordinary, he was clean, especially with his bronzed skin and strong facial features, which made him look less like a university student and more akin to a soldier. Moreover, this was her first time witnessing a man exit the bathroom wearing only underwear. The shorts were somewhat small, accentuating certain features, and the revealed muscular chest made her feel a bit shy. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked over to Yang Qir, holding a common household pair of scissors, and said, "Could you help me trim my hair?" "Huh." Yang Qir waved her hand and said, "Uncle, I've never learned this. I'm afraid I won't do a good job." Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled and teased, "At this point, who cares if it looks good or not? Just make it shorter and neat." Yang Qir hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll try to make it look nice." Zhang Xiaoqiang simply wanted Yang Qir to help him cut his long hair short. It didn't matter if it ended up looking like a wave or a dog's chew, but Yang Qir took it very seriously, moving around him with the scissors, bringing a gentle fragrance that was somewhat intoxicating. Each cut Yang Qir made was careful and cautious, while Zhang Xiaoqiang found his mind wandering, distracted by her closeness. After a while, he realized that she had given him a perfectly neat buzz cut. "Go take a look in the bathroom and see if you're satisfied." Yang Qir put down the scissors and said to Zhang Xiaoqiang. He casually ran his hand over the slightly prickly roots of his hair and smiled shorter. "Is fine, this feels much better. Thank you." Yang Qir then asked, "Uncle, what are we planning to do next?" Zhang Xiaoqiang thought for a moment and replied, "It's getting dark. We'll rest here for the night and look for a chance to leave tomorrow. The food we have is only enough for us to last a few days. We can't stay here too long." Yang Qir could only say, "Then I'll wash our clothes in the bathroom." As night fell, she washed their clothes and hung them on the balcony before sitting beside Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, "Do you have any family left?" She replied, "No." Yang Qir spoke softly, "My brother was my only family. He died after the zombie outbreak." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, "There are some things I need to clarify with you. I will do everything I can to leave here and head south, not in search of a safe zone, but to see if I can find my sister. I don't know how many hardships and dangers await us on this journey. Are you sure you want to come with me? Of course, if we're fortunate enough to find a safe zone along the way, you won't have to continue taking risks with me." After hearing this, Yang Qir said, "I will go with you." However, Yang Qir's eyes quickly dimmed again as she said softly, "But I'm a woman. I might be a burden to you. If you don't want to take me along, I can understand." Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head and said, "We can go together. You can also use my supplies. I will not be stingy in that regard, but if there comes a moment of dire urgency when I must abandon you, I believe I won't risk my life for you. After all, my greatest goal is to survive and reunite with my sister." After a few more exchanges, Zhang Xiaoqiang directly walked to the master bedroom, laid down on the large mattress, and closed his eyes. That night, he slept in someone else's bed while next door lay a corpse and a living woman. That night was not very restful. Ever since the apocalypse began, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an extreme lack of security during the nights, sleeping very lightly. At the slightest sound, he would get up with his iron spear and patrol the surroundings, only returning to bed after ensuring there were no anomalies. So much so that when Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes, he felt a bit dazed, as if he were still lying in his own bed. Upon seeing the unfamiliar living room's strange curtains and an unfamiliar blanket, he was taken aback. He remembered that he was sleeping in a stranger's house, thought of the corpse next door, and recalled the multiple near-death experiences from yesterday. Zhang Xiaoqiang got out of bed feeling a faint ache all over, and his stomach began to growl, reminding him that he needed to replenish his energy. As he walked into the kitchen, he found the floor littered with various snack wrappers and yogurt bottles, feeling as if he stood on a garbage heap. Opening the fridge, he saw ingredients neatly arranged, but most had spoiled due to the long time. In the freezer below, there were still plenty of frozen meats and sausages. The power outage hadn't lasted long enough for the ice to melt. Zhang Xiaoqiang also found a decent amount of rice and flour in the kitchen cabinet, along with some cornmeal and mung bean flour. Today's children. Spoiled and pampered, I could cook fried egg rice at his age. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it amusing that the little boy was starving to death while guarding the rice and white flour. This household used gas, but after trying, he found it had likely run out. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned around in the kitchen, finding a small gas tank hidden in the corner behind the cabinet. He opened the igniter, and with a pop, a blue flame ignited. Using the remaining ingredients from the fridge, he prepared a lavish breakfast. Zhang Xiaoqiang went to the secondary bedroom and saw Yang Qir still sound asleep, which struck him as even funnier. With her personality, if she were outside, she probably wouldn't survive a day. He walked up to Yang Qir and shook her awake, saying, "It's time to eat." A pot of rice sufficient for 7 to 8 people along with all the dishes was devoured by the two of them. After the meal, Zhang Xiaoqiang touched his forehead. The wound from yesterday's accident had already scabbed over. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a bucket of water from the living room to wash himself, changed into a clean outfit belonging to the male owner of the house, then spread the flour in the kitchen to make flatbreads, cooking all the sausages and frozen meats, packing them into bags to place in his backpack. After packing up, the two of them headed out, and upon reaching the first floor, they saw a dense crowd of zombies outside the common security door. The zombies, having caught the scent of the two, all stretched their arms through the gaps in the railing, waving at them. The zombies outside the iron door were pushed aside, revealing a tall figure. D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted out those two words. Bang! The iron door deformed slightly, and he turned to run upstairs. The sound of banging on the door continued, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of anger. As he searched his body for a sharp object, he felt a crossbow bolt and pulled it out, slicing the tip across his hand. Blood oozed from his index finger. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed his blood onto all the iron doors from the 2nd to the 7th floor, then returned to the room to think of a plan. I can't go to the rooftop, there's nowhere to run. Being trapped in the house isn't an option either. The security door can't hold off D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked to the window and looked downstairs. Behind the residential building surrounded by walls, there was a small patch of open ground with very few zombies, but the protective railing blocked the window tightly. Installing a protective railing is a death sentence. His mind was filled with resentment. The sound of banging on the door continued downstairs. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qiu dashed around the room like headless flies, eventually reaching the bathroom, where they noticed an air vent on the wall that seemed just big enough for a person to crawl through. Using a hammer, he dismantled the protective grill on the air vent, poking his head out. It's a bit high. The distance from the 5th floor to the ground was about 15 or 16 meters. He tore down the curtains and tied them to the bed sheets, connecting them together, and lowered them from the air vent. Not enough. Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through drawers for anything that could serve as a rope. D2 had already reached downstairs, and the vibrations from its banging on the door were felt upstairs, causing picture frames hanging on the wall to sway. What a pig's brain. Zhang Xiaoqiang slapped his head, grabbed a quilt, and tore off its cover, then went to the children's room to pull down the bedding from the little boy's bed. Forgive me, I'll definitely burn paper for you during the holidays. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered incessantly. Bang! D2 had started banging against the iron door across the way. In a panic, Zhang Xiaoqiang hastily lowered the makeshift rope. After letting Yang Qiu down, he threw down his backpack, messenger bag, water bottle, and iron spear one by one, extending his feet out first while retreating his whole body outside. Bang, bang, bang. D2's collisions with the door felt as if they were hitting Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart, and he got stuck in the air vent. Thud! The door burst open and D2 entered. Zhang Xiaoqiang kept taking deep breaths, slowly retreating his body outward. Only my shoulders are left. Zhang Xiaoqiang encouraged himself, inching his body outward, his heart racing with every inch he moved. D2 entered the living room, walked into the bedroom, moved into the children's room, and finally into the bathroom. Zhang Xiaoqiang still had half his head stuck outside the air vent, trapped, while the zombie stood below him. The bathroom was already small, and the air vent was not high. D2 was less than a meter away from him in a straight line, and Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't dare to make a sound. He prayed inside for the heavens and gods to bless him. D2 sniffed the air, waving its claws around, trying to pull him out. One claw brushed past his forehead. The airflow it created ruffling his hair slightly, causing cold sweat to pour out. Roar! The zombie, unable to grab him, grew angrier and waved its arms even harder, shattering the sink and mirror, sending shards flying everywhere. A tiny shard of porcelain grazed his face, and soon a small bead of blood appeared. D2 caught the scent of blood and reached for Zhang Xiaoqiang's head. Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind went blank, with only his knees pushing against the outer wall. Just as the claws reached for his head, he managed to escape. He heard D2's frenzied roar nearby, as he quickly slid down, keeping his eyes fixed on the air vent in fear that D2 would also manage to squeeze through. The sheet tightened and loosened. The sheet fixed to the edge of the air vent was torn by D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang fell down. Thud! Zhang Xiaoqiang's back crashed into something. He didn't have time to think. He rolled a few times on the ground to dissipate the remaining force, and stood up. A regular zombie was struck directly by Zhang Xiaoqiang and fell to the ground. Dressed in a tattered coat marked with XX greenery, the zombie struggled to get up, with Zhang Xiaoqiang's iron spear pinning it down. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his foot and kicked the zombie's head, resulting in a crack as its neck snapped, rendering it motionless. He picked up his backpack and water bottle, surveying his surroundings. On either side were walls, and a small room crammed with flower pots and miscellaneous items was tightly locked. Outside the small house stood an aluminum ladder used for trimming trees. Then he leaned the ladder against the wall, helped Yang Qiu climb onto the wall, and beyond the wall was Binjiang Avenue. He jumped down, looking around, finally escaping. Binhang Avenue had just been completed, and the wide road was eerily quiet with numerous containers neatly stacked on the opposite sidewalk visible beyond the fence. Several gantry cranes towered in the middle. Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companion walked along the desolate road surrounded by silence, not a single zombie in sight. To be honest, he hated killing zombies, having slain quite a few already, including over a dozen evolved ones. He hadn't seen himself level up even once. Without benefits, there are no free sacrifices. Who would willingly kill zombies for nothing? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. Next to the port group was a green belt leading to the riverbank, and the two carefully navigated through the woods, avoiding the occasional zombie. These zombies were merely elderly people exercising by the river, moving slowly. Soon they found themselves standing at the riverbank. Looking at the vast Yangtze River, the water flowed gently downstream, its green hue exuding a certain clarity free from the pollutants and discharges of upstream cities. The water quality had become clearer, and the Yangtze appeared more vibrant. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qier strolled along the riverbank, gradually feeling their spirits lift. Before long, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself blocked by zombies. In the distance, a dozen zombies wandered along the riverbank with fishing rods lined up beside them. They were all ordinary zombies, and not wanting to waste his steel balls, Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up his iron spear and approached, instructing Yang Qier, find a place to hide. Zhang Xiaoqiang engaged in combat with the zombies by the Yangtze, the water flowing quietly, as it had for millennia, carrying countless memories and witnessing the passage of time. By the riverside beneath the willows, he fought against the zombies. He dashed and leaped, shouting loudly. The gun followed his movements like shadows, and when the last zombie fell, he finally calmed down. The zombies lay sprawled across the ground, and the river breeze slowly wiped away the sweat from Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead. Seeing himself face a dozen zombies alone filled him with exhilaration. He recalled the time he was trapped in a room by 6 ordinary zombies, racking his brains to escape. Now look how far he had come. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it hard to believe. He then called for Yang Qier, and they continued walking slowly along the riverbank. The path was difficult, often obstructed by sewage pipes that forced him to take long detours. They hadn't even covered half the distance by the time it got dark. Zhang Xiaoqiang used a military shovel to dig a pit in the sandy riverbank, just large enough for him to curl up in for the night. Crouched in the pit, he consumed 2 flatbreads and took a sip of water. He unfolded the silk blanket he had brought from the 5th floor and wrapped it tightly around himself and Yang Qier. The silk was smooth and delicate, but could not block the wind. As they felt increasingly cold under the blanket, Zhang Xiaoqiang gradually drifted off to sleep, listening to the rhythmic sound of the river lapping against the shore. The cold morning breeze from the river woke Zhang Xiaoqiang, the winter wind, carrying fresh air devoid of the pervasive stench of corpses found in the city. Zhang Xiaoqiang was reluctant to open his eyes, quietly savoring this rare moment of peace. Yang Qier slept in his arms, her face finally cleaned after last night's bath, and the unpleasant odor about her had faded to almost nothing. At that moment, a warm breath sprayed across his face. He opened his eyes to see 2 enormous dog heads looming before him, their breaths turning into white mist in the winter air. Startled, Xiaoqiang froze, unable to move. These 2 large dogs were completely mutated varieties infected by the zombie virus, impressively formidable. The larger one stood a full 180 centimeters from head to tail, while the smaller one was at least 170 centimeters. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained motionless in the pit, allowing the 2 large dogs to sniff around him. Having struggled against a D2 zombie, he now felt that these dogs seemed even more troublesome, and there were 2 of them. Zhang Xiaoqiang bitterly thought to himself, looks like I'm not making it through today. Watching myself get eaten by dogs is quite creatively morbid. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused idly, his eyes darting around to sneak a glance at the 2 large dogs. With sturdy, elongated limbs and claws wider than his palms, the larger dog's forehead bore a long, narrow white patch, while the smaller one had a tuft of red fur at the tip of its tail. As Zhang Xiaoqiang waited for them to eat him, they lost interest, pulling his backpack from the pit and pawing at it in the sand, growling at him after a moment. Could it be? Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time to think further, quickly unzipping the backpack to retrieve a plastic bag. The large dog with the red tufted tail immediately took the plastic bag from Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand, tearing it open, with its paws devouring the cooked meat and sausages inside, leaving nothing behind in no time. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart bled. That was 7 or 8 kilograms of cooked meat and over a dozen sausages. Not a scrap left. After the red-tailed dog finished eating, it danced around the larger dog, while the latter continued to sniff at him. Is it still not full? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt despair. The large dog sniffed at his chest, but made no further moves, leaving him at a loss. I have no milk, Zhang Xiaoqiang said with a mournful expression to the big dog. The large dog sniffed him twice, took 2 steps back, snorted, and then ignored the 2 people heading towards the river, with the smaller dog playfully wrestling with each other. Phew! Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a sigh of relief. Watching the two large dogs drinking water and frolicking by the river, he remarked, "Dogs are definitely better than cats. No wonder people say it's better to raise dogs than cats." He woke up Yang Qier, and after casually eating something, they shouldered their backpacks and set off on their journey for the day. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked along the road with the two large dogs following them from a distance. They didn't approach him when he stopped. This was a small square within a green belt with several tape recorders placed around its edges. 70 to 80 zombies lay scattered in the square, mixed in with one stipe and two type zombies. It must be a place where the elderly women living nearby come to dance, Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded. Zhang Xiaoqiang retracted his binoculars, pondering how to go around, when suddenly two dark figures rushed from behind him towards the square. He hurriedly raised the binoculars to look over. The two large dogs dashed between the zombies, occasionally biting off a zombie's head. The zombies' sharp claws were ineffective against the thick, dense fur of the large dogs. Soon, all the zombies in the square had fallen to the ground, and none remained standing. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached and saw the two large dogs tearing open the skulls of several evolved zombies, licking the yellowish brain matter. After consuming the brain matter, the dogs began to rip apart the sturdy flesh of the type zombies, showing no interest in the shriveled corpses of the ordinary and stipe zombies nearby. After devouring the type zombie, the two large dogs seemed unsated, continuously licking their lips. Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened the straps of his backpack and continued onward with Yang Qier. As they neared the outskirts, the two large dogs barked a few times at Zhang Xiaoqiang, then turned and ran off into the distance, their figures gradually disappearing. What a shame for those two talismans! Zhang Xiaoqiang turned back and continued forward. By a ditch leading to the Yangtze River, he killed a lone zombie. He pulled the gun barrel from the zombie's head, and it fell to the ground, revealing a set of somewhat rusted keys that fell from the zombie's pants pocket. Did I just loot a treasure from killing a monster? Zhang Xiaoqiang saw the keys on the ground and instinctively looked around for the legendary treasure chest. No treasure chests were found, but he did find a 28 kilograms bicycle in a nearby bridge arch. The bicycle's basket contained a severely spoiled boxed meal, a teacup, and a portable water bottle. On the back seat was tied a fish basket filled with fishing gear. It seemed the owner had ridden their bike here to fish before turning into a zombie just after parking. The tires were flat, but Zhang Xiaoqiang found a foot-operated portable pump in the fish basket, suggesting the owner was a careful person. The bicycle was in decent condition, having been sheltered from the corrosive rains in the bridge arch. Zhang Xiaoqiang pumped the tires up and pushed it out. The overhead bridge led towards the suburban road. Zhang Xiaoqiang got onto the bridge and rode the bicycle towards the suburbs. Zhang Xiaoqiang rode the clattering bicycle on the rural cement road, pedaling swiftly, with a heart full of joy, thinking, I can finally call myself a member of the cycling community. Though it was just a bicycle and incomparable to cars or motorcycles, it was a significant improvement over walking. Scattered zombies occasionally approached, drawn by his scent, but Zhang Xiaoqiang whizzed past them on his bike. Seeing the stipe zombie behind him fall further behind, he felt happy enough to want to sing. Zhang Xiaoqiang rode forward along the road with Yang Qier sitting behind him. On both sides of the road were rows of fields with winding paths interspersed with ponds scattered throughout. The arrival of early spring caused the trees in the countryside to sprout new branches, and swallows began to fly with spring mud towards distant rooftops. Everywhere one looked there was fresh, tender greenery. Today's girls are so carefree. After feeling they had escaped danger, Yang Qier began to chatter behind him. Uncle, your stick poked me. Yang Qier tugged at the iron spear that Zhang Xiaoqiang had stuck in his backpack. Hearing her speak about a stick poking, Zhang Xiaoqiang swerved the handlebars and nearly toppled into the ditch. Just endure it. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not turn back, muttering 3 words. Your stick is poking me really badly. Yang Qier continued tugging at the iron spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang, riding the bike, felt a warmth at his nose, as if a nosebleed was about to come. His mind then drifted back to the scene of watching her shower that morning, and he shivered. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her and kept pedaling, but she became lively. Uncle, did you kill all those monsters by yourself yesterday? You're so impressive. Uncle, where do you live? What do you do? The profession of a homebody wasn't very glorious, so Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to remain silent. Uncle, isn't it tiring to ride with a backpack? Do you want to take a break? My butt hurts sitting on the back seat. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered to himself and continued to ignore her. Uncle, what does your mother do? My mother works at XX, she might know her. Her mouth moved like an unchained lock, incessantly chattering, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang's head to buzz. Uncle, what does your father do? Help! Zhang Xiaoqiang inexplicably recalled a line from the movie A Chinese Odyssey, featuring Sun Wukong. He is like a fly buzzing incessantly in your ear, always present everywhere. I truly want to grab his neck and squeeze out his intestines. The whole world became tranquil. At the same time, a surge of impulse rose in Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart, wanting to kick Yang Qier off the car and strangle her to death. If you don't want to die, then shut up. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted. The noise behind him vanished, and the world became peaceful, albeit for only 3 or 4 minutes. I'm so scared. Whoa. She began to cry loudly. The distant zombies were drawn to her cries. Zhang Xiaoqiang regretted saving her yesterday. She was just a brainless little girl unable to discern the situation, crying and oblivious to the zombies by the roadside. Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to throw her off and run away alone, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. He was a homebody, not a murderer. Sister, please stop crying. Can't I just admit I was wrong? If you keep crying, you'll attract the wolves. Seeing a passenger bus parked by the roadside surrounded by dozens of zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't want Yang Qir's cries to draw them over. To his relief, Yang Qir wasn't completely brainless. Her cries finally ceased, and she sobbed behind him. He rode past the bus with zombies trailing closely behind. Creak. Zhang Xiaoqiang stopped the bike, 1 foot on the ground. A serpentine zombie lunged onto the road in front of him, blocking his path. Run! The monster is coming! Yang Qir anxiously shouted from behind. The serpentine zombie was too fast. If he tried to bypass it, it would surely drag him off the bike. Its sudden appearance caught Zhang Xiaoqiang off guard, and the zombies behind him were getting closer, not to mention the burden in the back. Get out of the car! Zhang Xiaoqiang yelled, then pulled out a hammer and threw it at the serpentine zombie. There's a monster! Yang Qir screamed sharply. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her, jumping off the vehicle first. He didn't have time to pull out the iron spear and drew his military knife to confront the zombie. Clang! The sound of the bicycle falling echoed, but Zhang Xiaoqiang had no mind to care whether she lived or died. His multiple encounters with zombies had given him confidence. Even without an iron spear and facing a single serpentine zombie, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no fear. The hammer struck its chest, forcing it back 2 steps. Zhang Xiaoqiang rushed to its side and swung at its neck. At the same time, it sensed Zhang Xiaoqiang's presence and raised its arm to claw at him. The military knife clashed against its claws, producing a piercing metallic sound. Damn, what kind of claws does it have? Wolverine. Zhang Xiaoqiang was genuinely startled. The military knife was knocked away by its claws, and another claw came swinging at him. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned back, his head tilting back as the claw swiped just below his eyelids, stirring up a gust of air filled with the stench of decay. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his foot and kicked it at the base of its leg, causing the zombie to topple backward onto the ground. Taking advantage of its struggle to get up, Zhang Xiaoqiang ran behind it, changing the grip of the knife and stabbing downward. The blade pierced through the top of the zombie's head until it got stuck. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled upward, but the knife was lodged in its skull, and he had to push down on the zombie's shoulder with his foot to free it. From Yang Qir's direction, continuous heart-wrenching screams echoed, making Zhang Xiaoqiang's bones chill. That Yang Qir has probably been fed to the zombies now. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed and looked towards the direction of the bicycle. Puff! Zhang Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. That girl was running along the edge of the road, screaming, while hopping with the zombies behind her, forming a chaotic line, occasionally tripping over each other. Yang Qir seemed like she was leading a train of monsters in a game. Whenever the zombies began to lag behind, she would foolishly run alongside them, shrieking upon seeing them, continuing to lead them. So talented. Her speed of drawing the monsters was just right, keeping them from touching her while ensuring they didn't fall behind. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, a real treat to watch. If I didn't know she was already terrified, I would think she was excited right now. Come over here. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at her. She had lost all reaction to the outside world, just buried her head, crying, running, and jumping. Zhang Xiaoqiang set the bicycle down and ran to her side, patting her. She flailed her hands, seemingly not recognizing him. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted her onto his shoulder and started running back. She groggily grabbed the backpack on his back. Zhang Xiaoqiang set her on the crossbar of the bicycle, adjusting the stand, and rode forward. Fields slid past his peripheral vision, and she quieted down, staring blankly in front of him. The sky began to darken. Oh, another night was approaching. The bright campfire cast a warm glow on Zhang Xiaoqiang as he leisurely sharpened his military knife beside it. Yang Qir tightly wrapped herself in a silk blanket, staring blankly at the campfire, her body trembling incessantly, untouched food sitting in the lunchbox beside her. She must be quite frightened. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at her from the corner of his eye, ignoring her, while continuing to sharpen the blade. The intensive use of this replica tiger tooth knife had caused some damage, and he naturally needed to take good care of his life-saving tool. Besides the crackling sound of burning wood, the only sound in the night was that of the whetstone grinding against the blade. Do you want to live? Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. She looked up at him, somewhat confused. Do you want to continue living? Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke again, and her eyes brightened as she nodded repeatedly. If you want to survive in this apocalypse, you can only rely on yourself. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled his previous experiences of repeatedly drawing and holstering his gun, pushing himself to train hard at home. Rely on myself. Yang Qir asked, a bit puzzled. From now on you must forget everything from the past, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, looking at her. You are no longer your parents' precious daughter, nor the mischievous student of your teacher. You even need to forget that you are a woman. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly recalled the happy life he had as a shootin. You need to learn to observe zombies, face zombies, and kill zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke in a teaching tone as someone with experience. How do I kill them? Yang Qir asked. Your body is quite nimble, and your speed is decent. A scene flashed in her mind of her leading zombies away. As long as you are not afraid, ordinary zombies won't catch up to you, but you must be careful of evolved zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang continuously imparted his experiences to her. Yang Qir gradually gained confidence. Thank you, uncle, she expressed her gratitude. Get some rest, we start training tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoqiang advised her. Oh. Yang Qir lay down wrapped in her blanket. Uncle, what do you think about me bathing? Did you peek? Was I good looking? Yang Qir suddenly asked. Not at all, no chest, no waist, no curves, an entirely flat figure. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed instinctively. Oomph. Yang Qir turned over, ignoring him. As the night deepened and the chill set in, Yang Qir unconsciously moved closer to the fire, while Zhang Xiaoqiang placed some firewood between her and the campfire, fearing she might accidentally roll into it. Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to sleep, but always felt that something might happen during the night. This inexplicable feeling left him uneasy, uncertain of when it would come or go. Each time it appeared was when he encountered misfortune. The first time, he was soaked by rain and suffered greatly. The second time, he was tormented by a mutated cat. This was the third time. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not want to wake Yang Qir. He did not know when the danger would appear or from where. At least with her in view, he could keep a slight watch over her. The night wind danced with the flames like a fairy, casting flickering shadows around. The warm glow of the fire no longer provided any warmth to Zhang Xiaoqiang. A strange, eerie feeling seeped into his bones. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up his crossbow, strung it tightly, and used the steel arrows he usually hesitated to use. He checked the military knife at his waist, and the iron spear in his hand, still feeling unsafe, so he picked up a hammer and tucked it into his waistband. Zhang Xiaoqiang silently awaited the unknown that was about to arrive, growing increasingly tense as time passed. Zhang Xiaoqiang hated this feeling, as if everything was controlled by fate, and he was merely a small pawn, always at risk of being trampled. Even facing AD2, he would rather not await this unknown danger. After an undetermined amount of time, a towering figure, like an ancient beast, crashed through the night and appeared by the firelight. Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted to observe. On a massive head, two thick sharp horns seemed ready to pierce the night, spiraling upwards and becoming sharper, glinting with a metallic sheen in the firelight. Two huge hooves were sturdy and stable, while the rest remained indistinct in the dark. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Xiaoqiang had no idea what mutation had caused the creature before him. Those sharp horns and sturdy hooves were undoubtedly formidable. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not move, fearing the beast might misunderstand him as a threat. From his encounters with dogs, he knew not all mutated animals posed a danger to humans. He slowly exhaled and inhaled, remaining still. He only hoped that the beast would walk away on its own. The creature took 2 steps forward, curiously inspecting the flames, seeming both curious and a bit fearful, its expression evasive. Standing beside the campfire, Zhang Xiaoqiang was ignored by it. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed the beast, which stood about 160 centimeters tall, its fur mottled and slightly yellow, its body solid and resembling a wall. Upon closer inspection, it bore some resemblance to a goat, though he couldn't be certain. The goats he had seen had short, thick horns that angled backward, while this creature's horns were longer and straighter, resembling those of an African antelope. As time passed, the beast slowly approached, and Zhang Xiaoqiang grew more vigilant, aiming the crossbow arrow between its eyes. The atmosphere felt strange. The beast showed interest in the fire while he kept his aim on it, and Yang Qir slept by the fire, oblivious. The beast seemed to lose interest in the flames, taking a step back, preparing to leave. Crack! A spark exploded from the burning wood, startling the beast, which charged towards the campfire, its horns leading the way. Zhang Xiaoqiang was unsure if the beast's target was the burning flames, when suddenly, swish! The crossbow arrow appeared at the beast's forehead, its tail trembling slightly. The beast halted, pressing its head, still pinned, with the arrow down towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bitter taste in his mouth. What weapon could he use against a creature that couldn't be killed by a crossbow arrow? He threw aside the crossbow, grasping the iron spear, thinking, it's now or never. With no way to escape, running into the darkness would lead to a quicker death. His vision was not as good as the beast's. The creature seemed to be in great pain, shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge the arrow, but failing, redirecting its fury towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. The beast pawed at the ground a few times as it charged at him, its sharp horns aimed directly at him. With the tail of the iron spear lodged into the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned forward into a bow stance, aiming the spearhead at the beast's head, waiting for it to charge. The beast charged at him. Its speed was not as fast as the mutated cat, but its force was no less than that of a D2 zombie. At the moment of impact, Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled aside. Bang! Crack! The first sound was of the collision, the second was of the spearhead breaking. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang watched the iron spear snap into two pieces, his heart sinking. The tremendous impact also harmed the beast, causing it to stumble slightly on its front legs. Shaking its head as if trying to regain clarity, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the rare opportunity to leap onto the beast, gripping its neck fur with his left hand, while plunging the military knife into its throat with his right. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing the skin echoed like a broken leather strap, only to slide off after piercing. The beast was clearly displeased with Zhang Xiaoqiang riding on its back, jumping up and down. Zhang Xiaoqiang threw aside the military knife, wrapping his arms around its neck tightly, with only one thought in his mind: I won't get off, even if I die. The monster dashed and leaped by the campfire, resembling a frenzied bull, while Zhang Xiaoqiang was jolted on its back, feeling utterly disoriented. He vomited the remnants of his dinner, unable to find his sense of direction atop the beast. His fingers, tightly gripping, throbbed with pain. If not for the pain's reminder, he would have lost all sensation in his arms. His legs felt as if countless ants were gnawing at them, sharp and aching. With each jolt, it felt as though his tailbone had shattered, and the area between his hips and abdomen was numb. Zhang Xiaoqiang kept retching, only bile left to expel, his mouth filled with bitterness. He lay on the monster's back, his body rising and falling with its movements, his bones and joints rattled, as if disassembled, unable to muster any strength, merely clutching its neck and squeezing its waist. A bitter sweetness surged from the corners of his mouth. He bit down too hard, causing his gums to bleed. His eyelids felt heavy waves of dizziness crashing over him. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no idea where the monster was taking him, nor what fate awaited him. He was now firmly astride the beast. Unable to endure the pain of the wind piercing his eyes, Zhang Xiaoqiang buried his face in the creature's course for allowing it to carry him along. He listened to the rushing wind and the sound of its hooves, feeling the vibrations and jolts beneath him. His mind went blank. He cared for nothing anymore, embracing the last remnants of tranquility. He lost track of time until the sky began to brighten. The monster's speed began to slow, and he could feel its neck fur becoming slightly damp. By the time the sky was fully bright, the beast was panting, its steps becoming unsteady. Opportunity. With a sudden impulse, he loosened his grip and seized the monster's horn, pulling his body forward. Zhang Xiaoqiang settled on the monster's neck, his legs wrapping tightly around its throat. With his left hand gripping its spiral horn, he drew out the hammer from his waist and struck it fiercely on its head. The monster let out a mournful cry and shook its head violently in an attempt to throw him off. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to feel dizzy again. As the monster calmed down momentarily, he struck its head with the hammer. With each blow, it shook its head. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained still, merely trying not to be thrown off, waiting for it to stop before striking again. Back and forth, the monster grew weary, and he was close to losing his grip. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang was thrown backward as the monster reared up, its head tilting back, taking him with it. Holding onto the horn, he waited for it to regain its footing. It didn't take long. About 10 seconds later, its front hooves landed back on the ground. In that brief moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang saw an opportunity. A crossbow bolt was securely embedded in its forehead, neither too deep nor too shallow, perfectly lodged in its skull, causing unbearable pain without being fatal. Seeing hope, Zhang Xiaoqiang gathered his last remnants of strength, firmly seated on its neck, waiting for the right moment. Opportunity arrived. It reared up again. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up, gripping the large horn, his left foot hooking under its chin and his right foot pressing against its shoulder, straightening his body. Clang! The hammer struck the base of the crossbow bolt, sinking it deeper. The monster let out another tremendous wail, making his ears ring. The monster bucked violently, and he felt himself flying up before crashing back down. The hammer flew from his grip, and the left hand holding the horn was bloodied from the spiral pattern. Time felt distorted until the monster stood upright again, taking a few steps back, and then fell sideways onto the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang barely had time to jump off, landing alongside it. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted as he pulled his left leg from beneath the beast's body, feeling no sensation in his left foot. Rubbing his calf, the pain intensified. Is it broken? His heart sank. He examined more closely. The leg bones were intact without fractures. His left foot hung limply from his calf. Dislocated. Zhang Xiaoqiang gently moved his left foot a few times before forcefully yanking it upward. SSSS. The pain made him gasp, and upon looking, it hadn't reconnected. Tears were absent. I've never learned this. After several attempts and struggles, he finally managed to reconnect his foot. Zhang Xiaoqiang hobbled on one leg, inspecting the monster's corpse. Good morning, Uncle Wow. What a huge sheep, came the surprised exclamation from Yang Qier behind him. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned around dully. The campsite was just 10 meters away, the extinguished campfire slowly emitting wisps of smoke. Yang Qier, still sleepy, gazed at the mutated beast's corpse, realizing he had returned to the starting point after a night of turmoil. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at her blankly before glancing at the brightening sky. A wave of intense fatigue washed over him. "Don't mind me, I'm going to sleep for a bit." Zhang Xiaoqiang mumbled with a hoarse, dry voice, collapsing onto the corpse, using the warmth of the mutated beast's body to sleep. The little girl practiced her frog jumps nearby, her breath never ceasing, while Zhang Xiaoqiang examined the two large horns of the beast. Each horn was nearly 60 to 70 centimeters long, with spiral patterns coiling from base to tip, feeling as smooth as jade, producing a metallic sound when struck. The large horns were hollow, wider at the base and tapering at the tip, exceptionally sharp and hard. The military knife left no marks when striking, while the knife itself had been dulled. "What a treasure!" Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled, caressing the large horn, admiring the smooth, intricate patterns that reflected an elegant, mysterious glow. He still felt a shiver recalling the process of removing it. Using a military knife. Ineffective. Hammering it. No use at all. In the end, he had no choice but to chip it away from the mutated creature's skull, using the hammer against the crossbow bolt. Nearby, he propped up a piece of beast skin with a few bamboo strips. The hide was a treasure, impervious to piercing or tearing, yet lightweight. Even skinning it was a headache. Ultimately, he had to saw it open slowly with the saw on the single soldier shovel, peeling it off bit by bit. Now the mutated beast lay naked on the ground. "Uncle, I've jumped 2,000 times. Yang Qier reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Take a break, then jump another 2,000 times. Zhang Xiaoqiang said, casually, pondering what to make from the two horns. "Uncle." Yang Qier spoke up again. "What is it?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked her. "It's really exhausting. Is there any meat to eat? Otherwise I won't be able to jump." Yang Qier complained slightly. "No," Zhang Xiaoqiang stated firmly. "But there's a huge piece of meat." Yang Qier pointed at the shiny, mutated beast. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to ponder. Zombies consume flesh. Mutated large dogs eat zombies. And if the large dog, after consuming a zombie infected with the virus, didn't turn into a zombie dog, it indicated that the virus only caused evolution, not mutation. This suggests that certain substances within animals reacted positively with the virus. In other words, animals are immune to the virus. Zombies do not consume other zombies, meaning zombie flesh holds no attraction for them and does not contribute to their further evolution. The conclusion is that zombies are only interested in fresh blood and flesh devoid of the virus. When zombies attack the large dog, they naturally aim to consume its flesh, implying that the dog's flesh was free of the virus, which had been purified within the animal's body. In other words, if humans eat it, nothing will happen. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered to himself. "Uncle, is that okay?" Yang Qier urged. "Keep practicing for now. We can talk about food later." Zhang Xiaoqiang brushed her off. "Yay, we'll have meat to eat tonight," Yang Qier exclaimed as she jumped away. To eat or not to eat, that is the question. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the large piece of meat. If only I could find someone to try it out. Zhang Xiaoqiang cast a glance at Yang Qier, weighed his options, and ultimately decided against having her be the test subject. After all, she was still a young girl, albeit a bit foolish and no longer innocent. But now innocence was a rarity. Digressing, Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze returned to the meat, which had a slightly dark hue indicating it had not been properly bled. The blood had seeped into the flesh, weighing around 300 to 400 pounds. He swallowed harder. It had been a few days since he had meat, and he felt a pang of hunger. Limping forward to inspect the meat, he steeled himself and used a small spade to cut off a piece the size of his fingernail. With his eyes closed, he stuffed it into his mouth. Stopping just before it reached his lips, he caught a whiff of the raw meat's pungent scent. Zhang Xiaoqiang moved to the campfire to roast it, watching as the piece gradually turned yellow and curled up, releasing a faint aroma. With the confidence of someone whose body had been tested by strange rains, he tossed the meat into his mouth. "A bit tough," Zhang Xiaoqiang commented. "It's chewy." He made a final assessment. "Is it ready yet?" "I can't wait." A mutated beast's thigh was roasting over the fire, and Yang Qier urged him on. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the cooking meat. "Not yet." After consuming the piece of meat without any adverse effects, he tricked the little girl into tasting it, as well confirming his hypothesis: the D virus was harmful to humans, but beneficial for animals. "I wonder if monkeys will turn into zombie monkeys," Zhang Xiaoqiang mused while gazing at the fire. It's burnt. "I told you so, uncle, but you wouldn't believe me, humph." The meat was getting a bit charred, and Yang Qier complained beside him. "If you think it's burnt, then don't eat it. You should appreciate good intentions." Zhang Xiaoqiang scolded her. All right, I'm sorry." "Oh, it's so tough," Yang Qier grimaced. "No matter how much I chew, I can't break it down. Just chew a bit more, think of it as boar meat." Zhang Xiaoqiang imparted his wisdom. "Uncle, what's your name?" Yang Qier finally remembered to ask. Hearing her question reminded him of the past, causing a faint ache in his heart. Xiaoqiang, stop playing and come home for dinner." This was the call of his mother from childhood. "Now everyone, please introduce yourselves." The teacher stepped down from the podium, and he approached facing over 50 pairs of eyes. I am Zhang Xiaoqiang, he replied weakly, recalling his middle school memories. Xiaoqiang, what's wrong with you? A gray-haired person mourning a black-haired one. Boo-hoo. This was his classmates reciting lines from a movie beside him. Zhang Xiaoqiang. Ha ha ha, isn't that just a cockroach? Sorry ha. I can't stop laughing. These were echoes from his past during a blind date. He harbored resentment towards his name. It felt like a curse that tightly bound his life. A name is merely a symbol, just a memory from the past. It doesn't represent anything. Zhang Xiaoqiang stated solemnly to Yang Qier. But how should I address you? I can't just keep calling you uncle, can I? You keep complaining about not being married, and what about the 31 flowers? You are blooming. Hearing Yang Qier's inquiry, he fell silent. Suddenly, he recalled the cockroach struggling for survival in the bottle and the countless times he narrowly escaped death after leaving home. You can just call me Cockroach, Zhang Xiaoqiang declared with newfound determination. Cockroach. Ugh, that's so disgusting. Ew, I hate cockroaches. Why would you choose such a name, uncle? Yang Qier offered a fair assessment of the name Cockroach. Have you eaten enough? If you're full, go to sleep. We'll continue training tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoqiang sent Yang Qier off to sleep. Yang Qier mumbled as she rolled up in her blanket to sleep. Zhang Xiaoqiang finished the remaining roast meat, holding his stomach and reflecting. Each time he got injured, his appetite would notably increase. Although the wounds healed quickly, the consumption of food was painful. He sliced the meat from the mutated beast piece by piece and placed it over the campfire to roast, preparing it as future rations. Though the taste was not particularly good, it was enough to stave off hunger. As the meat was continuously cut away, only the skeleton of the mutated beast remained. Soon after, a crystal emerged mixed with bloodstains and radiating an inexplicable hue. A stone. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, somewhat perplexed. With all the beast meat cut and roasted, Zhang Xiaoqiang estimated in his mind, the body is quite large, but there's not much meat, only around 100 pounds. The rest is all bones and internal organs, and once cooked it will only amount to about 40 or 50 pounds. After properly preparing the beast meat, he shifted his focus to the beast skin, scraping off the remaining flesh and sinew and tanning it with plant ashes. He paused when he felt it was nearly done, pondering how to utilize it. This was a problem. His main weapon was destroyed, the iron spear was broken in two, the triangular file that served as the spearhead was bent into an shape, and the galvanized pipe was also bent into a curve. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a twinge of regret. The iron spear had accompanied him through many fierce battles, and now he had reached the point of having to part with it. He buried the remnants of the iron spear, holding onto two beast horns, and closed his eyes. Uncle Zhang, slow down, I can't keep up. Zhang Xiaoqiang rode ahead on his bike, a pile of roasted beast meat tied to the back, while Yang Qier followed behind, running, claiming it was for exercise. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her and continued riding. Zhang Xiaoqiang, stop. Yang Qier urged, having just learned his name that morning. Creak. He halted the bike. Finally, you stopped. Huff huff. I'm exhausted. Yang Qier gasped as she walked up to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid her no mind, using his binoculars to observe. What's wrong? Yang Qier asked, somewhat puzzled. Ahead there was a solitary zombie by the edge of the farmland, surrounded by emptiness, with the nearest zombie over a mile away. What a rare opportunity. Do you see that zombie? Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed at it and asked Yang Qier. What's up? It looks pretty ordinary to me. Yang Qier was unconcerned, merely fanning herself with her hand. You go take care of it. Zhang Xiaoqiang said in a tone as if asking her to crush an ant. Yang Qier was dumbfounded. But I have no experience, she said, staring blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. No one has experience at first. This is a great opportunity, go on, I'll watch you from the back. Zhang Xiaoqiang reassured Yang Qier. If there's danger, will you save me? She asked pleadingly. No, I told you. One must rely on themselves. If you don't dare to face it today, then just dig a hole and bury yourself to avoid more suffering. Zhang Xiaoqiang said seriously, his tone resolute. What can I use to kill the monster? Yang Qier found her excuse, gripping her clothing tightly with both hands, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Here. Zhang Xiaoqiang handed her an iron hammer. Uncle, you're bullying me. Why not give me that? Yang Qier pointed at the sniper crossbow on Zhang Xiaoqiang's backpack. You need the courage to face the zombie directly rather than hiding far away. Zhang Xiaoqiang said impatiently. If you don't go, I will leave you behind. I don't want to carry a burden while fighting for my life. Zhang Xiaoqiang pretended to get ready to ride away. All right, I'm going. I never said I wouldn't. Yang Qier said, taking the hammer and hesitantly walking towards the zombie. The zombie was only 60 to 70 meters away, yet after 5 minutes of hesitation, Yang Qier had not even approached within 40 meters of the warning range. If you don't hurry, I will leave. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at Yang Qier, his voice so loud that it startled the zombie, which began to approach them slowly. Yang Qier started to quicken her pace, drawing closer to the zombie, which upon smelling her presence lunged toward her. Mommy! Yang Qier screamed loudly and turned to run, her cries audible even to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was several meters away. Puff! A steel ball whizzed past, grazing Yang Qier's hair, leaving her frozen in fear. If you keep running, I will shoot you. Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed the sniper crossbow at her. Wow! Yang Qier burst into tears. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood the cruelty of a 14-year-old girl facing a zombie alone, but he also felt helpless. That night, battling a mutant beast had taught him countless hard lessons. No one is anyone's savior. To survive in this apocalypse amidst countless zombies and mutated beasts, one must rely on oneself. If she can't kill this zombie today, then let the zombie kill her. Zhang Xiaoqiang told himself that the arrival of the apocalypse forced all survivors to start from scratch. He was just a small figure with no responsibility or obligation to save anyone. Thus in the apocalypse there are no laws, no human rights, and certainly no feelings. Mentioning these will only lead to a quicker demise. Yang Qier, sobbing, looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was aiming the sniper crossbow at her, hesitating for a moment before turning back to run towards the zombie. Yang Qier stopped 7 or 8 meters away from the zombie, and then ran left, heading behind the zombie. Starting to use your brain. A bit of progress. Zhang Xiaoqiang lit a cigarette, watching as he smoked. By the time Yang Qier reached her spot, the zombie had also turned around, and Yang Qier ran right again, trying to circle behind the zombie. As she passed, the zombie turned to face her once more. A game of hide and seek ensued between a person and a zombie. Thud! The zombie couldn't keep up with Yang Qier's pace and fell to the ground. What a great opportunity! Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed. Yang Qier also recognized the rarity of the chance and rushed towards the zombie. Thud! Yang Qier was so focused on the zombie that she overlooked her own feet and fell just like the zombie. Cough, cough, cough. When Zhang Xiaoqiang saw such a good opportunity wasted, he choked on a puff of smoke. He became furious watching Yang Qier as she stood up, while the zombie also got back on its feet. Yang Qier vs. Zombie, round 1, draw. Yang Qier, after a period of adaptation, no longer feared the zombies as she did at first, getting closer to them. Within a 2-meter range of the zombie, Yang Qier was teasing it. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed her progress and felt a sense of relief. After finishing a cigarette, he glanced at his watch. It's been a quarter of an hour. Looking at the sky again, I hope she can finish it off before she exhausts herself, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought wickedly. Yang Qier stood her ground against the zombie. Suddenly the zombie lunged forward, but Yang Qier remained calm. She lowered her head and dodged to the side, appearing behind the zombie and delivering a heavy blow with her hammer to its back. Unfortunately, the zombie was immune to such damage. It turned its head and swiped at Yang Qier, barely missing the bangs that hung over her eyes. In the second round of Yang Qier vs. the zombie, she had the upper hand. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang lit another cigarette, exhaling a series of smoke rings. After the recent scare, Yang Qier became steadier and bolder. She started to actively provoke the zombie, which seemed confused by her antics. Yang Qier suddenly leaned to the left and then swayed to the right, causing the zombie to miss its attack. She then kicked it behind the knee. The zombie lost its balance and fell to the ground. Ah! Yang Qier shouted loudly, stepping forward to deliver a textbook defensive kick right between the zombie's legs. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a tightening sensation. Then Yang Qier jumped onto the zombie's back, both hands tightly gripping the hammer as she rained blows down on its rear. The zombie attempted to rise several times, but failed, ultimately lying still. In the third round of Yang Qier vs. the zombie, she achieved a complete victory. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached her, and she continued to strike, muttering something under her breath. Smack! Zhang Xiaoqiang slapped her on the shoulder. Swish! The hammer swung toward his face, and Zhang Xiaoqiang jumped back just in time, sweating profusely. Yang Qier continued to hit the zombie, appearing somewhat disoriented and detached from reality. Zhang Xiaoqiang squatted beside her and saw her crying as she struck, mumbling, "Woo-woo. Die cockroach, woo-woo. Filthy cockroach. He'll spray you dead with insecticide. Woo-woo." A powerful wave of resentment rushed toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. He stood aside, watching as Yang Qier pounded the zombie. Yang Qier's strength gradually waned, her hammering slowed until it came to a stop. Zhang Xiaoqiang supported her to sit down. "How do you feel?" "I'm hungry." Yang Qier touched her stomach and said, seemingly recovered. "Uncle, you should have seen it. The monster's claw was just a hair's breadth from my eye. Really, it was so close it almost caught my eye. Oh, I was so scared." Yang Qier excitedly recounted her experience, while holding a piece of jerky in her right hand, occasionally gesturing in the air to emphasize her thrilling tale. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat nearby, eating jerky, watching Yang Qier flail her arms. He had seen everything that had just happened clearly and was naturally uninterested in her stories. "Ha! Today I killed one, tomorrow I can kill 2, ha, 2, I could go all out and kill 10,000. Ha 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 he." Yang Qier grew more excited and began to act wildly. Seeing Yang Qier's arrogant demeanor, Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head dismissively. When a wolf from Zhongshan gets power, it grows wild. Here, Zhang Xiaoqiang handed a crossbow to Yang Qier. Yang Qier looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang with confusion, hesitant to reach out for it. Take it. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed the crossbow in Yang Qier's hands. You now have the right to use it, Zhang Xiaoqiang said seriously, looking at Yang Qier with a calm expression. Really for me? Yang Qier exclaimed in delight, fiddling with the crossbow, unsure and clumsy in her handling. That's not how you do it, you should do it this way. Zhang Xiaoqiang guided her step by step on how to cock it and load the steel balls and bolts. Click. After Yang Qier loaded the bolt and aimed around, Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the first zombie she had killed. To be honest, that zombie was quite pitiful. The most vital part, its head, was completely intact, while from the head down to the waist, not a single bone was unbroken, utterly smashed by Yang Qier, worse than ancient torture. Uncle, will you really leave me behind and run away? Yang Qier asked casually, glancing at Zhang Xiaoqiang with the crossbow in her hand. Gulp. Zhang Xiaoqiang nervously swallowed, looking at the sharp arrowhead of the crossbow, his calves trembling slightly. Zhang Xiaoqiang's throat felt a bit dry. Moi. Yang Qier looked puzzled. As long as you can keep training and have the courage to face zombies alone, I definitely won't abandon you. Zhang Xiaoqiang said seriously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I will definitely keep trying. Yang Qier smiled happily. Huff. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled. After resting for a while, the two set off again, with Zhang Xiaoqiang riding the bicycle and Yang Qier sitting on the crossbar. As they rode, the bicycle began to shake. Getting off, they discovered that the front tire had been punctured and was flat. Damn, what bad luck. Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed under his breath. We need to change bikes, get down, he called out to Yang Qier. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked along the country road with a bag of jerky on his back, while Yang Qier followed closely beside him, holding a crossbow. In the distance, a lonely bicycle stood alone. Zhang Xiaoqiang was panting as he carried the jerky, while Yang Qier called out beside him, saying she was tired and needed a rest. Looking at the dimming sky, he realized that night was approaching. Not far away, at the foot of a small hill, a two-story house sat isolated at the edge of the farmland, surrounded by no obstacles, and naturally there were no wandering corpses around. Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to spend the night in that small house. Ever since the last time he was trapped inside by D2, he had developed a sense of aversion to being in a house. However, after the campfire attracted mutated beasts at night, he felt that being inside was safer than being outside. This was a typical farmhouse, a little old, with white ceramic tiles on the exterior that had lost their luster. The corners of the foundation were covered in withered yellow moss. The cement surface of the drying yard in front of the house had developed many narrow, fine cracks. The stainless steel doors and windows of the house were tightly locked. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Xiaoqiang knocked on the door a few times, then pressed his ear against the iron door to listen for any sounds inside. It was eerily quiet. He stepped back a few paces to survey the house, looking for a way to sneak in. Uncle, what are you looking for? Yang Qier asked, observing Zhang Xiaoqiang's movements. Don't disturb me, can't you see I'm trying to figure out how to get in? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit annoyed. If we can't go in from below, then let's try from above. Yang Qier pointed angrily at the second floor. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up at the second floor. Above the door was a balcony, and behind it was a glass door. From the first floor, he couldn't see whether the door was locked, but even if it was, it didn't matter. Didn't he have a hammer? Zhang Xiaoqiang had Yang Qier step on his shoulders to climb up, and then get inside to open the door from the inside. Uncle, there might be monsters inside. Yang Qier said, looking a bit evasive. Are you still afraid of zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted. All right, I'm not scared anymore. Yang Qier recalled today's battle against zombies and their victory. Watch out, you're stepping on my face. Sorry, just a little bit more, really, just a little. Forget it, you can step on my head, consider it my bad luck. Uncle, you can't reach, how about I come down and you step on me? With that little body of yours, can you handle me? Get ready, lift. Zhang Xiaoqiang supported Yang Qier's shoe sole and raised it up. Yang Qier's feet flailed in the air before disappearing. Uncle, wait for me, I'm going to open the door. Yang Qier's voice was still outside, but she had already vanished behind the glass door. Click. The iron door was opened. Uncle, it's so dark inside, I'm really scared. Yang Qier said nervously to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her and slipped inside. It was eerily empty, and the house felt somewhat gloomy. Inside was a main hall, and on the wall facing the door hung a portrait of the god of longevity, with a porcelain statue placed beside it on a stand. The decoration was very ordinary, and the white ceramic tiles on the floor had turned yellowish. Zhang Xiaoqiang wandered around the first floor and found the kitchen. Apart from a full water tank, everything else was empty. No oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, or rice, so clean that even a rat would weep at the sight. Beside the kitchen was a corridor that led all the way to the back of the house, where there was a small courtyard surrounded by a few adobe huts, one of which was a shed for vehicles with some tires and tools scattered in the corner, and another was a firewood room. There were also two more rooms, one a pigsty, and the other a fire pit room, a place for smoking and curing meat, but naturally there was no smoked meat. The small courtyard had an iron gate leading to the back of the hill secured with a sturdy military lock. The owner must have escaped the virus with food supplies driving away and still had time to lock the doors. Zhang Xiaoqiang speculated. One room on the first floor was a bedroom for the elderly furnished with some old furniture and a wooden bed. The other rooms had been used as storage with a few grains of rice scattered on the floor. The second floor was a living room with one main living area and 3 bedrooms. The living room had wooden flooring, a large sofa set, and a high-end home theater system. The bedding in the 3 bedrooms was ready, allowing for immediate sleep. After dinner, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qier boiled water in a large pot in the kitchen and took a refreshing bath. You sleep inside, I'll sleep in the living room. Stay alert for any sounds at night, don't sleep too deeply, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Qier before sleeping. Got it, nagging. Oh, I haven't slept in a bed for a long time. Yang Qier cheered as she walked into the bedroom. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the sofa covered with a blanket, closing his eyes. A military knife was placed beside him. The soft and comfortable sofa allowed him to relax fully, and he quickly fell into a deep slumber. A metal pipe poked at Zhang Xiaoqiang's belly, but he remained oblivious, scratching his hand and continuing to sleep. The pipe then tapped his face, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to abruptly open his eyes. A blinding beam of flashlight shone from across the room, making it difficult for Zhang Xiaoqiang to see. A shadowy figure loomed behind the flashlight. After a while, Zhang Xiaoqiang adjusted to the light, squinting to observe the scene before him. A makeshift shotgun was pointed at him, and the flashlight's beam scanned his body, searching for hidden weapons. Who are you? The shadowy figure asked, sounding quite young. I am a survivor. I'm just taking shelter here for the time being. I don't care whether you're some damn survivor or not. Why are you in my house? Speak. The figure was somewhat angry. Put down the gun and let me explain. Ooh, I'm not a bad person, Zhang Xiaoqiang tried to persuade. You're in my house, and you want me to put down the gun. You damned. The person exploded in rage, and with a bang the butt of the gun struck Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. Zhang Xiaoqiang covered his face, trying to continue persuading. Don't move, or I'll shoot you. Yang Qier, holding a sniper crossbow, also came to join the chaos. The figure turned the gun towards Yang Qier, preparing to pull the trigger. Zhang Xiaoqiang lunged at him the moment he turned the gun. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the ceiling, causing plaster and cement debris to rain down. The living room was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder as Zhang Xiaoqiang and the figure struggled on the ground. The two rolled around on the floor, crashing into the sofa leg with a loud bang, then colliding with the coffee table, which shattered with a crash. Glass shattered and shards scattered across the wooden floor. Both of them, with cuts on their faces and hands, were oblivious to their injuries. As one of them loosened their grip, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the shotgun. Then a powerful force struck Zhang Xiaoqiang's nose. The figure took advantage of Zhang Xiaoqiang's moment of distraction and slammed his head into Zhang Xiaoqiang's nose. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if his face had been hit by a spice shop. Sourness, saltiness, bitterness, and spiciness surged together. Tears and mucus streamed down his face before he could react further. A pair of large hands tightly gripped his neck, the calloused hands gradually exerting more force. Breath was trapped in his chest, unable to escape. Zhang Xiaoqiang's cheeks turned from red to blue. The lack of oxygen made his mind gradually clouded. He tried to pry open the giant hands choking his throat, but was unable to, his tongue slowly sticking out of his mouth. The flashlight rolled into the corner, its light shining on the wooden floor. Yang Qier stood at the bedroom door, unable to see the actions of the two, feeling anxious. A strong dizziness continuously assaulted Zhang Xiaoqiang's brain. He bent his right leg, stepping on the figure's abdomen with his right foot, and with a sudden force he kicked the figure away. Cough! Cough! Zhang Xiaoqiang sat up, rubbing his throat while coughing and taking deep breaths, trying to replenish the lost oxygen. The figure lunged at him again. Bang! Zhang Xiaoqiang grabbed the shotgun barrel beside him and swung it, striking the figure. The figure let out a scream and turned to flee downstairs. He was very familiar with the surroundings and disappeared in a flash. What are you dawdling for? Come help me up. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted weakly at Yang Qier as he slumped on the wooden floor. Oh! Yang Qier, snapping out of her daze, walked over to help Zhang Xiaoqiang sit on the sofa. The recent attack left Zhang Xiaoqiang feeling bewildered, so he grabbed the flashlight to check the time. It was 5:20. He figured it was pointless to try to sleep now. Who knew if that person would come back for another round? Yang Qier, the carefree girl, continued to go back to sleep, while Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the sofa waiting for dawn. Could he be the homeowner? Did he mistake us for thieves? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. But wait, why isn't he staying at home? There are no zombies around, it's quite safe here. He felt a bit confused. If he doesn't live at home, why would he sneak back in the dead of night? Could there be some secret? He continued to let his thoughts wander. Good morning, uncle. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up as Yang Qier rubbed her eyes and walked out of the bedroom. The sky outside the glass door was already bright. The stainless steel door of the living room was tightly locked, and the light from outside shone through the vent on the iron door, illuminating the room a little. This isn't how I came in, could it be? Following the corridor next to the kitchen, he arrived at the small courtyard behind the house. The iron gate to the courtyard was half open with a big lock hanging on an iron chain. Pulling open the iron gate, a dirt path extended behind the small hill. The dirt road lay at the foot of the hill, and there wasn't much vegetation on the hill. A few scattered pine trees stood at varying heights on the small hill, while the rest was mostly filled with waist-high bushes. Stay here and don't run around to wait for me to come back, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Qiu. While advising Yang Qiu, Zhang Xiaoqiang inserted 2 spiral beast horns into 2 hollowed bamboo tubes. The 1-foot-long bamboo tubes could hold the beast horns about 2/3 of their length, with both ends protruding outside, making it hard for them to fall off his back. But what if you don't come back? Yang Qiu pouted. Then you should die as far away as possible. Watch the back. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored the crow's cawing, shouldered the beast horn, and proceeded along the dirt road towards the mountains behind. Holding the sniper crossbow while stepping on the hard path, he intermittently observed his surroundings, remaining vigilant to the slightest rustle in the grass, walking for about a quarter of an hour. In the distance, he spotted a cave at the foot of the mountain, its entrance surrounded by open space, without any cover. The cave was not the end of the dirt road. The path circled around the cave, disappearing behind the mountain. The cave was about 6 to 7 meters high and approximately 5 meters wide, with signs of human carving around the entrance. Loading the steel balls into the sniper crossbow carefully, Zhang Xiaoqiang entered the cave, which was quite deep, with a faint cool breeze emanating from within. Not far from the entrance, there were several faded large characters on the cave wall that read "Prepare for famine and war." After walking for several meters, he noticed a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle parked against the rock wall. It was a red-painted motorcycle tricycle with the words "Double Guns" printed in white on the cargo area. It appeared to be in nearly new condition, with a large fuel tank that had a key inserted. The key. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought to himself as he stepped forward to examine it closely. A tremendous force surged from behind him, a large foot kicking fiercely into Zhang Xiaoqiang's back, causing him to stumble forward and fall onto the uneven ground. His finger inadvertently pulled the trigger, and the steel ball shot into the darkness ahead with a whoosh. Without time to think, Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled to the side on the ground. A stone the size of a bowl crashed down onto the spot where Zhang Xiaoqiang had just fallen. He stood up and drew the beast horns from behind, looking towards the direction of the attack. A man stood behind the agricultural vehicle. The cave was dimly lit, making it hard to see his features. The man held a kitchen knife, pointing it at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a frantic and agitated expression. "I knew it. You guys are here to capture me, aren't you?" The man shouted loudly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. With his hands tightly gripping the beast horns, Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped forward, starting to discern the man's appearance. He was quite young, in his early 20s, and physically robust. One hand tightly clutched the kitchen knife, while the other formed a fist, his legs trembling, showing signs of nervousness and fear. "You can't come closer. I don't want this either. Please don't catch me." The man, seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang approach, became agitated, his knife shaking as he pointed it at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Is he insane? Zhang Xiaoqiang wondered in his heart. "Brother, calm down. I'm just passing by, not here to catch you." "No, you're lying. You're here to catch me. You're going to kill me, ah." The man yelled and swung the kitchen knife at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Clang! Zhang Xiaoqiang blocked the knife with the beast horn, and thud, he kicked the man in the chest, sending him staggering back nearly 10 steps. "Oh!" The man flung the kitchen knife at Zhang Xiaoqiang and turned to run towards the cave entrance. Zhang Xiaoqiang crossed the beast horns in front of him, and with a clang the knife struck the horns and fell to the ground. "Oh no!" The girl. Fearing for Yang Qiu in the little building, Zhang Xiaoqiang chased after the man. Upon exiting the cave, he saw a figure running up the mountain. Zhang Xiaoqiang closely followed until the man reached the mountain top and stopped against a rock wall, with a quarry below, leaving him with no escape. "Don't come closer. I don't want this either. I don't want to kill them. It's not my fault," the man said as he backed away until he was against the rock wall, half his body suspended in the air. Zhang Xiaoqiang was speechless. Having been attacked by him in the middle of the night, he had been waiting for dawn, and now he had to watch him go mad. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't want to deal with him, but feared he might attack him from behind. Killing him felt wrong. "I killed them. They are no longer my grandparents, nor my parents, nor my elder brother and sister-in-law. They are monsters. I saw them devour Xiaohao right before my eyes." The man's expression was fierce and grim, incessantly muttering, "Hey bro, chill out. No one said you did wrong for killing them." Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned persuasion, feeling somewhat unconvinced. It looked like this guy had never been online, completely unaware of the apocalypse, thinking he had become a murderer. "Hee. Huh. You can't fool me. I know you're here to catch me. I don't want to go to jail. You can't catch me." The man went insane and jumped off the cliff. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood on the mountain watching the man fall. He crashed onto a massive rock, blood oozing through the cracks and flowing to the ground. What a fool, Zhang Xiaoqiang commented. Not being online is truly terrifying, Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected on the whole world. Descending the narrow path along the mountainside, he eventually came upon a row of new graves: father grave of Xiang Weiga, mother grave of Huang Xiao, brother grave of Xiang Wei, sister-in-law grave of Chen Shangyun, and continuing on, nephew grave of Xiang Jiahao. In total, there were 7 new graves. On the very day the apocalypse struck, the man's family began to transform, ultimately devouring his little nephew Xiang Jiahao before his very eyes. The man killed all his family members who had turned into zombies. His psyche shattered, and he lived in guilt and fear for months following the apocalypse. The man feared contact with the outside world, even shying away from staying at home, only returning at night to check in until he encountered Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang was unsure whether the final outcome was good or bad for the man. Had he not met Zhang Xiaoqiang, the man would not have died, but he would continue to live in pain and guilt. This damned apocalypse. A surge of pent-up frustration lingered in Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart. After descending the mountain, he recalled the tricycle he had seen in the cave and turned back to the cave. Poot poot poot. The tricycle emerged from the cave, and Zhang Xiaoqiang, driving it, felt a thrill. Brother has finally gotten a motor vehicle today. He circled around outside the cave a few times, feeling he had completely mastered it before stopping. Sitting in the front seat, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Feeling somewhat relieved, having a vehicle was certainly much better than walking. Despite all he had experienced since leaving home, the joy of acquiring transportation felt exceedingly rare. He opened the fuel tank cap and found half a tank of fuel. Looking into the cave, he pondered whether he could find some diesel. The cave was eerily quiet, and the long passage was dimly lit. Zhang Xiaoqiang switched on his flashlight and walked deeper into the cave. After walking over 30 meters, the passage began to narrow, allowing 2 or 3 people to walk side by side, and at 50 meters it suddenly opened up. Before him was a massive cavern with a ceiling about 30 meters high. One side of the rock wall had a narrow crack through which light poured in, illuminating everything within the cavern. After walking forward for 7 or 8 meters, he saw a staircase with over 10 steps leading down to a small pool of water, not very large, approximately 5 or 6 square meters. The pool appeared bottomless with crystal clear water. The spring water in the pool seemed safe, as the man had drunk from it for several months without any transformation. Climbing the stairs, he reached a platform that was quite large, nearly 500 to 600 square meters, dry and well ventilated. In the center was a bed made of straw piled with several quilts and blankets. Not far from the bed was a fire pit with several stones stacked to form a stove atop, which sat a large iron pot. Around the platform, he could see various jars and containers along with hundreds of stuffed plastic woven bags. Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the surroundings and discovered that the supplies in the cave were abundant. The hundreds of plastic woven bags were filled with rice, corn, and other grains. Each bag could hold 100 jin, and with hundreds of bags that amounted to several thousand jin. Beside the grains hung plenty of cured meats, enough to have required the slaughter of at least 2 fat pigs. He also found nearly 1,000 jin of cabbage, all neatly stacked. Additionally, there were over 10 jin of pickled vegetables, 2 jars of pickled dishes, and even a dozen free-range chickens with a large rooster leading over 10 hens scratching and playing in a corner. This is amazing, but it's practically a small base. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed. Should I continue living here until I die, eh? Zhang Xiaoqiang was very reluctant to part with the supplies here. However, the thought of having to live with Yang Qier for a lifetime sent a shiver down his spine. That little girl was too formidable. What if he truly wanted her? That would not just be finding a wife for himself, but inviting an ancestor into his life. The tricycle swayed as it drove into the small courtyard, leaving Yang Qier, who was exercising there, dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaoqiang in the vehicle felt a wave of disdain, thinking, "Little one, have you never seen anyone drive a tricycle so stylishly? Uncle, where did you steal this tricycle?" Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly toppled off the vehicle at that question. "Why do you care where I stole it from? Go upstairs and pack your things, we're moving." Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at Yang Qier. Zhang Xiaoqiang ultimately decided to rest in the cave for a while before heading to the provincial city. After all, humans are social creatures, and in the face of the dangerous apocalypse, a group is always stronger than an individual. Moreover, Yang Qier needed some training. While the little girl's body had not fully developed yet, her adaptability was strong, and having more skills for survival in the apocalypse was essential. He moved 2 mattresses from upstairs along with several quilts, bed linens, and other supplies into the vehicle, calling Yang Qier to prepare to set off. "Uncle, have you noticed anything different about me today?" Yang Qier said, brushing aside her hair with her fingers in a strange tone. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at Yang Qier, who still had the same slight figure. "I don't see anything different." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied dismissively. "Uncle, take a closer look," Yang Qier said, standing in front of Zhang Xiaoqiang, tilting her head up. Yang Qier had her hair neatly styled, with her shoulder-length hair gathered into a playful little ponytail at her right ear. Around her neck was tied a brightly colored silk scarf, and she wore a light yellow women's mid-length trench coat paired with slightly faded jeans and white women's hiking shoes. Yang Qiu appeared refreshing and neat, especially after yesterday's thorough wash. Her previously pale face was adorned with a touch of blush, and her colorless lips glistened with lip gloss. Her crescent-shaped large eyes, delicate little nose, and overall appearance exuded a charming cuteness, showcasing her potential as a stunningly beautiful young girl, which stirred Zhang Xiaoqiang's desire and made him think of some little schemes. However, upon seeing Yang Qiu's figure once again, all his impulses vanished without a trace. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized that he had once thought of himself as a Lolita enthusiast, believing he had the potential to be a creepy uncle. Now seeing the pseudo-Lolita before him with her figure resembling a washing board, he understood. So deep down I have always yearned for something more voluptuous. Zhang Xiaoqiang truly recognized his own heart. What's there to look at? How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Your breath stinks. Zhang Xiaoqiang teased Yang Qiu. Uncle, you're such a bad person. Yang Qiu made her final comment to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yang Qiu's attire reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang that his own clothes were somewhat dirty and ragged, with some parts torn and in need of a change. He went upstairs to open all the wardrobes, finding several outfits that were reasonably fitting, though the colors were too bright, and he worried that the mutated beasts might spot him from afar. He searched a few more places and unexpectedly found a set of unopened lingerie. Should I let Yang Qiu try it on? Zhang Xiaoqiang thought wickedly. Forget it, it would be a waste to give her that lingerie. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. Downstairs, Zhang Xiaoqiang donned a black and gray down jacket over a high-neck sweater, and he wore an old-fashioned pair of blue military pants made of unknown material, yet durable and tough. Suitable for various environments, it seemed to be what the man's father wore while working, and it was still new, feeling quite comfortable when worn. Zhang Xiaoqiang tossed the spare clothes into the vehicle and shouted to Yang Qiu, who was sitting in the trunk, "Hold on tight," as he drove the tricycle towards the cave. Yang Qiu was running in circles around the platform, while Zhang Xiaoqiang fitted a sharpened hard wooden stick into the beast horn. He tested it, finding it quite handy. The horn was light, yet incredibly sturdy. After crafting it into a horn spear, it was much lighter than the previous makeshift iron spear. He twirled it around, feeling a bit anxious that the horn might not be secured well. Puff! He plunged the horn spear into the ground, the tip easily embedding itself into the earth. After shaking it slightly, it seemed firm, and he found a few iron nails to hammer into the connection between the horn and spear shaft. Puff, puff, puff. As the hammer rose and fell, the horn spear continued to drive deeper into the ground. Once secured, he realized the spearhead had been driven into the earth for over 40 centimeters. He grabbed the spear shaft and shook it, finding it unyielding. He pulled upward with all his strength, but couldn't budge it. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned down to inspect the spearhead. It was firmly nailed to the ground, with the surrounding soil cracking and forming hollows. He dug into the dirt. Damn, that's brutal. The layer of soil was only 2 to 3 centimeters thick, revealing a massive flat rock surface underneath with the horn firmly nailed to it. Not much effort at all. Zhang Xiaoqiang frowned at the horn embedded in the rock. He grabbed another horn and thrust it down onto the rock. Puff! The tip of the horn plunged 2 to 3 centimeters into the stone. I've got a plan. Zhang Xiaoqiang used the other horn to excavate the horn spear, observing the large pit he had dug in the rocky floor. Then he looked at the horn spear in his hand, finding the spearhead completely unscathed, the horn tip still exceptionally sharp, and the entire horn remained pristine with no marks from his previous actions. A divine weapon, Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed while holding the horn spear. It could probably pierce through even a D2. The sky remained dark and gloomy, the clouds as murky and dull as ever. Zhang Xiaoqiang drove the tricycle along the rural path, with Yang Qiu squatting in the cargo area, surrounded by some food supplies. How many more houses? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked while driving. The third one. Uncle, why do we need to find so much when there's still food in the cave? Yang Qiu questioned from the back of the vehicle, confused. Why do you care so much? Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her and continued driving. Though he decided to head to City W to search for a survivor gathering place, it didn't mean he wouldn't leave himself an escape route. The cave could serve as a secret base, and since it would be a base, the more abundant the supplies, the better. Now, during this period of rest, he was taking Yang Qiu nearby to search for resources. In the morning, they searched 3 houses and found several thousand pounds of rice, some corn cobs, and other foods, yet it still felt insufficient. This was their second search of the day. The tricycle stopped by a small river which was about 6 meters wide and shallow enough to see the sandy bottom. The riverbed was narrow, with both sides covered in weeds and scattered various colored plastic bags, plastic bottles, and glass containers, once holding pesticides, making the water somewhat murky. A cement bridge spanned the river, and on the opposite side was a flat area scattered with dozens of uniquely shaped 2-story buildings. Surrounding the buildings were patches of vegetable plots, but after months of neglect, there was hardly any vegetable left. Zhang Xiaoqiang parked the tricycle at the bridgehead and brought Yang Qir across, hoping to increase her experience against zombies, but they reached the nearest building without encountering any undead. Something feels off. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his binoculars to survey the area, noticing the village was eerily quiet, exuding an air of desolation from lack of human presence. The two proceeded cautiously forward. One building, appearing somewhat new, stood at the edge of the village, flanked by two brick houses on either side. The building was surrounded by hundreds of zombies, yet there was no sign of movement from upstairs. Are there living people? Zhang Xiaoqiang made a judgment based on what he saw through the binoculars. Should we rescue them or not? This problem is quite perplexing. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt hesitant. This was the third survivor he would encounter, while Yang Qir had met her sixth. Until now, aside from Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qir, all other survivors had perished for various reasons. In the apocalypse, the chances of survival for survivors are extremely slim. Zhang Xiaoqiang also longed to meet more living people, but the over 100 zombies in front of him made him feel conflicted. A few, maybe a dozen I could consider, but right now I have no choice. Zhang Xiaoqiang ultimately decided to give up and hoped to take advantage of the zombies being distracted to seize supplies. Wait here, I'll drive over. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to Yang Qir and said, Uncle, look. Yang Qir pointed behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. The horde of corpses stirred and began to move towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Leading the charge were two type zombies, followed by type and ordinary zombies. Run! Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled Yang Qir and ran towards the opposite shore. Are you injured anywhere? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked Yang Qir while running. No. What's wrong, uncle? Yang Qir looked puzzled. Then have you come into contact with any blood? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked again. Blood? Uncle, does that thing count? Yang Qir looked a bit embarrassed. As they talked, the two arrived at the bridge's edge. The stipe zombies were closing and pulling away from the ordinary zombies. Let's talk later. Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened his grip on the beast horn gun and charged at the stipe zombies, intending to eliminate the greatest threat first. Two stipe zombies lunged at Zhang Xiaoqiang from both sides. Taking a deep breath, he thrust the gun forward, seeing the leading stipe zombie momentarily freeze as a spiraled beast horn emerged from the back of its skull. Then, with a twist of the gun, half of the zombie's skull was blown away. Just as he retracted the gun, the second stipe zombie lunged forward, clawing at Zhang Xiaoqiang. He raised the gun to deflect the claws, preparing to thrust again. Bang! The sound of the bowstring from the sniper crossbow echoed behind, and puff! A hole appeared in the white eye socket of the stipe zombie, which then collapsed to the ground. Uncle, how did I do? Yang Qir asked with a smug look, as if expecting praise. With the type and ordinary zombies still far away, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qir slowly approached the tricycle. What do you think that thing is, eh? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, somewhat puzzled. Uncle, you are so outdated. It's something that every woman gets every month. Yang Qir rolled her eyes, showing a look of disbelief. Oh, that's quite a significant injury. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded silently, starting to feel something was off. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the small building on the opposite side, feeling a bit regretful. There must be so many supplies inside. He retracted his gaze and prepared to head back, but inadvertently spotted the guardrail of the concrete bridge, which was crudely made with vertically stacked red bricks built to conserve materials. He kicked it hard with his foot, and the bricks shifted slightly. An idea sparked in his mind. I've got a plan. He kicked open a gap in the guardrail large enough for 2 or 3 people, then positioned the tricycle in the middle of the bridge to block the surface. Give me that thing of yours, Zhang Xiaoqiang said to Yang Qir. What thing? Yang Qir asked curiously. The scientific name is sanitary napkin. The flowery name is jelly, Zhang Xiaoqiang said with a serious face. After much persuasion, he finally got that thing from Yang Qir, which felt warm in his hand. He urged her to run far away to avoid confusing the zombie's sense of smell. Zhang Xiaoqiang shivered as he pinched that thing between his fingers, carefully attaching it to the tip of the beast horn gun. The horde was almost at the bridge's edge, and Zhang Xiaoqiang extended the gun with that thing out through the gap in the railing, waiting for the zombies to take the bait. The beast horn gun adorned with that thing fluttered like a national flag in the wind, the red center attracting the horde to come forth and pay homage. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood behind the tricycle, the tip of the beast horn gun about 1.5 meters from the gap, just out of reach for the zombies standing there. The type zombie had already reached the bridge, and the blood on that thing was fresh enough that the type zombie ignored Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was mere inches away, instead lunging for that thing. Thud! The type zombie stepped into empty space and fell under the bridge, while the remaining ordinary zombies caught the scent of blood from that thing and became agitated, their steps quickening as they rushed towards the gap, jumping into the river like a flock of ducks. The type zombie struggled to get back up after falling under the bridge, but was toppled by the successive zombies. The zombies piled up like a layer of stacked blocks. Once all the zombies had fallen under the bridge, over 100 zombies formed a small pyramid. arms intertwined with thighs and shins braced against heads. It was quite a spectacle. One could faintly hear the type zombie at the bottom emitting a mournful cry. Haha, this is so cool, I'm really creative. Huh. Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed heartily on the bridge, waving for Yang Qiu to come back. He tossed that thing from the gun tip onto the pile of corpses below and paid no further attention to the zombies as he drove the tricycle towards the village. Zhang Xiaoqiang hummed a cheerful tune while driving the tricycle, whereas Yang Qiu sat in the back sulking. That type zombie died in such a unique way, haha, lured to death by jelly. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite pleased with himself. Jelly. Coming back to himself, he thought, I heard that men would encounter great misfortune when they touched that thing. Could it really be that ominous? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite troubled in his heart. The tricycle stopped in front of the small building that had just been besieged by zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang got out and looked around. The owner of the building had a decent living condition. The empty space in front of the building had been transformed into a small garden enclosed by walls on both sides, suggesting that the owner was also a flower enthusiast. He patted the iron gate, asking no response. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted loudly, Is anyone there? I'm here to save you. After a long pause, there was still no answer. Zhang Xiaoqiang climbed over the wall into the small garden. The garden had not been tended to for a long time. Many flowers had withered. The garden was not large, about 30 to 40 square meters, with a well in the middle, its opening blocked by an iron plate to prevent dirt from falling in. As he reached the front door of the small building and turned the handle, the door opened. Inside were only a few pieces of old-fashioned furniture which appeared to be quite aged and covered in dust. The living room lacked modern decor, giving it a vintage feel that made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel as if he were walking in the 1920s or 30s. He climbed the wooden staircase to the second floor, which was decorated in stark contrast to the first floor, adorned extravagantly with modern touches. The lighting was not very bright, and the space felt somewhat gloomy. A sound came from the corner, cough, cough. Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted and looked over. In the corner were two genuine leather sofas with a tall glass coffee table, in between upon which were several plates and soup bowls. Sitting on the sofa against the wall was a man who appeared to be older, his hair starting to turn gray. The man was so thin, he looked like a skeleton, resembling a zombie, even more than a zombie itself. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang, his expression turned excited. He wanted to speak, but could only manage a series of cough-cough sounds. He tried to stand, but lacked the strength, growing increasingly anxious. Eat, eat. He finally managed to say two clear words. Zhang Xiaoqiang took out a piece of beast meat from his pocket and handed it to him. The middle-aged man clutched it and began to chew, but he ate so quickly that he almost choked. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, watching. The middle-aged man ate rapidly, finishing it in no time. Zhang Xiaoqiang knew the texture of that beast meat. It was tough and coarse, hard to chew, unpleasant to eat, and difficult to swallow. Its only advantage was that it could stave off hunger. A small piece could fill one up, comparable to compressed biscuits. After finishing, the middle-aged man felt much better and spoke more coherently. Is there more? Give me some more. The man looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang with hope. You've been hungry too long, you can't eat more now. Wait a bit, you can eat again at night. Zhang Xiaoqiang tried to persuade him. No, I want it now. I will pay you. I will give you a lot of money, really, I'm not lying. Just give me something to eat. The man became anxious. I don't want money, I have food, but I won't give you more now. You have to wait until tonight, Zhang Xiaoqiang said calmly. You don't want money. You say that, but I will give you everything I have, anything you want. Please just give me some food. The man pleaded with Zhang Xiaoqiang. If you eat more, you'll die. It's already a miracle you're alive. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to persuade him. Haha, die. Am I afraid of dying? I've been waiting to die, waiting to starve to death. Do you know what that feels like? The greatest wish I had while waiting to die was to die from being overfed. The man seemed somewhat deranged. Now you don't have to die, you come with me. I have an endless supply of food, enough to last you until you die of old age. Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to take him away. No, I'm not going anywhere. This is my home and my wife is here, my wife. Whoa. The man became hysterical. My wife has been with me for 30 years, a full 30 years. As the man spoke, Zhang Xiaoqiang learned of his story. The man was wealthy, having taken on many projects in W City. He usually lived in W City and returned home every year for the new year. Last year, he finished his projects early and returned home. After that, the virus broke out. Fortunately, both he and his wife were not infected, but they had little food at home and were trapped for over 2 months. With all the food gone, his wife's health, already poor, led her to starve to death. Fearing starvation, he began to eat his wife's corpse and has survived until now. I ate her, I should die. I should have joined her long ago. Let me eat so I can die. The man said, then began to ask for food again. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt disgusted by the middle-aged man. The thought of cannibalism made him feel nauseous. However, he didn't blame him, because if Zhang Xiaoqiang were in the man's position, he wasn't sure whether he would resort to cannibalism. Do you have any weapons? Do you have weapons? Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to fulfill the man's wish, thinking that ending his life sooner would mean escaping this damned apocalypse sooner. Weapons. Haha, yes, wait for me to get it, the man said, supporting himself on the sofa to stand up, then staggered into the study. Before long, he returned with a wooden box and handed it to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Upon opening it, there lay a handgun, 3 magazines, and the bottom was filled with bullets. Why don't you use the gun to kill those monsters? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, somewhat confused. I tried it, can't kill them at all, the man replied. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless. He went downstairs, took several dozen pounds of rice and cured meat from the tricycle, and handed them to the man. The man tightly locked the front door and did not appear again. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the driver's seat of a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle with an open redwood box on his lap. A sleek black pistol was gripped tightly in his hand, the grip engraved with a black pentagram. This was a Type 54 pistol, commonly known as the Black Star pistol from Hong Kong films. Although the pistol was older than Zhang Xiaoqiang, its previous owner had maintained it while showing almost no signs of wear. He pulled back the bolt and aimed at a small tree in front of him. Click! The sound of an empty chamber echoed, and Zhang Xiaoqiang was quite pleased with this unexpected find. With this pistol, his life gained an extra layer of insurance, though he had limited ammunition, about 50 rounds and 3 magazines. Inserting a magazine into the grip, Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed the Type 54 pistol around. What man doesn't love guns? Especially for someone like Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had only ever handled toy guns, this was exhilarating. Uncle, did you find that thing inside? Yang Qier asked, her face full of eagerness. Children are not allowed to play with guns, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied while tucking the pistol into his waistband. Yang Qier looked even more dejected. Rice, coarse grains, beans, vegetable oil, and cured meat were loaded into the vehicle, transforming the nearly 500 square meter platform from empty to crowded. Harvests were fruitful in the small village. As the virus outbreak approached the year-end, every household was busy slaughtering pigs and curing meat, which now benefited Zhang Xiaoqiang. When will I finish eating all this? Looking at the mountain of cured meat in front of him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt troubled. Every household in the countryside raised pigs, and with the price of pork rising, each family had to raise at least 3 or 4 pigs, with some raising more than 10. Although some pigs would be slaughtered before the new year, he still had at least 1 or 2 left for the holiday. On average, each household had around 150 pounds of cured pork, not to mention dried fish, air-dried chicken and duck, and dried rabbit legs. 1 plus 5 equals 6, 2 plus 5 equals 7, 3 plus 5 equals 8, 4 plus 5 equals 9. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the dozens of smoked pig heads and hundreds of smoked pig trotters piled in front of him. He felt a bit numb, even confused about his counting. Finally, he tallied the cured meat and found that there were approximately 10,000 pounds of smoked pork, with nearly 1,000 pounds of other cured goods. In the countryside, fresh meat was rarely eaten. Families typically consumed their own cured meat and only bought from the market during festive occasions. The sight of meat for over 100 people piled together was quite impressive. Zhang Xiaoqiang calculated that he and the little girl could eat for 100 years. However, cured meat can't be stored for 100 years. Even 2 years seemed optimistic, with towns now overrun by zombies and animals gradually mutating. In the apocalypse, resources would only become scarcer over time. The thought of so much cured meat going bad made Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart bleed. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind of visiting his grandmother's house as a child. In the 1980s, the living conditions in the countryside were poor, and it was difficult to get meat. His parents took Zhang Xiaoqiang and his sister to the countryside to see their grandmother, who treated them with cured meat she usually saved. Zhang Xiaoqiang hadn't seen his grandmother for a long time and wanted to get close, so he followed her around until he saw her digging out a piece of golden brown cured meat from the chaff. He once asked his grandmother why she hid it in the chaff. It was through her explanation that he learned the cured meat could be preserved for a long time, lasting 7 or 8 years without issue, and some people even kept it for over 10 years, taking it out to eat without any change in flavor. Haha, chaff. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought of a plan. Let's go while there's still light, let's make another trip, he said excitedly to Yang Qier. Whoa, uncle, you're bullying me. I'm still so tired I can't even stand up straight. Look, my hands are all torn, Yang Qier cried, spreading her hands to show Zhang Xiaoqiang. If you don't go, that's fine. You'll have no meat to eat in the future. Zhang Xiaoqiang unleashed his ultimate weapon. Whoa, I knew you would bully me. I'm still a minor, Yang Qier grumbled as she followed behind. Not an adult yet. Come on, you minors do everything adults should and shouldn't do, and you still claim you're not of age. Humph, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought to himself, feeling a bit sour. The 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle made a putt-putt noise as it drove into the small village. The corpses under the bridge had already stood up, gathering in the archway as they sensed human presence, pushing and shoving. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored them as the riverbanks on both sides were high and steep. Even normal adult men couldn't climb up. let alone these invisible zombies. Following the established protocol, he parked the vehicle, entered, and began searching for the target supplies to transport. The chaff was usually stored in the utility room or next to the pig pen, as farmers generally used it to feed pigs. Zhang Xiaoqiang moved on the ground while Yang Qier organized and stacked in the vehicle. "Uncle!" Yang Qier called out to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was turning around to move again. "What?" Zhang Xiaoqiang paused, glanced at Yang Qier, and pulled out a cigarette to take a short break. "Uncle, can I go upstairs?" Yang Qier pointed to the small building. "What for?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, puzzled, since grains and cured meat were typically stored in the kitchen or storeroom, and they didn't need to go upstairs. "It's because I'm running out of that thing of mine, and I want to check in the bedroom upstairs." Yang Qier recalled something and looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a disapproving gaze. "Huh, what exactly is it? Speak clearly." Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled a puff of smoke, slightly annoyed. "Oh, come on, uncle, you're the worst. It's the thing you used to fish for zombies." "Hey, your expression back then was so lewd," Yang Qier shamelessly remarked. Go on. Find more of it. That thing is very important." Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression was equally lewd. "That's a major weapon." As he watched Yang Qier walk into the small building, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to reminisce about the earlier scene. What was it called? Archimedes once said, "Give me a fulcrum, and I can move the earth. I say, give me a sanitary pad, and I can make the zombies jump off buildings." Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite proud. "Of course it has to be fresh," Zhang Xiaoqiang lewdly concluded. "Uncle, come quickly, there's good stuff." Yang Qier shouted from upstairs. "Did you find a hidden treasure chest?" Zhang Xiaoqiang walked up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor and seeing everything before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought he had walked into a labor protection supermarket. The second floor living room was about 70 to 80 square meters, with walls lined with rows of shelves filled with various sundries and camouflage training outfits hanging on the walls, including old-style green military uniforms and blue military pants. It seemed they were meant for farmers to wear while working in the fields. Entering the living room, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to examine everything closely while Yang Qier excitedly rummaged through the shelves. There were 9 shelves leaning against the corners of the walls. One shelf was filled with liberation shoes and training shoes, and another held high-top rubber boots, while others contained brushes, towels, soap, laundry powder, etc. A small hardware shelf had screwdrivers, screws, switches, plugs, electric wires, bulbs, and utility knives. Women's items such as that thing and toilet paper, shampoo, etc. also occupied one shelf. Zhang Xiaoqiang even saw a shelf filled with men's underwear, thermal underwear, and various socks. "How many days has it been since I changed my underwear?" Zhang Xiaoqiang reminisced. Although he had changed clothes twice at someone else's place, he couldn't wear someone else's underwear. Seeing clean underwear made him feel a slight itch in his groin. Other shelves contained either farming tools or snacks that children liked, study supplies, backpacks, and finally a glass display case filled with cigarettes. There weren't many varieties, priced between 3 to 4 yuan, 5 to 6 yuan, with the better ones costing around 10 yuan. He also found 10 packs of Huangalu cigarettes selling for 18 yuan a pack, hidden under the counter. It seemed these were prepared for New Year celebrations. Yang Qier had dug out a backpack from somewhere and was continuously picking out supplies. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at Yang Qier, "Stop picking. Just move everything back." Hee hee. Ha ha. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the dazzling array of supplies before him, feeling a strong sense of satisfaction fill every corner of his body. After over a week of tense transportation and a week of sore limbs and exhaustion, he had amassed a pile of supplies. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but tear up. Not only had he lost some weight, but even the small plump chin of Yang Qier had turned sharp again. Zhang Xiaoqiang, proud of the supplies in front of him, noticed Yang Qier squatting on the ground, brushing her teeth, seemingly trying to make up for all the toothpaste she had skipped in the last 3 months. It seemed the little girl was quite resentful of Zhang Xiaoqiang's earlier remarks. As for rice and other grains, there were nearly 200,000 jeans stacked high and visible at the top. Farmers, besides preparing enough food for a year, often stockpiled an extra year's supply, likely a remnant of their ancestors' experiences with famine. Additionally, some items that had not been sold were now all piled up here. Various fabrics for bedding, mattresses, and all the clothes that could be salvaged from family wardrobes had been collected by Zhang Xiaoqiang. As for the goods from the small shop, they were beyond counting. He even moved the shelves back along with them. There were also 10 large white plastic jugs for bulk corn liquor, each jug about half a person tall and capable of holding dozens of jeans of water. Yang Qier disapproved of Zhang Xiaoqiang's obsession with money, especially not understanding why he had to take all the white plastic jugs. Zhang Xiaoqiang knew that having water to drink while outside was vital, and 2 jugs could supply 2 people for over a month. If it weren't for discovering a few barrels of diesel, I definitely wouldn't have been able to gather all this. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, recalling the diesel. His gaze fell to the steps below, where 5 large iron barrels stood neatly in a row, 4 filled with diesel and 1 half full. Beside the barrels was a Yamaha single-phase diesel generator. Seeing the diesel generator, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a lingering fear. The diesel generator was found in a red brick room behind the small shop with its doors and windows tightly locked. When Zhang Xiaoqiang pried open the wooden door, he immediately saw the blue-painted diesel generator, which was about 80% new. Next to it stood 6 large oil barrels, 5 of which were filled with diesel. After pushing the generator out, Zhang Xiaoqiang faced a catastrophe. The single-phase generator was not heavy, just 2 kilograms short of 100. Zhang Xiaoqiang could carry bags of rice weighing over 100 kilograms, but he could not lift a 200-kilogram generator. Yang Qier, with her limited strength, struggled for a long time without managing to lift it onto the vehicle. In a moment of despair, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed at the machine. Eventually, it was Yang Qier who found a rusty pulley somewhere, resolving Zhang Xiaoqiang's troubles. With great effort and the not-so-smooth pulley, they managed to hoist the diesel generator onto the 3-wheeled farm vehicle. Looking at the 300-kilogram oil drum on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt like crying. "Uncle, can you smell anything?" After saying this, Yang Qier opened her mouth and breathed towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. "If you brush your teeth for another week, it should be fine." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied absent-mindedly. "You're so annoying, stinky uncle." "Really?" Yang Qier said, somewhat skeptical as she breathed into her palm to check her own breath. Having sorted through the thoughts disrupted by Yang Qier, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to reflect. The pulley, which had been rusted for countless years, fell apart while hoisting the oil drum. Staring at the broken pieces of the pulley, Zhang Xiaoqiang was dumbfounded. Without the pulley, they couldn't lift the oil drum. Without the oil drum, there was no diesel. What could they do with the diesel generator? They painstakingly managed to get onto the car. In the end, they used the siphoning principle to draw the original diesel into the empty barrel on the vehicle. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoqiang still felt that the taste of diesel lingered in his mouth. Life without a computer and internet is really boring. The middle-aged otaku began to lament anew. After stepping outside, Zhang Xiaoqiang was constantly on edge. When he arrived at the cave to transport supplies, he was too exhausted to think of anything else. Now that he had settled down, the otaku's heart began to reignite. Why didn't I think to bring back a computer? Looking at the generator, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt frustrated. Suddenly, he remembered finding a PSP 3000 in a small house, likely left behind by the children of a family working far away. Thinking of it, he acted quickly. He found a power strip, connected it to the diesel generator, filled it with diesel, and manually started the generator. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The diesel generator emitted noise in the distance. By the 2 simple beds stood a bamboo pole with a white incandescent bulb hanging from it, casting a warm orange glow. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the bed playing the PSP. Seeing the long-lost light, he felt a sense of returning to civilization. "Is there electricity now, eh?" Yang Qier stood under the light, tilting her head as she dried her wet hair with a towel while asking Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Yes." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded proudly. "Yay? Does that mean we can use the water heater to take a shower?" Yang Qier jumped up happily. "Little sister, even if you carry the water heater back, you won't know how to use it." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied seriously. He placed 2 blankets in the vehicle, exhaling, feeling that everything was nearly ready. A barrel filled with diesel was securely fastened in the vehicle alongside 3 large barrels of spring water, 2 bags of rice, some cured meats, and a large red plastic bucket containing a dozen free-range chickens that had been raised in the cave. Finally, he stuffed in a large waterproof tarp that could serve as a tent. "All set." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. "Uncle, are we really leaving?" Yang Qier looked at the platform piled high with supplies as she spoke to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent and nodded. "Can we stay?" Yang Qier was reluctant to leave the current comfort. "You can stay here alone," Zhang Xiaoqiang said to Yang Qier earnestly. Yang Qier glanced at the platform filled with supplies and then at the dark little path leading to the cave's entrance. She shivered. "Uncle, I've made up my mind. Wherever you go, I will go. If we die, let's die together as a pair of fated lovers," Yang Qier said nonchalantly to Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Who wants to die with you? If we die, let's die far apart, so I won't be annoyed by seeing you." Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed jokingly, but deep down he felt a bit touched. "Oh, is that so? Then it's you die, I live, and he'll find a handsome guy to share this world for 2 with." Yang Qier pouted. "Come on, I haven't even died, and you're already thinking about dividing the inheritance." Zhang Xiaoqiang angrily yelled at Yang Qier, the little touch of emotion in his heart dissipating. "All right, enough of that. Go to bed early, uncle. We have to set off tomorrow. By the way, can I play with the PSP for a while? You've been playing for so long." Yang Qier took the PSP 3000 with a casual glance and hid under the blanket to play. "I really saved a troublesome ancestor. Why did I insist on saving her?" Zhang Xiaoqiang lay back on the bed staring at the cave's ceiling, feeling agitated. Boom. Outside, the spring thunder rumbled faintly, echoing into the cave. "Haha, it's raining, we can't go out now. Uncle, take your time to get tangled up. By the way, let me play with the PSP for a while. That fish dragon in that hunter game yesterday was so hard to beat. Today I must defeat it." Yang Qier joyfully ran into the cave with the PSP, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang staring blankly outside. The heavy rain poured down the dense curtain of rain, making it impossible to see beyond 10 meters. Rainwater flowed down the hillside, accumulating into various sized puddles at the cave entrance. Countless raindrops fell onto the puddles, creating numerous bubbles that were quickly shattered by the falling drops, only for more bubbles to form again. Last time the heavy rain lasted for 11 days. How many days will it rain this time? Watching the torrential downpour before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a chill in his heart. The previous heavy rain had caused the zombies to evolve and the animals to mutate. What will happen during this heavy rain? For Zhang Xiaoqiang, the unevolved zombies were like grazing sheep. While a herd could trample a person to death, they didn't instill fear. However, the evolved zombies were like ferocious beasts. They would bite through your neck and tear open your chest to feast on your flesh and blood. They are hard to defend against. However, compared to mutated animals, zombies are nothing. Zombies act purely on instinct, pursuing blood and flesh to evolve. Mutated animals are different. You never know when or where they will appear. They possess intelligence, and their blood carries the instincts of hunting. They understand ambushes, flanking, and even surprise attacks. With the arrival of the apocalypse, various dangers follow. Every survivor who has made it this far has had an arduous journey, and as the apocalypse continues, survival will become increasingly difficult. Thinking about the survivors who died for various reasons right before his eyes, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply. If it rains, it rains. If mother wants to remarry, let it be. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked into the cave, his steps becoming heavy. The flickering light of the lamp dispelled the darkness, casting fluctuating shadows in the cave. The grinding wheel of the cutter spun rapidly, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning fur as Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully cut the hide of a mutated beast. Last time he had struggled to peel off the hide of a mutated beast, but found no way to utilize it. Now, with nothing to do, he remembered the cutter and drill he found at a roadside repair shop, so he planned to make leather armor. Uncle, what are you doing? It smells terrible. Yang Qier shifted her gaze from the PSP to Zhang Xiaoqiang. If you think it stinks, then stay away. I'm busy and have no time for you. Uncle, my stomach hurts. Yang Qier said, rubbing her belly while looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Figure it out yourself. Oh, I'm not a doctor, and I certainly don't know gynecology. Zhang Xiaoqiang still did not look up. No, it's just that I need to take a dump. Yang Qier felt a bit embarrassed, her voice softening as she lowered her head. Then why are you staying here? Are you waiting for me to wipe your butt? Zhang Xiaoqiang finally raised his head, a smirk on his face. You're so annoying. Uncle, you're disgusting. Impure thoughts. So filthy. Yang Qier stood up, hands on her hips, glaring at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Am I any less pure than you middle school kids? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit sour inside, not too pleased. Comrade Zhang Xiaoqiang was a good comrade with traditional values. He had only lost his virginity at the age of 27. After being dumped by his girlfriend, ending that brief 3 or 4 months of bliss, he had lost touch with the taste of flesh. Countless times Zhang Xiaoqiang had wandered outside, cash in his pocket, loitering near those Wenzhou salons and nightclubs. Sweat in his palms continuously soaked the cash in his pocket as he steeled his resolve to rush in. But the thought of those STD awareness posters in the community bulletin board was like a bucket of ice water poured over his heart. Tears welled up in his eyes as he turned back home, continuing his monk-like existence, chatting with Fifth Sister. What a grievance. How many years has it been since that? 7 years. Or 8? He felt a bit unclear. Uncle, what should we do? It's pouring outside. Yang Qier interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's memories of being single with a hint of urgency. Normally they would handle their bodily needs outside the cave, but today with the rain pouring they couldn't go out, so the toilet was out of order. Find a place to solve it yourself, as long as it's not in the passage, not by the water, and not near supplies, you can go anywhere. Zhang Xiaoqiang emphasized the 3 rules to Yang Qier. Then I guess I can only go to the darkest corner. But it's so dark in there. I'm a bit scared. Yang Qier looked towards the deepest part of the platform, somewhat unwilling. Then just hold it. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored Yang Qier and continued his work. Yang Qier hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to go inside to resolve her personal issue. She grabbed a flashlight, held the PSP tightly, and ventured deeper into the platform. Could Yang Qier also have the potential of a homebody? Watching her walk slowly with the PSP, Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed internally. That's what I had left over. Uncle, come look quickly. Yang Qier shouted from deep within the platform. Zhang Xiaoqiang was startled by her shrill voice, almost cutting his hand with the cutter. What's so special about your bony little butt? Nonsense. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up and shouted angrily at Yang Qier. No, there's a door here. Yang Qier's voice came again. A door? Is this little girl trying to seduce me? Zhang Xiaoqiang thought mischievously as he found himself walking toward Yang Qier. On the rugged stone wall, a rusted iron door stood quietly in the corner. The rust on the door resembled overlapping scales of a python, making it hard to distinguish between the door and the stone wall at first glance. Zhang Xiaoqiang wondered how Yang Qier had spotted this iron door. "Oh, uncle, you don't know, but it was so dark here. The ground was covered with small stones, making it hard to walk. I used one hand to hold the wall while walking, and suddenly I touched the rust and saw it. Aren't I amazing?" Yang Qier proudly declared, momentarily forgetting the importance of her need to relieve herself. She knocked on the iron door, which produced a dull sound, and rust fell like raindrops. The door was tightly locked, with rusted iron appearing as a solid lump of iron fused with the door. Bang! Zhang Xiaoqiang pried the iron door open with a crowbar used for changing tires, and a murky, stale odor wafted out. "There's no ventilation inside," Zhang Xiaoqiang mused. He stopped Yang Qier, who was eager to rush in and see what was inside, waiting for the air to clear a bit before entering with his flashlight, with Yang Qier impatiently following behind. After passing through the iron door and taking only a few steps, they entered a vast space. The beam of the flashlight illuminated a huge circle on the distant stone wall. The space was enormous, nearly 1,000 square meters, empty and devoid of anything except for some aged slogans visible on the far stone wall. "Salute to the great leader Chairman Mao. All imperialism is a paper tiger. Dig deep holes and store grain." Yang Qier recited, finding it all very novel since she had never seen such things before. "Uncle, what does dig deep holes and store grain mean?" Yang Qier asked curiously. "It means digging holes when there's nothing to do and hiding in them when there's something to do." Zhang Xiaoqiang, not having found any benefits, felt somewhat distracted. "Sigh, it's been raining for 3 days. When will it finally end?" Looking at the endless downpour outside, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, wondering what the world would look like after the rain. But no matter how it changed, the zombies definitely wouldn't all perish at once. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head and stepped into the cave. As soon as he entered, he saw Yang Qier being silly, one hand holding a beast horn spear on her back, and the other shading her forehead, standing like a rooster in a pose reminiscent of Sun Wukong. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang come in, she hurriedly pretended to practice thrusting the spear. "Did you slack off while I was gone?" Zhang Xiaoqiang angrily questioned Yang Qier, emphasizing that in the apocalypse, having more skills meant a greater chance of survival. Talent is one thing, but effort is another. Without hard work, even the best talent is useless. "What? I was just resting my hands for a little bit. Really, it was just a moment. Besides, you weren't watching when I was working hard. How would you know if I wasn't trying?" Yang Qier stomped her foot and pouted at Zhang Xiaoqiang. All right. He'll continue practicing, and he'll be watched." Zhang Xiaoqiang felt goosebumps all over. The beast horn spear in Yang Qier's hand was about 1.6 meters long, almost her height. Thinking about her height, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt annoyed. Why did she grow in the wrong places? Everything went to her height, and there's nothing attractive to look at. After making a smaller beast horn spear, it became a toy for the little girl. Zhang Xiaoqiang wasn't stingy, although Yang Qier was a bit silly and carefree. She was overall not bad-hearted, knowing who treated her well, and she had matured a little. It was just that she sometimes tried to flirt with Zhang Xiaoqiang using her no-sets figure. The little girl's teasing was a torment for Zhang Xiaoqiang. Every time she flirted with him, he would remember her washboard figure when he spied on her bathing, and all his desires would vanish. It wasn't that he didn't want it was just impossible to get excited while thinking about that washboard body, and Yang Qier was always right beside him, leaving him with no chance to chat with other girls, making him feel overwhelmed with emotions. Lighting a cigarette, Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the 2 pieces of simple leather armor in front of him, feeling quite pleased. The 2 beast skins were cut into strips and sewn into the camouflage suit. It may not stop bullets, but it should block the claws of zombies, right? Zhang Xiaoqiang thought silently, his mind flashing to D2, dismantling the luxurious bus into parts. Except for D2. "Is it a bit too big? You don't seem to be used to it." Yang Qier commented on the camouflage suit sewn with beast skins. The camouflage suit hung loosely on Yang Qier, giving the impression of a little girl wearing her father's clothes. "It is a bit big." Having found a tactical belt among the supplies, Zhang Xiaoqiang tied it around Yang Qier's waist, creating the appearance of a cute little female soldier. Yang Qier puffed up her chest and adjusted the belt. "It's a bit tight," she complained. "Just deal with it. Who told you not to have a waist?" Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes. Yang Qier was doing waist stretches, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt there was nothing to do, so he lit another cigarette and felt bored. Suddenly, he thought of something and picked up a plastic bucket, heading towards the cave entrance. By the cave entrance, the bucket was filled with rainwater. Zhang Xiaoqiang was unsure if this decision was correct. The last time rainwater splashed into his mouth was torturous, and he never wanted to taste that again. But after several near-death escapes from D2, he was filled with anxiety whenever he was trapped. Remembering all this, Zhang Xiaoqiang yearned for power, desiring the ability to control his own life and death, unwilling to place his hopes on inexplicable luck. Reaching the platform, Zhang Xiaoqiang saw Yang Qier under the light, clumsily altering the camouflage suit with needle and thread, seemingly dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaoqiang's craftsmanship. Looking at the full bucket of rainwater, Zhang Xiaoqiang wondered how he managed to collect such a large amount. Was it again his greedy mindset at play? Are free things meant to be filled to the brim? He picked up a ladle and scooped some rainwater, engaging in a fierce internal debate to drink or not to drink. This question was quite troubling. Just a little, I'll drink, just a bit. Looking at the full ladle of rainwater, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it hard to swallow. Finding a straight cup, he watched as the rainwater dripped slowly from the ladle into the cup, and a sense of despair from that fateful day resurfaced within him. The scorching heat and chilling cold made him shiver uncontrollably. When he came to his senses, the straight cup was already filled to almost 8 Looking at the nearly full cup of rainwater, the little courage he had mustered dissipated. He casually placed the straight cup on the makeshift table by the bed. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply, crouching on the steps while staring blankly at the water pool below. Gulugulu. Huh. Thud. The sound of Yang Qier drinking water and placing the glass on the table came from behind. Zhang Xiaoqiang sensed something was off and turned around sharply. The straight cup on the table was empty, and Yang Qier was walking towards her little bed, ready to continue her sewing. Wait! Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to Yang Qier, his voice filled with urgency. Yang Qier turned around, looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang in confusion. Why did you touch my cup without asking? Zhang Xiaoqiang was furious, blaming the little girl for her thoughtlessness. Uncle, don't be so stingy. I don't mind, so why should you? Yang Qier replied nonchalantly. Forget it. Do you feel anything unusual right now, eh? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked again. Yang Qier seemed puzzled, rubbed her stomach, touched her cheek, scratched the back of her head, and said nope. There must be something. Think again. Zhang Xiaoqiang insisted on probing. No, just feeling a little sleepy. Yang Qier rubbed her eyes. Just feeling sleepy. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't believe it. Uncle, did you put something in the water? You're so evil. As she spoke, Yang Qier climbed onto her little bed and burrowed under the covers. When Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to say something again, Yang Qier had already fallen asleep. Watching her sleep, he felt anxious, ready to act at the moment she transformed. I bet the little girl doesn't want to turn into a monster either. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't disturb Yang Qier and quietly watched her. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Qier suddenly moved, and Zhang Xiaoqiang tensed up, gripping the beast horn spear, prepared to act at any moment. Yang Qier rolled over, mumbling something incomprehensible, scratched her backside, and continued sleeping. It was a false alarm, and Zhang Xiaoqiang relaxed slightly, continuing to observe. That night, Yang Qier slept soundly, while Zhang Xiaoqiang was not so fortunate. Despite her young age, the little girl had numerous habits: grinding her teeth, snoring, smacking her lips, drooling. She had every annoying habit imaginable, and every little sound kept Zhang Xiaoqiang on high alert. The funniest part was when an unknown substance flowed out of Yang Qier's nose while she slept, making Zhang Xiaoqiang think she was beginning to mutate. But as she exhaled, the substance transformed into a snot bubble, expanding and contracting with her breath. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he had entered a cartoon, watching a cartoon character sleep. Looking at the clock, he realized 8 hours had passed, and with heavy dark circles under his eyes, he finally succumbed to sleep. Zhang Xiaoqiang was in a semi-conscious state, suddenly feeling something tickling his nose. He wanted to sneeze but couldn't, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of large eyes resembling crescent moons. The large eyes blinked, and a breath of fresh, healthy air wafted from their owner's mouth to his cheek, bringing a touch of warmth in this early spring season. Uncle, you're so interesting. Why are you sitting on the ground instead of sleeping in bed? Yang Qier said with a smile, looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was still somewhat confused. When did you wake up? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked stammeringly as he came to his senses. Just woke up. I slept really well yesterday. By the way, Uncle, why are you sleeping on the ground? It's really cold down there. Yang Qier persistently questioned. Well, you see, I was originally sleeping in bed, but halfway through I rolled off onto the ground. That's how it is. Zhang Xiaoqiang evasively explained, not wanting to tell Yang Qier that she almost turned into a zombie yesterday. Yang Qier glanced at the neatly stacked bedding 5 meters away from Zhang Xiaoqiang, and then looked back at Zhang Xiaoqiang, still sitting on the ground, completely baffled. Uncle, do you think I'm a fool? Do you really think I would believe that you rolled all the way from so far away and then sat up to sleep here? Yang Qier said disdainfully to Zhang Xiaoqiang, her face showing a look of shrewdness. Forget it. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me if you feel any different from usual. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at Yang Qier's little face and said with slight tension, different. Yang Qier scratched her head, tilting it as she pondered. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed her closely, not missing any detail. Do you feel very hungry, so hungry that you could eat a whole cow? Zhang Xiaoqiang prompted. No. Yang Qier replied blankly, looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Then do you feel pain all over your body? And a pain that feels like it's in your bones? Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed on, still not giving up. Nope. Yang Qier had no idea what was going on with Zhang Xiaoqiang and just instinctively cooperated. Do you feel like there is a power constantly swirling around you that you could summon fireballs or ice arrows with just a wave of your hand? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a chill run down his spine, wondering if his night of anxiety was in vain. Uncle, did you dream about traveling through time while you were sleeping yesterday? Do you want me to use a super spell to turn all the monsters in the world to dust? Yang Qier thought Zhang Xiaoqiang still hadn't fully woken up. Come on, is there really nothing wrong with you? If not, find something wrong yourself. Zhang Xiaoqiang was very angry, but he didn't know whether to be mad at Yang Qier or at himself for catching rainwater and then tormenting himself to death. Nothing is wrong. You're the one getting angry for no reason. Does wanting to use the bathroom count as something wrong? Yang Qier said weakly. Zhang Xiaoqiang was utterly depressed. Yang Qier was dealing with personal issues at the bottom of the cave, while Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the cup in his hand, which was half full of clear, transparent rainwater. The rainwater was very clean with no suspended particles, looking just like a cup of pure water. Could it only have a hypnotic effect? Zhang Xiaoqiang, somewhat skeptical, poured the rainwater into his mouth. It's a bit bland. It also has a slightly astringent taste, Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked after tasting it. Why can't I fall asleep? Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the bed looking at the cave ceiling. While the little girl drank and wanted to sleep, he couldn't fall asleep at all. Could it really be true that different people have different fates? Oh no, this is so painful. Uncle, did you give me laxatives yesterday? Yang Qier came out rubbing her belly, her face full of bitterness. In this brief time, the little girl had gone to the bottom of the cave 3 times. Gurgle, gurgle. A sound came from Yang Qier's belly again. Ah, here it comes. Woe is me. If this keeps up, my intestines will be pulled out. Whoa. Yang Qier cried as she ran toward the bottom of the cave. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay in bed confused when a similar gurgling noise came from his own belly. Did I get affected too? Zhang Xiaoqiang jumped out of bed, grabbing a roll of toilet paper and chasing after Yang Qier. Hey, how can you do this? Didn't you see me here? Yang Qier shouted loudly, squatting in the corner with her back to the stone wall. Help! I also have diarrhea, just bear with it. Zhang Xiaoqiang said without a trace of shame, unbuckling his belt and squatting down face-to-face with Yang Qier. But I'm a girl. Can't you take care of this outside? Yang Qier stammered, her face flushed. Do you want me to do it on your bed or in the rice? Zhang Xiaoqiang argued back. Then with a grunt, he let nature take its course, and it felt as though a dam had burst. A strong odor filled the small space. Did he feel relieved? Comfortable? Zhang Xiaoqiang seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, feeling immensely at ease, ignoring the foul stench around him. Humph. Yang Qier ran out, pulling up her pants. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid no mind to her cold snort, simply pondering, did she leave without wiping? A few minutes later, just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to get up, he saw Yang Qier rushing back in. She squatted down in front of him. Don't you know there are men here? Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at Yang Qier, completely forgetting his earlier shamelessness. Do you want me to do it on your bed or in the rice? Yang Qier learned quickly. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled up his pants and ran towards the platform. Uncle, you forgot to wipe. Yang Qier shouted from behind. Upon hearing Yang Qier's shout, Zhang Xiaoqiang stumbled and fell to the ground. Thus the two of them were engaged in a battle at the bottom of the cave until they were completely spent, only stopping when their bodies were sore and numb. The two sat on their respective beds, exhausted. Yang Qier seemed hesitant, as if she wanted to say something, while Zhang Xiaoqiang suppressed the burning sensation in his rear, contemplating, could the rainwater contain some poisonous ingredient? Suddenly Yang Qier's voice broke into Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts. Uncle, you saw my. So you have to take responsibility. Yang Qier said, her face sorrowful, while sitting on the small bed. Didn't you see I was busy at the time? Who has the time to look at you? Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, disdainfully, thinking, if you want me to take responsibility for you. Who is responsible for me? No, I didn't let my husband see either. Yang Qier clarified to Zhang Xiaoqiang. You haven't seen it yet. You've done it, but haven't seen it. Zhang Xiaoqiang clearly didn't believe her. Really, it's true. With my previous husband, I helped him get off in the car, and they say it hurts a lot for women. Yang Qier squatted down on the ground, drawing circles, feeling wronged. They? Who are they? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked with some interest. They're the sisters I live with just upstairs. Didn't you say you were pregnant? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, puzzled. Yeah, they said if a woman lets a man shoot that thing on her, she will get pregnant. They said if you don't want to get pregnant, you should use a condom. I got that thing on my hand, so I'll definitely get pregnant. Yang Qier seemed to think of something, becoming restless. Little girl, don't you ever read the biology textbooks about hygiene? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked seriously. They didn't explain it clearly either. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought in frustration. I thought pregnancy, and when little girls have their thing, have no direct connection. Others say if you don't get points in the biology exam, it's not a key topic and can be ignored. Yang Qier still didn't quite understand the connection between pregnancy and biology class. Zhang Xiaoqiang was speechless. Lying quietly on the bed and gazing at the cave ceiling, Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, another day has passed. How many days has it been since I left home? Feeling a bit bored, he reflected, why did I have to drink that cup of water yesterday? Good morning, uncle. Yang Qiu cheerfully stood at the foot of the bed, greeting Zhang Xiaoqiang. Using the light filtering through the cracks in the stone wall, Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted at Yang Qiu, who appeared somewhat different from usual, an indescribable feeling emanating from her. Yang Qiu's hair was tied back as usual with a ponytail draped behind her right ear. The strands were fluffy and her hair was glossy and dark. Her large eyes arched like crescent moons, twinkling mischievously, while her petite nose wrinkled slightly. Her rose-colored lips revealed a small porcelain-like silver tooth, which peeked out as she smiled. Her radiant, smooth, oval face showcased 2 small dimples, and although her cheeks bore no blush, a healthy, natural flush adorned them. Paired with a slightly protruding chin, she resembled a vibrant sunflower. Dressed in a camouflage outfit, she presented a striking image of a spirited little soldier. Today, Yang Qiu shone like a sunflower, dazzling Zhang Xiaoqiang to the point of dizziness. What a failure! Zhang Xiaoqiang scorned himself, thinking, how could he, a seasoned viewer of countless adult films, be entranced by a little girl? Wow, uncle, you seem to have gotten younger today. Yang Qiu exclaimed, discovering a new truth with surprise. Huh, really? Zhang Xiaoqiang stroked his chin, feeling pleased. Could that rainwater have beauty benefits? He mused. It's true, really. You used to look as old as my dad, but now you look as young as my uncle. Yang Qiu earnestly asserted, searching for a small mirror to prove her words. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt deeply impacted. Now he was no longer addressed as uncle, but as uncle. I'm not a creepy uncle. Zhang Xiaoqiang silently cried out. If you keep this up, you might turn from uncle into brother. Brother? Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind flashed to an old song, sister, boldly walk ahead, don't look back. And so on. Uncle, look. Yang Qiu miraculously produced a small mirror to show Zhang Xiaoqiang, interrupting his daydreaming. Huh? Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the little white face in the mirror, grinning mischievously. Before the apocalypse, when Zhang Xiaoqiang was a recluse, the mirror reflected a feeble, chubby boy with vacant eyes. Now it revealed a young man of about 27 or 28 with smooth, fair skin and a hint of handsomeness, sporting stubble that added a touch of masculinity. Zhang Xiaoqiang stroked his chin and sighed a classic line, being young feels great. Uncle, when are we eating? I'm hungry. Yang Qiu interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's self-admiration once more. Swish, swish. The spatula danced up and down in the iron pan, frying smoked meat and cabbage, releasing an enticing aroma that made Zhang Xiaoqiang's stomach grumble. A pot of white rice and a large plate of smoked meat stir-fried with cabbage were neatly placed on the makeshift dining table, while Yang Qiu quickly picked the lean meat, disdainful of the fatty pieces. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite gloomy watching from the side and eating. I like lean meat too, he silently protested. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Xiaoqiang piled all the lean meat onto his bowl and slowly savored it. Uncle, how can you do this? Yang Qiu was furious, her eyes glaring at Zhang Xiaoqiang, like a poor peasant confronting the landlord, as if she were about to squash him like a cockroach. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unfazed by her fury until the heat of her burning gaze made his face flush. Sigh, I still need to toughen my skin. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head and casually placed a piece of fatty meat into Yang Qiu's bowl, lightly chiding, children shouldn't be picky eaters. Stingy, miserly, shameless, I poke you to death. Yang Qiu muttered, poking the fatty meat in her bowl with her chopsticks. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unperturbed, focusing on his meal. Suddenly a crisp sound echoed from Yang Qiu's hand, causing him to look up in shock. A pair of chopsticks pierced through the fatty meat and rice beneath it, protruding from the bottom of the bowl. Yang Qiu released the chopsticks, staring blankly at her right hand, while Zhang Xiaoqiang gaped at the chopsticks sticking through the bowl, grains of rice tumbling from the corners of his mouth. There's something wrong with the bowl, Yang Qiu said to Zhang Xiaoqiang, looking aggrieved. Uncle, look, this stick is too flimsy. She showcased the broken beast horn spear to him. Nonsense. You must have broken it on purpose. Do I not know what I made? Zhang Xiaoqiang suspected this was Yang Qiu's retaliation for having made her eat fatty meat. Oh no, really, believe me. Yang Qiu raised the broken spear in her right hand, and with a flick crack, the spear snapped again. Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped. Go lift a bag of rice and see. Standing by the grain pile, Zhang Xiaoqiang said to Yang Qiu, Uncle, you're bullying me again. How can I lift something so heavy? Yang Qiu complained as she approached the grain pile, lifting a rice bag with both hands. The bag of rice, over 100 pounds, floated in Yang Qiu's hands like a balloon as she held it at her chest. She weighed the bag, looking puzzled, and spun it several times in the air by its corners. Uncle, is this filled with cotton? Yang Qiu asked skeptically. No way. Throw it to me, let me see. Zhang Xiaoqiang deeply regretted his decision. The rice bag, caught by the wind, slammed into Zhang Xiaoqiang, the tremendous force knocking him to the ground. Ouch, my back. Zhang Xiaoqiang cried out, pinned beneath the rice bag. Haha, Uncle, do you think I've become a superhero? Hee. A female superhero, like a salty egg superhero, haha. Yang Kier exclaimed, losing herself in delight, increasing the pressure in her grip. Ouch. Easy there, are you trying to crush me? Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to Yang Kier, who was giving him a massage on his lower back. Why is this happening? Zhang Xiaoqiang was on the verge of tears as he watched Yang Kier frolicking on the platform, feeling both frustrated and distressed. His back injury from yesterday had healed significantly, yet his strength and agility had not improved much. He could barely increase by 2 to 3%. In other words, his strength could match that of a type zombie, and his agility could compare to that of an type zombie. But what use is that? In the past, killing types and stipes was no different from dealing with Xiaoqiang. When facing AD2, wasn't it just an easy meal? Even against mutated beasts, would it mean becoming a mad cowboy again? Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to wallow in self-pity, wondering why Yang Kier had transformed into a strong sailor, while he remained an unkillable cockroach. Why did that girl, after merely enjoying a good sleep and using the restroom a few times, gain such strength, while he, after enduring endless suffering, had become a mere cockroach? And there was the side effect of becoming a starving ghost when injured. Could it be my name is unlucky? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. It's all that Tang Bohu Spot's autumn fragrance fault. Invisible dark clouds swirled around him, filled with deep resentment. Sigh. Oh. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, deeply feeling he had no choice but to accept it. No matter how unfortunate his name was, it was given by his parents and had accompanied him for over 30 years. Although he had been teased by classmates in school and faced rejections during blind dates, it still made him feel ashamed for over a decade. But he had lived to this day. Those old classmates must have turned into zombies by now. Uncle, stop sighing. Don't worry, I will protect you. Yang Kier proudly proclaimed as she walked over, her head held high, her gaze seemingly aimed at the cave ceiling, her little chest puffed up, and her quail eggs tightly wrapped in her camouflage outfit. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt even more frustrated seeing Yang Kier, who looked as proud as a little peacock. Don't worry, Uncle, if anyone bullies you in the future, you'll beat them up. Whoever you want to bully, he'll help you. Yang Kier assured Zhang Xiaoqiang, while patting her little quail eggs on her chest. That's interesting. At least I'm not raising you for nothing, you have a bit of conscience. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit better, but then thought, am I just going to be a kept man? After all, a man's pride is not to rely on a little girl. A smile and you treat it as love, a little sunshine, and you treat it as brilliance. What do you look like now? Have you practiced today? Zhang Xiaoqiang adopted a senior's tone to lecture the somewhat naive little girl. What? Now that my strength has increased, can't we relax the practice a bit? Yang Kier pouted, speaking timidly. Can an ant, no matter how strong, defeat a cat? What attitude are you showing now? Is your tail raised? Zhang Xiaoqiang reprimanded Yang Kier, his face showing an expression of disappointment. Yang Kier reluctantly went to train, murmuring, no matter how much an ant trains, it can't beat a cat. So uneducated, what a poor metaphor. What are you mumbling about? Don't think I can't hear you. Hurry up. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly yelled from behind Yang Kier. I didn't say anything. So annoying. You're not acting like an uncle, more like an ant. Yang Kier swung the beast-horn spear made of rebar, practicing her stabbing technique. You little brat, trying to play with me. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit proud, realizing that the saying, the one who works hard will be rewarded, still held true. But then he grew melancholic again. Oh, a man should not hide under a woman's skirt, a man should rise up. Zhang Xiaoqiang encouraged himself, recalling the details from the day before. The cup of rainwater the little girl drank was 8 full. Mine was only 5/10 full. Could it be that the dosage was insufficient? Zhang Xiaoqiang excitedly ran towards the water bucket, thinking, why isn't there any reaction? I don't want to sleep, I don't want to use the restroom, I feel nothing. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the bed with a roll of toilet paper waiting for a reaction, but reality was cruel. There was no reaction at all. Could it only be effective for women? Zhang Xiaoqiang was in pain, feeling the sorrow of being inferior to women. Could it only be effective the first time? He felt frustrated, overwhelmed by a sense of being dominated by women. The belief in male superiority was Zhang Xiaoqiang's only faith, which he had fought for all his life. He had never had the chance before, but now he had finally tasted the pleasure of being a man through Yang Kier. Yet he was struck down by the current reality. Being a man is not easy, especially when being a strong and upright man is even harder. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to express his feelings. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kier was diligently practicing her stabbing techniques on the platform, sweat continually dripping from her forehead, glistening as it slid down her cheeks to her chin, then dripping down with her movements. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at Yang Kier practicing, giving up on any hopes for that strange rainwater. It was certain that the rainwater's effects on the human body were only effective the first time. While Yang Kier gained immense strength along with beauty, Zhang Xiaoqiang only received the beauty benefits. Although his strength and speed had improved, they were negligible compared to Yang Kier. In the apocalypse, you can't rely on looks to survive. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt indifferent to the fact that he had become younger. Even with cosmetic improvements, he wouldn't reach the standards of a pretty boy. Besides, there were no wealthy women in the apocalypse. Rainwater is a good thing. The first rainwater was completely different from this one. The first rainwater made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel like a soldier of the 8th Route Army being tortured by the Japanese, and even that little bit of rainwater nearly cost him his life. The second rainwater felt more like a weight loss tea. Aside from the discomfort in his lower regions, everything else was quite alright. Drinking a large cup posed no issues. It seemed to be a good medicine specifically for humans. My darling. After realizing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the half-full bucket of rainwater and felt a surge of joy. No matter what, he should collect it first. Looking at the half-full plastic jug of rainwater, he felt it was insufficient. Even if he didn't use it, he could leave it for his son. Remembering his son, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed again. Where's his mother? That little girl. With her flat figure. Let's not consider that for now. Good things are never too much. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted the large bucket ready to fetch more. Seeing Yang Qiu drenched in sweat, the god of the otaku descended upon him again. The otaku's motto is, if you can sit, don't stand. If you can lie down, don't sit. If you can avoid exerting effort, absolutely don't exert effort. Anyway, she's strong. If I don't have to do it, why should I? Zhang Xiaoqiang had no awareness of exploiting child labor. He called out to Yang Qiu to grab 2 large plastic jugs and walk towards the cave entrance. Clang! The plastic bucket fell to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Oh, the sun is out. I haven't seen the sun in a long time. Yang Qiu cheered under the sunlight. After nearly 4 months of the apocalypse, the sky had been gloomy and the obscure clouds were reluctant to give even a hint of brightness, making the world seem even more desolate. Now that the rain had stopped and the sun was out, golden rays of light poured onto the earth, illuminating everything in a golden hue. The warm sunlight shone on Zhang Xiaoqiang, yet he felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that men really face misfortune when they touch that thing? Why is everything going wrong? Watching Yang Qiu cheerfully jumping in the sunlight, a children's book he had seen somewhere flashed through Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind. The sun has come out, and the little girl smiles in the sunshine. The air was thick with suffocating heat waves, the sun blazing fiercely in the sky, as if it were the height of summer in April. The unusual climate dealt a devastating blow to the seasonal vegetation. The new buds hanging from the branches along the roadside drooped lifelessly, while the fresh green grass that had sprouted just days ago had withered back to a dull yellow, falling to the ground in silent protest against the scorching sun above. Zhang Xiaoqiang drove a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle along the asphalt road clad in a camouflage uniform. From collar to cuffs, from waist to back, he was completely soaked in sweat. The sweat-soaked clothes clung to his body, and the hot wind blowing in his face offered no relief, only a sense of suffocation and oppression. His garments dampened, dried, and dampened again, blooming with patches of salt crystals. Yang Qiu sat in the back of the vehicle, loudly complaining about the heat, having tossed aside her camouflage jacket, revealing her smooth upper body, adorned only with a chest wrap. She fanned herself with a piece of cardboard. She had found her bare feet resting on a sack of rice. The back was filled with food, water, cooking utensils, tableware, as well as clothing and bedding. Today marked the 3rd day since the rain stopped, and the 2nd day since Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others set off from the cave. Before they departed, Yang Qiu was pulled by Zhang Xiaoqiang to block the passage to the supply platform with gravel. Anyone unfamiliar with the area would never discover the supplies hidden behind the pile of stones. The remaining half jug of rainwater was carefully hidden by Zhang Xiaoqiang in the deepest part of the cave. As they were about to set off to continue exploring the post-apocalyptic world, Yang Qiu felt a pang of reluctance. Although the cave was crude and poorly lit, it provided a sense of safety and comfort. The supplies in the cave had all been painstakingly transported back by the two of them, like a cozy little nest they had built together with their own hands. We will come back, Zhang Xiaoqiang promised Yang Qiu, but as he got into the vehicle he thought to himself, without a computer, without the internet, without beautiful women, who would want to come back? It's so hot. It's so hot. It's so hot. Yang Qiu cried out in the back of the vehicle, as if shouting could chase away the heat clinging to her. The loss of water made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel a bit dizzy. His clothes covered in salt and half-dry were uncomfortable against his skin, and with Yang Qiu causing a ruckus in the back, his ears buzzed incessantly. Creak! Zhang Xiaoqiang stopped the 3-wheeler and shouted at Yang Qiu, "Shut up, it's so annoying." Yang Qiu fell silent, shaking the cardboard fan in her hand more vigorously in frustration. Zhang Xiaoqiang handed an empty plastic bottle from the driver's cabin to Yang Qiu, saying, "Fill it with some water and add a bit of salt." His throat was parched, feeling as if it were being scorched by flames, and his voice came out hoarse. "Uncle, it's so hot, let's find a place to rest. Aren't you hot too? Please." Yang Qiu, unconcerned about her bare upper body, swayed her waist and pouted at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Her fair and smooth skin was flushed from the heat, resembling a ripe apple. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored the enticing sight before him, and once Yang Qier handed him the water bottle, he gulped it down, not stopping until the bottle was upside down and no more drops fell out. "Uncle, please. I'm about to suffer from heat stroke. Look at the red spots on my skin." Yang Qier persistently continued to plead with Zhang Xiaoqiang. "I'm the one driving, and I'm not complaining, yet you in the back are fussing so much." Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered at Yang Qier, thinking how today's girls just can't handle hardship. Back when he was job hunting, he would ride his bicycle in the scorching heat for an entire day and drink from roadside taps when he couldn't afford water. Regardless, I'm your future wife. Is this how you treat your wife? Otherwise, I'll strip down and stand on the roof of the vehicle to catch the breeze without even wearing my underwear and see who suffers. Yang Qier started to throw a tantrum, shaking her little fists at Zhang Xiaoqiang in a mock threat, even though she had added the title of fiancée herself. Yang Qier's threat was surprisingly effective. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, this girl really might do it. If someone saw, it would be a huge embarrassment. Although Yang Qier's figure isn't impressive now, she still has potential with her youthful charm. After nurturing her so carefully for so long, if she were to be snatched away by some pretty boy, I would have no tears left to cry. All right. I'm scared of you. Let's find a place to rest. Zhang Xiaoqiang also felt that the temperature was unusually high and wanted to find a place to relax. Oh, victory. All imperial ambitions are mere paper tigers. Yang Qier gleefully shouted slogans from the cave, but upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang's disapproving expression, she stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Not far from the roadside stood a tall, evergreen tree, its thick trunk too large for 3 people to embrace. The massive canopy provided a refreshing shade that felt cool just to look at. Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly drove the vehicle under the tree, and before it even came to a stop, the girl jumped out, her beast horn spear in hand. The cool shade dispelled much of the heat clinging to her, and Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled a breath of hot air, preparing to get out. A slender figure suddenly leaped down from the tree crown, diving straight at Zhang Xiaoqiang. As he just stood up, one foot still in the cabin, the other dangling in midair. He had no time to react to the figure leaping towards him. All he could see were blood-red eyes and a mouthful of white fangs lunging for his throat, his mind blank and his body tense, unable even to close his eyes. Smack! Yang Qier, quick on the uptake, swung her beast horn spear down at the figure with a blur of motion. Boom! It was as if a hammer had struck a watermelon. The creature's head exploded under the immense force of the spear, scattering eyeballs, brain matter, blood, and shattered bones into the air. Before the creature even hit the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang had yet to exhale the breath he was holding when another figure leaped down from the tree crown, pouncing toward him. Yang Qier had exhausted her spear technique and could only sweep the spear sideways at the creature. Unfortunately, the technique had grown stale and lacked power. The creature twisted in midair, evading the beast horn spear, then pushed off the spear's tip with its hind legs, correcting its angle and continuing to pounce toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally reacted. As the creature lunged at him, he pushed off from his seat with his right foot and leaped backwards. Boom! Smack! Zhang Xiaoqiang collided with the creature, both of them tumbling to the ground. The tremendous impact nearly made Zhang Xiaoqiang lose his breath, making it hard to even breathe. The creature, as if equipped with springs, bounced back up the moment it hit the ground, lunging toward Zhang Xiaoqiang's throat once more. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang hadn't even had time to sit up before the creature was upon him. He raised his left arm to shield his throat, thinking desperately, I must not let it bite my throat. As he pressed down with his left hand, the creature bit onto the sleeve of his left arm. Zhang Xiaoqiang summoned his strength, flipping the creature onto the ground with a forceful shove, then pressing his entire body down onto his left arm. With crimson eyes, sharp white fangs, and a round head, Zhang Xiaoqiang had a close encounter with it. A strong, unique odor of animal flesh invaded his nostrils, making him teary-eyed. With his entire weight pressing down on the creature, Zhang Xiaoqiang clenched his right fist and hammered down on its head again and again. He lost count of how many punches he threw. His fists bloodied and skin torn, the white bones faintly visible, while the creature's head was a bloody mess, its original shape unrecognizable. Feeling that the creature beneath him had finally gone still, Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a long breath, lying on the ground and gazing up at the tree canopy as he gasped for air. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly under the shade of a tree, gazing at the sky, while hurried breaths escaped from his nostrils with the rise and fall of his chest. His right hand felt numb and painful, the sensation ebbing and flowing like waves, as if it were being deep-fried in a hot oil pot. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid no attention to the pain in his right hand, merely staring at the sky, seemingly still unable to calm his mind after the recent fierce battle, which had drained most of his energy, leaving him lying on the ground, without even the strength to move a finger. Until a small girl's charming face appeared in his vision. Uncle, you're so weak. I killed it in one blow, and you took so long to finish it off. Moreover, the one you killed seems to be even smaller than mine, Yang Qier said, squatting beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, her face full of mischievous delight. Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes at her. It's easy to talk. When you're standing, do you have a protagonist's halo? Why do these things only come after me, and not you? Yang Qier squatted beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, bandaging his right hand, while he lay on the ground, pretending to be dead, pondering. My luck is really terrible. Not to mention before meeting Yang Qier, but ever since he met her, he had been continuously unlucky, nearly killed by a mutated beast, while camping at night, almost strangled in a small building, almost died, drinking rainwater, and now wanting to cool off, he nearly got bitten by that creature. Could it be that this little girl has the fate of a calamity? Being with her brings bad luck. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the busy little girl in front of him, deep in thought. Yang Qier raised her head and saw Zhang Xiaoqiang looking at her. Then she beamed a radiant smile, her fair cheeks flushed from the surrounding warmth, resembling a delectable red apple. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with a clear spring, and as she smiled, they twinkled like stars. Accompanied by two small dimples and tiny tiger teeth, Yang Qier appeared exceptionally adorable at that moment. Instantly, Zhang Xiaoqiang's inner otaku heart was ignited by the cuteness on Yang Qier's face, filled from head to toe with a surge of affection. This little girl is mine. No one can take her away. Zhang Xiaoqiang vowed to the deity of otakus. Ouch! Be gentle, you're bandaging me, not plucking a pig's trotters. He complained to Yang Qier, interrupted by the pain in his right hand. Alright, I know. It's not my fault, I've never done this before. Besides, who told you to get yourself into such a mess? Yang Qier complained with a light touch, sounding somewhat like a little wife scolding her husband. Zhang Xiaoqiang actually enjoyed Yang Qier's little complaints. Living alone for many years had made his heart become reclusive, but now with the little girl's playful antics, his spirit began to brighten. Yang Qier squatted beside him, clumsily and cautiously cleaning the wound, applying medicine and wrapping it with gauze. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay under the tree, feeling the coolness of the ground. He hardly felt the pain in his right hand, and just savored this rare moment of tranquility. Uncle, it's done. Are you satisfied? Yang Qier's voice shattered this rare serenity. So soon. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes, somewhat taken aback. Yes. Uncle, take a look at my handiwork. Yang Qier urged, seemingly hoping for Zhang Xiaoqiang's praise. How should he put it? Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand now looked very worn, indeed very worn. The entire right hand was wrapped like a poorly developed wild pear, with lumps and dips everywhere, and 3 gauze joints indicated that Yang Qier had missed some spots that needed wrapping, while overwrapping others. Rewrapping with gauze, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt that his right hand seemed to weigh half a kilogram more. There was no bow, no lipstick mark, but the little girl had written Qier production in a crooked manner with a red marker she had found somewhere. Below it was a heart-shaped symbol looking somewhat like an anti-counterfeiting mark. It's passable. You must not get arrogant. Keep working hard, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, pretending to be serious while holding back his laughter. I know. Yang Qier was quite satisfied. But uncle, it seems there's no more gauze, she said, turning to look at the bundle on Zhang Xiaoqiang's right arm. Got it, I'll think of a way, Zhang Xiaoqiang said expressionlessly, but inside, he was wailing. That's easily over a kilogram of gauze. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt he had rested enough, and stood up. The sleeve of his left arm had been bitten into a tattered fishing net, with the animal skin embedded in the sleeve, riddled with small holes. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang took a sharp breath. That animal skin could withstand a military knife without damage. If it had bitten directly onto his body, flesh and bone would not have withstood it. He silently rejoiced that he hadn't been lazy and embedded the animal skin into his clothes. He walked to the creature's corpse, examining it closely. The creature was about the size of a rural dog, very elongated in shape, with a round and narrow body, short and thick limbs and legs disproportionate to its body, making it look quite peculiar. One head had been smashed by Yang Qier, leaving it a bloody mess with only the chin and neck remaining intact. The other, which Zhang Xiaoqiang had killed with a punch, barely resembled anything, though its head was somewhat round. Its tail was thick, long, and bushy, reaching about half the length of its body, resembling an African mongoose. Uncle, what is this thing? Yang Qier prodded the corpse with her beast horn spear, curious. It looks familiar. If it were smaller, it would somewhat resemble a weasel that likes to steal chickens in the countryside, sometimes referred to as Huang Shizi. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled seeing a weasel skin hanging on the wall at his uncle's house when he was young. Can it be eaten? Yang Qier seemed eager to try some wild game. I don't know, it should be edible, right? Zhang Xiaoqiang replied uncertainly, as his father had never caught a weasel while hunting. Do weasels bite people? Why was it in the tree? Can weasels climb trees? Yang Qier treated Zhang Xiaoqiang as 1,000 questions, incessantly asking. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit frustrated. Yang Qier, holding a small knife she had found somewhere, did not mind the stench and blood on the weasel, proceeding to skin it, showing potential to transform into a skilled housewife. Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand was suspended in front of his chest, As he watched Yang Kier busy herself, feeling somewhat gratified though, he was puzzled about how she like ding-dong cat occasionally produced strange items from nowhere, wondering where she hid them usually. Squeak squeak. A sound came from the tree, capturing the attention of both Yang Kier and Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yang Kier gripped the beast horn spear, while Zhang Xiaoqiang hid behind, pretending to be an injured person. Squeak squeak. The sound kept coming, calling for something seemingly with a hint of urgency. Shortly after, 3 round little heads peeked out from the trunk. 3 small yellow weasels, slightly larger than rats, appeared, their bright eyes staring down at the ground. Wow, so cute! Yang Kier exclaimed loudly, causing the 3 little yellow weasels to shrink back in fright. Could it be that we entered their territory, and that's why they attacked? Zhang Xiaoqiang began to understand. What's the deal? Why can't we take such adorable creatures with us? It's not like we can't afford to care for them. Yang Kier continuously complained in the back of the car about why Zhang Xiaoqiang wouldn't take the 3 little yellow weasels. Zhang Xiaoqiang drove the tricycle in a one-armed hero style, moving at a speed of less than 20 miles per hour. His posture was quite awkward, and he was not accustomed to it, but there was no choice. Who knew if there were other mutated beasts in that area? Thus he had to drive despite his injuries. He had considered letting Yang Kier learn to drive, but ever since she transformed into a strong sailor, her confidence had skyrocketed. Who knew if she would turn the tricycle into a racing vehicle? There was no other option but to put in the extra effort oneself despite being injured. Uncle, are you even listening to me? Seeing that Zhang Xiaoqiang was silently driving, without paying her any mind, Yang Kier pressed on. Zhang Xiaoqiang still ignored Yang Kier while driving. Using his left hand to steer required some skill, even if it was the simplest of agricultural vehicles. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you've looked and touched, so what? Are you backing out now? Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang ignoring her, Yang Kier began to throw a tantrum. Creak. Zhang Xiaoqiang reluctantly stopped the tricycle and looked back. Yang Kier was holding a pair of binoculars, playfully observing him. If I don't scold her for 3 days, she'll be climbing the walls. It seems I need to teach her a lesson. Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to discipline Yang Kier, to let her understand why the flowers bloomed so red. His eyes were blazing with anger, his left hand clenched into a fist, and then released repeatedly, his chest puffed up as if it were about to burst. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang on the verge of exploding, Yang Kier did not back down, merely holding up the binoculars to watch him. After a while, his once inflated chest deflated like a punctured tire. Now, as a half-disabled person, Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't bring himself to teach Yang Kier a lesson, filled with sorrow and helplessness. You say I saw it, fine. Even if I saw it. But when did I ever touch you? With no strength to argue, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to reason with her. How could I not? That day when you hurt your back and asked me to massage it, I touched you for so long. How does that not count? Yang Kier began to play the rogue. Come on, if you say that, wouldn't washing my feet mean I have to marry you? Zhang Xiaoqiang was genuinely furious. How could she be so unreasonable at such a young age? What would happen next? Yang Kier said nothing, one hand holding the binoculars while the other pointed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, shaking her finger up and down. Do you still want to fight me? Come today, I'll let you experience the Zhang family's family rules. Zhang Xiaoqiang was determined, ready to risk getting hurt again to teach this reckless girl a lesson. No, not that there are people over there. Yang Kier stammered while pointing behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang snatched the binoculars and looked in the direction she was indicating. Ahead, the main road connected to a side road. About 200 meters along the side road was a small factory surrounded by walls obscuring the view inside. On top of a roof, which was either a workshop or a warehouse, a person waved a red banner, trying to attract attention. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoqiang began to seek Yang Kier's opinion. Now he was the injured one, and the only person who could save them was this little girl. Let's take a look first. Don't worry, I won't be lured away by any pretty boy. Yang Kier seemed to understand Zhang Xiaoqiang's concerns. The tricycle stopped more than 200 meters away from the factory gate, with Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kier each holding binoculars and a crossbow observing. The small factory wasn't large, with only 3 workshops, 2 warehouses, and a 3-story office building that also seemed to serve as dormitories, with various clothes hanging in the windows, enduring the wind and rain. A man in a suit of an unclear color stood on the warehouse, vigorously waving the banner. It seemed he was warmly welcoming their arrival. Uncle, what should we do? Should I charge in? Yang Kier was eager to try. Wait. Zhang Xiaoqiang, holding the binoculars, spoke sparingly. Wait. Yang Kier was puzzled. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his wrapped right hand, acting profound. Yang Kier seemed to understand, yet also seemed confused. Seeing Yang Kier show no reaction, Zhang Xiaoqiang reminded her. Did you forget the last time I used your thing to lure the zombies into the river? Oh no. Why did you have to bring that up? How embarrassing. Yang Kier shyly lowered her head, but then she lifted it again, her eyes sparkling. Curiously, she asked, I thought only women would do that, didn't expect men would too. Zhang Xiaoqiang almost rolled under the car upon hearing Yang Qir's question, feeling deeply that he had no common language with this girl. A joke flashed through his mind. A man who never grows a beard was very troubled. He went to the hospital for surgery to get a transplant. The doctor had no ready-made beard, so he transplanted some hair from his wife's private area to the man's face. Later, the doctor returned to check on how he felt. The man said, "Everything is fine, but a few days every month I get nosebleeds. My right hand is injured, there's a smell of blood, and the zombies will be attracted." Zhang Xiaoqiang explained patiently, inwardly lamenting. It's not the wolf-like opponents that are scary, but the pig-like teammates. Yang Qir finally understood, looking dejected as she muttered, "Why is it that only women get to do that? So annoying." As the two spoke, zombies began to emerge from the factory one after another. An Stipe zombie led the way, followed by 2 type zombies, and at the back were 40 to 50 ordinary zombies. The Stipe zombie seemed to be wealth nearing S2 development, standing about 1.4 meters tall with arms as long as its calves, resembling a gibbon. This Stipe zombie was faster than any Stipe zombie Zhang Xiaoqiang had encountered before, swiftly pulling away from the other zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang grabbed Yang Qir, who was about to jump out of the car, constantly reminding her, "Absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely do not let the zombies hurt you." Yang Qir, brimming with confidence, casually nodded and jumped out of the car to confront them. Zhang Xiaoqiang, however, had little faith in Yang Qir. The Stipe zombie was too fast, and he wasn't sure he could handle it himself. With that thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and tore off the bandage on his hand, punching the side of the car. The recently closed wound burst open again, bright red blood quickly seeping out. The Stipe zombie, upon catching the scent of fresh blood before making contact with Yang Qir, ignored her and lunged directly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Bang! The Stipe zombie floated in the air like a light scarecrow, spinning as it fell to the ground. As the Stipe zombie brushed past Yang Qir, it was struck in the waist by the beast horn spear, making a complete 180-degree turn before flying off. Yang Qir was not satisfied with the current results and proactively ran towards the type zombies. "Too eager, I should have waited for the zombies to come forward," Zhang Xiaoqiang commented from behind. Yang Qir reached the type zombies and swung her hands, the beast horn spear cutting through the air, flashing between the necks of the 2 type zombies. With the spear retrieved, 2 heads dropped to the ground, and the 2 robust bodies slowly collapsed. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt relieved. The most threatening zombies had been dealt with, and the rest were mere cannon fodder, lacking both speed and strength. As long as they were careful not to be surrounded, there would be no problem. "Oh dear, you're already grown up, yet you still don't take care of yourself. Look, the wound I just wrapped is torn again," Yang Qir complained while redressing Zhang Xiaoqiang's injury. Behind Yang Qir lay dozens of zombies, their bodies in a state of disrepair with missing heads or severed limbs. The sun was about to set, casting a dying glow over the apocalyptic battlefield, adding an air of desolation. The evening light surrounded Yang Qir in a halo, making her appear golden and evoking a sense of a little goddess. Having just engaged in strenuous activity, the petite girl still had traces of sweat on her small, lovely nose, with droplets shimmering in the sunset, while her bangs clung to her forehead, enhancing her allure. Her clear, bright eyes were intently focused on Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand as she applied medicine for him. A warm breath occasionally wafted from her mouth and nose onto Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand, alleviating the pain and replacing it with a tingling sensation from her gentle breaths. Watching Yang Qir carefully bandaging his wound, Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind involuntarily drifted back to the scene of her fighting earlier. Yang Qir was quite talented. To be precise, her combat intuition was sharp. Rather than recklessly charging into the horde, she circled around them, taking advantage of their sluggish movements to strike here and there as if she were peeling a large potato. That beast horn spear should be called a beast horn club. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought it was a pity to see Yang Qir use the beast horn spear not for stabbing, but for striking. Zombies were left missing arms and legs, with some unfortunate ones even losing their heads, their bodies severed in 2. Yang Qir's beast horn spear was casually thrust into the ground, measuring about 1.7 meters from tip to end, and she handled it with ease. The textured steel shaft was tightly fitted with the beast horn, which glimmered subtly in the sunset, not with a blinding light, but with a restrained and understated glow, both low-key and magnificent. The glimmering beast horn had the characteristic of being impervious to dust with grime, unable to cling to it. After slaying zombies, any splattered blood and brain matter would quickly drop away along the spiral grooves, leaving the horn as pristine as before. What a shame for this spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head at the neglected beast horn spear. "Hey, did you hear what I said?" Yang Qir widened her eyes, a small flame sparkling within her delicate rosy cheeks puffed up, and her lips pouted adorably. The sight of the little girl appearing quite angry was incredibly cute. Ahem. Zhang Xiaoqiang had indeed not heard Yang Qir's mumbling and coughed to cover it up, quickly thinking of a topic to divert her attention. Well. Oh, I was just thinking, did we forget something? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered seriously. Yang Qier wasn't quite sure either, and was also mulling over what they might have forgotten. It seems we came for that guy, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, glancing at the small factory. Yang Qier looked up towards that direction where the man was still waving a banner on the rooftop, though his earlier fervor had diminished to a half-hearted flailing. In the fading light of the setting sun, a solitary and desolate figure moved lethargically with a red banner, creating an atmosphere rich in poetic melancholy. TCH, we've been fighting monsters for quite a while. He still doesn't dare to come down. He looks like one of those really pathetic guys. I can't be bothered with him. Yang Qier clearly had no interest in the guy on the rooftop. Zhang Xiaoqiang, noticing the time, said to Yang Qier, let's spend the night over there. As the tricycle approached the small factory, came into view with a white sign, painted in red reading, XX Town XX Food Processing Plant, hanging on the right side of the entrance looking quite worn and peeling. Inside the factory, the ground was littered with various trash, including moldy bags of flour, tattered rags, and food packaging, with scattered human bones among the debris. A warehouse towering 8 meters high had its large iron door battered and dented with "Warehouse Restricted Area, No Smoking" or "Open Flames" written in white paint. The walls were sturdy, a product of the 60s or 70s, with a row of old wooden windows 5 meters high and a makeshift staircase made of unshipped steel bars leading up to the rooftop. The man on the rooftop was looking down, seemingly searching for any remaining zombies. Come down. It's safe now, Zhang Xiaoqiang called out, but Yang Qier ignored him. After confirming that there was no danger below, the man carefully descended the makeshift steel staircase step by step. Oh, thank you so much, big brother. You have no idea I was trapped in the warehouse for a whole 4 months. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how I would have survived. The man seemed so excited that he almost wanted to kneel down in gratitude to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully examined the man, who looked to be around 23 or 24, his clothes dirty and gray, his face clean, but pale, with slightly long hair, covering his ears, resembling the popular hairstyles of the 80s. He had a square face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, leaving a generally good first impression. What's your name? How have you survived until now? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked as he sat in the small reception area of the factory looking around. Hehe. My surname is Xie, and my name is Xie Yuanshan. I am the business manager of this factory. I was urging for products in the finished goods warehouse at the time. Xie Yuanshan began to recount his story. The food factory usually produced and processed small biscuits, employing about 50 people, all villagers from nearby. The factory director was his uncle. After graduating from a third-rate university, he worked in the factory's sales. As the new year approached, the factory was bustling with business, and he was helping count stock in the finished goods warehouse with the warehouse manager until the virus outbreak made people in the factory go mad and start biting each other. Xie Yuanshan was quick-witted and bold, locking the warehouse door with the warehouse manager inside and staying inside himself. After half an hour, he noticed something was off with the manager and kept his distance. When the warehouse manager mutated, Xie Yuanshan killed him and stayed in the warehouse for several months, climbing to the rooftop every morning to see if anyone passed by. Xie Yuanshan, how did you manage to drink water? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, voicing his curiosity. Big brother, you are too polite, just call me Xiaoshan. Well, you see, in the finished goods warehouse, they had constructed a water platform behind the door to keep the area clean and tidy. It was used for mopping and for personnel to wash their hands to avoid dirtying the goods. The water pipe drew from the underground water sourced by the factory, and most nearby farms also extracted underground water for domestic use. Big brother, you saved my life. If you need anything in the future, just let me know and I will do my utmost. Xie Yuanshan earnestly promised, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Yang Qier. Ahem, Zhang Xiaoqiang pretended to cough, reminding him not to stare. I saw this little sister was so impressive on the rooftop. Xie Yuanshan's face turned a bit awkward. Zhang Xiaoqiang simply nodded without saying a word. Is she your sister? Xie Yuanshan asked cautiously. No, I'm his wife. Yang Qier, feeling bored, stood up to assert her claim. Oh, big brother is so impressive, ha. Xie Yuanshan laughed sincerely, but Zhang Xiaoqiang still felt something was off. The large iron door of the small factory was locked, and Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qier were sitting around a campfire in the factory yard. It wasn't that they didn't want to sleep in a bed, but the smell inside the dormitory was unbearable. So they had to sleep outside, but fortunately the nighttime temperature wasn't low, making it feel like summer. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qier decided to take turns keeping watch, being extra cautious with an unknown outsider around. Put that thing down, or it'll kill him. Zhang Xiaoqiang was abruptly awakened from his drowsiness, and before he could open his eyes, he was kicked hard in the stomach. That kick landed squarely on his stomach, and he exclaimed, wow, as he curled up and retched. Zhang Xiaoqiang had just opened his eyes when he saw a crossbow bolt aimed at his forehead. Before he could comprehend, his abdomen was kicked again, and the excruciating pain rendered him speechless, forcing him to curl up on the ground, gasping for breath. Why are you kicking him again? Yang Qier's voice came laced with tears. Drop what you have in your hands. Zhang Xiaoqiang now recognized it was Xie Yuanshan's voice. Before he could react, Xie Yuanshan kicked him again, this time on his right hand. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but scream in agony as the white bandage wrapped around his right hand quickly turned red, the wound bursting open once more. Don't hit him. What do you want to do? Yang Qier screamed with a choked voice. What do I want to do? Of course I want to do you. Xie Yuanshan laughed maniacally. You said it yourselves, the world is ending, the country is gone, the law is non-existent, so I can do whatever I want. Xie Yuanshan continued reveling in his words. You ungrateful wretch. Don't forget that we saved you. If I had known, I would have let the monsters eat you. Yang Qier was furious, but unfortunately Zhang Xiaoqiang was curled up in a ball and couldn't see anything. Ungrateful. Well said. I am indeed ungrateful. Do you know what happened to the last person who said that to me? I slowly choked her to death, and you have no idea how wonderful that felt. Xie Yuanshan seemed to enjoy sharing his feelings, his excitement growing. That woman was 40 and still pretending to be pure. As Xie Yuanshan reminisced, he saw Zhang Xiaoqiang trying to move and kicked him a few more times. Don't hit him. Whoa. Yang Qier burst into tears. Now that's the flavor. You're enjoying it, aren't you? Xie Yuanshan looked at the crying Yang Qier with a mocking grin. Cough. I got it, that librarian didn't mutate, she was killed by you. Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed out. Ding. Another kick followed. Correct answer, add one more kick. Xie Yuanshan looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang curled up on the ground with satisfaction. Whoa. Yang Qier wept as she saw Zhang Xiaoqiang getting beaten, gripping the beast horn spear even tighter. By the way, where was I? That librarian, I remember, it was she who pulled me away from the entrance. She was the one who closed the big door. Xie Yuanshan in high spirits swallowed and continued. By the way, I choked her to death. Who told her to try to kill me? What virtue can a 40-year-old woman have? Xie Yuanshan grew more excited, his face twisted in insanity. His broad, strong face was grotesquely contorted, making it hard to look at. His eyes showed the madness of a lunatic. His body trembled slightly, as if recalling the scene from that time, becoming increasingly exhilarated. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed Yang Qier was still more than 10 meters away, making it impossible for her to suddenly intervene. He could only save himself, slowly reaching for something behind him, while Xie Yuanshan was somewhat distracted. Xie Yuanshan caught a glimpse of Zhang Xiaoqiang shifting positions out of the corner of his eye. Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though all his organs had shifted from being kicked repeatedly. Cough. Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed and gasped, feeling as if his insides were on fire. Yang Qier, unable to bear seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang being tormented, screamed loudly and attempted to rush over with the beast horn spear. Don't come over. I will kill him. I really will. Xie Yuanshan noticed Yang Qier's movement and became slightly flustered. The crossbow pressed firmly against Zhang Xiaoqiang's head, leaving a deep mark on his face. What do you want? Worst case, I'll take revenge for my husband. Yang Qier was driven nearly to madness by Xie Yuanshan. Calm down, I won't do anything to him as long as you drop that thing in your hands. I'll let you leave tomorrow. I promise. Xie Yuanshan pretended to be serious as he spoke to Yang Qier, his expression flickering unpredictably. With teary eyes, Yang Qier looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, biting her lower lip tightly, a drop of blood slowly oozing out, her hands trembling as she gripped the beast horn spear. He's lying. Zhang Xiaoqiang tried to warn Yang Qier that Xie Yuanshan was untrustworthy, but before he could finish, he was kicked on the chin. Don't hit him anymore, I'll listen to you. Yang Qier panicked as she saw Zhang Xiaoqiang getting beaten again. Ding! The beast horn spear was thrown to the ground, and Yang Qier reached for the zipper of her collar. Seeing Yang Qier discard the beast horn spear, Xie Yuanshan relaxed his guard, loosening the grip of the crossbow slightly. His attention became fully focused on Yang Qier as she started to undress. Taking advantage of Xie Yuanshan's distraction, Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled his bound right hand free from the bandage and delivered a powerful punch to Xie Yuanshan's groin. Xie Yuanshan covered his groin and let out a strange cry, clearly in considerable pain. Zhang Xiaoqiang drew the .54 pistol from his lower back and aimed it at Xie Yuanshan, pulling the trigger. The gun did not fire. The .54 made no sound at all. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed inwardly. The .54 was prone to misfire when loaded, and failing to fire at a critical moment could be infuriating. Without time to think further, he raised his left hand and swung it down, the grip of the pistol crashing hard against Xie Yuanshan's kneecap. Crack! A sound resembling a bone fracture echoed. Xie Yuanshan dropped the crossbow, clutching his calf, rolling on the ground in agony. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced over at Yang Qier, who was staring blankly at him, her left hand pressing down on her right hand that was gripping her collar, clearly still in shock. What are you looking at? Hurry over and help. The previous actions had drained Zhang Xiaoqiang of all his strength, and lying on the ground, he felt pain in every part of his body. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Zhang Xiaoqiang wondered. Oh. Yang Qier, as if awakening from a dream, ran over, picked up the crossbow, and stomped hard on Xie Yuanshan's right leg. The sound of bones cracking echoed once more, and Xie Yuanshan screamed again. Yang Qier stomped on each of Xie Yuanshan's remaining legs before rushing to Zhang Xiaoqiang's side, while Xie Yuanshan lay on the ground, barely breathing. How are you? Does it hurt? Are you alright? Yang Qier helped Zhang Xiaoqiang up from the ground, allowing him to lean against her chest. Hiss! Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped as Yang Qier moved, feeling pain all over his body. Yang Qier quickly slowed her movements, trying to ease his discomfort. Do you know how the villains in movies die? Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned against Yang Qier, gazing at the campfire. Yang Qier said nothing, but tears occasionally dripped on Zhang Xiaoqiang's cheek, warm droplets flowing over his skin. Because villains always talk too much. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered. Do you know why the female lead in movies ends up in tragedy? Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his face with difficulty to look at Yang Qier behind him. Because those clueless female leads always choose to believe the words of the villains. Zhang Xiaoqiang's head rested against Yang Qier's chest, speaking with a dazed expression. Do you really think that satisfying that pervert will make him let us go? At this point, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of frustration. I was only anxious because I saw you getting hurt. I care about you too. Yang Qier's voice grew softer, carrying a hint of bitterness and grievance. Zhang Xiaoqiang was at a loss for words, always feeling like they had no common language. What else could the pervert Xie Yuanshan do? He dared to violate and kill his own savior. Would he really give up just because one was partially disabled and the other was a minor? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not delve further, a layer of cold sweat breaking out from his spine. Too careless, he thought to himself, feeling alarmed. As he gazed at the roaring flames before him, he began to reflect on himself. When did he become so careless? Had the nearly half-month of ease in the cave dulled his vigilance? Was it Yang Qier transforming into Popeye? Or was it because he donned a simple leather armor embedded with animal hide? When attacked by the mutated weasel under that big tree, he should have sensed danger. There was no reconnaissance beforehand, no caution afterward, or at that moment, he didn't even have a weapon in hand. If it weren't for Yang Qier's quick reflexes, he would have been bitten through the throat. Ironically, after experiencing life-and-death battles, he still foolishly believed that he was merely an unintended invader of the mutated weasel's territory and thus was attacked. Why didn't he use binoculars to inspect the area beforehand? Did he really think that just changing his disguise made him invincible? Even more ridiculous was that after being injured, he still failed to raise his vigilance. Knowing the dangers of the apocalypse and that Xie Yuanshan was unreliable, he still felt at ease, letting Yang Qier keep watch despite her carefree nature. Zhang Xiaoqiang was even sleeping soundly. Reflecting on when he first left home, every step was taken with utmost caution, every move felt like walking on thin ice. In the wilderness, he would wake at the slightest rustle of grass. How had he become so numb and careless now? The more he reflected on himself, the more Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his heart race. The moral teachings and rules that existed before the apocalypse were shattered. The suppressed ambitions, desires, and madness of people erupted with the arrival of the virus. He recalled a book he had once read, possibly about Freud's theory of personality, which stated that personality is composed of the id, ego, and superego. When needs arise from the id, the individual demands immediate satisfaction. Thus, according to the principles governing human nature, the id is governed by the pleasure principle. The ego develops after the individual is born, evolving from the id in response to the real environment. Needs originating from the id, if not satisfied immediately in reality, must adapt to the constraints of reality, learning how to fulfill those needs within it. From the perspective of the principles governing human nature, the ego is governed by the reality principle. The superego, needless to say, is not an ordinary person, it is a sage. Typically, those who pay their party dues before dying in movies are this type of person. Before the apocalypse, people adhered to various rules, laws, and order. After the apocalypse, people trample over rules, laws, and order for their survival and desires. Before the apocalypse, people lived within their egos. After the apocalypse, they lived within their IDs. I can't be like before anymore. You're not a savior, and don't always think about being a good person. Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded his self-reflection, pondering whether he should become a bad person. Ouch! Xie Yuanshan lay a distance away like a dead dog, groaning in agony, his limbs crushed into various odd and unexpected positions by Yang Qier. For instance, he was lying on his back with his toes pointing up. But now his heels were pointing up. His pants were damp and a faint odor of excrement wafted through the air. It seemed he had lost control of his bowels. Yang Qier also caught the foul smell coming from his direction, frowned gently, laid Zhang Xiaoqiang down, walked in front of Xie Yuanshan, grasped his collar, and with a jerk sent him flying into the darkness where the firelight did not reach. Thud, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. Came Xie Yuanshan's wretched scream. Yang Qiu returned and hugged Zhang Xiaoqiang again, being as gentle as possible, a stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor. Leaning in Yang Qiu's embrace, Zhang Xiaoqiang savored the tenderness, faintly hearing intermittent sounds of painful groans. He made a decision: he would neither be a good person nor a bad person. Being a good person is too tragic. Being a bad person can be even more disastrous. How do we prevent him from getting the crossbow? Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly broke the moment's warmth. Probably he took it while I was using my small account. Yang Qiu lowered her head more as she spoke, and by the end her chin was resting on her chest. Why didn't you wake me when you went to the bathroom? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the campfire with an indifferent expression. I saw you sleeping so soundly, so I wanted you to have some more rest. Yang Qiu found a reason and raised her head again. Sigh. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply. After all, Yang Qiu had good intentions, even if her good intentions led to bad outcomes. Do you know what to do from now on? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt he was teaching a disobedient little daughter. Got it. Even if I need to pee, I must report to you. Yang Qiu wore a very obedient expression, like a kindergarten child promising the teacher not to be naughty anymore. By the way, what should we do about that Xie guy? Should I kill him? Yang Qiu remembered that Xie Yuanshan was still lying far away, seeking Zhang Xiaoqiang's opinion on how to handle it. Forget it, killing him will dirty your hands. Let's feed him to the zombies tomorrow. The otaku never understood what it meant to repay kindness with kindness. Aren't you afraid to kill him? Do you feel like vomiting after killing someone? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, curiously surprised by how brave this girl was. Not at all. After I killed my first monster that day, I felt so exhilarated, much more fun than playing games at home. Yang Qiu seemed quite indifferent to such questions, looking at him as if he were a bit naive. Is it that after playing too many games people no longer feel disgusted after killing? Zhang Xiaoqiang, raised in a strict environment, could not understand the mindset of today's children. No way. I used to have a generation gap with my dad, but now I have a generation gap with this little girl too. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally felt that perhaps he was no longer young. On this desolate night, the campfire warmed his chest. Feeling the heat enveloping him, Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned against Yang Qiu, contemplating whether to sleep a little longer. Yang Qiu was already asleep, holding Zhang Xiaoqiang against the wall. He could hear her steady and long breaths, a gentle warmth brushing against his neck, creating a very comfortable and cozy feeling. The horizon was beginning to lighten, signaling the end of the night. Suddenly Zhang Xiaoqiang felt something was off with his body, a sense of something was very wrong. His entire bodus meridians and acupoints felt as if they were being pricked by countless needles. Every part of him was sore, numb, swollen, and in pain. Then it felt like millions of ants were crawling over him, burrowing into his skin, flesh, and bones, reaching all the way to his marrow. Itching, an all-pervasive itch. From the top of his head to the soles of his feet, from his skin to his marrow, there wasn't a single place that wasn't itchy. The sensation of being surrounded by ants was no different, and with the annoying itch seemed to come currents of electricity coursing through the gaps in his bones. This brought waves of numbness, as if he was holding a coil of copper wire that was discharging electricity. Compared to the raw pain, this indescribable sensation of soreness and numbness was even more torturous. Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to scream to release this bizarre torment. But he couldn't shout out. There wasn't a single part of his body he could control. Even blinking felt difficult. Yang Qiu was startled awake by Zhang Xiaoqiang's tremors. He was shaking involuntarily like a leaf in the wind. What's wrong? Yang Qiu asked, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't speak, but he knew this was the effect of his strange ability to heal quickly. Previously his injuries were lighter, so the sensation wasn't as intense. After a good sleep, he would recover as before, though his appetite would greatly increase. What on earth is wrong with you? Boo-hoo. Zhang Xiaoqiang could not speak, and Yang Qiu became anxious, crying out in distress. Zhang Xiaoqiang trembled with his eyes closed, appearing to be in great pain. Yang Qiu held him tightly in her arms, pressing her small face against his forehead to feel his warmth. Zhang Xiaoqiang was oblivious to the outside world, silently enduring this aching and itchy sensation. As time passed, he began to feel slightly better, at least able to catch his breath. Go. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes and uttered a single word. What? Yang Qiu hurriedly leaned closer to hear his response. Cook. At least. Enough for 10 people. Zhang Xiaoqiang said in a fragmented manner. Yang Qiu truly couldn't understand why in such a state he still wanted her to cook. Hurry, don't mind me. Zhang Xiaoqiang urged, his body slowly recovering, speaking with less effort. Oh. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang begin to stabilize and articulate his thoughts, Yang Qiu laid him flat on the ground and started to clumsily get to work. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly, the sky brightening, the azure heavens clear and cloudless, resembling a vast and pure sapphire hanging overhead. The aching itch gradually subsided, replaced by a fiery hunger in his stomach. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his strength return and jumped up from the ground. The campfire was roaring as Yang Qir added a few logs, and a pot of rice was cooking on a makeshift stove made of iron. Yang Qir, covered in soot, stirred the pot with a spoon. Unable to wait, Zhang Xiaoqiang climbed onto the cart to find some cooked food to eat first. "So satisfying," he exclaimed, patting his belly as he devoured 7 previously made beggar's chickens and an entire pot of half-cooked rice. Zhang Xiaoqiang had regained his former vigor. "You didn't sleep much last night, go take a nap. They'll take care of a few things." For once, Zhang Xiaoqiang showed concern for Yang Qir. Yang Qir felt utterly exhausted and climbed onto the cart, wrapping herself in a blanket and falling asleep. "Time to settle the score," Zhang Xiaoqiang murmured as he walked towards Xie Yuanshan. Xie Yuanshan lay on the ground like a dead dog, not moving at all. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood quietly by, observing him, his limbs stained with blood, exuding a foul stench that made one want to vomit. Xie Yuanshan was becoming somewhat delirious, intermittently groaning in pain. Ripping open the gauze on his hand, the wound had completely closed, leaving behind a dark brown scar. Zhang Xiaoqiang grabbed Xie Yuanshan by the collar with his right hand, dragging him towards the factory gate. The jolt brought Xie Yuanshan back to his senses, and his wails gained some strength. As he opened the door, a few legless zombies lay by the entrance, likely drawn by the scent of blood in the night. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored the zombies. Dragging Xie Yuanshan around the zombies, he reached an empty space by the wall, tossing Xie Yuanshan down there, and stood by waiting. Xie Yuanshan no longer cared how Zhang Xiaoqiang treated him. He probably just wanted to die. He mumbled to himself, trying to ease his pain. The sun rose higher, the golden sunlight gradually spreading outwards, with light spots visibly moving towards them. When Zhang Xiaoqiang was fully bathed in sunlight, the legless zombies also approached, and Xie Yuanshan saw them, becoming agitated. Watching Zhang Xiaoqiang open his mouth, as if to speak, give me a quick death." These words took immense effort, and after speaking, he gasped for breath. Zhang Xiaoqiang merely stood by, saying nothing and doing nothing. The zombies were now just a few meters away, and he felt fear and anxiety. His body squirmed backward like a giant maggot. Sweat beads the size of soybeans constantly dripped from his forehead, falling like raindrops. Finally, they caught up to him. A zombie crawled to his legs, its claws gripping his left calf, biting through his pant leg. In the last moments, the final explosion of his potential surged forth, his scream resonating with power. As a zombie clung to his head, trying to bite his ear, it gently tugged. His ear was ripped off by the zombie's teeth. Zhang Xiaoqiang squatted on the ground, vomiting violently. The food he had eaten in the morning was now digested completely by his black hole of a stomach. Now all he could do was spit out bitter water. Meanwhile, Xie Yuanshan was still not quite dead. His screams echoed, and hearing him made Zhang Xiaoqiang recall the scene of the zombie devouring him, causing him to squat down and vomit again. Eventually, Xie Yuanshan fell silent, and Zhang Xiaoqiang took a moment to regain his composure. This time, feeding Xie Yuanshan to the zombies, it was unclear whether it was torturing him or himself. Regardless, he could not bear to watch that scene. He felt a bit of admiration for Yang Qir. She managed not to vomit after witnessing her boyfriend being devoured. Could it be that watching horror movies led her to this state? A minor scene. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered in confusion. After dealing with the legless zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the tricycle, where Yang Qir was soundly sleeping, wrapped in her blanket, a faint smile on her face, perhaps having a pleasant dream. Dawn is always the finest hour of the day, even in the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang drove his 3-wheeled farm vehicle along the highway bound for Jinyun City. As the provincial capital, Jinyun City naturally commanded greater attention from the central authorities than Zhang Xiaoqiang's own prefecture-level city. Moreover, with garrisons of both regular army and local armed police stationed there, it was certain to have gathered a substantial number of survivors. In the apocalypse, individual survival odds were vanishingly slim. Though otaku seldom required extensive social interaction, they were no reclusive monks meditating deep in mountain monasteries. They needed society, they needed human presence. More precisely, they needed something to fill their time. Otaku withdrew into seclusion not out of indifference, but because they felt perpetually hollow, forever yearning to stand apart from the mundane world. They sensed an unbridgeable chasm between themselves and the world around them. Indifferent to others' judgments, they sought only a space of their own within this materialistic, bustling urban sprawl. Otaku observed life as detached spectators. Unassuming in appearance, often overlooked by society, they nonetheless possessed a firm sense of self-definition and independent thought, not imposed by authority, but born of their inner world, one that rendered external dogmas irrelevant and empowered them to critique everything. For they had forged their own culture. Yet tragically, though they stood apart from the world, they could never truly sever themselves from it. Most remained confined to narrow, isolated spaces, enduring the world's alienated gaze. Why did mainstream society remain skeptical of otaku? Yet their numbers continued to grow rather than dwindle. Because otaku harbored an unyielding spirit of freedom, unwilling to be shackled by convention, they might lack the capacity to embody some grand heroic self, but they could still live authentically as a quiet singular self. The morning sun cast no scorching heat. A cool breeze hung in the air, refreshing against the skin and lifting across the face with crisp clarity. Yang Kuder slept soundly in the cargo bed like a blissfully oblivious piglet, the vehicle's jolting motion failing to stir her slumber. Recalling the girl's behavior the previous night, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought wryly clueless. A faint smile curved his lips. After all, Yang Kuder had shown genuine care. He hadn't raised her in vain. No wonder veteran otaku so often dreamed of raising simulations. Contact. Zhang Xiaoqiang's pulse spiked as he braked sharply and raised his binoculars. Some 300 or 400 meters ahead, a narrow river crossed the road spanned by a modest concrete bridge, roughly 10 meters long and 8 meters wide. A long-distance coach lay diagonally crashed against the left railing of the bridge, forming a crude A shape with the barrier. On the right side, a gap of 3 or 4 meters remained between the rear of the bus and the railing, just wide enough for a small car to pass. Alas, that narrow passage was now packed with dozens of zombies. In the past, Zhang Xiaoqiang would have roused Yang Kuder immediately and cleared the bridge together. But after surviving 2 near-fatal misadventures he'd never expected to face, he'd grown markedly more cautious. He climbed down, approached a small earthen mound ahead, and dropped flat to observe carefully. Lying prone on the mound, Zhang Xiaoqiang scanned the bridge through his binoculars, his elevated vantage granting him a clearer view. The bus was a 12-meter Golden Dragon coach, its body painted in vivid red. Its front end was crumpled deeply against the far bank's abutment. Nearly 50 zombies wandered the bridge surface, no evolved specimens visible among them. A sign on the bus read SC City, J City. Just beyond the bridge lay J City. This Golden Dragon coach must have descended from the expressway to travel here. At the mention of the expressway, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed inwardly. 2 days earlier, he'd driven his three-wheeler onto the highway simply to savor the surreal thrill of a farm vehicle cruising at high speed, only to find after barely 10 miles an entrance ramp choked with wreckage resembling a Western post-apocalyptic junkyard. Luxury motorhomes, high-end sports cars, massive freight trucks, and compact coaches were tangled together like overcooked treasure porridge. At the highest point, vehicles were stacked 7 or 8 meters high, elsewhere clusters of 10 or more burned down to skeletal husks. Zombies and bleached bones littered the scene, a stark, unvarnished portrait of the end times. There was no choice but to return obediently to the old arterial roads. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled in relief. So long as no evolved zombies appeared, he could proceed safely. Just as he prepared to rise, something struck him as amiss. Near the bridge's approach, 4 or 5 passenger cars lay crumpled together, their bodies twisted into grotesque spirals. Yet every single door had been torn clean off and flung aside, some hurled over 10 meters away. Ordinary zombies lacked such monstrous strength. The temperature rose steadily, sweat beaded on his forehead, and prolonged lying began to constrict his chest. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not relax. His gaze remained sharp, meticulous, unwavering. Were it not for his unfamiliarity with the terrain, and the map showing only this route leading to the provincial capital, he would have detoured without hesitation. Having surmounted so many perils, he refused to founder in such a trivial ditch. On the far bank, zombies stirred uneasily, parting before something unseen. From beneath the bus's hood, a towering Type 2 zombie emerged. The moment it appeared, Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart sank halfway to his boots. His last encounter with a D2 remained an unrecoverable nightmare. One he would never forget, the terror of clinging to the roof of that bus as it shuddered violently beneath him. Nor could he forget the paralyzing dread of being pinned against the ventilation grill, staring eye to eye with the beast at point-blank range. Zhang Xiaoqiang whirled to flee. Fear gripped him utterly. To him, AD-2 was like facing a fully armed main battle tank barehanded. Sniper crossbows capable of piercing steel plates merely grazed its hide. He held no confidence in victory, even wielding the beast-horn spear, whose tip could pierce solid rock. The D2 halted mid-bridge. Through his binoculars, Zhang Xiaoqiang watched it sniff the air, then unleash a furious roar audible even from over 200 meters away. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped, realizing too late that he lay directly upwind. The breeze carried his scent straight to the D2's nostrils. It had already detected him. He sprang upright, sprinted back to the three-wheeler, leapt aboard, ignited the engine, and wrenched the steering wheel hard, spinning the vehicle in a wide arc back down the road. Zhang Xiaoqiang desperately urged the engine forward. But at this critical juncture, the three-wheeled farm vehicle betrayed him. Its speed dwindled, faltered, and finally died completely. Damn it! He recalled, with mounting despair, that he hadn't refueled since leaving base. Back then, he'd only topped up when the tank ran dry during supply runs. Now karmic retribution had arrived. He shook Yang Kuter awake, still deep in disoriented slumber, grabbed the beast-horn spear, slung his backpack, and dragged her toward the open fields beside the road. "Uncle, what are we running from?" Yang Kuer asked, bewildered as she was pulled along. "Zombies." Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't glance back to see if the D2 pursued, though it was still at least 2,000 meters distant. "What's there to fear about those things? Let me handle them." Unaware of the danger, Yang Kuter stopped short and turned ready to charge back. Zhang Xiaoqiang's grip slipped instantly, her strength far surpassing his. Panic seized him. It's evolved, twice evolved. He was forced to elaborate further. "How many?" she asked, pausing again. "Just one," he admitted, cheeks burning. "Once a fearsome warrior, now fleeing like a cornered rat. It's incredibly tough. Crossbow bolts can't kill it," he explained, trying to mask his shame. "Fast?" she asked, beginning to grasp the gravity. By gaming logic, this was a boss-level threat, thick-skinned, swift, and currently untouchable. "Not especially fast, roughly equivalent to an average person's light jog," he replied, recalling his first terrifying encounter with a D2. "Then no need to worry. According to my gaming experience, as long as I avoid contact, I can wear it down slowly." Confident in her virtual expertise, Yang Kuter pivoted and strode purposefully toward the bridge. "Damn it, death is inevitable. If I can escape today, I cannot escape tomorrow. Better to die early and be reborn." Zhang Xiaoqiang watched Yang Kuer bravely face D2, his masculine ego fully ignited, forgetting the fear he once felt towards D2 as he stepped in front of her. "I am a homebody, but I am also a man, a man must rise up," Zhang Xiaoqiang kept telling himself, as if this could help him forget the fear of facing D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuer stood by the tricycle waiting for D2's arrival, which reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang of a melodramatic movie he once watched. The hero waits, silently unafraid, simply waiting for the impending battle. He died, perishing together with the demon king that sought to destroy the world. People would remember him forever. "Will anyone remember me if I die?" Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled at himself and turned to look at Yang Kuer beside him. Yang Kuer showed no signs of nervousness. Instead, she appeared excited, like someone gearing up to fight a boss in a game. She seemed to think D2 was arriving too, slowly tapping her right foot rhythmically on the ground, and the beast horn spear in her hand followed her rhythm, the spear's tail thumping against the yellow earth. Now she had already created a small pit the size of a bowl. Seeing Yang Kuer so relaxed, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt less tense, watching a small black dot slowly move towards them. "Is that the Marseillaise, eh?" Listening to Yang Kuer's footstep rhythm, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized, should we play the German armored soldiers' march? Zhang Xiaoqiang watched D2 slowly approach, trying to relax as much as possible. "Wow, what a stylish monster, even more stylish than the governor." Yang Kuer looked surprised at D2. It seemed she did not expect the skinny zombie she usually saw could appear so muscular. "Don't be so startled, get ready, it's coming." Zhang Xiaoqiang held the 5.4 pistol in his hand, checking the ammunition in the magazine. Click, he loaded it and aimed at D2. Though Zhang Xiaoqiang held the gun, he felt no confidence. Who knew if the bullets would even penetrate? Now within the maximum effective range of the pistol, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not dare to fire, lacking the confidence to hit the zombie at 50 meters. With limited bullets, he was reluctant to waste any. D2 stood about 2.5 meters tall, even larger than the one he had seen before. It had no hair on its head, unlike other zombies that had some strands. Its eyelids were tightly shut, hiding its white eyes. Its shoulders were broad and sturdy, looking like a wall. Its gait was not fast due to the large strides of the zombie. Only a regular person's jog could keep up. Its thighs to calves were muscular, and its dark skin resembled a steel plate, constantly changing shape as it advanced. Bang! When D2 approached within 30 meters, Zhang Xiaoqiang's 5.4 fired. Ignoring the recoil in his wrist, he looked at D2. D2 merely paused for a moment before continuing its approach. The bullets had no effect on it. Bang bang. As Zhang Xiaoqiang fired repeatedly, the recoil made him lose feeling below his wrist. Of the 6 bullets, 5 hit D2. It seemed to be in pain, letting out an angry roar as it quickened its pace towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Watching D2 charge at him, Zhang Xiaoqiang hurriedly fumbled to change the magazine. His childhood admiration for guns made him overly trust in the pistol's power, so when it failed to perform, he was caught off guard just thinking about changing the magazine and trying again. Yang Kuer shouted and actively charged at D2, embodying the fearlessness of a newborn calf. He had just changed the magazine when he saw Yang Kuer rush forward. Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed under his breath, holstered the pistol, and grabbed the beast horn spear to chase after her. Standing beside D2, which was 2.5 meters tall, Yang Kuer looked like a little girl. She could only see the waist of the zombie and had to look up to see higher. Without hesitation, Yang Kuer swung the spear in a half circle, striking D2's thigh with a heavy thud. It sounded like hitting a drum with a hole in it. D2 stumbled slightly forward before standing firm, raising its left arm as if to swat away a fly. Yang Qier felt her hands numb from the recoil of the spear, and then D2 swung its left arm down onto the beast horn spear, causing it to rebound violently. The rebounding beast horn struck Yang Qier, sending her flying several meters to land on the yellow earth. She could no longer hold the spear, and as she fell unconscious, it tumbled aside. D2 showed no awareness of bullying a little girl and turned to walk towards the unconscious Yang Qier. Seeing her in danger, Zhang Xiaoqiang completely forgot his fear, speeding up to rush behind D2. Weathered by time and tribulation, D2 was only secured by a belt around its waist from which hung a tattered pair of trousers. The trousers no longer covered D2's buttocks, and the underwear inside had vanished. Through the ragged pants, one could vaguely see D2's rear. With no time to think, the tens of thousands of assassination drills came into play today. Thud! The beast horn spear thrust deep into D2's rear, causing it to halt in its tracks. Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind was already clouded with blood. Dazed and confused, he had no idea he had pierced D2's rear, instinctively rotating the spear as per his usual practice against zombies. The beast horn spearhead with its spiral texture rotated as Zhang Xiaoqiang forcefully turned it, resembling a corkscrew that burrowed into D2's rear. The higher the evolution of the zombie, the more acute its senses became. While an ordinary zombie could not smell Zhang Xiaoqiang's scent from downwind, D2 could. Thus, while piercing the rear might not matter to ordinary zombies, it provoked D2, making it even angrier. The last encounter with D2 was similar. It merely had a scratch on its head, but wouldn't let Zhang Xiaoqiang go, ignoring the fresh scent of blood nearby, only stopping once it had dismantled a luxury bus into parts. And this time, roar. D2 emitted a furious roar as it abruptly turned around and reached back. Zhang Xiaoqiang was oblivious to D2's fury, focusing on rotating the spear. His only thought was, I cannot let the girl die. D2 is powerful, I need to spin more. Zhang Xiaoqiang was fully concentrated on penetrating D2's rear, as if he had returned to the days of working in a restaurant helping customers open wine. The beast horn spear in Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand was about 2 meters long, with around 80 centimeters being the horn. Now about 40 centimeters had already penetrated. Just as he was getting into it, the spear suddenly jerked to the side, with a great force pulling Zhang Xiaoqiang along with it. D2 turned around and swiped at nothing, but could feel what was still hanging from its rear, making it angrier as it turned to swipe again, but always missed. Zhang Xiaoqiang held tightly to the beast horn spear, running along with D2's movements, reminiscent of the feeling of riding a pirate ship as a child, swaying from side to side. Zhang Xiaoqiang was fully awake, but he dared not let go. If D2 caught him, it would surely tear him apart bone by bone. If Yang Qier were to awaken, she would surely find the scene familiar, resembling a game of eagle catching chicks in kindergarten, where D2 is the eagle, Zhang Xiaoqiang is the chick, and D2's rear is the hen. Zhang Xiaoqiang now felt like crying, without tears, wondering why this situation always occurred, unable to go up or down, caught in a half-dead state. His hands tightly gripping the spear began to break skin. His palms felt fiery, and the friction only intensified, as if he was applying chili oil to an already bleeding wound. Zhang Xiaoqiang was continuously spun around by D2, beginning to feel dizzy. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, while Yang Qier lay there motionless, uncertain of the severity of her injuries. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour. Zhang Xiaoqiang yawned listlessly. D2 had halted again, and Zhang Xiaoqiang began performing strange, erratic movements. Guided by the vibration traveling up the spear shaft, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued running with its momentum. So long as he maintained this rhythm, all would be well. At first it had been agony for Zhang Xiaoqiang, numbing, excruciating. Yet as the saying goes, prolonged suffering breeds expertise. Through relentless trial and error against D2, he gradually discerned its patterns. He no longer needed both hands to grip the beasthorn spear, one sufficed, and with minimal force. All he had to do was sense the directional pull from the shaft, and jog lightly in response, as if walking a dog, the spear serving as the leash. As time wore on, D2 slowed further still. Zhang Xiaoqiang even found moments to glance at Yang Qier lying motionless and unconscious on the ground. Zombies, after all, were once human, not machines that run endlessly so long as powered. Though their bodies were unnaturally robust, sustained violent exertions steadily drained their stamina. Eventually it ceased, even acknowledging Zhang Xiaoqiang behind it, stopping entirely to rest. Fearing that a rested D2 would spell his doom, Zhang Xiaoqiang repeated his odd antics each time it paused. And each time sensing something amiss, D2 would stir anew, resuming its relentless game of predator and prey. Oh, Zhang Xiaoqiang yawned again. He'd slept poorly the night before, and the intense exertion an hour earlier had sapped his strength. Though he'd partially recovered, the sudden absence of imminent peril left him profoundly weary. Yawns now came one after another. D2 froze once more. Zhang Xiaoqiang resumed his routine. No reaction. The shaft remained utterly still. Clearly D2 no longer cared about his antics. The bottle opener resumed its work, driving the horn deeper by several centimeters. Roar! D2 shrieked in agony and whirled again, clawing wildly at empty air. Little devil, think I can't break you? Zhang Xiaoqiang curled his lip and kept running. Another 15 minutes passed, and this time D2 lay utterly inert. Nothing roused it. Staring at its lifeless form, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood dumbfounded, then clenched his teeth and stamped his foot. Gritting his resolve, he seized the shaft with both hands and cranked it violently like an old-fashioned well winch handle. Roar! D2 unleashed the most harrowing scream yet, deafening Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears, tightening his grip and sending him sprinting in frantic circles once more. This time D2 did not pause. Relentlessly, it pursued Zhang Xiaoqiang, while Zhang Xiaoqiang, stripped of earlier nonchalance, ran faster, harder, more frantically. Thus the bizarre standoff unfolded. One man, one zombie. Yang Kutter still lay unconscious on the earth. Zhang Xiaoqiang wondered, half-dazed, had her posture shifted slightly since he last looked. D2's gait grew unsteady, its legs lost their former power. Zhang Xiaoqiang too panted heavily, his calves burning with sharp swelling pain. The shaft pulsed with force once more. Zhang Xiaoqiang followed its leftward tug, only for D2's head to suddenly twist left mid-motion, then jerk sharply right. Two opposing forces wrenched the shaft from his grasp. At last, face-to-face with D2, Zhang Xiaoqiang stared into the snarling maw rushing toward him. Mother of! He cried, whirling and bolting. Across the spring fields they raced, Zhang Xiaoqiang tumbling, crawling, rolling, vaulting, employing every trick he knew to evade D2's massive claws. D2 loathed him with singular fury. Again and again they streaked past Yang Kuer's still form, but D2 ignored her, completely fixated solely on Zhang Xiaoqiang, dogging his heels without mercy. Once a chrysanthemum bloomed before me. I failed to cherish it. Only upon losing it did I realize my irreversible regret. If heaven granted me one chance to reclaim it, I would never let go. And if heaven demanded a number, let it be 10,000 times. Zhang Xiaoqiang fled, heart pounding with bitter remorse. D2 had nearly collapsed, yet his own carelessness had turned him back into a terrified hare. He darted across the open fields, D2 hot on his heels, its enormous palm-sized claws swiping repeatedly. Zhang Xiaoqiang had considered using obstacles, but the vast barren farmland offered only low earthen ridges. D2's height and stride rendered them negligible. A stumble merely sent it lurching forward a single step before surging ahead again. As he neared Yang Kuer, once more wind howled behind him. He leapt without hesitation, executing a flawless forward somersault, rolled upon landing, sprang upright, and kept running, still clutching the beast-horn spear, its threaded steel shaft hastily snatched up en route. The moment he gripped it, he nearly dropped it. The weapon weighed over 10 jin. Without Yang Kuer's unnatural strength, it felt crushing in ordinary use, let alone while fleeing for his life. Yet he kept it. His own beast-horn spear remained embedded in D2. His pistol proved useless, and holding this spear lent him a sliver of courage. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted an irrigation ditch ahead, roughly 2 meters wide. Its depth was unclear from this distance. With no other option, he gambled D2 could not possibly leap 2 meters. He led D2 straight toward the ditch, and at its edge launched himself into the air. Zhang Xiaoqiang soared across and landed shakily on the opposite bank. Dropping the spear, he tumbled headlong, rolling several times to dissipate the impact. Before even rising to his feet, he heard a heavy, resonant thud behind him. He spun around. D2 had plunged into the ditch. Roar! Enraged at its escaping prey, D2 bellowed again. Zhang Xiaoqiang had long grown immune to D2's roars. During the leashwalking ordeal, he'd heard them countless times. It was almost admirable how consistently thunderous and sonorous each one remained. Cautiously approaching, he saw clearly the ditch was lined with concrete, roughly 1.8 meters deep, nearly dry but filled with thick, viscous mud. Only D2's upper torso protruded, its lower legs fully submerged and trapped. Trapped in the narrow space, D2 thrashed wildly, swinging its arms, clawing furiously at the concrete retaining wall. Chunks of concrete, broken bricks, and clods of earth flew in all directions, resembling demolition by brute force. In the blink of an eye, D2 gouged a gaping hole in the wall before it, and with every frenzied swipe and scrape, the aperture widened further. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart lurched. D2 would be free before long. Without hesitation, he drew his Type 54 pistol and strode to within 1 meter of D2, raised the weapon, aimed at its skull, and fired again. Bang! Bang! The bullets failed to pierce D2's cranium, but struck hard enough to elicit piercing howls. It flinched backward, raising its arm to shield its head. Roar! A louder, more agonized shriek tore from its throat. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced and saw the beast-horn spear jammed against the concrete wall behind D2. pressed tight by the wall and driven deeper by D2's own violent recoil. The horn had undergone a sudden dramatic transformation. D2 let out a mournful howl and swung its right paw backward, sending dust and debris flying from the concrete wall behind it, yet it could not retrieve the gun hanging on the back door. D2 recalled the culprit and lunged once again towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. However, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the opportunity to aim the beast horn spearhead at D2's throat. Although he considered aiming for its head, he hesitated upon seeing the lack of a round shape in its fur. Only the throat was an option. Thud! The beast horn pierced through D2's trachea and embedded itself into the cervical vertebrae. A tremendous force transmitted through the spear into a stone block the size of a computer monitor, where it finally came to rest. D2 attempted to roar again, but alas, it had no chance left. The beast horn had silenced its voice, leaving D2 in a tragic state, trapped by the spear behind and the piercing weapon in front, unable to retreat or advance. Seeing D2 caught between the two massive spears, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a slight relief. He calmly replaced the magazine with a third one chambered around and took aim. Bang! 7 bullets were fired at D2's gaping mouth, but the target was too small and Zhang Xiaoqiang's aim was too poor. The bullets struck around D2's mouth, causing it to grow restless. Thud! D2 opened its mouth and expelled an unidentified object that rapidly struck the rock beside Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet. Bang! A large yellowed front tooth smashed against the stone and fell to the ground. The broken tooth triggered D2's rage once again. It raised its arms and slammed them down on the beast horn spear made of rebar. Thud! A ushaped rebar beast horn spear soared into the sky, and Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up at the spear flying above. The ushaped beast horn spear spun and tumbled in the air, a large and smooth head flying alongside it, its eyes tightly shut. Until now, the whites of its eyes, tinged with blue, seemed to question something. It had quite the appearance of being unable to close its eyes in death. The beast horn spear and D2's head fell to the ground simultaneously. The spear rebounded slightly upon hitting the ground, and then lay still while D2's head continued to roll until it stopped at Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, the bluish-white eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaoqiang's right foot, as if wanting to take a bite. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt all his strength drained, collapsing on the ground in a daze, still recovering from the earlier scene. Originally, D2 was pinned down by 2 large spears, and his handgun was ineffective. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought he could no longer inflict harm on D2, believing that it would end with D2 trapped in the waterway, allowing him to escape danger, and then they would go their separate ways. Little did he know D2 was too fierce. The immense force of its swinging arms bent the rebar, and the impact also affected its cervical vertebrae, tearing apart as the beast horn was bent, causing D2's head to detach. Both the beast horn spear and D2's head flew into the air. D2 was killed by its own strength, which is why it couldn't close its eyes. D2's head was positioned at Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, while the massive headless body lay against the concrete wall. Its upper body slumped into a pit it had dug with a spear behind it, making it seem at first glance as though it had died from a brutal attack. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the ground, gradually regulating his breathing until his heart no longer raced. Looking at D2's corpse, a strong sense of pride filled his heart. There were moments when he thought of D2 as a mere escapee. He had dreamt countless times of being startled awake by D2. Its strength was far greater than anything like armored protection, leaving him powerless. He had never imagined he could defeat a D2 on his own. Now he had done it. He was alive and D2 was dead. Staring at D2's body, lying not far away, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt somewhat dazed, light-headed, as if he were caught in a beautiful dream. He pinched his leg hard with his fingers. Zhang Xiaoqiang woke up. Feeling a bit of strength return, he climbed up from the ground. Looking at D2's head at his feet like a soccer ball, he exclaimed, "Damn it," and kicked out. D2's head rolled along the ground and fell into the waterway. Ouch! Damn! Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if he had kicked a large lead ball, clutching his right foot and crying out in pain. Zhang Xiaoqiang limped, somewhat amused and exasperated. Despite risking his life against D2, he hadn't sustained a scratch yet. Now that the dust had settled, he found himself injured. It seemed his luck in battling D2 had run out. He descended into the pit that D2 had dug, stepping onto D2's skin, resembling a mining truck tire, and climbed up to its waist. Gripping the beast horn spear, he shook the wooden shaft and pulled with all his might, but the spear did not budge. The spearhead was likely stuck in D2's pelvis, and after several attempts, Zhang Xiaoqiang still couldn't pull it out. Zhang Xiaoqiang abandoned the beast horn spear and picked up the deformed rebar beast horn spear, walking toward Yankir, who lay there in an uncertain state of life or death. Seeing Yankir lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite uneasy. Had it been when he first met her, Zhang Xiaoqiang would have cared little for her well-being. A girl who knew nothing and could do nothing could just die. But now it was different. Although Yang Qier sometimes liked to tease him and could be unreasonable in Zhang Xiaoqiang's view, she still cared for him in critical moments. Though he was reclusive and somewhat dull, he wasn't heartless. Moreover, she was still young and had some empathy, often referring to herself as his wife. Zhang Xiaoqiang, while claiming not to care, still felt quite pleased deep down. Just the thought of the charming and cheerful girl possibly leaving his side weighed heavily on his heart, like a 1,000-pound stone. With a heavy heart, Zhang Xiaoqiang approached Yang Qier, who lay quietly on the ground, her camouflage outfit slightly crumpled, her right arm outstretched, her left hand resting on her right arm, her head resting on her hand, creating a picture of a beautiful woman in spring slumber. Looking at Yang Qier before him, the heavy stone in Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart vanished into thin air. Yang Qier had completely forgotten the previous danger and was sleeping soundly. If listened closely, one could hear her soft snoring. Seeing Yang Qier sleeping like a little pig, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt like crying without tears. The one who had volunteered to fight the boss was now lying on the ground sleeping deeply, while the one who wanted to run was fighting for their life against the boss. An inexplicable anger surged within him. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his foot as if to kick her, but at the last moment, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Looking at the drowsy girl with a smile on her lips, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed heavily. How did I end up saving such a troublesome person? Wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook Yang Qier. Yang Qier turned over, mumbling some unclear syllables before continuing to sleep. To be honest, Zhang Xiaoqiang was quite impressed by her. Despite the life-and-death battle with D2 just moments ago, it hadn't affected her sleep. Not even D2's furious roars or the gunfire from his shooting. She was immune to it all. It's dawn. Get up quickly. Zhang Xiaoqiang changed his approach to wake her up. Let me sleep a bit more or wake me up for breakfast. Yang Qier still refused to open her eyes. It's time to eat. Get up. Suddenly Yang Qier sprang up, exclaiming, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry I can hardly sleep. Hey, where's the food? She surprisingly remembered to eat. Yang Qier looked to Zhang Xiaoqiang, unable to find her meal. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at her with a face of anger, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Boss. Yang Qier finally reacted and began searching for her weapon. The bent, unshipped rebar beast horn spear was thrown at Yang Qier's feet, who curled her head in fear, glancing around desperately for D2's figure. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her, walked over to his backpack on the ground, and took a long swig from his military water bottle, only stopping when it was empty. Yang Qier whispered from behind him, what about that booze? Her voice was soft like a kitten's mew. Zhang Xiaoqiang shot her an annoyed glance, lit his cigarette, and took a deep drag. Staring at the curling white smoke, he contemplated the gains and losses from facing D2 this time. Hey uncle, you're amazing. Did you chase that big booze away? Yang Qier flattered Zhang Xiaoqiang, cautiously observing his expression as male dominance prevailed. Aren't you very powerful? Didn't you transform into a beautiful girl? Aren't you supposed to punish it on behalf of the moon? How come you just fell asleep there? Zhang Xiaoqiang questioned Yang Qier, growing increasingly frustrated. Yang Qier stubbornly refused to leave, insisting on challenging D2 alone, only to flop right away. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaoqiang exploding D2's backside, she would have been swallowed whole. If Yang Qier had put in enough effort, Zhang Xiaoqiang wouldn't be unreasonable. But the key issue was that she actually fell asleep right in front of D2. Having seen people seeking death in magazines before, he never expected to encounter one today. I don't know either. At that moment, I felt a tightness in my chest, and everything went black. I didn't know anything until you woke me up. Yang Qier tilted her head, trying to recall that moment, but couldn't understand how she fell asleep. Looking at Yang Qier's still dazed expression, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed. What kind of education are these little girls receiving from their teachers? Finding two large rocks to lean against, he inserted the rebar into the crevice. Yang Qier forcefully straightened the rebar beast horn spear. Seeing the spear straightened in her hands, Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke up. What do you have in your hand? Uncle, didn't you say it was called a beast horn spear? Yang Qier looked at the spear in her hand, and then at Zhang Xiaoqiang, somewhat confused about why he was asking these questions. You know that thing is called a spear? Is a spear used for smashing? Zhang Xiaoqiang was very angry. After working hard to make her the beast horn spear, she mistook it for a club. Yang Qier looked down, not saying anything. She felt wronged. As long as it could hit the monster, wasn't it fine to use it as a smash tool? Seeing Yang Qier stubbornly refuse to admit her mistake, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit irritated. He took a few deep breaths and patted his cheeks to calm himself down. Can you smash it open with the spear? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, pointing at a nearby boulder. Yang Qier looked at the rock taller than her, and then at its thickness, sticking out her tongue and shaking her head at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Try poking it with the beast horn spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang said calmly. Yang Qier gave him a puzzled glance, but didn't speak, raising the spear and swiftly stabbing it at the rock. Just like chopsticks poking into tofu, the 80-centimeter beast horn easily penetrated 40 centimeters, leaving Yang Qiu astonished, unable to believe what she was seeing with the spear in her hands. Do you understand now? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked as he watched the beast horn spear rotate out of the boulder, leaving a bullseye-sized hole in the rock. Yang Qiu still looked puzzled as she didn't understand what Zhang Xiaoqiang was trying to say. Pressing her thumb hard against her temple, she told herself, calm down, calm down. When you were her age, you were still catching loaches and fishing for frogs. You need to calm down. After all this time, the spear in your hand hasn't met anything it can't pierce yet. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally exhaled, looking at the still somewhat confused Yang Qiu. Especially the spiral pattern on the beast horn can cause even greater damage at the breakpoint. If earlier when facing D2, instead of smashing you had stabbed the beast horn into its knee joint and crushed its bones, D2 would have been lying on the ground at your mercy. After saying all this in one breath, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit embarrassed. He had just thought of it, but even if he had known earlier, he didn't have Yang Qiu's strength to stab it so deeply. Yang Qiu nodded, genuinely understanding now. But you told me to smash from the start. Her voice interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's moment of pride as a temporary educator. When did I tell you to smash? Zhang Xiaoqiang was bewildered. It was when I killed the first monster. You gave me a hammer. Yang Qiu's words deeply wounded Zhang Xiaoqiang's spirit. You reap what you sow? He decided not to argue with her anymore about whether to stab or smash, and called out to her, heading toward the place where D2 lay dead. Wow, Uncle, you're so amazing. You defeated such a big boss. Yang Qiu looked at D2 lying in the water channel, astonished, unable to comprehend why she flopped immediately while Zhang Xiaoqiang could take it down. Go pull out the beast horn spear for me. Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed at the spear lodged in D2's backside. EW, that's so disgusting. Uncle, you're too perverse. How can it be inserted there? It's so dirty. Yang Qiu resisted Zhang Xiaoqiang's command, dragging her feet and unwilling to pull it out. If you don't go, I'll use your spear next time I encounter D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang threatened Yang Qiu. Fine. He'll go already. He'll go, but do you have to describe it so disgustingly? Yang Qiu complained as she slowly walked toward the iconic spear lodged in D2's backside. Your tearful light, weak yet wounded, the pale crescent moon hooks the past, the night too long crystallizes into frost, who is in the attic despairing coldly. The rain gently taps the crimson window, my life is blown into chaos on paper, dreams in the distance transform into a wisp of fragrance scattered with the wind, leaving your image. The chrysanthemum has withered, frost covers the ground, your smile has turned yellow, flowers fall, and hearts break, my thoughts quietly flow. The north wind stirs the night, your shadow cannot be cut, leaving me alone in a pair on the lake. The flowers have faded, fallen, brilliantly withering in this cruel world, fate cannot bear sorrow, cannot cross the river. Autumn heart is split in two, fearing you cannot reach the shore, a lifetime swaying. Whose kingdom is in a tumultuous clatter, I am clad in armor howling through the ages. The sky is slightly bright, you sigh softly, a night of melancholy so gentle. The chrysanthemum has withered, frost see. Looking at the sparkling beast horn, Zhang Xiaoqiang always felt uncomfortable. Although he had rinsed it several times with water and even sanitized it with white liquor, he still found it unsettling as the place it had been inserted was just too disgusting. With a roar and ignition, the three-wheeled agricultural vehicle came back to life, heading toward the bridge. After confirming there were no hidden bosses, the two walked towards the bridge with their long spears. Just as Yang Qiu was ready to charge forward and cause chaos, she was called to a halt by Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang admonished Yang Qiu, saying, if you kill now, the ground will be strewn with corpses. How will the vehicle pass? Are you going to move the bodies? Yang Qiu pouted and remained silent. Do you see the empty space by the bridgehead? You wait there. It'll lure the monsters. If one comes, you kill it. If two come, you take them both. Just don't rush in again, okay? Zhang Xiaoqiang repeatedly reminded her while Yang Qiu displayed her impatience. Watching her, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled how his father used to lecture him, and he too had often shown a similar impatience. Is this the rebellious psychology of youth? Have I started to age already? Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not ponder further and moved toward the zombies. As expected, once Zhang Xiaoqiang approached, the zombies mindlessly lunged at him. He successfully led a group of them to the open space, thoroughly enjoying the monster luring process, while Yang Qiu behind him shouted and seemed to be having a great time killing. After luring around 20 or 30 zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang turned around to coordinate with Yang Qiu. Just as he did, he saw the ground covered in zombies with only a couple of them still standing. Yang Qiu, embodying a Valkyrie, wielded her rebar beast-horn spear as if it were a spinning wheel. The zombies twirling in the air were struck by her spear on their spines, and one headless zombie was smashed into its chest by her strike. Watching the zombies fly and tumble, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of frustration. It seemed that Yang Qiu hadn't heeded his earlier instructions. She was smashing, lifting, and striking, but not stabbing. In the blink of an eye, the open ground was spotless. Yang Qiu looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang seemingly dissatisfied. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought he was a failure. Why were others' girls so well-behaved and cute while his was so disobedient? Well, let her be. I don't want to care anymore, nor can I. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought sourly for a moment before continuing his monster-luring endeavor. Zhang Xiaoqiang had hardly intervened, while Yang Qiu took down 50 zombies by herself. Looking at the corpses sprawled on the ground, he felt no jealousy. What does it matter how many she kills? They are still just low-level cannon fodder unlike me. Either I don't take action, or when I do I take down the boss. The bridge surface was already cleared. Zhang Xiaoqiang drove his tricycle to the other side. Upon arriving, he immediately stopped the vehicle, jumped down, and headed towards the Jinyun bus. What's up? Are there any monsters left? Yang Qiu followed him off the vehicle holding her beloved spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang cautiously navigated around the scattered human bones, surveying the red bus before him. The left side of the bus front was crushed, merging with the driver's seat, and the driver was long gone, with only torn white seat cushions stained with dark blood remaining. The entire bus body was generally intact. The black, tinted windows were unbroken. However, the door facing the bridge had been smashed open, hanging loosely from the bus. In high spirits, thinking about the imminent loot, he jokingly asked Yang Qiu, "Don't you pick up items after killing monsters in the game?" "Uncle, are you feeling all right? Those monsters don't wear clothes. What could they possibly drop?" Yang Qiu did not approve of Zhang Xiaoqiang's greedy behavior. "Huh, even if there are no drops, there could be treasure chests," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied as he climbed onto the Jinyun bus. Inside the bus was a mess resembling a garbage dump with bones, torn rags, and various colored bags scattered about. Zhang Xiaoqiang's target was these bags, hoping they contained something nice for the holiday. Yang Qiu sat in the tricycle carriage with a pile of snack bags on the left, and a bunch of shampoo, conditioner, facial cleanser, hand cream, foundation, lip gloss, and countless small items on the right. She chewed on snacks while admiring her Bon Marché bag. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored women's bags and had no idea where it was from. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt he had sighed too much today. His haul was just some snacks and cosmetics plus that bag that Yang Qiu wouldn't let go of. He managed to find a Nokia phone nestled in a genuine leather pouch, which also contained a spare battery. Zhang Xiaoqiang liked this phone. It was an original and not a counterfeit. Plus, it was a new model released in October 2012 with an online price of 8,888. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented that he could assemble 3 computers with the parts from one phone. Though he didn't know what use a phone would have in the apocalypse, he decided to keep it, thinking at least I can be a flashy guy. Replacing it with the spare battery, he pressed the power button. A tune played, and the China Mobile logo appeared, followed by the image of a little girl on the phone's background. The girl appeared to be around 12 or 13, holding a pair of chopsticks in a playful pose towards the camera with a quirky and sweet smile that made her look like a little fairy. The girl on the phone had bright, sparkling eyes and a rosy face, her playful smile exuding a charm that was both comforting and heart-wrenching. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the little girl's photo, sighing to himself, "Ooh, honestly, she was beautiful and adorable." She was leagues ahead of the two-dimensional beauties from those island games, and Yang Qiu was no match for that little girl. Yang Qiu could only be considered above average with the potential to become a beauty in the future, while that little girl already radiated extraordinary charm. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. If this exquisite loli hasn't been eaten, yet she's probably turned into a zombie loli by now. Yang Qiu still hadn't put down the bag in her hands, seemingly captivated by it. Zhang Xiaoqiang bored fiddled with the phone. So much had happened today, and the sky was getting dark. He thought to tidy up the bus and make do for the night. Opening the message box, he saw a row of unread messages from his wife. December 31, 2012, 1040 a.m. Honey, where are you? Come back quickly, the people outside have gone crazy. December 31, 2012, 1:01 p.m. Honey, where are you? I'm so scared, the crazy people outside are starting to eat people. December 31, 2012, 7:50 p.m. Honey, are you hurt? The crazy people outside are banging on the big iron door. Me and Meow Meow are hiding in the bedroom, we're safe. January 1, 2013, 1:00 a.m. Honey, why aren't you replying? I'm dying of anxiety. January 1, 2013, 2:47 p.m. Honey, did you get my messages? I called you but no one answered. I miss you, Meow Meow misses you too. January 7, 2013, 8:02 a.m. I don't know where you are, or if you're still alive. I saw Boss Zhang, our neighbor, trying to drive out yesterday. I watched as his car got surrounded, saw him dragged from the vehicle, and watched him get eaten. I love you, honey. After reading all the messages, Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a breath, feeling heavy-hearted. The owner of the phone's wife and a cat named Meow Meow were hiding at home, while the phone's owner was either eaten or turned into a zombie. His wife was at home fantasizing about him coming back to save her, but sadly her husband would never return. Beep, beep, beep. The long-lost phone alarm startled Zhang Xiaoqiang awake. He stood up, stretched lazily, and placed his hands on his hips to loosen his muscles. The phone alarm continued to ring persistently. Zhang Xiaoqiang listened to the familiar electronic sound, reluctant to turn it off, feeling as if he had returned to the past. Yang Qier was still fast asleep, but her sleeping posture was quite unruly. The blanket had fallen onto the floor. She tilted her head with drool hanging from the corner of her mouth, dripping onto her thigh. The shiny drool connected her mouth to her thigh like a spider's silk. Her smooth, rosy thigh stretched forward while the other leg was curled up, resting on the chair cushion. She wore a set of lace-trimmed lingerie, which was quite loose on her. The oversized bra failed to fully cover her chest, leaving some parts exposed. As Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the blanket to cover her, his eyes sparkled while gazing at the revealing Yang Qier. Wait a minute. He looked at the black lingerie on Yang Qier and felt it looked somewhat familiar. Damn, isn't this the one he found last time? He had thought it too wasteful to give to Yang Qier and had buried it at the bottom of his backpack, hoping to use it again when he encountered a big busted girl. How did this little girl manage to steal it and wear it? Zhang Xiaoqiang was extremely angry. How could Yang Qier wear his private collection without even asking? The phone's electronic sound continued to ring, disturbing Yang Qier. She tightly covered her ears with her small hands, eyes closed, shouting, "Mom, turn off the alarm and let me sleep for 5 more minutes. You're going to be late for school." Zhang Xiaoqiang turned off the phone and shouted into Yang Qier's ear. Yang Qier suddenly sat up, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh no, oh no." She stared blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang's displeased face and then glanced at the cup in his hand. Feeling chilly all over, she looked down and saw her 2 little treasures exposed. "Aunt!" Yang Qier screamed, covering her little treasures with her hands, muttering, "Oh no. I've been seen. Boo-hoo. I can't face anyone now." Bang! Zhang Xiaoqiang threw the blanket over Yang Qier's head, wrapping her tightly. "Tell me, where did you get that lingerie?" Zhang Xiaoqiang questioned from the side. Yang Qier muffled her voice under the blanket, saying, It seemed she couldn't come up with any reasonable explanation. Suddenly, she pulled the blanket down to her chin, exposing her head and giving Zhang Xiaoqiang an awkward smile. "Uncle, you're so perverted. How could you secretly hide women's lingerie in your bag?" "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. This lingerie can be considered a hush money." Yang Qier spoke confidently, looking utterly shameless. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply at the girl's unreasonable arguments. Having dealt with the lingerie issue, Zhang Xiaoqiang walked towards the car to prepare breakfast. Remembering the breakfast Yang Qier made yesterday morning, his stomach began to rumble. He pulled out the steel bar stuck behind the car door and kicked it open. Fresh air rushed in, and breathing the morning air made him feel invigorated. The sunlight warmed him as he was about to get out of the car when something shiny caught his eye. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to look. The windshield of the car had been struck, resembling a spider web hanging at the edge of the window. Below the windshield was the driver's seat, where a shiny golden key hung, illuminated by the sunlight. Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up upon seeing the key. Generally, if he found a key after leaving the house, good things would follow. He hoped it would be the same this time. Bang! The luggage compartment opened, revealing a row of large travel bags and suitcases stacked neatly. Creak! The first large bag was opened, revealing countless phone boxes filled with various knockoff phones. Taking one out, he found it had a fully charged battery and saw it was compatible with Nokia batteries. Zhang Xiaoqiang calculated that he could use the knockoff's battery until next year. Carefully removing all compatible batteries and placing them aside, Zhang Xiaoqiang eagerly opened the second large bag. Looking at the contents inside the bag, Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes became a bit misty. How does the saying go? When God closes a door, he opens a window for you. Inside the bag were various colors, styles, and sizes of cute, conservative, revealing, and playful women's lingerie, making Zhang Xiaoqiang's excitement hard to contain. Glancing at Yang Qier, who was playing a mobile game, Zhang Xiaoqiang discreetly put the most sexy and beautifully packaged lingerie, clearly worth thousands, into his shoulder bag. "Come here. Choose your own things. Take a few in every size so you won't end up with no lingerie when you grow up." Zhang Xiaoqiang called Yang Qier to pick out some lingerie. Seeing the lingerie in the bag looking like a sea of flags, Yang Qier cheered and dove into the bag. The first one sells phones, the second one sells lingerie, the third one won't be selling adult films, right? Zhang Xiaoqiang, lost in thoughts, felt like he was opening a treasure chest in a game. The large bag was quite normal, containing only some men's clothing. He casually tossed the clothes aside and suddenly felt something thick. He pulled them out one by one and laid them on the ground. There were a total of 20 neatly wrapped bundles of cash wrapped in newspaper. He picked one up, tore it open, and saw a stack of 100 yuan bills neatly wrapped inside, each bundle containing 10,000 yuan. 20 bundles meant 200,000. Zhang Xiaoqiang tore open all the newspaper packages and tossed the bundles of cash into the sky. 200,000 yuan bills scattered in midair and slowly floated down. Watching countless red bills with the great leader's portrait float onto the bus roof, onto both of them, onto the bridge, and some drift down with the river water. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in the rain of money, feeling a strange sensation. Yang Qier, disturbed by the rain of bills, complained that Zhang Xiaoqiang shouldn't throw trash around. Trash. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused over Yang Qier's remarks. Indeed. People work hard all their lives only to realize they have earned nothing but a pile of paper. When the apocalypse comes, that paper becomes trash, and here he was reminiscing over a pile of trash. What a foolish brain. Zhang Xiaoqiang composed himself and opened the fourth bag. The owner of this large bag seemed to be a young couple containing both men's and women's clothing, and inside were two TNF jackets, one in dark blue and gray, the other in light blue. The dark blue and gray one was for men, while the light blue one was for women. Zhang Xiaoqiang sniffed and found no odor, indicating they were new clothes that hadn't been washed. He tossed the women's jacket to Yang Qier and continued searching. Huh! Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed as he looked at the notebook in his hand. There were two notebooks, one completely clean with no decorations, and the other covered with various stickers and adorned with a mini cartoon cat plushie. This notebook was produced by Asus in April 2012, specifically for outdoor use. Its silver and black titanium alloy matte shell could withstand various shocks, allowing it to operate smoothly in extreme temperatures, whether in deserts or rainforest high altitudes or underwater. Zhang Xiaoqiang had been tempted when he saw it online, but the price of over 10,000 discouraged him. Now he finally had the chance to get it. Carefully placing the notebook into his computer bag, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed two folding bags. He picked one up, opened it, and found 6 mirror-like surfaces lined up in 2 rows inside. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't recognize them at first, but when he spotted the connection ports on the bag, he became excited. Is this the legendary must-have for crossing over the solar-powered notebook charging bag? The tricycle was driving on the road to City J, with Yang Qier sitting in the back listening to music. The melodious tunes echoed in Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears, but he felt quite displeased. Apart from the 2 laptops, the morning only yielded some dried seafood. What frustrated him the most was that the laptops contained nothing but incomprehensible surveying data and a few songs with no games at all, not even a single adult film essential for any man. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to curse. How could he still be considered a man if he couldn't even download adult films? Creak. The vehicle stopped, and Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the map in his hand, feeling dejected. The map of the province showed City J as just a small circle, and the old national road to Jinyun City required passing through City J. Looking at the tiny circle on the map, Zhang Xiaoqiang was troubled. He didn't know the way to City J, and who knew whether entering like this would lead him out again. Moreover, City J, although small, had a population of several 100,000. If there were even 1 or 2 D3S or S3S, wouldn't that be delivering food to the zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated on the outskirts of the city, wanting to discuss it with Yang Qier, but her dismissive reply of, "That's your problem," cut him off. He was left speechless, torn between to enter or to retreat. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a short burst from an assault rifle startled Zhang Xiaoqiang. The gunfire was close by. Stay alert. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted to Yang Qier, drawing his pistol and chambering around. Yang Qier also readied her crossbow, aiming at the source of the gunfire. The music from the laptop had been turned off, and the two of them carefully observed the surrounding movements. The atmosphere was tense and heavy. Zhang Xiaoqiang could even hear Yang Qier's heavy breathing. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 shots rang out, this time even closer. A man's scream came from the left front, and the short bursts of gunfire turned into long bursts, indicating a dire situation. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained still. In an unclear situation, the best choice was to wait. He was neither a special forces soldier nor a spy. He was just an ordinary citizen, content as long as he could preserve his life. He chose to be cautious in the face of unknown dangers. The left front was completely obstructed by waist-high weeds, making it impossible to see what was happening over there. Zhang Xiaoqiang wore a serious expression, while Yang Qier seemed somewhat unconcerned, holding her crossbow and chewing gum with a look of disdain. The weeds rustled, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart to tighten. Whoosh! 4 or 5 figures burst out from the weeds, not even glancing at Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others as they ran forward with their heads down. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched in confusion as the 4 sturdy men ran, 2 of them carrying sharpened steel bars, one wielding a longquan sword used by elderly ladies for morning exercises, and the last one holding a large bow resembling an English longbow, though no arrows were in sight. The 4 men ran frantically to one side, resembling soldiers in a movie fleeing in panic. Could it be a D2 encounter? Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart sank, and he hurriedly started the tricycle, wanting to get far away. The last time he encountered a D2, he survived by luck rather than skill. Relying on a young girl was too risky. As for whether it was an S2, he didn't even consider it. With S2's speed, they wouldn't be able to escape. Just then, a man with a Type 81 rifle jumped out, aiming and firing behind him. Unfortunately, he didn't have many bullets, and after 3 or 5 shots, the rifle fell silent. The man fumbled at his waist, but found nothing. He cursed, tossed away the rifle, and chased after the earlier figures. Just as he took a few steps, 3 shaped zombies leaped out from the bushes roaring and pursuing him. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qier watched dumbfounded. The fleeing figures and zombies ignored them. Uncle, are they filming a Pandraber movie? Why aren't those monsters paying attention to us? Yang Qier asked, watching the chase unfold. Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could respond, he saw 2 more shaped zombies leap out from the bushes. These 2 zombies looked particularly miserable. One had multiple bullet holes in its thigh and walked as if it were dancing like a zombie. The other resembled a moving honeycomb coal with numerous eyes all over its chest down to its abdomen, and it seemed injured, unable to run. These 2 injured zombies caught the scent of the 2 and approached. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't let Yang Qier take action, simply watching as the 2 shaped zombies drew closer. One was dancing the zombie dance, while the other moved slowly like it was in space. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 shaped zombies fell to the ground one after the other. Zhang Xiaoqiang blew the smoke from the gun, feeling quite pleased. Within a meter, him still hitting every shot. Until now, his pistol could finally kill zombies, and he patted the gun, marveling at it. Looking at the discarded Type 81 on the ground, he contemplated whether to pick it up now or wait until those few were dead before grabbing it. Although it had no bullets, possessing a rifle had been his dream since youth. As for the men performing their life and death drama, they weren't in his consideration. They weren't beautiful women, so why bother about their lives or deaths? Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't care about others' lives, but that didn't stop Yang Qier from enjoying the show. After the Xie Yuanshan incident, Yang Qier had grown indifferent, of course, to outsiders. She was still caring towards her own. Look, Uncle, check out that guy with the gun who ran to the front. Haha, he's going to get caught. Such a fool. Oh, if he just threw away the thing in his hand, had run faster. Right, Uncle? He really got caught. He's bitten. Huh, why is only one stopping to eat? What about the other 2? Why do they keep chasing? Could it be that they're full? Yang Qier watched through the crosshair of her crossbow, her mouth constantly spewing venom without a hint of sympathy. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her, focusing on the Type 81 lying on the ground, growing fonder of it. He was a homebody, but he was also a traditional Chinese man, believing that taking without asking is theft. Although he had picked up many things along the way, those were all abandoned items. So I can wait until you die before I pick it up. Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to be a hypocritical gentleman. Uncle, they're running over here. They must have heard the gunshots. Yang Qier reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang, one hand gripping the beast horn gun, eager to try. Let's wait until they get closer before saying anything. Don't use the beast horn gun. Wealth should not be flaunted. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't want to save anyone, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill zombies. Besides, asking a local for directions wouldn't be a bad idea. The remaining 4 were desperately running towards the tricycle. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood quietly by the vehicle, watching them run, without any encouraging words or gestures to hasten them. Huff huff. Even from a distance, he could hear their labored breathing, their faces flushed, distorting in a final burst of energy, resembling little ghosts from the Hall of Yama. The man holding the Longquan sword was nearing his limit, desperately inhaling and exhaling, his eyes bulging, froth forming at the corners of his mouth. Hearing the footsteps behind him grow closer, he couldn't help but glance back. He saw a short-shaped zombie chasing him, waving its claws as if that black, smelly claw was about to grab his face. He let out a blood-curdling scream, using all his strength to flail his arms, increasing his speed. It seemed he had forgotten about the Longquan sword in his hand. The sword swayed as he swung his right arm up and down, glinting in the sunlight. Swish! A gust of wind brushed past his ear, and then there was a thud. What had fallen? He continued to run forward, not caring, until he finally passed by Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was slowly catching his breath, at least having a cushion. While he was thinking about continuing to run, there were 2 monsters behind him. One shaped zombie was feeding in the distance, having been shot in the head by Yang Qier's crossbow bolt, leaving only one still charging at him. He drew the military knife from his waist and hurled it towards the shaped zombie's head. Thud! The spinning knife stuck firmly into the zombie's forehead, and the zombie tripped and fell. The men reached the front of the vehicle trying to get in, but were deterred by Yang Qier aiming her crossbow, making them hesitate to move, then looking back. The 4 big men had dumbfounded expressions. One zombie lay on the ground with a crossbow bolt stuck in its forehead, while another was sprawled on the ground as Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled the military knife from its head. The 4 men remained silent and motionless, simply staring blankly as Zhang Xiaoqiang walked up to the shaped zombie that was eating. The shaped zombie stopped feeding and stood up to face Zhang Xiaoqiang, seeming very angry, the kind of anger an animal feels when interrupted during a meal. It roared and lunged at Zhang Xiaoqiang, but he showed no signs of tension in the face of the shaped zombie. Like a leisurely stroll, he stepped slightly to the right, sidestepping the shaped zombie, and as it missed its attack, Zhang Xiaoqiang reversed the grip on the military knife and plunged it into the back of its head. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled out the military knife, wiping off the blood on the shaped zombie's shoulder. The zombies slumped to the ground like a lump of dough. By the time Zhang Xiaoqiang returned, the others still hadn't come to their senses. Gulp. The man with the long quan sword swallowed hard. Gulp, gulp. The remaining 3 finally reacted synchronously, swallowing hard. That's how cool a man I am. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite proud to practice his knife skills. He had nearly worn out the whetstone. 4 men stared at Zhang Xiaoqiang, still unable to believe he had effortlessly dispatched those mutated zombies. The man who had wielded the longbow was already dead, devoured by zombies. The one holding the Type 81 rifle appeared to be in his mid-20s, clad in grimy, colorless clothing with a fierce, trouble-prone countenance, though he now stood subdued, his eyes darting nervously as he sized up Zhang Xiaoqiang. The other 2 looked utterly unremarkable, ordinary faces that would vanish unnoticed into any crowd. Both were in their 20s or early 30s, standing timidly before him, glancing furtively at the fierce-looking man, clearly acknowledging him as their leader. The man clutching the Longquan's sword was the eldest, deep wrinkles etching his face, suggesting he was in his 40s. His features conveyed quiet simplicity and unassuming reserve. Who's in charge here? Zhang Xiaoqiang wiped his military knife clean with a rag and slid it back into his belt, then fixed them with a steady gaze. Meanwhile, Yang Kuer's sniper crossbow hovered imperceptibly in their direction, its aim subtle yet unmistakable. The elderly taciturn man showed no reaction, only stared blankly at the knife at Zhang Xiaoqiang's waist. The 2 unremarkable men silently turned their eyes toward the Type 81 wielders, saying nothing. Ha ha, I'm their temporary squad leader. Senior brother, what instructions do you have for us? The Type 81 wielder forced a smile, straining to appear amiable, yet his sharp, distinctive features rendered it hollow and unconvincing. Zhang Xiaoqiang no longer judged men by appearances. Xie Yuanshan had once smiled with disarming sincerity, vowing unwavering loyalty even unto death, only to reveal himself later as a treacherous, heartless wretch. Oh, your family name, if I may ask? A flicker of intuition crossed Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind. None of the 4 carried backpacks, suggesting they lived nearby. And since this man claimed to be only a temporary squad leader, others must still be waiting at their base. Ha ha, my humble surname is He Wenbin, and your senior brother. He Wenbin bowed, slightly eager to establish rapport. Call me Cockroach. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no intention of revealing his real name. Zhang Xiaoqiang held no weight, whereas Cockroach at least evoked the grit of a survivor forged in the ruins. Oh, Brother Cockroach, what commands do you have? You've saved our lives. Name your request, and it shall be granted. As he spoke, He Wenbin retrieved the Type 81 rifle. Watching the weapon return to its owner, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of dismay, but resigned himself. Consider it an act of selfless virtue, like Comrade Lei Feng. Too proud to demand it back, he swallowed his frustration and played the part of the confident strongman. You carry rifles and swords, yet you fled from just a few zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang frowned. In his view, class zombies posed little threat, far weaker than D2 variants. To him, slaying one was no more difficult than crushing an ant beneath his thumb. Brother Cockroach's martial prowess is unmatched. We can't compare. That thing moves like lightning. Only a headshot kills it. 10 of us set out today. Only 4 remain. His voice tightened as he spoke. The loss of 60% weighed heavily upon him. Is there any survivor settlement nearby? Zhang Xiaoqiang probed, carefully seeking intelligence. We haven't heard of any, except our own group of over 40 people. We haven't encountered anyone else. One of the unremarkable men hesitated, then prompted, He Wenbin, Brother Bin. Didn't we catch something on the car radio last time? Ah, I remember now. The broadcast mentioned a survivor enclave near a town on the outskirts of Jinyun City. How many people are there? Does any formal administration still function? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked urgently. If governance endured, order might still hold. He had no desire to live amidst chaos. And truth be told, he lacked full confidence in himself. No idea, maybe around 100,000. The broadcast urged us to go there. But Brother Long said, better to rely on ourselves than trust strangers, least we end up cannon fodder. He Wenbin knew no further details. Zhang Xiaoqiang drew a sharp breath. Jinyun City's population of nearly 9 million had dwindled to mere tens of thousands. With a 90% infection rate, even a conservative estimate suggested nearly 1 million survivors remained. Yet only 1 in 100 had truly endured. The odds were staggering. Who was Brother Long? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a flicker of interest. Anyone capable of rallying 40 or 50 souls to survive the apocalypse possessed rare resolve and ability. He led us out of the prison compound, cutting our way through. He Wenbin now spoke freely, having clearly assessed the balance of power and accepted his subordinate position. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled a labor reform farm nearby, and a relative imprisoned there, fate unknown. Do you know Kai Kuan Yong? He asked, clinging to faint hope. Finding kin would be a small mercy. No, I was a serious offender kept in solitary confinement. After a moment's thought, He Wenbin turned to the taciturn man. Honest man, does the name ring a bell? Indeed, the man's very nickname was Honest Man. After pondering, he replied woodenly, inside, names weren't used, only cell numbers. If you weren't in the same dormitory and hadn't earned notoriety, you'd never know who was who. How many escaped during the breakout? Zhang Xiaoqiang clung to one last thread of hope. The large cells, jammed with 10 or more inmates, were the first to erupt. I was a thief stationed near the gate. When things went awry, I stabbed the lock and fled. I saw no one else escape from those big cells. Even the wardens turned monstrous. So I rushed to the isolation units and freed everyone still human, and we fled together. Honest Man recounted the ordeal calmly, revealing himself unwittingly as the savior of every surviving inmate. Zhang Xiaoqiang abandoned all hope and asked instead, "Who among you is local?" One of the unremarkable men ventured cautiously, "I am. What do you need?" Aside from passing through J City, are there alternate routes toward Jinyun City? Zhang Xiaoqiang remained resolved to reach Jinyun City. Greater numbers meant greater security. Head east from here to Westlake Village, then north to Gojia Dam. Follow the highway westward, circling the city center. Heavy coal trucks use that route regularly. After speaking, the man paused, hesitant, as though holding back more. "What is it?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed. When survival hung in the balance, caution was never excessive. Before Jinyun City's broadcast lured many drivers there, yet most perished. Of every 10 who went, 8 died, and 1 returned utterly broken in mind. He paused briefly before continuing. Survivors say the roads are choked with vehicles. A monstrous entity roams there, one strong enough to tear apart passenger buses. Countless died by its hands. He fell silent, watching Zhang Xiaoqiang, intently awaiting his response. "Are there any other detours?" Zhang Xiaoqiang's pulse quickened. He stared, breath held, waiting for the answer. The man shook his head, speechless. A sudden void opened within Zhang Xiaoqiang. Purpose dissolved, direction vanished. Was retreat to the mountain cave with Yang Kuer his only path, to vanish nameless into obscurity? He Wenbin noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang's despondency and seized the moment. "Brother Cockroach, why not stay with us a while? Wait for safer passage to Jinyun City." He spoke softly, wary of provoking anger, or worse, retribution. Zhang Xiaoqiang weighed the offer. Though Brother Long was no gentle soul, neither was he clay to be molded. His dispatch of glass zombies had been witnessed clearly, and Yang Kuer remained an unstoppable force at his side. Zhang Xiaoqiang agreed to accompany He Wenbin. The latter immediately gestured for the group to lead the way toward their refuge. "Brother Ben, Three Sun and the others are still trapped in that apartment building. They might still be alive, shouldn't we?" Honest Man broke in suddenly. He Wenbin glanced at his exhausted, vulnerable companions, and at his empty Type 81, then turned his gaze expectant toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang met the desperate, hopeful stares of these grown men, and felt a sudden, piercing headache. So, this was how heroes were born. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kuer to guard the vehicle while he and He Wenbin headed back along their path. He Wenbin and the others cautiously followed behind, observing the rustling of the grass around them. They had likely become startled, as if they were birds frightened by a bowstring. After passing through the thicket, they spotted an shaped zombie devouring a corpse, and their faces turned pale at the sight. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a sharpened rebar from a common-looking person and weighed it in his hand, saying, "It's not as handy as the beast-horn spear." The group was still a distance away from the shaped zombie, which was too engrossed in its meal to notice Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his hand and threw the rebar like a javelin at the shaped zombie, which struck its thigh and pinned it to the ground. "Well done," He Wenbin shouted in delight as he saw Zhang Xiaoqiang score a hit. Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared expressionless, though his face felt slightly flushed. He had originally aimed for the zombie's head, but due to an unfortunate miscalculation, it struck its thigh instead. He Wenbin and the others were unaware and thought Zhang Xiaoqiang had thrown perfectly. The shaped zombie let out a roar and struggled to stand. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached it nonchalantly and raised his hand. Bang! The bullet from his handgun shattered the zombie's skull. Holding the gun in his left hand, he pulled the rebar out and tossed it to the common-faced person, observing how they fumbled with it while carefully watching He Wenbin's expression. Zhang Xiaoqiang had drawn his handgun to assert his authority and to show that he possessed a firearm. He Wenbin and the others were not surprised that Zhang Xiaoqiang had a gun. They thought it was quite ordinary for Zhang Xiaoqiang to use a gun, even believing that he was afraid of dirtying his military knife, and resorted to using the gun instead. He Wenbin snatched the Longquan sword from the honest person and handed it to Zhang Xiaoqiang, saying, "Brother Cockroach, use this instead." Using a bullet means losing a bullet. He was actually concerned about the bullets Zhang Xiaoqiang used. Zhang Xiaoqiang was speechless, realizing he was merely putting on a show for the blind. As he casually accepted the Longquan sword, he discovered that it was not quite right. This Longquan sword was not like the lightweight fitness tools used by elderly women. It was very heavy, far heavier than usual. Zhang Xiaoqiang's strength was now vastly different from his former self as a homebody, especially after drinking rainwater for the second time. His power was growing daily. The rebar he had just held, which was thumb-thick, felt light in his hand, but now holding the sword felt just right. Brother Cockroach, look, there are inscriptions here. He Wenbin pointed to the area near the sword's hilt. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed the sword's intricate patterns like waves with two small characters Jing Wei engraved near the hilt. The sword appeared quite ordinary, with the thousand-fold patterns on the blade looking somewhat impressive, while the rest of it was unremarkable. The blade was plain and unadorned, appearing as if it had never been sharpened, and the grip was shaped like a brass ingot, dull in color with a hint of tarnish. The handle was just a solid piece of wood, comfortable to hold. In summary, this sword was still less visually appealing than a stainless steel Longquan sword. Zhang Xiaoqiang, holding the Jing Wei sword, looked at He Wenbin in confusion, prompting He Wenbin to quickly explain. They had come out to search for supplies and discovered a hidden room in an old house filled with paintings and antiques, likely heirlooms of some family. Although the paintings and antiques were of no use now, they paid them little mind. The honest person experienced in thievery found a hidden mechanism and uncovered a wooden box containing this sword. This unassuming sword was the best treasure in that secret room, and the honest person had managed to keep it while escaping. Zhang Xiaoqiang regarded the honest person, thinking that if he was reluctant to part with it, he could return it, as he still had the beast horn spear, which was the true treasure. The honest person looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, surprised that he was seeking his opinion, showing some excitement and less wooden expression. It's fine, you take it. I don't have any use for it. It seemed the honest person enjoyed being respected by others. Thus Zhang Xiaoqiang carried the sword in his left hand and held the 5-4 in his right as he made his way to the location where He Wenbin's companions were trapped. As he looked at the sea of corpses before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a shiver run down his spine. So densely packed, not dozens, not hundreds. There are at least 1,000. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to look at He Wenbin, who was also pale-faced. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? It shouldn't be. The honest person gazed at the 1,000 zombies gathered together, his face turning pale, lips white with wide eyes, seemingly unable to believe what was unfolding before him. This was the first time Zhang Xiaoqiang had encountered such a large horde of zombies. During his escape, he had only seen groups of 200 to 300 at most. They say that 1,000 humans is boundless, but witnessing a horde of over 1,000 was truly shocking. They were near the urban-rural fringe of Jinyun City, with Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions on a small hillside. Below the slope were a dozen old-style houses made of blue bricks, and the several large trees in front and behind the houses indicated that the village had existed for quite some time. With small bridges and flowing water, blue bricks, and ancient trees, if it weren't for the residential complex being built nearby by developers, it would seem like a paradise. The complex was only halfway constructed, with floors yet to be capped and scaffolding densely packed. Two figures stood on the scaffolding looking down at the zombies below. Through the binoculars, their faces were filled with despair, and occasionally one or two shaped zombies would attempt to climb the scaffolding. Ironically, having become zombies, they had forgotten the habits of being human and would fall onto other zombies after only a couple of attempts. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to look at He Wenbin and the others. Should we go back first? Think of a way slowly. He Wenbin was beginning to backtrack, and the two common-faced individuals nodded in agreement. Even the honest person wanted to go back, but felt a bit embarrassed to say so. Zhang Xiaoqiang cast a glance at them and continued to observe their surroundings. The two individuals were trapped on a building halfway up the hill with zombies below, and a medium-sized truck parked not far away with bags of rice visible in the open cargo area. The straight-line distance from the top of the slope to where the two were trapped was only 100 meters. Looking at the horde of corpses 100 meters away, the four big men trembled, let alone the two trapped among them. Is that truck yours? Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed to the vehicle. He Wenbin nodded while the two common-faced individuals said, We usually drive it, we know the route. Where is the nearest gas station? Zhang Xiaoqiang thought of using fire as a tactic. The last zombie fell to the ground, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite satisfied with the Jing Wei sword in his hand. It sliced through bones as easily as cutting tofu, effortlessly cleaving the zombies in two. It might look like it had never been sharpened, but it could easily cut hair. After taking down a dozen zombies, there was no sign of dulling at all. The entire gas station had been cleared out, and he looked at the fuel tank truck parked to the side. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed them to search for the keys separately. While looking for the keys, he noticed an auto repair shop across from the gas station surrounded by layers of old tires, some of which were taller than Zhang Xiaoqiang. Eventually, they found the keys on a zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang directed them to load the old tires onto a truck waiting for repairs, chaining it to the fuel truck, and headed toward where the two were trapped. The old tires were stood up and wedged on the slope. Gasoline was drawn from the fuel truck and poured over the tires while thousands of zombies were jammed together at the bottom of the slope without a single gap. Light it up. 2 tires were set ablaze, and as the gasoline on the tires ignited, Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded He Wenbin and the others to push the tires down the slope. 2 huge flaming circles jumped and rolled down the slope until they crashed into the horde of corpses. The horde of zombies immediately went into chaos as the burning zombies tried to push their way out while those on the outside pushed in. Even standing on the slope, one could hear the wails of the zombies. When the rubber of the tires began to burn, the flames became harder to extinguish, turning each zombie into a human-shaped torch. They flailed around, spreading the flames to other zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood on the hillside, smelling the burnt meat odor rising from below, his stomach churning. He shouted to the stunned He Wenbin, continue. He Wenbin and the others instantly became as energized as if they had taken a blue pill, stripping off their shirts, drenching the tires in gasoline, their faces alight with excitement. Flaming tires rolled down the slope, occasionally toppling over halfway. The scene before him evoked a sense of returning to an ancient battlefield. The horde of zombies was in complete disarray, countless on-fire zombies fleeing in all directions, including the type and stipe, igniting everything flammable around them. Flames engulfed the area, even some scaffolding began to catch fire. You and I will go bring them back, Zhang Xiaoqiang said to He Wenbin, who hesitated as he looked at the scattered zombies below. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not urge him. He had done all he could, enough to prove his loyalty. If it weren't for the various mixed scents below, the zombies would have lost their greatest advantage. Zhang Xiaoqiang would never go down. The burning rubber was far more powerful than the homemade gas bombs he had used before. Do it. Whatever the cockroach brother says, I will do. He Wenbin struck a martyr-like pose, then nodded and said, of course, I don't have the skills of cockroach brother, so please take care of me. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at him without speaking, then stepped down the hill, even putting his pistol back in his waist, holding his Jingwei sword in hand. The distance of 100 meters was not long, and he arrived in no time. Zhang Xiaoqiang avoided some burning tires, chopped down a few zombies that were flailing about, and shouted to He Wenbin among the horde, tell them to come down, I will provide support here. He Wenbin saw hundreds of zombies swaying around him. His pants were already wet with urine. He cried out with a trembling voice towards the scaffolding, Sanzi, get your ass down here. Still hanging up there. Brother Bin. My God. I thought it was the end for me. I'm coming down, I'm coming down. Don't run away. I will definitely burn incense for you. The person on the scaffolding shouted incoherently as he climbed down. This person was quick, and in the blink of an eye he reached the ground. Seeing the zombies around him swarming like headless flies, his limbs began to weaken again. Zhang Xiaoqiang chopped down a zombie that bumped into him and asked, isn't there still one up there? Sanzi wanted to leave quickly and hurriedly said he was scared silly, holding onto the iron pipe and wouldn't let go. He can't hear anything. No matter how I pull him, he doesn't respond. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded without speaking, turned around and walked back up the hill with He Wenbin closely sticking to him like a tail, not daring to make a wrong move. When the 3 of them reached the hilltop, the 3 who stayed behind were also extremely excited. Slap. He Wenbin smacked the back of Sanzi's head fiercely, shouting, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank Cockroach Brother. If it weren't for Cockroach Brother insisting on saving you, we would have gone back to sleep already. Sanzi was very young, probably not even 20, but his face did not show any childishness. He seemed to be someone with a story. Thank you. Thank you, Cockroach Brother. You are like my father, Sanzi said while bowing, but before he could bow 3 times, Zhang Xiaoqiang stopped him. I'm not dead yet. No need for 3 bows right now. Slap. He Wenbin smacked Sanzi on the head, scolding, I told you to study while you really are illiterate. Yang Qier jumped up when she saw Zhang Xiaoqiang return, complaining about being bored. Cockroach Brother. Who is this? Sanzi asked. Huh. You can call me Cockroach Sister from now on. Yang Qier replied with a smug expression. The honest person, the average-looking face, and the other 3 squeezed into the oil tanker, while He Wenbin drove a tricycle behind them, and Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qier sat in the back. Yang Qier was looking at the computer notebook containing the original owner's diary, while Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned back on the blanket, smoking a cigarette. This is really comfortable. Not having to drive makes Zhang Xiaoqiang very happy. The driving cabin of the tricycle was very bumpy, and every time he got off, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. What did that saying go? If you don't drive, you won't know the hardship of driving. If you don't sit in a vehicle, you won't know the blessing of being a passenger. He Wenbin had gone through life and death with Zhang Xiaoqiang and admired him deeply. Now he was trying to curry favor with him. Regardless of what questions Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, he answered without hesitation. How did you escape back then? Were there any survivors from the armed police? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired about their situation from behind. Oh, back then it was chaos. Over 1,000 people inside had mostly gone mad, and the armed police that went in to suppress them were also lost. I had just been locked up for a fight a few days earlier until the honest person let me out. Thinking about it still makes me feel scared. He Wenbin didn't seem like a good person either. He was usually arrogant and domineering, but now he was terrified of the zombies. If it weren't for the brute force in him, he wouldn't dare to run into the horde with Zhang Xiaoqiang. How many people came out in total? The Type 81 is nice, so where did it come from? Zhang Xiaoqiang passed a cigarette from behind, and He Wenbin took it with one hand, hanging it from his mouth, without lighting it, continuing to drive. In total, over 20 rushed out along with 2 prison guards. The guns were picked up from the ground, but there weren't many bullets. I originally thought about going to the ammunition depot, but unfortunately the entire squad guarding it had turned into monsters, taking 6 people with them. He Wenbin probably recalled the first time he saw a zombie eat a person. His expression turned quite ugly. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Oh my God." It was chaos back then. Those things were everywhere, and no one knew when one would jump out from a corner and bite. Fortunately, most were locked up and couldn't get out. He Wenbin spoke slowly, while Zhang Xiaoqiang listened quietly. He Wenbin had a difficult childhood. His mother ran away early. His father had a bad temper and liked to discipline him. After each punishment, there wasn't a good piece of flesh left on his body. Plus, he didn't like studying, dropping out before finishing the first year of middle school, and he wandered outside fighting bravely and gained a bit of a reputation. He wandered for 10 years, and when his father was bedridden with cirrhosis waiting to die, he returned home to care for him. Before his father died, he held his hand and urged him to study well. What job could a semi-literate who didn't even finish middle school find? After hitting several walls, his old friends called him to go back to continue wandering, but he was determined to walk the right path. He Wenbin sighed at this point. Later, someone introduced him to work as a bodyguard for a boss. With his previous connections, the delinquents respected him, and no one bothered the boss business. Things were going well until... As he said this, He Wenbin's face filled with rage. "Damn it. Don't let me meet him again, and if I do, I will explode his flower pot." That boss had 2 furniture stores and was secretly doing some business, but He Wenbin didn't know what he was doing behind the scenes. One day the boss took him to a hotel to discuss business. As soon as they entered, he received a phone call. After hanging up, he handed the briefcase to He Wenbin, asking him to deliver it to the store. He Wenbin, not suspecting anything, took the briefcase and went down the elevator. As soon as he exited the elevator, he was pinned to the ground by 4 or 5 men with several guns pointed at his head. The boss was a drug dealer smuggling heroin from the border using logs meant for furniture. That day he was preparing to make a delivery when he received an inside tip. A switcheroo turned the drug dealer into He Wenbin, and he used money to smooth things over so nothing happened. The heroin in the briefcase got He Wenbin sentenced to life imprisonment. He thought his life was over, but who would have thought the apocalypse would come? At first, the honest person released over 30 people, and then they encountered 2 prison guards grabbing a few Type 81s and charging towards the exit. Along the way, the iron gates of several cells near the exit were opened, and dozens of zombies scattered them as they rushed out, taking advantage of the zombies eating people to reach the main gate. Unfortunately, the main gate was electronically controlled, and there were electric fences on the walls forcing them to turn back and search for the control room. After dealing with a few scattered zombies, they exhausted all their bullets. They went to the ammunition depot, lost 6 people without getting a single bullet, and in the end it was the honest person who broke open the iron door of the armed police duty room to find some ammunition. After escaping, there were only about 20 people left. Once the prisoners were safe, a few wanted to kill the guards, but not all prisoners wanted to kill. Some had paid money to stay safe inside. They were also unwilling. In the end, all survivors split into 2 groups, with 2 prison guards taking 7 or 8 people who they had a good relationship with, seeking another path. The remaining group was led by Long Gu, rescuing some survivors and forming a small settlement. The oil tanker in front gradually came to a stop, and He Wenbin followed closely, bringing his vehicle to a halt. Before getting out of the car, he reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang, "Be careful of a guy named Chun Yi robbed and killed an entire family of 8 before going to prison, sentenced to death." He usually does not submit to Long Gu, and with a heart as cruel as his being under Long Gu now, he might very well cause trouble for Cockroach Gu. Zhang Xiaoqiang secretly remained vigilant and nodded to indicate he understood. If He Gu is looking for trouble, Cockroach Gu must not hold back. Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully assessed He Wenbin and found him to be quite impressive. "Here you go." Zhang Xiaoqiang tossed a pack of Huangalu cigarettes to He Wenbin to express his gratitude. He Wenbin repeatedly thanked him and cautiously tucked the cigarettes into his clothing. The oil tanker stopped in front of a medium-sized chicken farm surrounded by a 4-meter-high wall on which the words Jiangpongzi Chicken Farm were painted in red on a white lime coating. A rusty iron gate was locked tightly, and not far from the main gate there was a pile of garbage predominantly made up of chicken feathers and bones. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaosan knocked hard on the iron gate and shouted, "Hey, anyone in there, are you dead?" After a while a voice came back, "Damn, I can tell it's you kid, the one who never speaks properly." A figure appeared from inside and walked to the gate to unlock it. The person was in their 30s, dressed in a rather unkempt manner. Although Wenbin's group looked a bit dirty, they seemed relatively tidy compared to him, who wore a long black coat that hung open without buttons. Underneath, he wore a flashy wool sweater that looked distinctly feminine paired with tattered jeans from which red long johns could be seen peeking through the rips. On his feet were a pair of travel shoes stained with dark blood that hadn't been wiped off, making the sight quite off-putting. His hair was messy with some white substance stuck in it, and he carried an AK-47 slung over his back, which was also quite dirty with patches of white and grime that hadn't been cleaned since he acquired it. "Old Russian, have you crawled into a woman's pants again?" Wenbin teased the old Russian. "Haha, I just had a meal lay on that woman for a bit, and before I could do anything you knocked on the door." The old Russian was unfazed by Wenbin's teasing and laughed heartily. "Damn that old woman, how could you even get it up for her? She looks over 40 like an old sow, with a thick layer of fat. Just looking at her is nauseating." Sanzi commented on the old Russian's taste. At this moment, Yang Kier jumped down from the tricycle holding a laptop. The old Russian's eyes lit up upon seeing Yang Kier glancing at Wenbin again, but dared not look closely, only sneaking glances. "Where do you think you're looking? He'll dig out your eyeballs." Wenbin warned fiercely as he noticed the old Russian's wandering eyes. The old Russian stopped talking, opened the iron gate, and waited aside. The oil tanker and the tricycle drove into the chicken farm, parking in a vacant lot in front of a small building. The old Russian is also a repeat offender charged with the heinous crime of raping and murdering young girls. He was originally someone waiting to eat peanuts, and we all detest him. Wenbin explained to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite uncomfortable upon hearing this. Such a person is the enemy of all homebodies. Just thinking about how cute and tender those little Lolas were, only to be cruelly killed by such a person, is simply intolerable. A 4-story small villa stood in the center of the chicken farm, looking quite new, as if it had been built only a few years ago. The dark green glass windows gleamed brightly. It towered over the chicken farm, giving a feeling of standing out among the crowd. Surrounding the small villa were several rows of red brick houses, which were likely the feeding and storage areas for the chicken farm. Several shabby-looking men bearing haggard expressions were coming in and out of the red brick houses. Not a single woman was seen, not one. "Why are there no women here?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, curiously wondering if women had disappeared in the apocalypse. "Haha, Cockroach Go wants women. The women are all in the small building, not coming out. But some cannot be touched. Those belong to Long Gu and Egu, the others are fair game." Wenbin noticed Yang Kier giving him a look of deep-seated hatred and awkwardly fell silent. The iron gate of the small building opened, and a tall, robust man stepped out, his face full of muscle, with short hair, standing upright, and his eyes flashing with fierce light, as if ready to pounce on someone at any moment. Wenbin saw that he was trouble, looking like a vicious thug. "Ha, Binzi, you're back. You even managed to get an oil tanker. You're getting skilled. Ego, I brought back 2 people." Wenbin reported respectfully to Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi did not pay much attention, looking at the 5 people, including Sanzi, with a displeased expression. "Just you guys came back. Did the others die?" Chen-Yi's expression shifted from gloomy to sunny as he asked in a deep voice. "Bad luck, we ran into a bunch of those fast ones that are hard to aim at. It's lucky to have a few of us come back." Wenbin honestly recounted the situation at the time, and the honest man also nodded in confirmation. "Huh, that's good. It just means fewer people eating for free." Chen-Yi's expression instantly brightened, and his eyes glanced over to Yang Kier, who was standing aside to watch the excitement. "Not bad, you even brought back a little girl. Little girl, you'll follow me from now on. I'll ensure you have a good life," Chen-Yi said while reaching out towards Yang Kier, only to be met with the muzzle of Zhang Xiaoqiang's pistol aimed at his forehead. Chen-Yi's smile froze on his face, his hands raised in the air, unable to move, his eyes darting among Wenbin and the others. Wenbin's face turned awkward while the others stared at their toes, acting as if they saw nothing. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, a faint smile on his face, holding the gun steadily, the dark muzzle aimed at the center of Chen-Yi's brow. "Ego, I didn't finish speaking just now. It was this Cockroach Gu who saved us. He single-handedly took down 6 super-fast monsters." Wenbin explained from the side. "When Shi Zi and I were surrounded by thousands of monsters on the scaffolding, it was Cockroach Gu who led Bin Gu and rescued me from the pile of monsters." Sanzi added. "Ha, Binzi, you were wrong. Why didn't you say it earlier?" "Ha, Cockroach Gu right. Let's not be rude. We're all on the same side." Chen-Yi pretended not to notice Zhang Xiaoqiang's pistol and warmly greeted him. Zhang Xiaoqiang put away his pistol and cupped his fists towards Chen-Yi. "I'm new to this place, and I hope for your tolerance for my lack of etiquette." No worries, my surname is Chun. You can just call me Chen-Yi." Chen-Yi began to probe into Zhang Xiaoqiang's background, and Zhang Xiaoqiang could tell that Chen-Yi was not simple adept at managing situations. Such a person is the most cunning. You never know when they might bite you in the back. Not much systematic training, just some random practice. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied ambiguously. "Ego, shouldn't we invite Cockroach Go inside?" He Wenbin reminded from the side. Chun-Yi slapped his forehead. Look at my memory, let's not be rude, please come in. Chun-Yi led Zhang Xiaoqiang to sit in the living room and took out a pack of cigarettes to offer Zhang Xiaoqiang. Upon seeing it was the kind that cost 7 yuan a pack, he took it without showing any emotion. Chun-Yi then yelled upstairs. Hey dead women upstairs, we have a distinguished guest, come down and make tea. Turning back to Zhang Xiaoqiang, he smiled and continued, Cockroach, you're not joking, are you? You took down 6 monsters just by random practice. I've encountered those things before. It took 7 or 8 of us firing with rifles to take down one. Those things are easy to hit, they're just a bit fast, and I've killed dozens of them. Zhang Xiaoqiang said dismissively. At this moment 4 young women came down from upstairs dressed flamboyantly with light makeup on their faces. One poured tea for Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others, while the other 3 knelt at Chun-Yi's feet massaging his legs. Does Cockroach go have anyone he likes? Just say it, it's nice to have someone warm your bed at night. Chun-Yi said to Zhang Xiaoqiang nonchalantly. Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully examined the women, noting that their complexion was quite good, unlike the men outside, who looked pale and their beauty could be deemed above average. The women were secretly observing Zhang Xiaoqiang, as well, neither hopeful nor fearful, just wearing blank expressions. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang was not very accustomed to interacting with others, he could still perceive Chun-Yi's attempts to recruit him. Yang Qier glanced at the women kneeling aside and curled her lips, remaining silent. Brother Yi is joking. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. The little brother is utterly unworthy. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head as he looked at the women on the ground. It was impossible not to be tempted, especially since the women were well-developed, their figures were undeniably attractive, far surpassing Yang Qier's lacking attributes. However, the situation was unclear, and given that He Wenbin had mentioned Chun-Yi's character, it was best to be cautious. Moreover, it seemed that Chun-Yi was not the type to be content playing second fiddle. Perhaps today, he would offer you women, and tomorrow he might send you to wield a knife against Long Ge. Chun-Yi kicked at a woman in a red dress at his feet and shouted, You filthy whore, how can you be so oblivious? Go serve Brother Cockroach well, or I will skin you alive and feed you to those things. The woman flipped over a few times on the ground before obediently kneeling and bowing her head to Chun-Yi. Then she wiped her hands on her clothes and began massaging Zhang Xiaoqiang's thighs. This woman in her 20s had a delicate appearance with red lips and white teeth, and her skin was beautiful, only slightly inferior to Yang Qier, with no dyed hair. Her long hair was black and lustrous. The deep neck red coat revealed a clean interior. She wore nothing underneath, and her 2 proud peaks were shyly half exposed. The woman looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a face full of fear and anticipation, her gaze tinged with a hint of despair. Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated and did not let the woman leave. He could not disrespect Chun-Yi on their first meeting. The woman let out a slight sigh of relief as 10 delicate fingers gently kneaded Zhang Xiaoqiang's thigh. Zhang Xiaoqiang called Yang Qier over and whispered something in her ear. Yang Qier pouted, looking displeased as she walked out. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang accept the woman's massage, Chun-Yi was very pleased. How does it feel, little brother? Now his tone had become warm and friendly, as if Zhang Xiaoqiang were one of his own. That woman is called Su Qian. She used to be a lobby manager at a big hotel. At first she was unwilling to follow me, but now I've tamed her like a dog. Ha ha. Chun-Yi was very proud, continuously teaching Zhang Xiaoqiang how to tame women. Yang Qier entered holding 4 packs of blue softpack premium Huangala cigarettes, and Zhang Xiaoqiang gestured for her to hand the cigarettes to Chun-Yi. Watching the women beside Chun-Yi accept the cigarettes, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. A small token of appreciation. I hope, brother, you won't mind. Chun-Yi was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaoqiang's attitude. He took 1 pack, tore it open, and handed a pack to He Wenbin, another to the 3rd brother, and 1 to the honest man, leaving the 2 ordinary faces outside. The few people hurriedly nodded and expressed their thanks, while Chun-Yi took a pack for himself, tore it open, lit a cigarette, and instructed one of the women to carry the rest upstairs. Chun-Yi looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang and smiled. Forgive me for making you laugh, little brother. Times are tough. Everything is lacking. Listening to Chun-Yi continuously lamenting, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it strange. In the apocalypse, with so few people surviving, there were supplies everywhere. As long as you had the strength to move, why was there a shortage? Su Qian's hands were gentle and nimble, the strength of her 10 fingers, just right, massaging his thighs to a delightful numbness. While Zhang Xiaoqiang enjoyed Su Qian's massage, he pondered. He initially thought his skills were common, but there were surely many fierce individuals outside. Who would have known that even someone with 8 lives on his back lived so miserably? Especially when encountering He Wenbin, a few burly men had chased the shaped zombies like rabbits, and none had the courage to turn around and fight back. Are they too weak? Or am I too strong? A pair of delicate hands gently touched the root of his thigh, lightly circling above the ammunition depot through his pants. Little Xiaoqiang was on the verge of a divide, yearning for independence, but Su Qian's hands interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's contemplation. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a deep breath, suppressing little Xiaoqiang. Before he could regain his composure, Su Qian had unzipped him and reached in to seize little Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly jumped up. He had never experienced such a thing. "I'm not used to doing this in front of others," Zhang Xiaoqiang said to Su Qian with a serious face. Su Qian's face instantly turned pale, her large eyes filled with despair, and Chun Yi, who was sitting beside her, also began to look grim, his fierce eyes fixed on Su Qian. Noticing something was off, Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly added, "You can help me massage my legs and feet. Your skills are quite good." Chun Yi's expression brightened again, and Su Qian looked gratefully at Zhang Xiaoqiang lifting his calf and removing his shoes and socks. Ignoring Zhang Xiaoqiang's foot odor, she placed his large foot between her peaks and helped him knead his calves. The foot's pungent smell pressed against Su Qian's softness, and Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but exclaim, "So decadent." He then asked Chun Yi, "Brother, there are countless dead outside. What is lacking? As long as there is strength, just move." "Alas, little brother, you don't know. Supplies are everywhere, but they come at the cost of life. Originally, there weren't many bullets, and once the gunfire sounded, those things would swarm over. If you ran a bit slower, you would lose your life." Chun Yi lamented, pausing slightly before continuing. "We originally had around 70 or 80 people here, but more than half of those who dared to go out and rob supplies have died. Little brother, you saw that Binzi and his 10 men went out and only came back with 5. If it weren't for your arrival, they would have been wiped out." Hearing that Chun Yi had dozens of people here, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled that their truck full of rice was still amidst the horde of corpses. "Haha, little brother, don't worry. Our rule here is that as long as you dare to go out and rob, there will be rice and flour to eat. If you stay home and play dead, you can only eat chicken feet. We may not have much here, but we have plenty of chicken feet." Now Zhang Xiaoqiang understood why the women in the small building and Wenbin looked in good spirits, while the men in the red brick house all had pale faces. It was because they were eating chicken feet. Hiss! A wave of ache and numbness surged through the soles of Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, and he inhaled sharply. Su Qian, who was massaging his feet, looked at him anxiously. Yet her hands did not stop, merely transitioning from massage to caress. "Huh, so refreshing." Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a subtle current flow from the soles of his feet throughout his body, instantly invigorating him. Su Qian felt reassured and continued massaging, while Chun Yi happily observed his expression softening a bit. "Little brother, you don't know, that woman's massage is quite good. I heard she worked in a foot-washing establishment before as a lobby manager. Grass, she's not even a whore. If my brother likes her, he'll send her to you." Zhang Xiaoqiang had not yet responded when Yang Qir, anxious, kept signaling him from the side. Seeing Yang Qir rolling her eyes at him, Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but roll his eyes back. Men's affairs are not for women to meddle in. Zhang Xiaoqiang conveyed this message to Yang Qir. Yang Qir stopped looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang and lowered her head, sulking. "Haha, brother E is joking. As the saying goes, one must not betray a brother's wife." Zhang Xiaoqiang still refused Chun Yi, preferring to observe before making any decisions, which was a lesson he had learned from stock trading. Chun Yi was pleased with Zhang Xiaoqiang's words, thinking he was beginning to lean towards him and was preparing to persuade him again. "Binzi, I heard from old Mauzi that a distinguished guest has arrived. Why didn't you let me meet him? Aren't you afraid of what others will say about our lack of manners?" A loud and penetrating voice came from outside the door, and a burly, steady-headed, bald man walked in. The man appeared to be around 30, his eyes like tangible forces, with a deep scar running from the corner of his right eye across his nose to his left chin, resembling a venomous snake coiled upon his face. His chin jutted slightly outward, and with his head held high, he looked quite imposing. At this moment he stared at Chun Yi and said, "Brother E, do you think what I'm saying is right?" "Long go, long go, long go." He Wenbin Sanzi and the honest man stood up to greet the newcomer. Long Go paid no attention to them, only fixing his gaze on Chun Yi. Chun Yi's complexion turned ashen, then flushed red, finally turning a deathly gray. He bowed his head to Long Go and said, "What Long Go said is correct." Zhang Xiaoqiang watched from the side, unable to interject. The 3 women beside Chun Yi bowed their heads in silence, not daring to make a sound. Su Qian continued to massage Zhang Xiaoqiang's stinky feet, oblivious to everything around her. It seemed she only had eyes for Zhang Xiaoqiang's stinky feet. Yang Qir behaved strangely, wanting to speak, but unsure what to say, her face anxious as she kept signaling Zhang Xiaoqiang. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoqiang was engrossed in the show and did not pay any attention to Yang Qir, thus failing to notice her unusual behavior. Long Gu seemed satisfied with Chun Yi's performance, smiling as he glanced at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Fellow townsman, are you also from Y City?" Zhang Xiaoqiang heard Long Gu speaking in a local dialect and asked. However, Long Gu did not respond. He looked at Yang Qir, seemingly in a daze. The atmosphere in the living room was quite eerie, with Long Gu staring blankly at Yang Qir, while Chun Yi sat nearby, his face ashen, lost in thought. He Wenbin and the others were diligently studying palm prints, seemingly calculating their own destinies. Several women knelt on the ground, their heads down like ostriches. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on a chair with one bare foot, while Su Qian focused intently on holding Zhang Xiaoqiang's smelly foot. Yang Qier felt somewhat anxious, her hands awkwardly clasped in front of her chest, then behind her back, and finally hanging by her sides, nervously pinching the corners of her clothes. The living room felt heavy and oppressive. With so many people packed together, there was not a single sound. However, the air was thick with the unpleasant odor of Zhang Xiaoqiang's smelly feet. Eventually, Yang Qier broke the silence, greeting Long Gu, "Uncle, you're out now." Hearing Yang Qier refer to Long Gu as Uncle, Zhang Xiaoqiang almost kicked Su Qian in the face, nearly losing his balance. He couldn't help but hum a little tune in his heart. "I have countless uncles." Long Gu, as if awakening from a dream, stepped forward to closely examine Yang Qier, asking, "Are you Chung Guest's daughter?" "You are Qier. Wow, how have you grown up so quickly?" Long Gu seemed to be in disbelief. "Congratulations, Long Gu. Great, Long Gu has found family." He Wenbin and the others congratulated Long Gu from the side. "Uncle, I'm about to turn 15. You've been inside for 6 years. Yang Qier reminded him. "Haha, no wonder. The last time I saw you, you were begging your dad for money to buy yogurt. When he refused, you threw a tantrum on the ground. It was only after I gave you 100 that you calmed down." Long Gu reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. It seems that Yang Qier's penchant for throwing tantrums was a habit formed since childhood. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to understand why Yang Qier was so fond of throwing fits. "What? I was still in elementary school back then." Yang Qier felt embarrassed hearing Long Gu mention her embarrassing moment. "Where are your parents? And my mother? How are they doing now?" Long Gu asked excitedly. Despite being a convict, he still worried about his family. Yang Qier felt her mood darken at the mention of her parents, her eyes beginning to redden. "I don't know either. I was out shopping with my classmates when I got trapped in a cargo truck for 3 months. I finally escaped the city, but my classmate was eaten by a monster." Yang Qier cried, sobbing for quite a while before continuing, "My parents and aunt lived in the city center where there are the most monsters. If I hadn't been saved by a cockroach, I would have been eaten too." Remembering her parents' uncertain fate coupled with reuniting with family, the suppressed sorrow in Yang Qier's heart erupted, and she cried uncontrollably. Listening to Yang Qier wail, Long Gu felt a heavy heart, his eyes reddening. He Wenbin and the others also lowered their heads in sorrow, as they too did not know the fate of their families. Even Chun Yi, lost in thought about his own family, sat quietly with his head in his hands. The women beside him buried their heads, their expressions unclear, while water stains dripped onto the smooth floor tiles. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a few drops of hot water land on his foot, and turned to see Su Qian had stopped massaging, holding his smelly foot close to her chest, her eyes vacant, as she stared at his pant leg, tears continuously slipping from her eyes and falling onto his stinky foot. Zhang Xiaoqiang's parents passed away early, so he felt no deep pain. He firmly believed that his sister would be fine. If he, a homebody who rarely exercised, could survive, then his sister, who was much stronger than him, should also be okay. Thus Zhang Xiaoqiang could observe others' expressions leisurely like an outsider. Long Gu wiped his eyes and said, "Don't speak of such gloomy things. Today is a joyous occasion, a great celebration." He turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who quickly stood up. "Hello, Long Gu. Are you also from Y City?" Standing on one bare foot, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized that this was someone else's territory, and he couldn't act too arrogantly, especially since he was a relative of Yang Qier. "Ha ha ha, fellow townsman. Have a seat, don't be polite." Long Gu invited Zhang Xiaoqiang to sit down, then took a seat on a genuine leather sofa in the middle of the living room. He touched the armrest of the sofa and asked Zhang Xiaoqiang, "What should I call you, little brother?" After drinking rainwater, Zhang Xiaoqiang looked even younger, appearing to be in his 20s. Plus, since the apocalypse, he had never gone hungry and had also been exercising, making him seem very energetic and healthy, leading others to mistakenly believe he was quite young. "Haha, Long Gu, you flatter me. I have a nickname, Cockroach, best not to mention my previous name." Zhang Xiaoqiang had some grievances about his name. "Hee, little brother. In today's world, as long as you have skills, even if you're called Stinky Bug, others will still call you Grandpa." "Ha." Long Gu seemed unbothered by Zhang Xiaoqiang's words, appearing very flamboyant. "You saved Qier and have raised her plump and healthy. That's quite an accomplishment. How are your skills, brother?" It seemed Long Gu was unaware that Zhang Xiaoqiang had been a formidable force. "Long Gu, Cockroach is quite skilled. Just the other day it took 7 or 8 rifles, quite some time to take down a monster, while Cockroach single-handedly took down 6. He Wenbin chimed in from the side, rallying for Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Yes, Long Gu, you don't know. I and Qi Zi were trapped on the rooftop by thousands of monsters, and it was Cockroach who fought his way in and out to bring me back. I thought I wouldn't survive, and Qi Zi was so scared he was rendered speechless. He's still stuck there." San Zi joined in to boost Zhang Xiaoqiang's reputation. Senzi exaggerated a bit. I just started a fire first, causing those things to go into chaos before going down to rescue people. Zhang Xiaoqiang became modest. Long Gu, you didn't see. I was closely following Cockroach from the outskirts of the thousands of monsters, killing my way to the center. I saw Cockroach take down over 100 all by himself. I'm not afraid to admit it, my pants are still wet. He Wenbin exaggerated Zhang Xiaoqiang's achievements, while in reality Zhang Xiaoqiang had only taken down a few dozen, and that was by chance. Yes, Long Gu, I clearly saw it from the rooftop. It was Brother Bin who called me down. Sanzi was eager to contribute as well. Even the usually dull and honest person wanted to say something, but couldn't express himself, so he stood by nodding excitedly at Long Gu. Long Gu was quite astonished upon seeing this scene, then filled with joy, exclaiming, "Ha! A fierce general, definitely a fierce general. Today is a double celebration." Bin Zi. Long Gu was thrilled, likening Zhang Xiaoqiang to a fierce general, positioning himself as the commander. Long Gu, whatever you need, just give the word. He Wenbin, looking fierce, appeared as harmless as a lamb, standing straight, waiting for Long Gu's orders. Go to the chicken coop and grab 2 fat chickens to kill. Today we feast. Then tell the old drunkard to keep an eye on the chickens for me. If even a single feather goes missing, I'll skin him alive. All right. He Wenbin received the command and turned to rush toward the chicken coop. Ha ha, let my little brother laugh at me. When I first got here, a large number of those chickens had already starved to death. The bunch below has been eating and drinking recklessly, and by the time Senzi said the chickens could lay eggs, there were less than 100 left. I was afraid they would go extinct, so I had someone keep an eye on them. Long Gu worried that Zhang Xiaoqiang would think he was stingy and explained. Su Qian finished putting on Zhang Xiaoqiang's left sock and shoe, tying the laces, and then began to massage the other foot. Yang Qier glared at her, mumbling something under her breath. Seeing Su Qian take off her right sock, Chen Yi's heart stirred. With 4 women around him, Long Gu must have no less than that, at least 4. Together they made 10 people. With Yang Qier and himself plus He Wenbin, they had 20 people. 2 chickens for 20 people was indeed a bit scarce. Long Gu, I just arrived and don't have much to offer, but I have a few 100 pounds of rice and smoked meat. Please don't find it lacking. Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to temporarily settle here and prepare to hand over his supplies. Having eaten smoked meat every day, he now felt nauseated just seeing it. Since Yang Qier didn't eat fatty meat, it was better to offer it as a favor. Ha ha, little brother, how generous. Honestly, I'm craving meat right now. Eating rice with pickled vegetables every day is getting boring. The food in the shelter isn't even as good. Long Gu was very grateful, asking the honest man and Sanzi to go with Zhang Xiaoqiang's tricycle to gather supplies. Yang Qier also followed, keeping an eye on them to ensure they didn't touch her hidden treasures. Chen Yi ushered the 3 women upstairs, but left Sushi behind. She remained to massage Zhang Xiaoqiang, clearly still harboring hope. Yang Qier entered carrying 2 packs of soft-pack Huangala cigarettes and handed them to Long Gu. Seeing that Long Gu received only 2 packs, Chen Yi felt somewhat reassured. His expression softened, and he began speaking more freely. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart bled inwardly. Within a single day, he had parted with 6 cartons of cigarettes, especially the premium Lunchio brand at 50 yuan per pack. He himself owned only 2. Long Gu tore open a pack of Lunchio, tossed one to Chen. He then lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. Brother, life's treating you well, I see. Oh, these are hard times to survive in. Yang Qier seemed about to speak, but a sharp glance from Zhang Xiaoqiang silenced her. She feigned breathlessness and stepped outside. Zhang Xiaoqiang would never let Yang Qier reveal his secret hideout. The supplies stored there had been painstakingly hauled back by the 2 of them, drop by drop. He refused to be a selfless hero, surrendering his hard-earned lifeline. In truth, the cave was his last refuge. If the outside world collapsed, he still had a home. Shortly after, He Wenbin announced that dinner was ready, and the group rose and made their way toward the dining room. The dining room was decently decorated. A large round table bore a glass turntable. 12 high-backed wooden chairs stood arranged. Golden wallpaper lined the walls, and numerous paintings hung, though the original owner possessed questionable taste. Traditional Chinese landscape paintings hung haphazardly beside Western oil paintings. Against one wall, an altar held a gilded bronze statue of Guan Yu. To the left of the Guan Yu statue stood an upright freezer, to the right a wine cabinet, both now utterly empty. The dishes on the glass turntable were simple: a large tureen of egg drop soup, a generous bowl of smoked pork stir-fried with cabbage, a plate of kung pao chicken without garnish, a dish of stir-fried preserved mustard greens, a plate of lightly sautéed potato slices, and a hot pot centered with boiled eggs. As Zhang Xiaoqiang's group took their seats, 2 men entered. The first stood barely 1.65 meters tall, powerfully built, with a thick beard reminiscent of a dwarf from fantasy games. He wore a leather jacket stretched taut over bulging muscles, as if threatening to burst at the seams. A man who clearly inspired no trust. The second man stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, gaunt and emaciated, his bald, oily pate and sunken predatory eyes lent him an almost undead air. His ordinary face betrayed nothing, yet his gaze unsettled all who met it. Huh, you're back. Come sit down and eat. Xiaoqiang brother, let me introduce you. This is Pao Tang. Long Gu gestured toward the shorter man. Pao Tang has a fiery temper, fearless in battle and unyielding under assault. Once he took down over a dozen men single-handedly and killed 5 of them. Truly formidable. Pao Tang merely nodded, his eyes locked onto the cured meat on the table. Long Gu pointed to the taller man. This is Tu Jiao, formerly the boss of City S with blood on his hands. Tu Jiao remained silent, offering only a curt nod as he scanned the faces around the table, his thoughts inscrutable. Damn, we've walked straight into a den of wolves, Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered inwardly, though his face broke into a courteous smile. 9 people sat at the table: Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qier, He Wenbin and his 2 companions, Long Gu and Chun Eo, and the 2 newcomers. Not a single woman was present. It seemed not everyone earned the privilege of dining here. Not even the Russian man was seated among them. After introducing Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qier to the 2 newcomers, Long Gu gave the order to begin the meal. At once 4 unremarkable women entered, carrying bowls of rice and bottles of baijiu. Their complexions were sallow, their steps unsteady, their clothes ill-fitting yet clean. The women served rice and poured liquor for everyone, while Long Gu listened to Tu Jiao and Pao Tang's reports. Brother Long, every accessible place has already been looted. Other zones are too dangerous. We dare not approach too closely. Indeed, Brother Long. Today I led a raid on a small grocery store, lost 2 men, and came away with only cigarettes, liquor, and a few cases of instant noodles. A terrible loss. Today 10 of us went out, and only 5 returned. Without Brother Xiaoqiang, perhaps none would have made it back. He Wenbin added from the side. The men around the table wore grim expressions. Only the young girl kept eating steadily, happily scooping Kung Pao chicken and sipping egg drop soup. How much grain remains? Long Gu asked gravely. Including what Brother Xiaoqiang brought, we have just over 700 jin. 15 women consume over 20 jin daily. The men who forage outside need over 50 jin each day. This supply will last barely 10 days. After that, we'll be forced to eat chicken feed. He Wenbin delivered the tally. The men's faces darkened further. Zhang Xiaoqiang too began to wonder, had he made a grave mistake coming here? Only Yang Qier remained utterly unconcerned, feasting heartily. Her confidence rooted in the knowledge that escape to the cave always awaited her. What if we ration portions, have everyone's daily intake? Chun Yi suggested. Long Gu paused, then shook his head. Without enough food, they'll lack strength. Even if grain is found, no one could carry it away. Or, what if we mix half grain with half chicken feed? Senzi offered. Before Long Gu could respond, He Wenbin dismissed the idea. Men fight fiercely now because rice is plentiful. If they're fed only chicken feed, who'll risk their lives? Enough of such grim talk. Let's eat. With that, Long Gu seized a large piece of fatty pork, shoved it into his mouth, and chewed vigorously. Everyone followed suit. Tonight is a welcome feast for Brother Xiaoqiang. Come bottoms up. Long Gu raised his cup and drained it in one go. Zhang Xiaoqiang forced the fiery baijiu down his throat, swallowing hard. Excellent. Brilliant. The table erupted in cheers. First one cup led to a second, then countless more. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no memory of how he ended up lying on this unfamiliar oversized bed. Only that he'd vomited repeatedly, couldn't even locate his own anatomy when urinating, and now lay awake in darkness, his scalp throbbing, mind unnervingly lucid. He reflected upon what he'd witnessed that day. He knew the apocalypse was merciless, survival was never easy, but he couldn't fathom why its survivors should suffer so profoundly. He recalled Su Shi beaten, yet still offering thanks, the women crouching like dogs at Chun Yi's feet, the emaciated hollow-eyed men, the treacherous Xie Yuanshan, the contractor who devoured his beloved wife, the man who'd taken his own life believing Zhang Xiaoqiang had slaughtered his entire family. Zhang Xiaoqiang had always considered himself no paragon of virtue, yet beside Chun Yi and Long Gu he felt like a saint making his final party dues before death. He was no great leader, nor did he aspire to grand deeds. He simply sought a place where government authority still held sway, as sanctuary where he might endure. When he learned the tunnel was blocked by a D2 class threat, his purpose vanished. He sank into apathy, drifting among convicts, watching women degraded, and felt nothing. He didn't know what lay ahead. No goal, no path. Only the image on his Nokia phone, a breathtakingly adorable little girl, radiant and pure. He gazed intently, then a sudden yearning surged within him, to find a beautiful woman, father many children, and pass his name into eternity. Setting the phone aside, emptiness receded. Purpose rekindled. He would live, not merely survive, but thrive, sire descendants, and ensure ancestors' rights endured across generations. His headache raged on, yet he felt strangely serene, freed from the burden of judging others' survival strategies. As Chun Yi had said, those lacking ability or courage deserved only chicken feed. He needed no heroic facade. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay still waiting for the alcohol's haze to lift. Just a slight easing of pain and sleep would claim him. Then, the door opened, a shadow slipped inside, and closed again silently. Zhang Xiaoqiang slid his hand beneath the pillow, drawing out his Type 54 pistol, chambering around beneath the covers, and waited for the intruder to draw near. The figure moved slowly, unaccustomed to the dark. Silence filled the room, broken only by the distant low hum of a diesel generator. Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly sat up, extending his handgun out from under the blanket towards the shadow. With his left hand, he adjusted his Nokia phone to illuminate the room with its flashlight. He did not disturb the shadow, but waited patiently, uncertain if it was Yang Qiu or whether the visitor bore any ill intent. He remained vigilant until the figure reached the bedside. The figure arrived at the bedside, felt around the corner of the bed, and stopped. Zhang Xiaoqiang heard a rustling sound like someone undressing. Did I sleep in the wrong room? Zhang Xiaoqiang became increasingly hesitant to move. He himself did not know how he ended up in this bedroom. His last memory was the sound of shushing as he could not find Xiaoqiang. When he bent down to search, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself lying comfortably on this soft mattress with his phone and handgun placed under the pillow and his clothes and military knife neatly laid on the bedside table. Seeing the handgun and military knife, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt reassured enough to wait in this unfamiliar environment and drift back to sleep. Long Gu was Yang Qiu's cousin, so there was no need to worry about her well-being. Moreover, that carefree little girl was not without her own means of self-protection. If she used her brain a bit more, Zhang Xiaoqiang might not even be her match. Of course, this statement was pointless, as Yang Qiu's usual demeanor was, "That's your problem, not mine." As long as she had food, drink, and entertainment, Yang Qiu would not care if you led her into a pit. She might even jump in after you if she saw you fall. Enough idle chatter. After the figure undressed, Zhang Xiaoqiang caught a whiff of a woman's fragrant scent. A warm, delicate hand grazed his furry thigh, and then the woman climbed onto the bed, leaning down to burrow under the covers. As the woman burrowed into the covers, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of heat rush through his body. He took a deep breath, imagining that the woman must be a plump figure of 1.50 meters and weighing 180 pounds just to be safe. It was still the old saying, under unclear circumstances, exercise caution. Who knows if this could be a trap? The woman lowered her head to Zhang Xiaoqiang's thigh, but before she could proceed further, a cold metal pipe pressed against her forehead, causing her body to stiffen immediately. A beam of silvery white light dispelled the darkness in the bedroom, shining on her face. The blinding light made her squint, and she did not dare to move, stretching her neck and awaiting Zhang Xiaoqiang's decision. Zhang Xiaoqiang held the Type 54 pistol against the woman's forehead and switched on the flashlight on his Nokia phone. Stunned, Zhang Xiaoqiang wore a blank expression. Even a seasoned connoisseur like him could be taken aback. Before him lay a woman, nude and motionless, resigned to her fate. Her long, shiny black hair, which fell to her shoulders, emitted a mysterious blue glow under the bright light. Her flawless, delicate face bore no blemishes, and her willow-like eyebrows showed no signs of grooming. Was she truly born this way? Her eyelids were tinted with a faint blush, not from cosmetics, but from a slow seep of color beneath the skin, exuding a feminine charm reminiscent of daughters from the Jiangnan water towns. Her nose was high and elegant, without appearing coarse, resembling a masterpiece sculpted by an ancient Greek artist. Her slightly fuller lips added to her allure, making her look even more sensual. She crawled between Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs, obscuring everything below her neck. All that was visible was her back, which was exposed outside the covers. Her skin was smooth and delicate, and her figure was well-proportioned, looking quite enticing. "Who are you?" In this unfamiliar environment, Zhang Xiaoqiang was doubly cautious. He did not know what this woman who had come to him willingly was hiding. This woman was beautiful, but after 7 years of being a monk, Zhang Xiaoqiang had cultivated enough patience. He was no longer at an age to think with his lower half. I am here to serve you at Long Guest's request. My name is Yuan Yi." Her voice was cool yet melodious, with an air of youthful poetry in her standard Mandarin. Yuan Yi gradually adjusted to the brightness of the flashlight and opened her eyes. Her glassy pupils were filled with numbness, devoid of any hope for the future. She lay naked before Zhang Xiaoqiang, without a hint of shyness, simply gazing at the cold muzzle of the gun, waiting for Zhang Xiaoqiang's choice. "You should leave. I just want to sleep quietly. Tell Long Gu I appreciate his kindness," Zhang Xiaoqiang said, rubbing his aching forehead sullenly. Zhang Xiaoqiang was indeed tempted, especially by Yuan Yi's unique, cool demeanor. It was like a proud plum blossom standing out in the snow, her exquisite face resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. What thrilled him most was that this seemingly ethereal fairy was engaging in something typically associated with courtesans, creating a stark contrast that nearly made Zhang Xiaoqiang lose control. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoqiang had witnessed the standoff between Long Gu and Chen Yi. Even though Long Gu was Yang Qir's cousin and a fellow townsman, and even though he did not like Chun Yi, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not want to interfere in the grievances between the two. After the Xie Yuanshan incident, he understood that human hearts could be treacherous. Both Long Gu and Chun Yi had escaped from prison, as did their subordinates. If Long Gu resolved his conflict with Chun Yi, the subordinates would grieve for the rabbit and fox, and the morale would dissipate. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival was paramount, especially when crises lurked everywhere and one misstep could lead to death. If the remaining humans did not band together and instead engaged in infighting, they would be devoured by the zombies, leaving behind nothing but scraps. Conversely, Chun Yi was in a similar position. He could refuse to accept Long Gu's authority, but could not kill him. If he did, his subordinates would not follow him, nor could he eliminate all those who opposed him. In the post-apocalyptic world, there were not many survivors left. Losing one was a significant waste. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang became crucial. Firstly, he was an outsider not closely tied to everyone here, and his skills were quite decent. If they could use him to eliminate a rival, none of the criminals would dare to speak ill of it. At least it would save face. Later, they could kill Zhang Xiaoqiang, the outsider, under the guise of revenge. Just like the saying goes, the whole world will be at peace. As the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. When the flying birds are gone, what use is the bow? Zhang Xiaoqiang was not Yang Qir. He was not particularly foolish. He had seen enough of those dull, tedious plots and palace intrigue to understand the strategies of the two. He did not want to become a pawn who would be cooked. Thus, remaining on the periphery as a third party was the most advantageous position for Zhang Xiaoqiang. He had ample experience dealing with zombies, and even if he encountered a D2, he knew how to escape, didn't he? Moreover, Wenbin and the others were also his rescuers, respecting him and knowing his capabilities, so they did not dare to stab him in the back. After all, not everyone was as twisted as Xie Yuanshan. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite helpless now. Looking at the beauty brought by Long Gu, he was tempted, but he could only silently chant Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. When practicing deep prajnaparamita, sees that all phenomena are empty and helps all beings through their suffering. Sariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. If form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Sensation, perception, intention, and consciousness are also like this. Sariputra, all phenomena. Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned innocence, wearing a look of Lu Xianghui as he gazed at Yuan Yi, who was sprawled naked on him. Yuan Yi didn't move. She looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang coldly and said, "Shoot me if you dare. If you're worried about dirtying the sheets, you can do it outside. Long Gu won't blame you." Zhang Xiaoqiang's face began to turn pale. He was furious. Ever since Xie Yuanshan had threatened Yang Qir with a sniper crossbow, he vowed never to let anyone threaten him again. And this woman in front of him actually dared to threaten him. "Get lost. Get as far away as you can. I don't want to see you again." Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at Yuan Yi, feeling disgusted by her attempts to coerce him with death. Even being coerced into doing that was unacceptable. Yuan Yi remained still, her expression unchanged, her eyes devoid of any emotion, simply staring blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Seeing that Yuan Yi hadn't moved an inch, still lying on him, and even keeping her hands on him, he became even more infuriated. He had never seen such a shameless woman. Zhang Xiaoqiang bent his right leg, intending to kick her off the bed, but halfway through he stopped, recalling a time in middle school when a girl had slapped him and he had ultimately refrained from retaliating. That was because his father had once advised him that a man should only vent his anger on other men and must never lift a hand against a woman. For any reason, under any circumstances, or with any excuse, a man should never strike a woman. Any man who does so is unworthy of being called a man. Zhang Xiaoqiang clearly remembered this. Before his father admonished him, he had pushed his sister while fighting over something, and his father had given him a thorough lesson with a belt. After the beating, he still did not understand why he had been punished until he later heard his father's words. Even when he tried to teach Yang Qir a lesson, it was mostly just to scare her. Seeing this stubborn woman lying on him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt tormented. "Do you want to die?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked in a strange tone, as if he were a creepy uncle asking a little girl if she wanted a lollipop. Yuan Yi looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, earnestly nodded. It seemed she sighed in relief, her rigid body relaxed, and she let go of his wrist. As Yuan Yi released her grip, Zhang Xiaoqiang also let out a sigh of relief. "See, it's just a sharp tiger-tooth military knife. You know about those man-eating monsters, right? This knife has killed no less than 10. Now I'm lending it to you. If you take it outside and slash at your vein, you'll feel something gushing out. Then you will feel your strength draining away, and you will have fulfilled your wish and gone away. Just remember to close the door behind you. Thank you." Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to send Yuan Yi away. His headache had eased significantly, and he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. But Yuan Yi remained still, glancing at the military knife, thinking for a moment before shaking her head. "If I dared to commit suicide, I would have done it long ago. Do you think I enjoy living this hopeless, futureless life that's worse than death? She became very agitated, her previously cold face animated, and her despairing big eyes started to glisten with tears. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at her helplessly. After a long day, he had just been overwhelmed, and now that his headache was lightening, this troublesome woman whom he couldn't hit or kick was making everything chaotic. Yuan slowly calmed down the excitement in her expression, completely dissipating, and she returned to her icy demeanor, her big eyes beginning to radiate numbness. You might as well kill me. I would be grateful to you, really. Just have a heart, and let me be free. Yuan began to plead again, indicating that she truly wanted to die. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his headache returning, but this time it wasn't due to alcohol. Looking at Yuan, who he couldn't hit or drive away, he felt utterly helpless. He didn't care about killing. The fact that he had fed Xie Yuanshan to zombies proved he wasn't a soft-hearted person. Still, he held on to that old saying he was a homebody, but he wasn't a murderer. He only killed when provoked, and there was no grievance or hatred between him and Yuan. Besides, she was so beautiful. If it weren't for Long Guest's interest in him, he might never have had the chance to get close to such a beautiful woman in his lifetime. But he couldn't just kill her because she disturbed his sleep. You might as well give up. I won't kill you. If you don't leave, I'll call someone to throw you out. Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to extricate himself from the conflict between Long Gu and Chun-Yi. If he couldn't provoke, he could at least avoid it. No, Yuan exclaimed. She seemed very concerned about Zhang Xiaoqiang, throwing her out, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. This time they were completely skin to skin with no gaps in between. His already weak willpower became even more fragile. Yuan's body was very cold, and the chill stimulated Zhang Xiaoqiang's congested brain, waking him up. Zhang Xiaoqiang pushed Yuan, who was clinging to him like an octopus, away, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. He thought to himself, damn, this really is a disaster. He almost became cannon fodder. After being pushed away by Zhang Xiaoqiang, Yuan didn't try to cling back. Instead, she knelt on the bed naked and looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, saying, you either kill me or take me. Otherwise, I won't leave. I won't leave. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't look at her again. He got off the bed without caring if he would be seen naked, picked up some clothes from the bedside table, and started to put them on. Yuan seemed flustered as she watched him dress, not knowing what to do. Her cold demeanor was completely shattered, and she clutched the corner of the blanket tightly, her teeth biting down on her lower lip until it nearly bled. Once Zhang Xiaoqiang dressed, he walked towards the door. If you want to cling here stubbornly, then stay. I won't serve you anymore, I'll sleep on the floor outside. That's how I've been living these days. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang dressed and walking towards the door, Yuan leaped off the bed like a frightened cat barefoot and ran to kneel before Zhang Xiaoqiang, clinging to his legs and refusing to let go. Zhang Xiaoqiang tried to pry her hands off, but Yuan's grip was like that of a turtle's beak, holding on tightly without relenting. He struggled to free himself, but to no avail. He was completely out of options. Today he finally met a woman more shameless than Yang Qier. The thought that Yang Qier might become as clingy as this woman sent a chill through Zhang Xiaoqiang. Looking at Yuan, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt frustrated. He suddenly found zombies to be so endearing. Even D2 seemed much cuter compared to Yuan. He would rather deal with D2 again than be entangled with Yuan. Are women more dangerous than zombies? What do you want? I tell you, I will never kill a woman. Whether she's 80 or 8, I won't kill her. That's my principle. Zhang Xiaoqiang said helplessly as he looked at Yuan, who resembled an ostrich. He felt he hadn't conveyed his point well enough, and continued, don't expect me to sleep with you. I have cleanliness issues, I don't like using what others have left behind. Zhang Xiaoqiang declared resolutely, his gaze towards Yuan was unkind, as if assessing a piece of discarded trash. Yuan remained silent, showing no excessive movement, just clinging tightly to Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs. Seeing that Yuan was still unyielding, Zhang Xiaoqiang's feigned anger deflated like a deflated tire. If you don't let go, I'll call someone. If others see you like this, don't blame me. Zhang Xiaoqiang was truly out of ideas. He thought of calling for help, secretly hoping someone was nearby. Yuan suddenly raised her head, looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a pitiful expression. Please, Long Gu said that if he doesn't take good care of you, he will feed me to those monsters. Long Gu can do it. I want to die, but I don't want to die like this. I've seen how those monsters eat people. I'm scared, I'm really scared. At this point, Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless and without thoughts. He knew Long Gu was not a good guy. He could do anything, especially in these times of food scarcity. Losing one person meant less consumption. Zhang Xiaoqiang could choose to ignore it and let her be fed to the zombies by Long Gu, but how was that different from killing her himself? Beep beep. The Nokia phone's battery drained and began to alert him, plunging the room back into darkness. The two stood in the dark, and soon the moon outside joined the scene, its bright light pouring in through the window, illuminating the dark bedroom with a cold glow. The temperature at night was a bit low, and Yuan, still unclothed, shivered slightly from the chill. A creaking sound interrupted the eerie silence in the bedroom as a delicate figure slipped into the room, momentarily stunned upon seeing the two locked in a standoff. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yuan Yi looked at the person who entered with astonishment. Under the moonlight, everything in the bedroom took on a poetic quality. Yuan Yi kneeling on the ground and clutching Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs resembled a jade statue of a beauty, her smooth and delicate skin appearing elegant and mysterious beneath the moon's glow. Zhang Xiaoqiang, clad in camouflage, was embraced by Yuan Yi like a newlywed wife reluctant to part from her husband heading off to war. The person who entered gazed at them silently, seemingly touched by the scene before them. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his face towards the newcomer, feeling an urge to smash his head against the wall. Having one woman cause him a fiery turmoil was already overwhelming. Now there were two. Was he destined for ecstasy or agony? Indeed, it was Su Qian who entered. She had her long hair elegantly piled up, her face adorned with light makeup, and she wore a sheer long dress. In the moonlight, it was evident that she wore nothing underneath. Su Qian was not unattractive by any means. Now she embodied both maturity and allure, grace and seduction. While she might not surpass Yuan Yi in beauty, she possessed a fiery allure that Yuan Yi lacked. It seemed Chun Yi was also unwilling to remain lonely, sending Su Qian to him to curry favor. Is it truly the case that a brother's wife is not to be treated lightly? Su Qian stood dazed for a moment before stepping forward and wrapping her arms around Zhang Xiaoqiang from behind, gently rubbing her chest against his back. Su Qian, please go out. I won't be touching either of you today. I'm very tired and wish to rest. Zhang Xiaoqiang endured the strange sensations from behind, trying to send Su Qian away first. Su Qian stiffened, and after halting her movements, she knelt down, repeatedly knocking her forehead against the white-tiled floor, creating a thud sound that resonated clearly in the quiet night. Zhang Xiaoqiang had a better impression of Su Qian than he did of Yuan Yi. He was aware of his own stinky feet, but Su Qian embraced them without pretense, massaging them attentively. Moreover, she seemed much more timid than Yuan Yi, effectively stirring a man's protective instincts. Additionally, unlike Yuan Yi, she did not haggle with him, but silently pleaded, "Get up." Seeing Su Qian's forehead turning a shade of purple, Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but speak. Su Qian was obedient. After Zhang Xiaoqiang's command, she stood up straight, and did not attempt to embrace him further, instead waiting with her head bowed for Zhang Xiaoqiang to determine her fate. "You wouldn't be the type to need to be fed those things if we can't be together, would you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang teased Su Qian, not believing for a second that Chun Yi could possibly do such a thing. Su Qian's beauty ranked at least second among Chun Yi's for women. For men, a beautiful woman is also a tremendous asset. Su Qian nodded and looked up at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Seeing that he seemed unconvinced, she felt a rising fear and urgency. She spoke the first words upon entering the room. It's true. Brother Long and Brother Yi rescued a pair of twin sisters last month. They were exceptionally beautiful. I've never seen such pretty girls, though they have bad tempers and are a bit spoiled. Brother Long and Brother Yi each took one. The sisters were very unwilling to follow Brother Long, and the others often cursing loudly. Brother Long bound the sister's hands and feet and fed her to a monster. Seeing Brother Long do this, Brother Yi did the same to the younger sister. We all watched from the side, and no one dared to look away. Brother Long and the others were watching us. Anyone who dared not to look would also be fed to the monster. Yuan Yi, kneeling on the ground, trembled violently. It seemed she too recalled those terrifying images. She tightened her grip on Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs, her forehead pressing hard against his thigh. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself truly uncertain now. Could he really harden his heart and ignore them? Should he take the women and eliminate Brother Long and Brother Yi together? That was nonsense. Even the rapist guarding the door carried an AK-47. How many nails could his little boat possibly have? As for joining the conflict between Brother Long and Chun Yi, that was even less appealing. Who would want to endure the fate of when the rabbit dies the hound is cooked, or when the birds are gone the bow is hidden? Looking at Su Qian, who stood docilely to the side, and Yuan Yi, who clung desperately to him, Zhang Xiaoqiang weighed the pros and cons, and a flash of inspiration struck him. I got it. Both Brother Long and Chun Yi wanted to win him over. If he accepted Brother Long's goodwill, he would offend Chun Yi. If he accepted Chun Yi's benefits, he would offend Brother Long. However, if he accepted both men's benefits, he might offend neither. Because both were now on equal footing, neither had the advantage of a benefit left unclaimed. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt at ease. Since both wanted to curry favor with him, he would play both sides. Even if he offended both, it wouldn't matter. They were still busy fighting each other and wouldn't have time to deal with him. He decided to take a step back and see how things unfolded. Yuan Yi, get up. Don't worry, I won't chase you away. Zhang Xiaoqiang said to Yuan Yi, who was clinging to his legs. Yuan Yi hesitated but stood up when she saw Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression grow unfavorable again. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt even worse about Yuan Yi now. He wanted to help her, yet was unwilling to trust himself. Wasn't that just a moral failing? But was there still such a thing in the apocalypse? Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the bed, stripped off his clothes, and crawled under the covers, then peeked out at the two confused women, saying, "Feel free to do as you wish." He closed his eyes in relief, finally resolving the troubling issue that had plagued him, and could finally sleep peacefully. Soon the mattress shook again as two bare bodies intertwined with Zhang Xiaoqiang, their delicate hands becoming restless. As his body was on the verge of transformation, Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly threw off the covers and sat up. "Damn, are you two done yet? Do whatever you want to, even if you want to play around, feel free. I'm really tired, I'm so tired. I just want to get a good night's sleep." "Okay." Yuan Yi and Su Qian instantly quieted down, shifting slightly to the sides to distance themselves from Zhang Xiaoqiang, who lay back down drowsily, closing his eyes on the verge of falling asleep. Creak. The door swung open again as a woman with a slim figure walked in, using a makeshift flashlight to illuminate the room. "Uncle, you're cheating on me behind my back. How could you do this to me? Is it easy for me to follow you around everywhere? Oh dear. Uncle, you're too perverted. You have two women at the same time." Yang Qier clearly did not trust Zhang Xiaoqiang rushing in to check on him. His drowsiness evaporated at her arrival. He looked at Yang Qier, who was throwing a fit on one side, and at Yuan Yi and Su Qian, whose heads were buried in the covers on either side of him, and couldn't help but groan, for people gathered around. Is this a mahjong game? Today is another sunny day. The morning sunlight streams through the window, casting a warm glow on the comfortable bed. A ray of light happens to hit Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyelids, and the heat of the light awakens him. He opens his eyes reluctantly for a while before fully shaking off his drowsiness. Yang Qier clings to Zhang Xiaoqiang like a teddy bear, causing his arms to feel numb. The little girl rests her head against the side of his face, her warm breath carrying a sweet fragrance that continuously wafts over him. With the scent from Yang Qier's mouth, Zhang Xiaoqiang can be sure that she has been brushing her teeth 3 times a day, a teasing remark he made last time firmly etched in her memory. The covers have long been kicked aside by Yang Qier, and she wears a set of pink revealing lingerie. However, Yang Qier has no bosom to speak of, and the 2 cups dangle forlornly to the side, while her pale, tender skin glistens under the sunlight. Yang Qier's drool has left Zhang Xiaoqiang's shoulder damp, and the saliva mingles with her hair, sticking to him uncomfortably. There is no need to elaborate further. The sexy lingerie Yang Qier is wearing is the very set that Zhang Xiaoqiang had hidden in his bag. He is not angry, he doesn't mind. The best and most alluring 2 sets have been hidden in a very discreet place, quite safe, absolutely impossible for Yang Qier to find. At this moment, his toes inadvertently grasped something soft and bouncy. Zhang Xiaoqiang instinctively wiggled his big toe, inadvertently pinching something, tightening his grip. "Ing-ning." A delicate voice calls out from the foot of the bed. Looking toward the foot of the bed, he sees 2 small lumps under the covers. Below the lumps are Yuan Yi and Su Qian, who had been pushed to the foot of the bed by Yang Qier last night, huddled together, not daring to move in during the night. As he sees the 2 small lumps, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalls the scene when Yang Qier entered. She had been very anxious and angry upon seeing the 2 women sleeping beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, scolding him incessantly. Zhang Xiaoqiang subscribes to a sense of male superiority, which he will uphold throughout his life. This will also be the family ethos of the Zhang family. Thus he feels annoyed. He remains silent, simply gazing at Yang Qier, his eyes carrying a chilling glare. Yang Qier is frightened by Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze, stops talking, and lowers her head, drawing circles on the ground with her toes. "You don't need to worry about my business, understand?" Zhang Xiaoqiang warns Yang Qier in a chilling tone. Yang Qier nods in acknowledgement, but avoids looking at him, showing her discontent. "Your affairs will also be under my control in the future. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaoqiang feels pleased. Long live male superiority. Those who are henpecked must be envious. Hearing this, Yang Qier looks up in surprise, her eyes filled with laughter, nodding repeatedly. Upon seeing the 2 sets of women's sexy sleepwear on the floor, her face inflates with jealousy, and her right foot stomps on the sleepwear on the ground. It seems that jealousy knows no age for women. After Zhang Xiaoqiang explains the origins of Yuan Yi and Su Qian in detail, Yang Qier's sympathy begins to overflow, though this sympathy is directed solely towards the women, as she couldn't care less about the men. In the end, Yang Qier agrees to let the 2 women stay in the room, but her jealousy still forces them to the foot of the bed. Under the pretext of supervision, she brazenly sleeps beside Zhang Xiaoqiang in her lingerie. Yuan Yi and Su Qian are quite obedient, hardly moving the entire night, merely curling up like 2 little dogs as they sleep. The small lump on the right side of the foot of the bed gently shifts. This feeling is quite pleasant, something Zhang Xiaoqiang has never experienced before. Is this scene familiar? Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly remembers that the actress Bai Niaoying had done something similar in a film. The small lump on the right must be Yuan. Zhang Xiaoqiang vaguely recalls her lying on his right side. He didn't expect her to have such a cold temperament while being so fiery in actions. Zhang Xiaoqiang originally had a poor impression of her, especially since she acted like a strong woman. Being a typical homebody, he is not attracted to such strong women. Conversely, the timid Su Qian catches his eye even if she isn't as beautiful or charismatic as Yuani. Perhaps this reflects his underlying thoughts on male superiority. Yuani's actions are a blatant affront to dignity. If it had been Su Qian, Zhang Xiaoqiang would likely feel embarrassed and hastily told her to stop. As for Yuan, Zhang Xiaoqiang enjoys Yuan-Yi's service while pondering, did I wash my feet yesterday? I don't even know. What if I didn't? Heh. Suddenly Yang Qiu stirs. She groggily opens her eyes, staring blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who is close by. Aunt! Yang Qiu exclaims loudly. She then stutters, You, why are you on my bed? She begins to check her clothes. When she sees her quail egg exposed, she quickly dives under the covers, muffled sounds of distress coming from within. Oh no, I'm exposed again. I can't face anyone anymore. As she speaks, she kicks her legs wildly. Beside her is Su Qian, who is sleeping there, and Zhang Xiaoqiang can see Su Qian's small lump shaking constantly from Yang Qiu's kicks. Su Qian remains silent, not moving, quietly enduring Yang Qiu's assaults. Zhang Xiaoqiang can hardly bear to watch, and tells Yang Qiu, stop yelling. Think carefully about what happened last night. Yang Qiu pauses, and after a moment she pokes her small head out, looking a bit embarrassed. I just can't remember for a moment. Besides, it's only natural for your own husband to see. After finishing her sentence, Yang Qiu jumps into Zhang Xiaoqiang's arms, burying her head in his chest, sniffing around with her little nose. Zhang Xiaoqiang feels speechless as he looks at Yang Qiu. How badly has Su Qian been trampled by her? Yang Qiu lifts her head, her crescent moon-like big eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaoqiang as she says, Is this the so-called manly charm? Why does it smell just like my dad? It's all cigarette smoke. Zhang Xiaoqiang can now confirm that he didn't shower yesterday. He wonders how Yuani could stand it. Does Long Gu also dislike showering? Get up. Zhang Xiaoqiang gives Yang Qiu a pat on her little bottom and nudges Yuan-Yi at his feet, signaling her to get dressed. Whooshed. Yuan-Yi and Su Qian simultaneously lift the covers. Two well-developed, shapely beauties emerge from underneath, entirely unclothed, four snow-white rabbits bouncing around with their movements. Su Qian has a bamboo shoot type, not one bit saggy, standing proudly. Yuan-Yi, however, is of a half-spherical type, very full and firm, looking quite alluring. Aunt! Yang Qiu screams again, jumping up to cover Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes, repeatedly chanting, No peeking, no peeking. You two are so shameless, why are you not wearing anything? Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately pries Yang Qiu's hands away and no longer looks at Yuan-Yi and Su Qian, turning his head to gaze at Yang Qiu. Have you forgotten what I said yesterday? No matter if I look for other women or what kind of women I find, that is my own business. If you can't stand it, then don't look. Zhang Xiaoqiang's threat proves effective. Yang Qiu, who previously treated dating like a game, finds herself at a loss against Zhang Xiaoqiang's strong male superiority. But I was the first to be with you. You've seen everything about me. You have to take responsibility. Yang Qiu looks down at her sexy lingerie, her voice weak. I know. As long as you listen, I won't neglect you. Zhang Xiaoqiang waves his hand grandly. Moreover, I want to have privileges. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang agree, Yang Qiu starts to negotiate. Privileges. Zhang Xiaoqiang assesses Yang Qiu, nodding his head, and her face lights up with joy. Privileges can be arranged, but you must wait until you are fully developed. Zhang Xiaoqiang adds. Yang Qiu glances down at her quail egg, feeling quite dejected. At this moment, Yuan-Yi and Su Qian had already dressed and were standing to the side waiting for Zhang Xiaoqiang's instructions. When Zhang Xiaoqiang saw them, his eyes nearly popped out. Su Qian was still wearing that sheer revealing outfit, and it was even clearer in the daylight. Yuan-Yi wore a bit more. She had a narrow black cloth strip wrapped around her chest, exposing both the first and last quarter moons, and below that she wore denim shorts that barely reached the top of her thighs, revealing her long, slender, snow-white legs. Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze continuously roamed over the two women. Since he was currently sleeping on the first floor, the exit from the room should lead to the living room. Judging from yesterday's situation, many people were going in and out of the small building, and perhaps Sanzi and the honest man were already sitting in the living room. With the women dressed this way, it was likely they would be seen completely. If so, it would be embarrassing for Long Gu and Yi Gu. He had to find a way to cover them up a bit more. Zhang Xiaoqiang searched the room for a wardrobe, hoping the previous owner had left behind a few items. Upon opening the wardrobe, it was completely empty, containing only Zhang Xiaoqiang's backpack. Seeing the backpack, Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up. Inside Zhang Xiaoqiang's backpack were supplies ready for a quick escape: cigarettes, bottled water, various foods, and of course a change of clothes. There were several sets of camouflage training uniforms which could be given to them. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the backpack and began pulling out the various disorganized supplies. The food was at the very top in a medium-sized transparent plastic bag containing cooked smoked pig ears and pig tails. There were also thin slices of pork belly. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed them on the nearby desk and continued rummaging underneath were some fried wheat and cooked flatbread staples that could be easily preserved and wouldn't spoil anytime soon. Glug, glug. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was getting into it, he heard two sounds of swallowing. Looking up, he saw Yuan intently staring at the plastic bag on the desk, swallowing hard as she gazed at the smoked pork. Beside her, Su Qian dared not stare openly, but was sneaking glances from the corner of her eye, swallowing just as quickly as Yuan. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it quite entertaining despite the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang had not lacked for meat, especially when he encountered Yang Qier, who had asked him for meat. After dealing with the mutated beasts, the meat issue was resolved, and later he acquired over 10,000 pounds of smoked meat. Even Yang Qier had begun to complain about fatty meat. Now seeing two delicate beauties drooling over pig head meat was a stark contrast that nearly made Zhang Xiaoqiang burst out laughing. How long has it been since you had meat? Zhang Xiaoqiang paused and asked. Yuan didn't respond, just staring at the pig head meat drooling. Su Qian hesitated, then said to Zhang Xiaoqiang, "Last month we still had some chicken heads, chicken feet, and chicken offal, but now it's been a long time since we had any. Usually we eat white rice with pickled vegetables. It's enough to fill our stomachs, but the sisters living behind the building often go hungry." Su Qian said weakly, still glancing at the pig head meat, which seemed to have transformed from something she had previously ignored into a rare treasure. No wonder the women in the restaurant yesterday seemed a bit unsteady on their feet. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the plastic bag and said, "Each of you can grab a handful, no more." Zhang Xiaoqiang was not being stingy, he simply had no obligation to pamper others' women. Su Qian's massage yesterday was quite good, and Yuan Yi's service in the morning had made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel comfortable. Thus, letting them each take a handful was already a reward. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi hesitated for a moment, but then boldly stepped forward, quickly scooping a large handful and moving to the side to eat. Su Qian approached slowly, first saying thank you, then twisting a pigtail to savor it. Zhang Xiaoqiang tied up the plastic bag and did not give Su Qian more just because she took less. The opportunity was only once, and he had to be responsible for himself. Yuan Yi understood how to seize opportunities so she could eat more. This was an inevitable survival rule in the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang could confirm that Yuan Yi's actions were correct, yet he disliked her even more. This feeling of dislike was hard to articulate. Perhaps it was because she presented herself as too strong without having the power to back it up, or maybe it was due to her persistent pursuit of him yesterday. Even though she had served him this morning, it did not change Zhang Xiaoqiang's aversion towards her. Watching Yuan Yi and Su Qian eating the pig head meat, Zhang Xiaoqiang shot a glance at Yang Qier and said, "Look at what others are going through. You truly are unaware of your own fortune." Yang Qier turned her head away and ignored Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang and his group exited the door and walked through a narrow passage to the living room, where Long Gu and Chun Yi were sitting smoking and drinking tea with a woman they had seen in the restaurant yesterday serving them. Seeing Yuan Yi walking behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, Long Gu burst into laughter. "Ha! Brother, how was last night's experience? That girl has some pretty good skills." Chun Yi's face looked grim, but when he saw Su Qian's figure emerge from behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, he was pleased. "Huh? Brother, you actually have a double delight. You know your body can handle it." Looking at Yuan Yi and Su Qian behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, Long Gu and Chun Yi exchanged glances. Chun Yi's eyes were filled with provocation, while Long Gu maintained a calm demeanor. Then Yang Qier jumped out from behind Yuan Yi and Su Qian, greeting Long Gu and Chun Yi, and bounced out the door, not knowing where she was off to. Seeing Yang Qier appear, Long Gu and Chun Yi fell silent, while only Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed. "This is like yellow mud stuck in your pants. It's not shit, but it's still shit." After having breakfast together, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Long Gu were chatting idly in the living room. Soon Yuan Yi and Su Qian came in carrying a suitcase and looked at Long Gu and Chun Yi. Ahem. Long Gu cleared his throat and began to speak. "Brother, from today onwards, Yuan Yi is yours. From now on, I have nothing to do with her. You handle everything yourself, and if you're not satisfied, you can just kill her. I won't blame you." After saying this, he turned to Yuan Yi. "From now on, you will follow Brother Cockroach. Remember to do your best. If Brother Cockroach is not satisfied, you can be returned. Do you know what the consequences will be?" After giving his instructions, he noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang wanting to speak and jumped in first. "Brother Cockroach, please don't decline. It's settled. As the saying goes, brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Just don't let Big Brother lose face." After Long Gu finished, Chun Yi also began to chime in. Brother Cockroach, I feel like we hit it off at first sight. Don't say anything else. Su Qian is now yours. Do as you please." After saying this, he also began to warn Su Qian. "You need to know your identity. Don't have any unrelated thoughts. What if you upset Brother Cockroach?" Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the two beautiful women standing in front of him and felt a bit of a headache. Su Qian was fine, as she had been behaving quite well, but Yuan. He looked at Yuan Yi, growing increasingly annoyed. His expression was not quite normal. He wanted to tell Long Ge that he did not like Yuan. Zhang Xiaoqiang was preparing to return her to Long Ge. He knew Long Ge cared about face, but he found Yuan too annoying, especially her constant display of dominance. Before the apocalypse, that might have been acceptable. Zhang Xiaoqiang would surely have thought, I can't provoke her, but can I not avoid her? But in the apocalypse, she was just a dish, yet she maintained a condescending attitude which Zhang Xiaoqiang found even more intolerable, especially since he was a staunch male chauvinist. Yuan seemed to realize that Zhang Xiaoqiang did not like her. Seeing the look on his face that suggested he wanted to return her, she panicked. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her face full of pleading, her lips bitten by her own silver teeth, slowly oozing beads of blood, yet she didn't care. Seeing her expression of despair, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to hesitate. Although he despised her, it hadn't reached the point where he wanted her dead. Yuan looked at him and opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. How can one be so proud while asking for favors? Zhang Xiaoqiang was furious, standing up to prepare to return her to Long Ge. Having such a troublesome piece would make life unbearable. Even that young Kier, who was always a headache, was more obedient than her. As soon as he stood up, Zhang Xiaoqiang spotted Su Qian, who looked at him with a pleading gaze. Zhang Xiaoqiang was at a loss for what to do. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang rise, Long Ge raised an eyebrow and asked, Little brother, do you have any questions? Haha, thank you for your kindness, brothers. I just arrived and haven't had a chance to explore yet. I'd like to go out and take a look. Zhang Xiaoqiang was indifferent to Yuan, but he felt quite good about Su Qian. After all, Su Qian had been a lobby manager and was skilled at reading the room. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoqiang's otaku traits and macho attitude made him quite taken with Su Qian's feminine charm. Alright, it seems like little brother wants to familiarize himself with the environment. Long Ge was very accommodating and generally approved of any suggestions made by Zhang Xiaoqiang. Little brother, shall I take you out for a look? Chen didn't want to fall behind either. What are you still doing here? Don't you know that cockroach little brother is in his room? Hurry up. Such a clueless fellow. Long Ge felt embarrassed watching Su Qian head towards Zhang Xiaoqiang's room, while Yuan stood there foolishly. Zhang Xiaoqiang agreed with Long Ge's assessment of Yuan, thinking, could it be that Long Ge also finds Yuan unpleasant? Is that why he sent him to me? Just as he was about to leave, Long Ge called out to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Now that there are 2 women in your room, according to our rules, the women in your room are your responsibility. You must find a way to provide for their food and needs. If you can't afford to keep them, send them to the back house to be taken care of by Binzi and the others, but they will be shared among them. Understood, Long Ge. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded and replied. This was the rule of the apocalypse: you eat according to your capability. Even Long Ge and Chun had to go out for supplies, let alone a newcomer like Zhang Xiaoqiang. Stepping out the door, Zhang Xiaoqiang heard distant screams piercing the tranquility of the chicken farm. Chun frowned, looking at the crowd gathered near the chicken coop, and turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, saying, Shall we go take a look together? As they approached, a foul odor of poultry hit them. A group of malnourished men stood around, numbly watching what was happening in the clearing, where He Wenbin was beating a man with a steel rebar spear. The man was young, not yet 20, wearing only a pair of shorts, and his chest and back were marked with welts from the spear. He clutched his head and screamed in agony. Sanzi and 2 familiar faces from yesterday stood by armed, while an older man over 50 knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head to He Wenbin, pleading, Stop hitting him, please. He'll be beaten to death. It's my son's fault. He'll take the blame. Please, Brother Bin. By the chicken coop sat a man in his 40s with a large red nose and sparse hair, wearing a dark green military coat covered in chicken feathers. He sported a pair of cotton shoes caked in chicken droppings, a Type 81 rifle propped beside him, and held a white liquor bottle, occasionally sipping as he watched the spectacle. What's going on? Chun spoke, causing the men standing by to scatter, retreating to a distance, while casting glances this way. Ego cockroach go. He Bin and his group greeted the 2. Ego erased the situation. This kid was feeding chickens in the morning and secretly hid an egg in his pants. Just as the old drunkard counted the eggs, he noticed something was off and pointed a gun at him. The kid got scared and spilled everything. He Wenbin recounted the events, and Chun expression darkened. Beat him. Hit him hard. You think you can eat without risking your life? Such good fortune doesn't come easily. Chun was furious. Resources were scarce, and this kid thought he could take food from the tiger's mouth. He Wenbin was ordered to strike again. Dad, help me. It hurts so much. The young man rolled on the ground screaming. He Wenbin paid no heed, continuing to strike until he grew tired. Sanzi stepped in to take over the steel rebar and continued the beating. Zhang Xiaoqiang silently watched, thinking to himself, Look closely, this is the apocalypse. There are no human rights, no laws, and certainly no compassion. A powerless person stealing a chicken egg could be beaten to death. Zhang Xiaoqiang, do you want to end up like him? The young man's father continued to bow his head, blood staining the ground, while the surrounding crowd remained unmoved. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought, This is the fate of the powerless. Zhang Xiaoqiang silently reflected that without power one should not be too arrogant. If you want to eat eggs, be prepared to be beaten to death. Suddenly he recalled the two large dogs feeling powerless under their watchful gaze waiting for death. He thought of that D2 that had charged out of the internet cafe, trapped on the rooftop waiting for his fate to be decided. He remembered lying on the back of a mutant beast as it raced through the dark night, uncertain of how his fate would unfold. A cold sweat broke out on him. His survival until now was not due to strength, but luck. He saw how Wenbin and the others were frightened into chaos by the shaped zombies, and how Chun-Yi's attitude towards him fluctuated, as well as long guess attempts to draw him in. He began to feel a sense of pride, thinking that perhaps all heroes were nothing more than this. Did he think he could wear his underwear on the outside? Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly found it ironic, recalling how he once remarked about Yang Qier, the Zhongshan wolf becomes arrogant when achieving success. But wasn't he just a Zhongshan wolf who thought too highly of himself? Seeing D2, he was ready to tuck his tail and run, yet now he was acting all smug, feeling that Long Gu and Chun-Yi's attempts to draw him in were entirely justified. How ridiculous! How laughable! Just an otaku daring to engage as equals with these seasoned gang leaders who had been fighting for decades, of which one of them hadn't taken lives. The young man's voice grew weaker, eventually reduced to faint groans on the ground, while Sanzi too had grown tired, dripping with sweat. That's enough. Check if he's still breathing. If he's not dead, throw him back. His chicken feed will be halved from now on. Chun-Yi's command relieved the older man kneeling on the ground. He thanked Chun-Yi while picking up his son and heading toward their dwelling, leaving a trail of blood on the ground leading into the distance. Chun-Yi accompanied Zhang Xiaoqiang around the chicken farm. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed the vast barren fields and was quite puzzled. Why don't you let those cowards plant cropsy go? These fields can yield food by autumn if sowed. Sigh, little brother, you don't understand. We originally found some seeds nearby, but this cursed climate is too strange. Today it's still spring, tomorrow it's summer, and the day after it's winter again, damn it. The seeds are all wasted, nothing even sprouts. Chun-Yi was also frustrated with this damned apocalypse. If they couldn't plant, they'd have to fight through hordes of zombies to snatch supplies. But how many zombies were there? Over 6 billion. Just in China there are over 1 billion. How many living people are there? Maybe 10 million. Normally, according to Chun-Yi's habit, any young man caught would be beaten to death, but he ultimately held back as the population simply couldn't afford more loss. When the two returned to the living room, they saw Long Gu and the vulture emerging from the cannon chamber. Long Gu addressed Zhang Xiaoqiang. Cockroach, little brother, just arrived. I take a few days to rest and familiarize yourself with the environment before heading out for supplies. The things you brought yesterday are still plenty. Keeping those women for 10 days to half a month shouldn't be a problem. That's settled. Oh, we're heading out now. If you plan to go out for a stroll, remember to greet old Mousy and have him open the door for you. It seemed Long Gu was personally going out to gather supplies, and even Chun-Yi stood beside him. It appeared the food situation had pushed them to their limits. Once Long Gu and the others left, only old Mousy was left at the chicken farm, while the old drunkard and Sanzi remained at home. Sanzi was quite friendly towards Zhang Xiaoqiang, bustling around to greet him. Zhang Xiaoqiang told him to tend to his own business and return to his bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, he saw the elusive girl Yang Qier sitting elegantly on the sofa near the door, while Su Qian and Yuan Yi stood before her, not daring to breathe. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but groan at the sight. Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Yang Qier stood up immediately upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang enter and exclaimed, "Hubby, I haven't bullied them. I was just teaching them the rules of the Zhang family. Do I have any family rules? How come I didn't know?" Of course Zhang Xiaoqiang wouldn't say that out loud. He thought to himself that Yang Qier was his loyal supporter. If he set fire, she would bring the torch. If he needed a knife, she would offer the cleaver. But if it came to this, well, she might throw a tantrum at him. "You go out first. I have something to say to them." Zhang Xiaoqiang sent Yang Qier out. That morning, Zhang Xiaoqiang had just declared his authority over Yang Qier, who could only walk out sullenly, and the sound of the door closing was particularly loud, shaking the dust from the ceiling. As Yang Qier closed the door, Su Qian knelt beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, massaging his legs, just like yesterday. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid no attention to her. The weak have their own ways of survival. If he insisted on treating her equally, would her food drop down from the sky? Zhang Xiaoqiang enjoyed Su Qian's massage like an old master, sizing up the uneasy Yuan Yi standing before him. "Do you know why I stood up at that time? I really dislike you." Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke, looking at Yuan Yi with a playful yet cold smile that sent a chill deep into her bones. "Do you know why I stood up? It was not to go outside. I wanted to push you back. As for how Long Gu deals with you, I couldn't care less." Zhang Xiaoqiang said, slowly observing Yuan Yi's pale face. Yuan Yi's face turned ghostly white, her once ruby-red lips drained of color. She could no longer stand and fell to her knees, bowing to Zhang Xiaoqiang without uttering a word. Once, twice, and by the third time her forehead struck Zhang Xiaoqiang's shoes. Yuan looked up timidly, tears streaming down her face. I'm not concerned for you. I'm afraid your blood will stain the floor. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the father who had bled profusely while bowing for his son. Yuan's eyes were filled with despair. She was terrified, trembling slightly as she knelt on the ground. She recalled the twins who fed the zombies, how they were slowly devoured, and how she had been nearly driven insane. She was utterly frightened of Long Gu, yet she lacked the courage to end her own life. She could only cast aside her former pride and perform acts she had previously deemed the most degrading, for she preferred not to be eaten by zombies over suicide. Am I also to be eaten by those monsters? Yuan thought despairingly, her eyes no longer numb but ashen. She couldn't comprehend why this was happening. She had already licked Zhang Xiaoqiang's toes, something even the lowest of prostitutes would not do. She cast aside a woman's modesty and displayed an unusual dedication only to avoid feeding the zombies. Now she received such treatment. She knew Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke the truth. Since waking up today, he had been cold to her, even disgusted. She did not understand what she had done wrong. She had done her utmost, yet she resented Zhang Xiaoqiang for his disdain towards her. She hated Su Qian, questioning what made that bitch better than her. Was Su Qian more beautiful? Was she younger? Did she have a higher education? Did she come from a better background? Yuan believed Zhang Xiaoqiang was like a cat, and she was the mouse beneath its paw being toyed with, as the cat savored the mouse's despair before its death. Su Qian did not raise her head, simply kneeling on the ground, applying even pressure as she massaged Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs. Zhang Xiaoqiang coldly observed Yuan's expressions, which fluctuated between sadness, anger, and ultimately despair, as she bowed her forehead to the floor, waiting for him to decide her fate. Zhang Xiaoqiang appreciated the ever-changing expressions on Yuan's face, continuously reminding himself, "Look, Zhang Xiaoqiang, this is the fate of the weak. Do you wish to kneel like her, begging for the kindness of others to spare you?" The young man who just stole the eggs ended up beaten to a pulp, which truly taught Zhang Xiaoqiang a lesson. The apocalypse has its own rules. Previously, he had escaped with just a little girl, encountering some survivors, but never truly experiencing the apocalypse's cruelty until he witnessed Su Qian and Yuan's plight and saw the father who bled while bowing for his son. He realized that in the apocalypse there are no numerous rules. As long as you have the skills and the ability, you can live well. Those who lack ability yet cling to life deserve to eat chicken feed and risk being beaten to the brink of death for a mere egg. Where are you from? What did you do before? Zhang Xiaoqiang observed Yuan, who resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, silently waiting for his decision, feeling a sense of conquest. He suddenly became somewhat interested in Yuan, seeing a stubbornness in the weak that suggested her past identity was not simple. Yuan slightly raised her head, casting a glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang. This time, without hesitation, she spoke of her family background. Listening to her melodious voice, as if reciting poetry, while enjoying the meticulous service from Su Qian, Zhang Xiaoqiang patiently listened to her tale. Yuan was from SH and her family was very wealthy. Her father was in the import and export business. After finishing high school, she went to study in the UK and returned to China in June 2012. After returning, she worked in her family's foreign trade company, preparing to take over her father's position. This time, Jinyun City discovered a massive copper mine, and the local mining company planned to procure a batch of engineering machinery from abroad. As the vice president of the company, she personally led a team to Jinyun City to discuss cooperation. The copper mine was far from the city, and they arrived in Jinyun City the day before the virus outbreak. The next morning, they drove to the copper mine's preparation office to assess the local situation. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the virus broke out. She and a person in charge of the preparation office escaped to a storeroom to hide, where they found piles of New Year's gifts ready for distribution, including hundreds of apples, several hundred bottles of red wine, cooking oil, and some mineral water for hospitality. Relying on the apples, she survived for a week. When she saw no one coming to rescue them, the 40-something man who was overweight developed ill intentions and attempted to assault her. Yuan had long been prepared for that man. She pretended to flirt with him, then seized the stocking from behind and strangled him. Another week passed, and after staring at a corpse every day, Yuan could no longer endure it. She opened the storeroom window, soaked the dead man's clothes in red wine, twisted the soaked garments into a rope, and tied it to the iron railing. Using a chair leg, she tightened the rope until the railing deformed. When the gap was wide enough for a person to pass through, she risked being eaten and escaped outside. After several dangerous encounters, she found the small rented car they had arrived in. Driving back to Jinyun City, she was intercepted by Long Gu, and she remained alive until now, having been given to Zhang Xiaoqiang by Long Gu. Damn, no wonder you always seem so high and mighty. It turns out you are indeed a rich girl. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it somewhat amusing. Even now, as a toy, she still wanted to maintain an air of superiority, but surviving until now was already a blessing from the ancestors. Do you know why I didn't push you back? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt some things needed to be clarified in person. He was now her talisman and meal ticket. He did not want to be a do-gooder, he was not a saint, and had no obligation to support her unconditionally. Huh. Yuan Yi shook her head in confusion. I didn't directly push you back, because I saw Su Qian pleading with me. I dislike you, but I don't dislike Su Qian. Do you know why? Thank you, master. Su Qian raised her head, smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaoqiang in gratitude, and then lowered her head to focus on serving him. Yuan Yi cast a grateful glance at Su Qian. The resentment towards Su Qian dissipated. Still, she shook her head, growing more anxious in her heart. She truly did not understand why Zhang Xiaoqiang disliked her. Could it be that she wanted him to kill her? I can't stand you wealthy young ladies acting superior, even in such circumstances. You must remember your identity. In these times, family background, appearance, and education no longer matter. Now you are just a dog begging for scraps. Do not dream of being a favored concubine who consider yourself the lowest of the lowly mutts. Zhang Xiaoqiang vented a long tirade, his mouth dry. He looked at Yuan Yi, who seemed still in a daze, as if she hadn't yet come to her senses from his words. He sighed, wondering how someone who studied in the UK could be so dense. What are you still standing there for? Don't you see I'm thirsty? Why aren't you getting me some water? Zhang Xiaoqiang had grown accustomed to Yuan Yi's frequent irritations. He could not see that his own kind would eventually be eliminated. Oh, Yuan Yi, as if awakening from a dream, stood up and jogged toward the living room. And you? What's your story? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked Su Qian, wanting to know her background since he had to rely on himself for food. I come from a poor family. Su Qian recounted while continuing the massage. Su Qian's family was struggling. Both her parents were unemployed workers. During their hardest times, they barely had enough to eat. Fortunately, the school waived the fees, and upon receiving her university admission notice after high school, her parents broke down in tears. Her father remembered that his former workplace had bought him an accident insurance policy, which was still valid. In desperation, he dashed across the street against the red light, seeking death. However, he survived, but ended up paralyzed, lying at home, unable to move, contemplating fasting to avoid burdening the family. Su Qian knelt by her father's bed, crying and swearing that she would never attend university. She then found a job as a waitress in a restaurant and worked diligently, showing remarkable performance. Due to her eagerness to learn, she became adept at handling various tasks, and the manager promoted her to team leader, planning to recommend her as a supervisor after a trial period. As the family's situation gradually improved, her mother began to feel fatigued and weak. Su Qian urged her mother to go to the hospital for a checkup, but her mother was reluctant due to the cost. It wasn't until her mother became severely bloated and unable to eat that they finally went to the hospital. After an examination, the diagnosis was late-stage uremia. The results struck Su Qian like a bolt from the blue. She admitted her mother to the hospital and sought out her aunt, a farmer from the countryside, offering her 800 yuan a month to take care of her mother while she resigned from her job to work as a hostess in a foot massage parlor. Her salary as a team leader was only 1620 yuan a month, and even as a supervisor with commissions, it barely exceeded 2000. The base salary at the foot massage parlor was 2000, and tips from satisfied customers could add up to nearly 5000 a month. If she disregarded everything and engaged in more explicit work, her earnings would be even higher. Seeing the hospital's payment demands increasing in frequency and her mother's condition worsening, she sold her virginity for 800 yuan to a 60-year-old coal boss. After that, she took care of her father during the day and worked as a hostess at night. Jinyun City was not large, and the rumors of her profession eventually reached her father. He pretended not to know until after her mother passed away. He crawled out of bed and grabbed a kitchen knife. By the time she returned home, he had already passed away. Her father had left with a smile, holding a letter that said he did not blame her, urging her to live well for the sake of her parents, to walk the right path, and to attend university. At this point, Su Qian was in tears while Yuan Yi listened in shock, holding a teacup. I thought about death. I had the courage to commit suicide, but my father wanted me to live on. Even if it's like living as a beast, I must survive. After handling her father's funeral amidst the gossip of neighbors, she self-studied for the adult college entrance examination and started from the lowest position in a star-rated hotel, gradually rising to the position of lobby manager. As the holiday approached, she went outside the city to deliver vouchers to clients and was trapped in a client's house until Chun Yi rescued her. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at Yuan Yi, who hurriedly passed him the teacup. Observing Yuan Yi and Su Qian crying on the ground, he sighed again. This damn apocalypse. Do you now know your identity? Zhang Xiaoqiang took a sip of water, glancing sideways at Yuan Yi. Compared to Su Qian, Yuan Yi grew up in a honey jar. Beyond being a rich girl, she was nothing more. Though she tried to flatter, her inherent arrogance still showed through. Yuan Yi knelt on the ground, mimicking Su Qian, gently massaging Zhang Xiaoqiang's other leg. Master, I will behave. I don't want you to kill me anymore. I will be obedient. Please don't return me to Long Go. He'll do whatever you ask. Although Yuan Yi appeared submissive, Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unconvinced. After a moment of thought, he said, "You've killed before, so you should have some guts. I want to keep a flower vase. If you want to eat, you'll need to fight for it, to strive for it." Of course, Su Qian is the same. Yuan Yi and Su Qian instantly turned pale, unable to speak, their movements ceasing. Zhang Xiaoqiang was unhurried, quietly waiting for their reaction. A girl not even 15 had to fight for her life. How could two adults expect to take the easy route? Of course, he didn't genuinely want them to fight. He aimed to familiarize them with the atmosphere and help them regain their strength. They would also have 2 more helpers in the future. Comparing Yang Qiu and Xie Yuanshan, Zhang Xiaoqiang was now distrustful of men. Even if He Wenbin had saved his life, he was not reliable. If they needed to go out for supplies, he would prefer to take several women. After all, Yang Qiu was strong enough to serve as a human crane. Su Qian was the first to nod, looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang with determination. She seemed to feel this was an opportunity, a chance to escape her identity as a plaything. Yuan Yi also nodded, albeit with some concern. "What if I get surrounded by those monsters? You have to kill me before they eat me." She looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a pleading expression. This time Zhang Xiaoqiang was straightforward. As long as they were willing to improve, he couldn't take care of everyone, nor would he. If danger truly arose, he would escape. He wouldn't stop because of a woman's call. Yang Qiu was an exception, only she could be an exception. If he were in danger, she would undoubtedly come back to save him, even at the cost of her own life. It seemed foolish, but Zhang Xiaoqiang liked Yang Qiu's simplicity. He appreciated women, without guile, those who devoted themselves to him. Unfortunately, he had no reaction to Yang Qiu's petite figure. Who can drive? Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled seeing numerous cars on his way, yet he couldn't drive. He had slowly approached in a tricycle, especially when he saw so many cars on the highway, many of which had keys left inside. It pained him to think what a good off-road vehicle it would be. A perfect tool for escape. "I can." "Me too." Yuan Yi and Su Qian said one after the other. Seeing the 2 women kneeling at his feet, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt frustrated, realizing he couldn't even compare to them. "Yang Qiu." Zhang Xiaoqiang called out loudly. The door swung open with a bang, and Yang Qiu rushed in, asking, "What's wrong? What happened? Should I teach them a lesson?" When she noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang staring at her, she shyly said, "I didn't eavesdrop, really, I just arrived." Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't be bothered with her, gesturing for Yuan Yi and Su Qian to stand up. He walked to the door and said to Yang Qiu, "Let's go take the driving test together." Behind the building was an open area, the temporary parking lot filled with vehicles like Beijing Jeep, Mitsubishi, and Land Rover, along with several smaller cars like Bluebird and Audi, as well as 4 or 5 vans that seemed to have been brought back by Long Go and his gang. Zhang Xiaoqiang chose a Beijing Jeep and asked Su Qian to drive, while Yang Qiu, petite but cautious, picked a Land Rover to learn from Yuan Yi. The chicken farm wasn't large, but also not small. The 2 vehicles could still operate. Yang Qiu picked it up quickly and was already getting the hang of it, although she was still inexperienced when it came to turning and reversing. It seemed she would be ready to drive in just a few days. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the driver's seat, gripping the heavy steering wheel as if it weighed a ton. His foot hovered over what he couldn't tell was the gas or brake pedal, shaking his right hand around a contraption that resembled a toilet stick with a handle, watching as the 3 zany individuals in front shouted for help while fleeing. He sighed inwardly. "It's not that I didn't want to learn, I just lacked talent." After a day of intense practice, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally understood the difference between the gas and brake pedals, as well as how to operate the steering wheel left and right. However, he still couldn't grasp the concept of shifting gears. Looking at the completely mangled bumper in front of him, his mood improved. Didn't the big bosses in movies always have drivers? Wasn't he lucky to have 2 ready-made drivers? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt exhausted after learning to drive, a fatigue that came from prolonged tension. He sat in the living room sipping tea, while Su Qian stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. He was quite satisfied with the current situation, a safe place to stay, 2 beautiful women attending to him, and the ability to browse the computer and play games at night as long as he stayed alert. He felt somewhat settled. Just as he was enjoying his time, Long Go and the others returned. Before they even entered the door, he heard He Wenbin speaking. "Long Go, things have been chaotic these past few days. If we add yesterday's and today's deaths, it's already 10. I think we should offer incense to Guan Yi before going out tomorrow." Chun Yi reprimanded from the side. "Why didn't you do it earlier? If you don't burn incense regularly, who will care in critical times?" Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up to see Long Go entering with a gloomy face, followed by Chun Yi and the others. Brother Long walked into the living room and immediately saw Zhang Xiaoqiang, who greeted him with a nod. Brother Long smiled faintly, the smile appearing rather forced. Then Chun Yi and He Wenbin, who entered the room, also wore grim expressions with bandages wrapped around their foreheads, their faces filled with anger. "Brother Long," Zhang Xiaoqiang said with curiosity. Earlier that morning they had all set out, and with more than 20 strong men, what could possibly go wrong? Unless they encountered AD2. Sigh. Little brother, you don't know, as soon as something goes slightly awry, all kinds of misfortunes come upon you. That morning, Brother Long and Chun Yi had taken a vehicle to the grain purchasing center located 30 miles away from Pingshan town. Originally belonging to the armed forces, it had been converted into a grain storage facility where the grains produced by nearby farmers were sold. Given its location on the town's outskirts, and since there was usually not much foot traffic coupled with the fact that they had already passed the peak season for grain collection, it was relatively safe. Brother Long thought about getting some stockpiled grain from the granary, so he drove 4 or 5 SUVs and a heavy truck to the grain purchasing center. At that time, there were no zombies around the purchasing center, and sending someone inside to check revealed that there were no strange beings inside the granary. The group let down their guard, driving the vehicles directly to the granary, smashing the big lock, and opening the storage door. Seeing the mountains of grain piled inside, Brother Long and the others felt envious. Without a second thought, they began loading it up, but just as they were making their second trip, disaster struck. Near the gate of the purchasing center was a small courtyard that used to be the arms depot of the armed forces, later converted into a cash settlement area where farmers would settle their cash transactions after buying grain. The guards were only focused on the outside of the purchasing center, and by the time they noticed dozens of zombies charging out from the courtyard, it was already too late. The group found themselves trapped inside the purchasing center, and Brother Long ordered a retreat, without hesitation charging out in their vehicles, with the cannon being the first vehicle led by him to break through the horde. Unfortunately, a few type zombies had blocked the front door, and after knocking down several ordinary zombies, their speed slowed down, and soon the SUV was overturned by the type zombies. The driver was pinned under the vehicle, and the cannon leaped out too abruptly, causing his head to be smashed. The zombies, smelling blood, went into a frenzy, all rushing towards the dead driver, while some zombies lunged at the cannon. The cannon scrambled onto the heavy truck while the convoy was surrounded by zombies. The situation on the scene was that an SUV had flipped over at the entrance, and the SUVs behind were unable to break through, while the heavy truck capable of crashing through was stuck at the back. The SUV in front blocked the path, and with zombies outside, the people in the SUV dared not get out and crowded onto the heavy truck. Thus, over 20 strong men found themselves surrounded by dozens of zombies. With limited bullets, Brother Long did not order them to fire. Seeing the blockade, he grew anxious, grabbed a subordinate, slashed him a few times, and threw him at the granary's entrance. The man, bloodied, rolled on the ground screaming until the remaining zombies were drawn to the back of the convoy. Only then did the people in the SUV take the opportunity to climb onto the heavy truck, and Brother Long managed to push the obstructing SUV aside to escape. Speaking of luck, it hasn't been terrible to the extreme. I haven't encountered any of those fast things. Otherwise, even the heavy truck wouldn't stand a chance. They could climb aboard. Brother Long was still pleased to have not encountered any stipe zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang on the side was stunned. Over 20 strong men were surrounded by dozens of zombies. They abandoned all their SUVs, and 2 people died. Was Brother Long still happy about not meeting stipe zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt worried about the safety of the chicken farm. If they encountered AD2, wouldn't that lead to a complete rout? The chicken farm may be good, but it's not a place to stay for long. Brother Long, there are living people at the grain purchasing center. Those things were all attracted there by live humans. Zhang Xiaoqiang reminded Brother Long as he realized this. I know. I've encountered it before, but it was just a few, maybe a dozen surrounding them. With dozens of people, they could solve it in a few moves, but this time, when surrounded by dozens, the only option is to run. Brother Long was also quite frustrated. Why did they have to hide in the granary? They had already lost 2 subordinates, and now their strength was greatly diminished. So how much grain did we recover? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked with concern, as grain was very important. Without it, people's hearts would be unsettled. About a ton, enough to last for about a month. Brother Long felt the harvest was still decent, losing 2 unrelated fellows, but gaining a month's worth of grain. Brother Long, what's the protocol for going out to find grain? Zhang Xiaoqiang thought about needing to go out to find grain and asked for clarity. He couldn't work for nothing. Little brother, can't wait, can you? Here we eat based on our abilities. If you find something, you'll need to hand over 2 layers. 1/2 goes to me, 1/2 to Chun Yi, and 1 layer goes to the public. That way, even if you end up in trouble, you can still be supported, and the remaining 80% you and your subordinates will divide. Brother Long's rules felt like imposing a personal income tax. Besides collecting taxes, he also provided you with safety insurance. By the way, Brother Long, where do the women eat? Zhang Xiaoqiang remembered that Yuan Yi and Su Qian could not enter the cafeteria. Of course, they eat whatever you provide to the kitchen. If you give rice, they eat rice. If you provide large fish and meat, they eat large fish and meat. At this point, Brother Long recalled something and continued explaining to Zhang Xiaoqiang. That girl here came out from your room this morning. She will also belong to you from now on. Don't treat her badly. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart stirred. Does this mean we are married? If you encounter survivors, will you bring them back? Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to go check the grain purchasing center, and indeed Brother Long had scouted ahead, being cautious wouldn't pose any issues. Bring them all back. Those who dare to go all out to grab food should also dare to eat chicken feed and do rough work. You can keep the most beautiful women in your room. The others will be sent to be raised with the other men behind. Clearly in the apocalypse, women held little value. They would generally become the playthings of men, the more attractive ones monopolized by one man, while the less attractive ones were shared among multiple men. It was very difficult for a woman to stand out in the apocalypse. Previously strong women or fierce girlfriends would only fare worse in such times. Soon the group arrived at the cafeteria for a not so sumptuous dinner, and Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to his bedroom. Yang Qier lay on the bed playing with the built-in games on her laptop, wearing a cotton nightgown adorned with small stars, her smooth little legs kicking up and down restlessly. Yuan Yi and Su Qian stood aside, carefully attending to her, occasionally bringing water and snacks to Yang Qier. Zhang Xiaoqiang was preparing for a delightful encounter, but upon seeing Yang Qier, he knew it was hopeless. Yang Qier looked at him like a thief, never feeling secure about him being alone with the two beautiful women. Now she assumed the role of the mistress, taking over his bed. It seemed tonight was not going to happen. Why aren't you in your own room? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked Yang Qier. I count as your woman, so why can they be in your room, but I can't? Yang Qier responded with a sense of righteousness. Forget it, just go back to your room. They will also sleep in your room. I'll sleep alone tonight. Is that okay, eh? Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't care anymore. Since coming out of the cave, he had not exercised for a long time. Today he began to recognize the true cruelty of the apocalypse, reigniting the diligence he had long neglected. Early rest was essential. He would resume training in the morning. Yang Qier then sluggishly got up, pretended to be casual, saying, I'll just sleep on the side, really. I'm very honest, to do whatever you want. I'll just take a peek. What are you looking at? Tomorrow morning, all three of you will start training together. Yang Qier, your training will triple. Zhang Xiaoqiang addressed the three women in front of him, noting that Yang Qier had started to slack off again after gaining strength, and her usual training had also ceased. Since he himself had not exercised, he naturally had no right to criticize her. Now, it was time to step up. Yuan Yi and Su Qian had temporarily followed him, and he needed to do everything possible to enhance their chances of survival. Of course, the bottle of rainwater hidden in his backpack was not to be shared with them. That was his treasure. Even Yang Qier did not know that her increase in strength was due to the rainwater. It was not that Zhang Xiaoqiang was stingy. He would not reveal it before confirming Yuan Yi and Su Qian's character. It didn't matter if he disliked Yuan Yi, even Su Qian, whom he liked more, he wouldn't share it with. Every survivor in the apocalypse was not simple. One misstep could lead to being consumed until not a trace remained. Yang Qier, clutching her laptop, pouted as she walked towards the door, and Yuan Yi and Su Qian, having received the order, also followed Yang Qier out. Watching the now deserted room, Zhang Xiaoqiang walked over to the sofa and sat down, taking out a pack of cigarettes and lighting one up. He gazed at the curling white smoke, contemplating his plans for the future. Whether he liked it or not, Yuan Yi and Su Qian had already become his possessions. Yang Qier had officially been entrusted to him by Long Gu, no longer living in the way of only ensuring his own survival. How could he despise Yuan Yi yet do nothing about it? Could he just watch her feed the zombies? Su Qian was a delicate woman, but her scheming was profound. She had risen from the bottom to become the lobby manager. There was no way she could have done that without some means. Although she always acted weak and obedient, what if she found a better protector and sold him out? And then there were Long Gu and his gang. He didn't even want to mention the ridiculous things he and Chun Yi had done. They were a group of over 20 men, each more ferocious than the last, each more ruthless than the next. Was he truly scared of just encountering some ordinary zombies? How could he still call himself a man? He was even outdone by a little girl. He couldn't go to Jinyun City, and he couldn't stay here long. Where to go next? Where could he find a place to take shelter? Back to the cave? Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. He could no longer bury his head in the sand. The outside world was perilous, and any mutated beast could very well end his life. If he got trapped, there would be nowhere to run. At least outside, if he noticed something amiss, he would have time to escape. As Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, the door opened, and Yuan Yi came in carrying a basin of hot water. She turned to grab a red plastic basin and a bottle of hot water before returning. Seeing her wringing a towel in the basin, Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, "Did Qier send you?" Yuan Yi nodded, continuing to wring the towel and covering Zhang Xiaoqiang's face with it. Feeling the beauty wash his face, he thought, could it be that Yang Qier has noticed my dislike for Yuan Yi? Is that why she feels secure letting Yuan Yi come into my room? Where did she learn this? Zhang Xiaoqiang sat still, allowing Yuan Yi to wash his face, somewhat enjoying the feeling of being pampered. After finishing washing his face, Yuan Yi gently unzipped his camouflage jacket and removed his upper clothing, exposing his chest and back to the air. Yuan Yi swapped the towel and began to wipe down Zhang Xiaoqiang's body. To be honest, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite unaccustomed to this. It reminded him of his childhood when his mother would wash his back. He couldn't even remember the last time someone did that for him. He had always showered. After finishing his back, Yuan Yi's hands moved to his belt. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched her act as she pleased, feeling no shame, and Yuan Yi didn't seem to mind either. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at Yuan Yi, feeling a strange mix of emotions, neither hate nor love. As he gazed at her, his heart sank. If given a choice, he would prefer not to have Yuan Yi's service, wanting to return to his past life of leisurely waiting for death, until marrying an ordinary woman who was not particularly beautiful, but decent, creating his own little haven. Instead, he found himself in this crisis-ridden apocalypse, never knowing when he would be devoured by zombies or mutated beasts. Yuan Yi was meticulous in her washing, leaving no corner or crevice unattended. Finally, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up, fully wiped down. Once his body was cleaned, Yuan Yi poured out the water, replaced it with hot water in the basin, and began to wash Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet. She removed his socks, and the smell of his feet permeated the air. Yuan Yi didn't even wrinkle her brow, taking his smelly foot and placing it in the basin. "Damn, are you trying to scald me? Can't you see?" Zhang Xiaoqiang was already in a bad mood, and now Yuan Yi, perhaps not knowing the right temperature, scorched his stinky foot red. He looked at his throbbing foot and began to curse. Yuan Yi was so frightened that she knelt down and knocked her head on the ground. Seeing her like this, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt like a landlord, while Yuan Yi appeared as a little maid, making him lose interest. "Forget it, just be careful from now on," said Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yuan Yi raised her head, surprised, seemingly unable to believe that Zhang Xiaoqiang had let her off so easily. Seeing the unkind look in his eyes again, she quickly lowered her head. Yuan Yi held Zhang Xiaoqiang's foot and began to tend to it. Zhang Xiaoqiang maliciously thought, "Does she have a foot fetish?" After washing Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, Yuan Yi looked at him, her eyes asking if there were any other orders. Zhang Xiaoqiang beckoned her to come closer. Yuan Yi walked over to Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet and knelt down, looking up at him. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the sofa bare and lifted his right hand to caress her silky hair. It felt wonderful, though it seemed she had never done anything like perming or dyeing. His fingers ran along her cheek, gliding softly across her porcelain-like skin, which felt as smooth as jade. Yuan Yi didn't dare to move until Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted her chin. He looked into her dreamy large eyes and softly said, "You are beautiful. Among all the women I've seen, you rank third. Yet I just don't like you. In fact, I very much dislike you." Hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's words, Yuan Yi began to tremble and fear her cheeks, not daring to move at all, afraid of displeasing him. "You are a woman. You are a weakling. Weaklings must have the awareness of their weakness. Do not entertain those foolish thoughts. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaoqiang's voice was gentle, yet beneath it lay a thick undercurrent of killing intent. This was a warning to her to not hold him back in the days to come, otherwise he would not hesitate to abandon her despite her constant display of humility and willingness to do the most menial tasks. But she had spent a few years studying abroad, influenced by foreign concepts, and unconsciously displayed them. Yuan Yi grew even more frightened, her teeth slightly chattering, her body trembling more and more. "You are a weakling. You are a woman, but being a woman does not mean you must be weak." Zhang Xiaoqiang ultimately decided to give her a chance. After all, surviving in the apocalypse was no easy feat. Yuan Yi's eyes widened as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, not blinking even once. Her body stopped trembling. Being a clever person, she naturally understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaoqiang's words. "Tomorrow the training volume for Yang Qir will be 3 times that of you 3. Do you understand what I mean?" Yuan Yi hurriedly nodded, instinctively licking her dry lips. Seeing Yuan Yi's bright red tongue glide across her seductive lips, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of heat rising from his heart. He placed his right hand on the back of her head, applying slight pressure. Yuan Yi glanced at Zhang Xiaoqiang, seeing the flames in his eyes. Then she began to take action against him. Once everything was over, she stood up, carrying the basin and preparing to leave. "Wait!" Zhang Xiaoqiang called after her. She would certainly struggle to keep up with Yang Qir's training tomorrow. Their usual meals were not very nutritious. Did this mean she was his woman? Zhang Xiaoqiang found a plastic bag containing some cured meat and took some out, placing it in the cup on the coffee table before passing it to her. "Share it with Su Qian. If I find out you're hoarding it all for yourself." "Oomph." Yuan Yi did not mind Zhang Xiaoqiang's tone, gratefully accepting the cured meat and turning to leave. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the bed, feeling utterly relaxed. After 7 years of invincibility, he had finally been broken today, and he found the thought somewhat mournful. Thinking about Yuan Yi's flushed face, which seemed even more excited than his own, he wondered, could she be the legendary special physique? Lost in these thoughts, Zhang Xiaoqiang closed his eyes and fell asleep. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm on Zhang Xiaoqiang's phone startled him awake. He turned it off and lay quietly, waiting to fully wake up. Creak. The door opened and Yuan Yi, dressed in camouflage training gear, entered with the basin, approaching the head of Zhang Xiaoqiang's bed. Seeing her come in, Zhang Xiaoqiang jumped out of bed. He had slept without anything on last night, and now he was of course bare. Without Zhang Xiaoqiang's signal, Yuan Yi prepared to take action against him, but he stopped her, wishing to save his energy for training today. His skills were still too weak, it wasn't time to indulge. Yuan Yi assisted Zhang Xiaoqiang in washing his face and getting dressed. Once everything went smoothly, Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, "Did Kier send you?" "Miss Kier gave each of us, Su Qian and me, a phone. I came over once I saw the time was about right." Yuan Yi said, her head lowered, feeling somewhat afraid that Zhang Xiaoqiang would be displeased. Zhang Xiaoqiang touched her jade-like face and said, "Don't think that I won't dislike you just because of this." After speaking, he walked out. Outside the gate, Yang Kier and Su Qian waited in camouflage training outfits. Yang Kier spun her finger around a rebar beast horn gun looking board, while Su Qian and Yuan Yi stood empty-handed watching Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that the chicken farm was surrounded by a distance of over 1,000 meters. After running 3 or 4 laps, his body was adequately active. It seemed that current soldiers only ran about 3 kilometers in the morning, and Yuan Yi and Su Qian should not be too hasty on their first run. Just run slowly along with it. Zhang Xiaoqiang, fully armed, carried a backpack with a Jingwei ancient sword sticking out, slung a military water bottle, and a satchel across his shoulder, leading the run at the front with his beast horn chrysanthemum gun. Yang Kier followed closely behind, carrying a light blue backpack and holding a rebar beast horn gun. Next was Yuan Yi, with Su Qian bringing up the rear. After running about 400 to 500 meters, Yuan Yi and Su Qian slowed down. Yuan Yi managed to keep up, but Su Qian fell far behind. Zhang Xiaoqiang neither urged nor encouraged them, just continued running ahead. If they could not persist, they would have to wait for elimination. Yang Kier trailed behind with ease. Her physical condition was even better than Zhang Xiaoqiang's. The weight of the beast horn gun and backpack was negligible for her, so she had the leisure to frequently glance at the 2 women behind her. Yuan Yi was in slightly better shape. Having lived comfortably since childhood, she hadn't faced hardships, and while she maintained her fitness abroad, she had gradually slacked off after returning home. Now she only felt a bit out of sorts, but she would be fine once she got used to it. Su Qian was different. Having come from a poor family, she never enjoyed good food and had not developed well. Her physical condition was poor, and after starting work, she had to devote herself to her tasks, leaving her no time to exercise. Now she felt overwhelmed, but the stubbornness instilled in her since childhood supported her to keep running. In the first lap, then the second, Zhang Xiaoqiang caught up with and surpassed the lagging Su Qian without even a glance backward, continuing to run ahead. Yang Kier quickly followed Zhang Xiaoqiang, making a funny face at Su Qian as she passed her. By the third lap, Yuan Yi also overtook Su Qian, giving her an encouraging look as she continued running. Su Qian ran slowly, feeling as if her throat were being scorched by flames, not a drop of saliva in her mouth, and a sensation of smoke rising in her throat. Her fluctuating chest sounded like a blower, and her legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Each step forward was a tremendous test for her. Su Qian gritted her teeth and silently ran forward, her mind blank, indifferent to everything, knowing nothing. She focused solely on the road ahead, slowly running forward, seeking a new goal to surpass once again. When she saw Yuan Yi, who was running ahead, pass her from behind, tears welled up, suddenly swirling in her eyes, but ultimately wiped away with the back of her hand before they could fall. This world doesn't need tears, Su Qian told herself, mustering her courage once more as she continued to run forward. Her body became heavier, her strides shorter and more labored. Another self hidden deep within her urged her more than once, give up, give up. You've run this far, you've reached your limit. Just give up, if you run any further you'll die. In that moment, Su Qian felt a bit shaken, her pace slowed, and for the first time she thought of giving up. Yet her mind involuntarily flashed to the pretty, adorable twins slowly being devoured by monsters. They were still so young. At only 16, they knew nothing, just a pair of spoiled little darlings. They were fed to the monsters for merely cursing Long Ge and Chun Yi, screaming in despair for over 10 minutes before dying. As if that sorrowful scream echoed in her ears again, Su Qian couldn't help but quicken her pace. Not long after, she felt her body grow even more uncomfortable, as if a mountain pressed down on her. Her jogging had nearly turned into a fast walk, and the little demon in her heart began to tempt her again. Give up, it's really not possible. You're a woman, you look decent, you have leverage. As long as you charm Zhang Xiaoqiang, what can't you do in the future? Yang Kier, that little girl, how could she be your opponent? Just a little trick could make her leave. Su Qian now thought of Yuan. Yuan Yi was prettier, came from a good family with excellent education, and had great poise. Yet due to Zhang Xiaoqiang's disinterest, she almost got sent back to be fed to the monsters. What made Su Qian think she was superior to Yuan Yi? If one day she angered him, would she also be sent back? Chun Yi was a ruthless man, he would definitely feed her to the monsters. Thinking of those man-eating things made Su Qian shiver and speed up. After that, no matter how the demon in her heart tempted or persuaded her, Su Qian ignored it, running forward numbly. She did not know how long she had to run or how far she still had to go. She simply moved her feet mechanically, biting down on a phrase in her heart: even if I die running, I must face forward. Her body grew heavier, the feeling worsened. Dizziness hit her repeatedly, and her vision began to blur. She didn't even notice when Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qiu overtook her from behind again. She simply continued running out of habit, her body having long lost control. To have persisted until now was a miracle for Su Qian, but she didn't know where the end of the miracle lay. She felt that the road beneath her feet was the longest she had ever run in her life, a long stretch where she had no idea of the end point. Her mind was a chaotic mess. One moment, she thought of her classmates celebrating with their college acceptance letters while she hid on the side crying. The next moment, she recalled the over 60-year-old boss lying on her, wondering how much more she needed for her mother's surgery. Then she thought of her father lying in a pool of blood and that blood-stained farewell letter. She also remembered the neighbors on either side mocking and despising her, while she quietly studied at home, listening to the old neighbor outside using her as a cautionary tale to warn his children. She thought of the joint exclusion from her colleagues in the hotel as she desperately searched for every opportunity to climb higher. Her face was wet, tears streaming down her cheeks, and her camouflage outfit had long been soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body. She knew Zhang Xiaoqiang and Long Guchun were different. He did not need useless people or the weak. This was an opportunity, her chance to break free from being weak and not being abandoned. She was good at seizing opportunities. This time would be no exception. Failure meant death. Huff. Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a breath and stopped. He had completed 4 laps, ending the run and preparing for the next training session. He recalled how, when he was still a student, running 1,000 meters was considered impressive. Yang Qiu stood beside him, looking relaxed. 4 laps were merely a warm-up for her, and her bangs stuck to her forehead with sweat, adding a touch of charm. Seeing Yang Qiu standing aside, Zhang Xiaoqiang remembered his instructions from last night. What did I tell you last night? Your task is 3 times the amount. That means for every step I take, you have to take 3. If I run 4 laps, you have to run 12. Hey, you're bullying me. Why do you think you can take advantage of me just because I'm a girl? I won't do it. I demand human rights. I want fairness. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiu erupted, throwing a tantrum with an attitude of defiance. There are no human rights to speak of. Who was it that wanted to challenge D2? You went up and fell flat on your face. Zhang Xiaoqiang's words extinguished Yang Qiu's little flame. Yang Qiu pouted, carrying her beast horn gun as she continued to run. After a short while, Yuan, panting, ran up to him. Her face was flushed, beads of sweat rolling down her face, and her front and back were soaked with sweat. She glanced at Zhang Xiaoqiang and, gritting her teeth, chased after the departing Yang Qiu. It seemed her life abroad was quite healthy. Her physical fitness was very good, even better than the Zhang Xiaoqiang of the past. Su Qian was still slowly moving toward them from a distance. She was running very slowly, having only completed just over 2 laps so far. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not rush her. He didn't care how fast she ran, as long as she was willing to persist and not give up. It proved that there was hope for her to become stronger in this apocalyptic world. No one could save her. Only by relying on herself could she survive and live well. Zhang Xiaoqiang, carrying the beast horn gun, squatted down to do frog jumps, repeatedly leaping up and down, slowly getting into the zone. He forgot about the women running laps. Every time he reached a point of exhaustion, he would recall the dangers and difficulties he had encountered, pushing himself to challenge higher limits. How many laps have I run? How many times have I surpassed Su Qian? Huff, huff. Yuan panted heavily, swinging her arms. She had no energy to look around, her eyes focused solely on the ever-distant Yang Qiu. When I was abroad, my routine was always very regular with daily running. I often participated in various sports, but compared to Yang Qiu, I was far inferior. My brain began to throb with blood and oxygen was becoming scarce. I had to quicken my breathing and desperately keep up with Yang Qiu's pace, not wanting to fall far behind like Su Qian. The approval of my father, the love of my mother, and the attentions of those handsome men at the company felt like they belonged to a different era, as if centuries had passed. I once was the pride of heaven, once looked down on any man, believing myself to be the center of the world, flawless in beauty, figure, knowledge, and family background, as if I were soaking in a honey jar. I had originally thought I would dominate the business world, elevate the company to new heights, find a unique, elegant, considerate man as my husband, and together we would have a beautiful, lovely little baby, nurturing each other as we watched our child grow up and grow old together. Suddenly the world turned into hell. I always thought I was strong. Even when trapped in a warehouse, I never gave up hope. After I killed that old man who tried to assault me, I felt no disgust from taking a life. At that moment, I believed I was fearless. Until I met Long Gu, I had never been in love. I had always cherished myself, never letting other men touch me. When Long Gu violently took my virginity that I had preserved for 24 years, I felt such hatred. I wished I could kill Long Gu just like I did that old man. Yes, he must die. Long Gu is very strong, I am no match for him. He has many subordinates, I must wait for an opportunity. I waited until those twins appeared. What a lovely and beautiful pair of sisters they were. They were like angels dropped by God onto the earth. I had once been proud of my beauty, but only after meeting those sisters did I realize I was nothing special. The sisters were very stubborn and often angered Long Gu and his men. I never expected Long Gu and his men to be so cruel. I watched as the sisters were torn to pieces by those monsters. I don't know how long I stood there paralyzed with fear. The first time I saw a monster devour a person, that scene haunted my dreams, waking me up in terror. The thought of being chewed to death like that would drive me insane. I dared not harbor even the slightest resentment in my heart. During those despairing days, I often thought of death, taking out the small knife I had secretly hidden to press against my artery. Yet I lacked the courage to act. Time and again I sat on the ground with the knife holding my head and crying. After crying, I had to tidy myself up to serve Long Gu's whims, thinking life would just go on like this. Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared. He was different from Long Gu. He didn't want me and allowed me to leave. Afraid of Long Gu's threats and terrified of being eaten by those things, I clung to him shamelessly, even hoping to annoy him enough to kill me. Later, I learned he intended to return me to Long Gu, and I was horrified. Long Gu is a man who values face. I would surely be devoured by those monsters. I was so scared that despair was deeper and heavier than being a dog in front of Long Gu. He hated me, although I didn't know why, and I didn't want to know anymore. I only knew I had to be obedient, more obedient than Su Qian, so I wouldn't be eaten by those things. I didn't hate Zhang Xiaoqiang. I had no right to hate him. My fate was not in my hands. I could no longer see Yang Qiu and felt a twinge of anxiety. I quickened my pace, hoping he wouldn't be angry. As Zhang Xiaoqiang finished his second set of frog jumps, he looked towards the three girls. Yang Qiu maintained a steady pace. Yuan Yi followed behind at a distance. Yuan Yi performed quite well, showing good quality. Tomorrow I could let her practice with equipment. As for Su Qian, where is she? Not seeing Su Qian's figure, I instead found a colorful bundle on the ground. Approaching, I saw Su Qian lying there with a pale face, completely unconscious. Carrying her to the front door and throwing her onto the ground, she did not move. Zhang Xiaoqiang unscrewed his water bottle and poured some water on her face. The cold water startled Su Qian, and her body trembled slightly. A few droplets flowed to her lips, and a delicate pink tongue licked at the water droplets. If you wake up, get up on your own. I don't play dead on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang said coldly, showing no expression and not offering any gentle words despite his favorable impression of Su Qian. Su Qian moaned and opened her eyes, struggling to sit up. Bang! An olive green old military water bottle was thrown at her feet. She picked it up, twisted off the cap, and eagerly poured it into her mouth, but in her haste, she choked violently, coughing as she tried to recover. How many laps did you run? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked her. I don't know, I can't remember the back part. Su Qian responded, shifting from a sitting position to kneeling with her head down, trembling in fear. If you don't know, then start running from the beginning. This time remember well, Zhang Xiaoqiang said coldly, disregarding her thoughts. His word was law. Yes, master. Su Qian bowed her head and staggered away to run into the distance. I've finished running. Yang Qiu ran over to Zhang Xiaoqiang's side, and it wasn't just her forehead that was sweating, her entire body was drenched with a large patch of sweat on her back. Let's start frog jump practice, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, no more continuing his own frog jumps. After eating breakfast together, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qiu returned to the temporary training ground. Yuan Yi had finished running, slumped on the ground like a noodle, gasping for breath. Su Qian was still running in circles, and seeing her unsteady form, it was clear she was close to fainting again. I had Yang Qiu bring Su Qian over, allowing them to rest for a while, giving each a flatbread for breakfast. The women here only have 2 meals a day with no breakfast provided. Yuan Yi and Su Qian had exerted a lot of energy in the morning, and Zhang Xiaoqiang, not being a stingy person, naturally ordered extra meals for them. After they finished eating, Zhang Xiaoqiang started them on frog jump training again. If they encountered anything fierce in the future, they might not be able to fight back, but at least they should be able to run. Just as they were jumping, Long Gu and Chun Yi walked out, surprised to see Zhang Xiaoqiang making the women train. What's going on here, little brother? Long Gu asked in confusion. Haha, Long Gu, am new here and short on manpower, so I thought I'd make do with 2 female slaves for now, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, wanting to keep his plans to leave under wraps. Little brother, I won't say much, but why are you being so polite with us? We're all family here. Long Gu's tone seemed somewhat reproachful, and Chun Yi nodded in agreement. I'm unfamiliar with the situation here, so I thought I'd start with small skirmishes to understand things better. When there's a bigger operation, I'll ask Long Gu and Yi Gu for help. Zhang Xiaoqiang tried to placate them with flattering words. Haha, no need to be so polite. It's good to familiarize yourself. Let me know if you need anything. Chun Yi responded cheerfully, thinking that with so few people on his side, giving Zhang Xiaoqiang some would lessen his own burden. Those who were cowardly would panic and cause chaos, which would only benefit those ruffians. After chatting for a while, Long Gu and Chun Yi drove off with their subordinates to search for supplies, not even glancing at Yuan Yi and Su Qian. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qian continued practicing until lunchtime, when he ordered a break to eat. Yuan Yi and Su Qian, looking like they were no longer human, had messy hair and faces covered in dirt washed in streaks by sweat, resembling two big cats with painted faces. They didn't walk but swayed as they moved. Even climbing the stairs was a struggle, while Yang Qian seemed fine, as if she found it all too easy. Dinner is still a while away, so Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the bedroom, first sitting on the sofa and smoking. He considered that Yuan Yi and Su Qian trained too hard in the morning. Perhaps they should take a break in the afternoon, as there was no urgency yet. Should the training pace be eased a little? Yuan Yi and Su Qian performed quite well, especially Su Qian, who had a strong determination in her heart. Her training posture was completely one of desperation, indicating that she knew how to seize opportunities. After finishing a cigarette and taking a sip of water, he continued to ponder where to go, since he couldn't reach Jinyun City and couldn't stay long in J City. He wondered how the situation in the capital was, where the central control was the strictest and the emergency preparedness was the most comprehensive. There should still be remnants of the army capable of effective local control. At least they wouldn't treat people like slaves or women like bitches, right? Could I go to BJ? Zhang Xiaoqiang found it amusing. He couldn't even get to HW, which was only a few hundred kilometers away, let alone traverse several provinces to reach BJ. He didn't even have a map. What if he accidentally crossed the border? Creak. The door opened, and Yuan Yi entered wearing a white floral nightgown, carrying a basin of water. Seeing the basin made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel uncomfortable and wet, as the high-intensity training in the morning left his clothes soaked in sweat. It was nice to have the chance to take a shower now. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up without letting Yuan Yi help and took off his clothes, feeling instantly more comfortable. Previously he had no conditions, but now that he didn't have to put himself through discomfort. This time Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't let Yuan Yi help. He quickly wiped himself down and felt it was good enough. He handed the towel to Yuan Yi, who was standing awkwardly at the side, and changed into a clean set of clothes before lying down on the bed. As Yuan Yi was about to leave with the basin, he called out, "Bring my lunch over later, I'll take a nap first." Yesterday Zhang Xiaoqiang had lunch with Yang Qian. There was no need to eat in the dining hall. Besides, Long Gu and the others usually just put the food in the kitchen and brought it to the room when it was ready, unless they were having a feast together or had matters to discuss. Zhang Xiaoqiang had seen the chef yesterday. He had previously been a sous chef in a large hotel and had decent skills. He was also the only one here who could eat rice without having to fight for it. It seemed that the saying, "Once you become a chef, you won't starve to death," was indeed a profound truth. Halfway through his nap, he sensed someone walking in. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes to see Yuan Yi standing at the foot of the bed holding lunch. The lunch was quite good. The chef had prepared a clay pot rice with cured meats for Zhang Xiaoqiang. He couldn't even remember the last time he had clay pot rice, feeling nostalgic as he savored this rare dish in the apocalypse. After finishing the clay pot rice, he took a sip of water and asked, "Where's Kier?" Usually she would watch him like a hawk, but now Yuan Yi had been here for quite a while, without any surprise attack. Miss Kier didn't eat, and went to sleep, saying she didn't sleep well in the morning. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay back down on the bed, allowing Yuan Yi to sit at the head of the bed and massage his head. Inhaling the faint fragrance coming from Yuan Yi, his mind began to turn again. Without a goal, he could only stay here temporarily. At least he needed to wait until Yuan Yi and Su Qian had the ability to protect themselves before leaving. As for their thoughts, did it matter? So far Long Gu and Chun Yi had been doing quite well on the surface. No matter how ruthless they were, at least they treated him decently, sending women and allowing him to rest. He couldn't be ungrateful. He should help prepare more food supplies for them. After that, whether they lived or died would have nothing to do with him. What about that granary? Zhang Xiaoqiang considered and shook his head. If Long Gu and the others couldn't handle it with more than 20 people, how could he manage it with just a few women? Wouldn't that be slapping him in the face? However, the area nearby had already been searched and secured by Long Gu and the others. The farther away it would reach the city. Thinking of the hundreds of thousands of zombies waiting for him in the city, he quickly extinguished this ridiculous thought. Feeling a bit troubled, he inhaled the fragrant scent coming from Yuan Yi, which made him even more restless. He turned over, lay on his stomach, hugged his pillow, and began to think aimlessly about where to start his looting career. Lying on his stomach was uncomfortable, and he wanted to turn over. As he moved his right hand, he accidentally touched Yuan Yi's thigh. Through her nightgown, he felt the smoothness of her skin and remembered that Yuan Yi was trapped in the mineral company's preparation office, where it seemed there were red wine and vegetable oil. Thinking of this, he felt a jolt in his heart. He looked up at Yuan Yi and saw her blushing. The sensation in his hand seemed off. He realized that in his restlessness he had mistakenly pinched her thigh instead of cotton. Her thigh was cramping from the pain. Seeing her blushing face, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite strange. Could it be that she truly has that kind of special constitution? Where's that preparation office you escaped from? Zhang Xiaoqiang thought it was worth a try. It's near a small town around the mine called Gaitown. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it interesting and did not loosen his grip. Instead, he applied more pressure. Yuan Yi's face flushed with springtime color, and she couldn't help but let out a sound. How many zombies are there? Is the preparation office far from the town? Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to ask. There are dozens of those monsters. They are from the preparation office and my employees. It takes about 5 minutes to drive from the preparation office to the town. Zhang Xiaoqiang stopped his actions and began to think. 5 minutes. That would be at least a dozen miles away, which ruled out the possibility of suddenly gathering thousands of zombies like last time. With him and Yang here, they could handle it. The two women could feel the atmosphere, so they wouldn't panic upon seeing zombies in the future. How far is it from here to the preparation office? Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to be clear and eliminate any unexpected factors. I'm not sure. The last time I drove back it took an hour, mainly because the road conditions were poor and the car had a low chassis, so it went very slowly. As Yuan Yi followed Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand, her flushed face began to fade. It was still not even 1 o'clock yet, so they definitely had enough time to go out in the afternoon. With that in mind, Zhang Xiaoqiang pushed aside Yuan Yi's hands that were massaging him and jumped out of bed. Go back, put on your training clothes, and wake up Yang here. You and Su Qian are coming with us to that preparation office. Zhang Xiaoqiang ordered while putting on his shoes. Yuan Yi's face turned pale. She knew it was time for her to come into direct contact with zombies. She just didn't expect it to come so soon. She didn't speak and quietly walked outside, her steps heavy. When Zhang Xiaoqiang finished packing his weapons and water bottle and came to the living room, the three women had not yet come out, so he sat down in the living room to wait slowly. By the time Yang Qir, Yuan Yi, and Su Qian appeared in their combat gear, 20 minutes had already passed. Watching the few women take so long, Zhang Xiaoqiang's face turned sour. He glanced at the sleepy Yang Qir, but didn't say much, knowing she was probably lingering in bed. Yuan Yi and Su Qian wouldn't dare to keep him waiting. Upon reaching the parking lot, Yang Qir insisted on driving the Land Rover she had driven yesterday, but ultimately she was suppressed. This was to haul supplies, not to escape. How much could that Land Rover's trunk carry? In the end, they drove away in a medium-sized double-cab truck. Su Qian drove while Yang Qir sat beside her learning. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yuan Yi sat in the back watching the barren fields outside. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt uneasy. This erratic weather had ruined this year's spring plowing, and all he could do was wait and see. Yuan Yi gazed greedily at the scenery outside. Perhaps having stayed in the chicken farm for too long, everything outside felt quite novel. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at his watch. They had already been driving for half an hour and should be close. He took out his pistol to check the magazine, and when he looked up, he saw Yuan Yi staring at the gun, her eyes shining. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang looking at her, she quickly lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Her fingers were turning blue from gripping too tightly. She seemed very scared. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood her feelings very well. She thought that as long as she had a gun, she could control her own destiny and wouldn't be treated like a dog. This was a typical mentality of the weak, always placing hope in illusory things, never considering that through training, she could also become strong. Click. He inserted the magazine into the grip of the gun, turned the pistol around, and handed it to Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi stared at the pistol in front of her, too afraid to take it. Take it. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at the timid Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi shuddered and involuntarily took the handgun, feeling helpless as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her hands shaking violently, unsure whether to hold on or let go. Without waiting for her reaction, Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped her hand holding the gun and pressed it against his own head, looking into her eyes as he commanded, "Pull the trigger." Yuan Yi was terrified, truly scared. She felt that what she held was not a handgun, but a burning chunk of coal. Her body trembled, wanting to release the gun, yet Zhang Xiaoqiang's grip was unyielding. In front, Su Qian, who was driving, was also uneasy, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. Yang Qir only peeked back once before continuing to watch Su Qian drive with an air of indifference. "Shoot. Haven't you always wanted to?" Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to yell, disregarding Yuan Yi's pale face, filled with fear and terror. Tears welled up in Yuan Yi's big eyes and slid down her cheeks as she suddenly exerted force to break free, causing the handgun to drop onto the seat. Slap. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally broke his father's rule and slapped Yuan Yi. She covered the imprint on her face, afraid to move, only able to sob softly. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt disappointed. He saw Yuan Yi's longing for the gun and understood the thoughts of the weak. He gave her a chance, wanting her to pull the trigger to prove whether she had the courage to resist. If she truly dared to pull the trigger, it would show she still had courage deep within her, the courage to face tyranny and to struggle in the apocalypse. Just like how Zhang Xiaoqiang handed a hammer to Yang Qiu for her to kill a zombie, killing zombies wasn't the goal, but possessing the courage to face fear was fundamental. Yang Qiu succeeded while Yuan Yi faltered. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the handgun, looking down on Yuan Yi, feeling that she was even inferior to a girl of less than 15. How could she still fantasize about controlling her own fate? She appeared to be a strong woman, but deep down, she was a coward. What could she achieve besides trading her womanhood for survival? Zhang Xiaoqiang was so exasperated that he struck her, and afterward he regretted it. Was his lifetime of fame to be so easily ruined? You are a coward. He looked at the sobbing Yuan Yi and said, "You've always thought you were strong, believing others to be beneath you, which reveals an annoying pride within you." Zhang Xiaoqiang mocked her from the side while Yuan Yi remained silent, only sobbing softly, her voice diminishing as she listened to his assessment of her. "Beneath your arrogance lies cowardice. You are even inferior to a 14-year-old girl who could, in her most fearful moments, still kill a zombie with a hammer. Ask yourself, can you do that?" Yang Qiu felt somewhat dissatisfied that Zhang Xiaoqiang used her as a comparison. You can be a woman, you can lack strength, you can have no skills, but you cannot lack courage. Without courage, you have no right to exist in this apocalypse. After Zhang Xiaoqiang finished speaking, Yuan Yi suddenly burst into tears, the first time she had cried so loudly in the apocalypse. She realized he was right as she lacked courage. Though she had wanted to kill Long Gu, she hesitated every time she saw him, finding excuses until she witnessed the monsters devouring people. Yet every time she considered suicide, she lacked the courage to follow through. Now fully exposed by Zhang Xiaoqiang, she finally understood her own cowardice. "Master, please don't give up on me. I will be very obedient, truly. Even if you treat me like a dog, I would be willing. Don't abandon me, woo-woo." Yuan Yi pleaded with tears, frightened of the unknown fate. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt annoyed as well. He thought about giving up on Yuan Yi. A person without courage would only be a burden. In the future, they might face journeys spanning thousands of miles, encountering countless hardships along the way. Who knew when this coward would cause problems? Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang's indecisive expression, Yuan Yi's fear intensified. She suddenly lunged at him, unbuckling his belt, repeatedly muttering, "Master, please don't leave me. I can do anything. I can do everything. I really can do anything." Slap. Zhang Xiaoqiang slapped her again. Once there was a first slap, a second was sure to follow, especially against someone he found particularly annoying. Yuan Yi, after being slapped, felt elated, saying, "Master, go ahead and hit me. You can hit me however you want." Zhang Xiaoqiang found Yuan Yi's reaction suddenly amusing, yet also very sad. "Sit up straight," he commanded, and Yuan Yi immediately complied, putting on an expression of being obedient and compliant. "I am giving you another chance. This is a hammer. You can either kill a lone zombie you encounter, or you can let it eat you, or you can get out of the car right now." Zhang Xiaoqiang made Yuan Yi choose. She hesitated as she looked at the hammer before her, knowing that once she made a choice, there would be no turning back. She was now more afraid of Zhang Xiaoqiang than of Long Gu. With Long Gu, as long as she obeyed, everything would be fine, but with Zhang Xiaoqiang, she needed to confront those flesh-eating monsters herself. Struggling internally, she looked outside at the desolate farmlands and the scattered zombies, then back at the iron hammer in front of her. After several glances at Zhang Xiaoqiang, filled with pleading, he ignored her silent requests. With a lightness in her hand, she took the hammer. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the handgun and racked the slide, saying to her, "I will shoot you before the zombie can eat you." Yuan Yi sighed with relief, her face filled with determination as she gritted her teeth, staring at the zombies outside the window. The car slowly stopped. Zhang Xiaoqiang got out with binoculars, revealing a fork in the road ahead. To the right of the intersection was a large open space with few buildings, a parking lot, with several small cars, 2 buses, and 2 construction vehicles. A 4-story main building and 2 rows of makeshift houses painted blue were visible. Not far away, 2 small buildings were still under construction, scaffolding remaining in place, with dozens of zombies wandering around the site. There weren't many zombies near the main building of the reserve, just a few scattered ones. The parking lot had about 10. It seemed they were attracted when Yuan Yi escaped. Zhang Xiaoqiang, of course, wouldn't be careless. Including the construction site, there were at least 100 zombies, and there were definitely 3 to 4 hiding in the shadows. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled Yuan Yi down from the car, and Yang Qiu also jumped down with her beast horn gun, followed by Su Qian. "Go deal with the ones in the parking lot. Don't leave a single one behind. Don't be careless." Receiving Zhang Xiaoqiang's orders, Yang Qiu coolly tied her ponytail and turned to face the zombies, exuding confidence. Watching her bravely approach the dozen zombies, Yuan Yi and Su Qian were both surprised and frightened. They knew that even a dozen big men might not be able to handle those zombies, yet Yang Qiu, not yet 15, dared to face them alone. It was Zhang Xiaoqiang who instructed Yang Qiu to go alone, and he seemed completely unconcerned. "Do you not feel ashamed? You are even inferior to an underage girl." Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the 2 trembling women with pale faces, relaxed and unbothered. Su Qian looked at Yang Qir's back with determination, tightly clenching her fists, as if to encourage herself. Yuan Yi, holding the hammer, felt it weigh 1,000 pounds. Her previously hidden cowardice was completely exposed by Zhang Xiaoqiang, and her self-esteem and arrogance had been thoroughly dismantled. Watching Yang Qir's determined steps, Yuan Yi felt no worry. Instead, she was engulfed by a chilling fear that permeated her entire being. She didn't dare face even a single zombie, let alone a dozen. Zhang Xiaoqiang was right. There was no place for useless women beside him. Was she truly even inferior to a little girl? Far inferior. How ridiculous did her studies in business management abroad seem now? Yang Qir completely vented her anger regarding Zhang Xiaoqiang's remarks about women onto the zombies. She quickly approached one, swinging her gun like a baseball bat, the beast horn gun becoming her bat, and the zombie's grotesque head her ball. Crack. Thud. The sounds of bones breaking and a watermelon exploding echoed simultaneously as Yang Qir split the zombie's head in half, sending it flying from the top of its head down to the upper lip, leaving only a jaw and a row of teeth attached, everything else empty. The black blood and yellow brain matter from the zombie splattered everywhere, but Yang Qir ducked and twisted away, not a single drop of filth landing on her. Thud. The headless zombie fell to the ground. Thud. Yuan Yi, unable to hold the hammer, also dropped it to the floor. Su Qian's face was pale, trembling, as if suffering from a chill. Yang Qir dealt with the first zombie and rushed towards the remaining ones. She usually appeared very obedient and well-behaved, but aside from her tendency to get jealous and throw tantrums, she was generally quite quiet. Yuan Yi and Su Qian had always shown great deference to Yang Qir, because she was one of the first to follow Zhang Xiaoqiang, and was also a relative of long ago. Deep down, however, they were indifferent to her, believing that as long as they made Zhang Xiaoqiang comfortable, they could fare better than Yang Qir. Now seeing Yang Qir's frenzied performance left them with nothing but chills. Indeed, Yang Qir was acting wildly now, which was her typical style. She unleashed a speed akin to playing a game, dispatching a zombie in just a couple of strikes, and she had grown accustomed to such exhilarating chaos. With no cries of excitement, not a single zombie that came into her grasp was left intact. Wait. Bang. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw Yang Qir in a frenzy, completely ignoring his words, and as the last zombie was about to be dismembered, he attempted to call out to her, but was too late. Yang Qir looked at the fallen zombies, finding none left able to move. Licking her lips, she felt an insatiable urge, and couldn't help but shift her gaze to the dozens of zombies on the construction site. With her gun in hand, she prepared to charge in again, eager to enjoy the thrill. This is way more exhilarating than playing games on a computer. I absolutely love this feeling. Smack. A heavy slap landed on her backside, and she jumped up, covering it. Do you have ears? Zhang Xiaoqiang stood beside Yang Qir, reprimanding her, while she hung her head listening to his scolding, her toes drawing circles on the ground. Yuan Yi watched as Zhang Xiaoqiang scolded Yang Qir into submission, feeling increasingly awed and frightened by him. If even someone as formidable as Yang Qir could be disciplined so easily, then she had even less to say. Not wanting to deal with the zombies on the construction site for now, Zhang Xiaoqiang cleared a few in front of the main building and instructed Yuan Yi to lead the way to the storeroom, with Yang Qir and Su Qian following behind. Yuan Yi walked cautiously in front, with Zhang Xiaoqiang closely trailing her. Zhang Xiaoqiang wasn't holding the beast horn gun. Instead, he gripped the Jingwei sword, knowing that in a narrow corridor a sword was more effective than a long gun. The storeroom is just around the corner, Yuan Yi said as she walked forward. Just as she was about to turn the corner, Zhang Xiaoqiang yanked her back by her collar as a pair of zombie claws reached around the corner, flailing wildly. Yuan Yi screamed, terrified, kneeling on the ground and clutching Zhang Xiaoqiang's leg, too scared to move. Damn it, I knew I couldn't count on anyone at a critical moment. Zhang Xiaoqiang scolded her while kicking her aside. He stepped forward, sword raised, and decapitated the zombie that had just emerged. Before the zombie even fell, Zhang Xiaoqiang turned the corner and saw a horde of zombies densely packed in the corridor ahead, too many to count at a glance. Fall back outside, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted as he swung his sword at the zombies in front of him. The corridor was too narrow and crowded with zombies, leaving no room for maneuvering. Suddenly, a small, emaciated zombie charged out from the crowd, its shiny black claws reaching for him. Zhang Xiaoqiang gripped his sword and swung it upward from below. A pair of arms fell to the ground, but the shaped zombie ignored this and lunged to bite. Bang! The 5.4 pistol that Zhang Xiaoqiang had held in his left hand fired. Seizing the moment when its arm was severed, he paused briefly and aimed at its head. While Zhang Xiaoqiang dealt with the shaped zombie, the remaining ordinary zombies lunged at him with their claws. Facing the flurry of over a dozen claws, he felt his scalp tingle, unsure of how to respond. There was no way he could slice off all the claws at once. Get down. Yang Qir's voice rang out from behind. Without a moment to think, Zhang Xiaoqiang knelt and then rolled backward, pressing himself against the ground. A massive shadow swept overhead with a gust of wind. It turned out that Yang Qier noticed something was wrong and wanted to help, but the corridor was too narrow to swing the beast horn gun. In a panic, she spotted a security door nearby marked finance room, and gripping the handle, she yanked it off its hinges. She carried the door like a massive shield and charged towards the zombies. Crash! The iron door slammed against the zombies. Yang Qier tilted the door to the side, scraping the upper and lower corners against the wall, pushing the zombies back. Once they reached the end of the corridor, the zombies were blocked behind the door, continuously banging against it, leaving deep grooves in the walls. Yang Qier pulled down on the iron door, and with the wall dust falling, the door wedged tightly into the brick gap. Now the zombies were securely trapped. Countless claws reached out from the gaps around the iron door, helplessly grasping at the air. Yuan Yi was still sitting on the ground, a puddle of water pooling beneath her, clearly having urinated from fear. It was truly a blessing that she could escape from here. Zhang Xiaoqiang got up from the ground and walked over to Yuan Yi, who quickly scrambled to her feet upon seeing him. She trembled slightly, her legs pressed tightly together in embarrassment, her face flushing red. As she noticed his pale expression, she turned even whiter. "Is this your courage?" Zhang Xiaoqiang felt frustrated and conflicted. He had no words to say. Just a moment ago, she had been fierce in wanting to kill the zombies, yet when faced with them, she ended up wetting herself. Back then, Yang Qier had been chased by dozens of zombies like a rabbit and hadn't reacted like this. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally understood that sending her to kill zombies was not about fighting monsters, but rather a friendly invitation to the zombies, saying welcome to taste. A pure offering. How about trying extreme therapy? As soon as Zhang Xiaoqiang thought of it, he acted, grabbing Yuan Yi's arm and dragging her to the iron door. Seeing the zombies so close, Yuan Yi instinctively recoiled, her sudden burst of strength nearly breaking free from Zhang Xiaoqiang's grip. "Can't I cure you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang, growing ruthless, pulled her with his left hand while grabbing her hair with his right, forcing her head close to the zombie claws. Yuan Yi saw the claws inches from her nose and screamed, shaking her head to escape Zhang Xiaoqiang's grip, but he held her hair tightly, leaving her unable to break free, only feeling pain in her scalp. As she caught the stench of decay from the zombie claws near her nose, Yuan Yi despaired and closed her eyes. "Open your eyes, or he'll throw you in there." Zhang Xiaoqiang's cold threat came from behind. Yuan Yi was more afraid of being eaten by zombies, so she opened her eyes to see the claws below her nose and the horde behind the door. Yuan Yi observed the zombies packed tightly behind the iron door, the claws reaching out from the gaps, waving incessantly in front of her. She couldn't even count how many there were, and the iron door creaked ominously, seeming like it could burst open at any moment, allowing the zombies to rush out. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly noticed Yuan Yi trembling, and then a foul odor of feces wafted from her. He remained indifferent. After all, Yang Qier had an even stronger smell back then, and he had still carried her around. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that Yuan Yi was completely still. If it weren't for the warmth radiating from her hand, he would have thought she was dead from fright. Upon closer inspection, he was confused. Yuan Yi was no longer afraid or trembling. She opened her eyes and slowly scrutinized the zombie. Having seen enough of them, she had grown accustomed to their presence. The zombies couldn't catch her, so she naturally wouldn't be afraid. As the nightmare creatures loomed before her, Yuan Yi's breath quickened and her face began to flush. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and her legs rubbed together incessantly. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched in astonishment as Yuan Yi became exhilarated, never having seen someone react this way to a zombie. Women's thoughts were truly difficult to fathom. Zhang Xiaoqiang released his grip, yet Yuan Yi remained motionless, not even turning her head, as the claws of a zombie hovered just centimeters from her cheek. With wide-open eyes, she carefully examined the zombie, missing not a single detail, so captivated that the zombies appeared to her as precious antiques. Zhang Xiaoqiang patted her shoulder, and Yuan Yi snapped back to reality. As she saw him, the flush on her face quickly faded, returning to a pale hue. Her hand sank, and a peculiar spear was handed to her, the spearhead adorned with golden spiral patterns reminiscent of a beast's horn, its texture neither metal nor jade, a faint glow flowing along the patterns, exuding an air of mystery. Yuan Yi held the beast horn spear, looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang in confusion, unsure of what he meant by giving her the spear. "You just stand here. When all the zombies inside are dead, you can leave. If you haven't accomplished that before we leave, then you'll stay here." Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted her to adapt to killing. Only by strengthening her heart could she muster the courage to face future challenges. Killing was the quickest way. Now she needed to catch frogs here. If she couldn't even do that, then he would unhesitatingly abandon her. "This is your last chance. If..." Zhang Xiaoqiang had just begun to speak when he saw Yuan Yi thrust the spear forward, the spearhead piercing through a gap into a zombie's mouth, effortlessly stabbing through its skull. Yuan Yi intuitively spun the spear, shattering the zombie's head into pieces. After withdrawing the spear, she continued to thrust without pause. This time her thrust was slightly off. The beast-horn spear pierced through the chest of another zombie, and as she spun the spear again, a hole the size of a bowl appeared in the zombie's body, allowing those outside to see what lay behind it. The zombie with a hole now in its chest showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it became even more aggressive, violently banging against the iron door. The flush on Yuan Yi's face extended down to her neck, her eyes sparkling. She extended a small tongue to moisten her slightly dry lips, and the beast-horn spear thrust out once more. This time the rampaging zombie met its end. A beast horn pierced its trachea, and as the spearhead turned, flesh and bone flew in all directions. With a thud, the zombie's head fell to the ground, and the headless zombie toppled backward, getting stuck amidst the others and failing to fall. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched as Yuan Yi displayed her newfound ferocity, feeling a mix of emotions. He didn't like her, felt repulsed by her, yet he repeatedly gave her chances. Why? Could it be that he saw himself in her? Yuan Yi dared not commit suicide, but secretly wished to. Hadn't he once felt the same way? Trapped at home, devoid of all hope, each day he awoke to nothing but despair and torment. He had once held a kitchen knife to his wrist, yet was unable to go through with it, for he too was weak, a coward. Only when he risked everything for a few cabbages did he finally transform from a coward into a true man. It was only after killing his first zombie that he found the courage to face the apocalypse. When he charged at 3 zombies on the rooftop of his home, he began to realize his potential as a strong person. Seeing Yuan Yi now reminded him of his former self. By comparing his current self with his past, he gave Yuan Yi yet another chance. This was not out of kindness or because she was a beauty deserving special treatment. It was because she was with him and he had to be responsible for her. He needed to provide her with the means to survive in this apocalypse. The apocalypse needed no weaklings, no matter how beautiful or noble their past. At that moment, Yuan Yi was acting strangely. Aside from her initial panic and fear, she had been exhibiting intense excitement. Her breath quickened, her face flushed as if she had consumed strong liquor, her eyes wide and full of exhilaration. She was so lost in the thrill of killing that she unconsciously moved closer, her gaze fixated solely on the zombie ahead, ignoring the ones beside her. A zombie lurking by the corner reached out with a claw toward her arm, and as it looked like she would be scratched, she remained blissfully unaware of the danger, engrossed in her excitement. Bang! Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly kicked Yuan Yi's thigh. Caught off guard, Yuan Yi was knocked to the ground, rolling aside and hitting her head against the corner. Sitting on the ground, she rubbed her swollen head, looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang in confusion. Are your eyes on top of your head? How can you not see such a big zombie? If I had been any later, you would have become just like them. Zhang Xiaoqiang yelled at Yuan Yi, pointing at the zombie by the corner. Seeing the zombie's claws swiping around the spot where she had just stood, Yuan Yi's heart tightened and she struggled to breathe. After a moment, she exhaled deeply, gazing at Zhang Xiaoqiang with grateful eyes still shaken. Continue. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her gratitude, simply raising his hand to check the time. He needed to return before dark. It was already close to 2:30, and he had to hurry. Yuan Yi pushed herself up with her right hand, standing with the beast-horn spear in her grip. She glared at the zombie that had nearly harmed her, her face no longer excited or fearful, but rather tinged with a hint of crimson, as if a small flame was burning brightly in her pupils. Huh. This was her first time vocalizing while stabbing. Her speed increased further as the beast-horn spear pierced through the gap in the iron door, hitting the zombie's right shoulder. As she rotated the spear, the spiral patterns tore the zombie's arm off. At the same time, the spear again struck its left shoulder, severing that arm as well. The beast-horn spear repeatedly pierced in and out of the zombie, leaving behind multiple holes. The crimson in Yuan Yi's eyes deepened, her lips moving as if she were silently uttering words like damn and FK. The Yuan Yi now was no longer a timid little lamb, but a dominant big sister. As she slowly tore the zombie apart, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of unease. He questioned whether forcing Yuan Yi was the right thing to do. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no passion or fear while killing zombies. He killed purely for survival. Aside from D2, he had never felt satisfaction from killing any zombie, nor did he find it a pleasurable experience. Yang Qier approached the zombies with an attitude akin to playing a game. To her, zombies were merely moles to be whacked. She needed only to swing her bat and smash them. She enjoyed the temporary thrill, but once she turned away, she forgot everything. Yuan Yi, however, was different. She was purely enjoying the experience. Yes, she reveled in the joy of killing. To her, zombies were no longer the man-eating monsters of her dreams, but rather exquisite toys. Watching them fall one by one, flesh and bone flying through the air, filled her with immense joy. Her body trembled not from fear, but from a soulful exhilaration. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. She felt an intense sense of fulfillment, even wishing the zombies would never end so she could continue killing forever. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself utterly perplexed by Yuan Yi. There was an air of arrogance about her, yet she exhibited more obedience than Su Qian. She was undeniably fragile, yet after an intense fear, how could she become so bloodthirsty? The zombie that had provoked Yuan Yi could no longer withstand her onslaught. Its bones shattered, and it could no longer support its body collapsing to the ground. Yuan Yi, still unsatisfied, licked her lips as she surveyed the remaining zombies, contemplating her next target. Hurry up, don't waste time. A warning came from behind. Upon hearing it, Yuan Yi hesitated no longer. She thrust the beast-horn spear, and after having killed a dozen zombies, her aim improved significantly. With a casual thrust, she pierced through a zombie's eye, and the zombie fell to the ground as if a switch had been turned off. Yang Qier watched from the side, utterly bored. This level of fighting was akin to a kindergarten child doing handicrafts for her. There was no excitement at all. She yearned to wield a big stick and smash her way through, swatting away the stinking monsters like flies. Su Qian, watching from the side, turned pale. She couldn't understand how it was that Yuan Yi, who was clearly more timid than herself, appeared so much stronger, now slaughtering zombies like a war god. As Yuan Yi dispatched the zombies, she radiated a vibrant energy, leaving behind her former timidity and distancing herself from Su Qian. Su Qian could not understand Zhang Xiaoqiang. Having worked as a prostitute and a hall manager, she had seen a myriad of characters, yet none were as capricious as Zhang Xiaoqiang. He clearly despised Yuan, yet repeatedly offered her opportunities. Though she was better than Yuan Yi, he was doubly harsh on her during training. She was terrified, fearing that she would fall short of Zhang Xiaoqiang's expectations and be abandoned. She was merely a small woman, a woman with a slight bit of cunning, but in the torrent of this apocalyptic world, how could her little schemes hold any weight? During her morning run, she realized she was the weakest among Zhang Xiaoqiang's women, not to mention Yang Qier. Even Yuan Yi surpassed her by far. Her assets as a woman paled in comparison to the pure and charming Yang Qier and the cold, elegant Yuan Yi. She thought she was strong, that she could endure hardship, meet Zhang Xiaoqiang's demands, and stand before him like a warrior free from the fate of a female slave. But seeing Yuan Yi now fighting like a warrior against the zombies, she felt a deep sense of defeat. "Dad, watch over me from there. I will survive. I will live well." Su Qian encouraged herself, her eyes now devoid of confusion and helplessness and filled with a bit more strength. Zombies lacked vision. They did not comprehend the notion of danger. As the zombies in front were dispatched, more surged forward from behind. Yuan Yi didn't even have to move her feet, continuing to stab at the zombies that came rushing in. The morning's exercise had drained a great deal of her energy, and after several shocks in the afternoon, her body began to falter, her thrusts no longer as fierce as before. 3 left, 2 left, 1 left. She kept silently counting, feeling a sigh of relief when only the last zombie remained. Watching the last remaining zombie, Zhang Xiaoqiang checked his handgun, holding it ready. It was a Type D zombie strong enough to break through a security door. The iron door that had trapped Yang Qier could hold back ordinary zombies, but might not withstand a Type D. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not wish to remind Yuan Yi this was her final test. If she succeeded, she would gain a new ally. If she failed, rest in peace, I will avenge you. The Type D zombie had been trapped at the back by the horde until Yuan Yi cleared the way, allowing it to move forward. The fallen zombies formed irregular obstacles on the ground. The Type D zombie moved slowly, and as it stumbled toward the door, Yuan Yi raised her hand and shot directly at its face. The Type D zombie happened to step into a gap, lowering its body. The beast horn spear carved a bloody path along its cheek, tearing off its right ear and sliding to the back of its head. A gaping wound was drilled from the mouth to the back of the head, flesh flying from its cheek. The exposed white bones were now visible, and the place where its ear once was had transformed into a gaping hole. The injury to its ear drove the Type D zombie into a frenzy. It let out a loud howl and lunged violently at Yuan Yi. With a loud crash, the iron door was violently struck, the corner wedged in the wall, making a strange noise, while the cement debris from the wall flew up and fell. Seeing that the iron door seemed unable to withstand the Type D zombie's assault, Yuan Yi began to panic. She raised her gun again for a thrust, but the speed of her beast horn spear had significantly decreased, and it pierced the Type D zombie's right forearm with a dull thud. "Huh!" Yuan Yi shouted, and put her full weight behind the gun, pushing forward. The beast horn spear pierced through the forearm, protruding from the chest of the Type D zombie, but before she could pull it back, the Type D zombie raised its left arm and smashed down onto the gun. Crack! The sound of breaking wood echoed as the beast horn spear was smashed into 2 pieces. Zhang Xiaoqiang's beast horn spear was made of wood, and it was not quality timber, thus unable to withstand the onslaught of a Type D zombie. Yuan Yi stood there dazed with half a wooden stick in her hand, watching the Type D zombie begin to pound the door again. She turned to flee to the back. Yuan Yi watched Zhang Xiaoqiang in disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed his handgun at her forehead. "Go back or die." Zhang Xiaoqiang said solemnly, not saying anything more, while keeping the gun trained on her. If she took one more step back, he would fire. Yuan panicked, glancing at the grim-faced Zhang Xiaoqiang, and then at the Type D zombie continuously slamming against the iron door behind her. Finally, she looked despairingly at the half-stick of wood in her hands. Clang! An iron hammer landed at her feet, the very one she had dropped in fright earlier. She did not know when Zhang Xiaoqiang had picked it up and thrown it back to her. Yuan gritted her teeth and shot a fierce glare at Zhang Xiaoqiang before raising her hand and smashing the wooden stick on the ground, making a sharp sound. She unzipped her camouflage training suit, taking off her top, revealing a sports tank top underneath, then bent down to pick up the hammer from the ground. Before she could stand up, bang! Clang! The iron door was smashed open, swinging against the left wall and crashing to the ground with a loud noise as a sturdy figure stepped out. Yah! With her right hand gripping the hammer, Yuan bent down and let out a provocative scream at the Type D zombie, much like a gladiator in ancient Rome taunting their opponent before a duel. The zombie naturally could not comprehend Yuan's taunt. One of its right claws was pinned to its chest by the broken beast horn spear, leaving it slightly unsteady, and its pace slowed to that of an ordinary zombie. Yuan remained low and agile, moving side to side while facing the zombie. The Type D zombie lunged recklessly at Yuan. Taking advantage of its immobile right hand, she dashed behind it. Bang! 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 The hammer struck the back of the Type D zombie's head 3 times, but unfortunately Yuan lacked the strength. Such blows felt to the Type D zombie like mere mosquito bites. At that moment, the zombie caught the scent of Zhang Xiaoqiang and lunged directly at him. Seeing the Type D zombie charging towards him for its demise, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it amusing, preparing for a duet, yet it insisted on involving him as a third party. Thud! Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his foot, sending it back where it came from. Yuan took the opportunity to strike the zombie's knee joint with the hammer, producing a crisp sound. The Type D zombie wobbled unsteadily. Now incensed, the Type D zombie swung its claws at her. Yuan quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the claws that scraped past her eyelid. As Yuan adjusted her stance, the Type D zombie also shifted, its weight limping on one leg as it continued to reach for her while she retreated. In her retreat, Yuan overlooked her footing. Thud! She tripped over the fallen iron door and landed on the ground. The zombie caught up and swiped at her again. She rolled on the ground until she crashed against the wall. Her previously smooth and fair skin was now covered in dust and cement debris. Yuan stood up, dirty and disheveled, facing the zombie again. The Type D zombie roared in anger after its attacks proved ineffective and lunged once more. Clang! Yuan threw the hammer to the ground, facing the robust Type D zombie with her bare hands. Zhang Xiaoqiang was confused. Wasn't everything going well? Yuan's performance had already gained his recognition. Although she hadn't dealt with the Type D zombie, yet it wasn't her fault. If she were facing an ordinary zombie, she would have resolved it long ago. Zhang Xiaoqiang hadn't stopped her yet, because he wanted to see what her limits were. At the very least, her current performance had already surpassed that of Yang Qir back then, and even outdone her previous self. Holding his pistol, Zhang Xiaoqiang was ready to fire if Yuan faltered. Although he disliked her, he wasn't a petty man. As long as Yuan met his requirements, he would accept her. But before she exhausted her strength, did she really throw away her weapon? Had she given up? Was she just resigning herself to the impending death? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt regret. At this moment, Yang Qir became excited. She thought that Yuan's confrontation with the Type D zombie was far more impressive than her hiding behind the iron door. Now facing the Type D zombie, unarmed Yuan appeared even more stunning. Yang Qir was tense, her crescent-shaped eyes wide open, missing no detail. She just needed a cup of Pepsi in her left hand and a bag of popcorn in her right, with a sofa beneath her to comfortably watch the real-life horror show. In contrast to Yang Qir, Su Qian's reaction was different. When she saw Yuan sitting on the ground, she covered her mouth, worried that her gasp would disturb Yuan. As Yuan rolled on the ground, she pressed her hand to her chest, fearing her heart might not handle it. When Yuan tossed aside her weapon and looked up at the Type D zombie charging at her, she covered her eyes with both hands, only carefully peeking through her fingers, ready to close them at any moment. As Yuan watched the Type D zombie limping towards her, there was no trace of fear on her face. Instead of standing still, she leisurely walked to the center of the corridor, curiously observing the zombie that was rushing at her. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes captivating like the autumn moon, gently biting her lower lip, her body slightly trembling, with rhythm, clearly not out of fear, but excitement in the face of danger. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched as the zombie approached Yuan, making no extra movements before clawing at her. He only saw her slightly tilt her body, and the robust Type D zombie was suddenly sent flying through the air. Thud! The Type D zombie crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left dumbfounded, and before he could react, a lithe figure leaped into the air and swiftly landed on the zombie. Crack! The Type D zombie was completely motionless. As the dust settled, Yuan Yi stood on top of the Type D zombie, wearing a small gym tank top, her right foot pressing down on the zombie's throat. The zombie lay with its head tilted, utterly still, its neck severely deformed, clearly having its cervical vertebrae crushed. If there had been a slow-motion replay, one would have seen Yuan Yi leaning into the zombie's embrace at the moment it lunged at her. Before the zombie could react, she grasped its right claw with both hands and tilted her body downwards, executing a perfect suplex. As the zombie lay on the ground, she jumped up and crushed its cervical vertebrae, achieving a complete victory, clean and decisive. Now Zhang Xiaoqiang felt conflicted. It seemed he hadn't reached her level either. At the very least, he was sure he wouldn't dare to engage in close combat with a zombie, even if it were just using one hand. Was this still the Yuan Yi who had been so terrified earlier? Was this still the Yuan Yi who, after being bullied, didn't even dare to make a sound? The same Yuan Yi who used to be so subservient, afraid he might send her back to be fed to the zombies. Yang Qier was equally astonished. She looked at the Type D zombie lying on the ground, then at Yuan Yi stepping down from it, scratching her head, unable to comprehend how the zombie was suddenly sent flying. Su Qian stood aside, watching Yuan Yi with a complex expression. She couldn't understand why, when they had both stepped out earlier, they were of similar status, and she even had an advantage over Yuan Yi. At least Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't dislike her. But why? Why had Yuan Yi suddenly changed so much that she was completely unrecognizable? They said that a soldier should be treated with respect after 3 days, but Yuan Yi had clearly transformed right before her eyes. When Yuan Yi ambushed the zombie behind the door, Su Qian found it hard to accept. Was Yuan Yi that much stronger than her? As Yuan Yi battled fiercely with the Type D zombie, Su Qian had her own thoughts. When Yuan Yi faced the Type D zombie unarmed, she outwardly averted her gaze, but inwardly, didn't she revel in the misfortune? Now that Yuan Yi had slain the formidable zombie like a warrior, why did Su Qian feel a pang of jealousy? Yuan Yi walked up to Zhang Xiaoqiang, standing tall and proud, her gaze ablaze with a burning flame. This was the first time she looked directly at Zhang Xiaoqiang, and the first time she regarded him with a provocative stare. Yuan Yi's expression was calm, devoid of the joy of victory or the fear of having escaped. She stood confidently before him, as if she feared nothing. Zhang Xiaoqiang said nothing and made no move. He met Yuan Yi's gaze with a calm expression, observing her for the first time without disdain, but with a heart of tranquility. Suddenly Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that Yuan Yi was not short. She was over 170 centimeters, significantly taller than his own 168 centimeters. In the past, Yuan Yi always appeared submissive, trying to shrink into herself, making it hard to notice. Now as she stood tall, her height was evident, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if Yuan Yi was looking down on him. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly realized why he had always found Yuan Yi displeasing. It wasn't for those trivial reasons. The real reason was that he despised being looked down upon by women who were taller than him. Although Yuan Yi had never looked at him with such disdain before, nor had she deliberately presented herself as taller. But a homebody is always sensitive. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang hadn't consciously noticed that Yuan Yi was taller, he subconsciously began to feel it, just like he had sensed something unusual during a night spent camping in the wilderness. This time, though the feeling wasn't strong, it still stirred a sense of revulsion towards Yuan Yi within him, a kind of resentment that a man couldn't bear to see a woman taller than himself. Do you want to rebel, eh? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered as he straightened his posture, locking eyes with Yuan Yi. How many times had he faced death in his life? Would he fear this little girl? His gaze grew fierce, filled with the aura of death as he looked at Yuan Yi, not with killing intent, but with the essence of death. It was the accumulated resentment from Zhang Xiaoqiang's numerous brushes with death and victories over his opponents. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes have passed. Yuan Yi moved, slowly retreating. She no longer held her head high. Instead she walked to the corner, picked up a hammer, and returned to kneel beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, burying her head in the ground to express her submission, signaling that she was completely obedient. Yang Qier, eager to take action, wore an unhappy expression. She initially thought she could take this opportunity to teach the arrogant woman a lesson, but to her surprise, she was merely a decorative pillow, and before she could act, the woman wilted. So boring. Su Qian stood to the side with her head lowered, her body slightly trembling. Why can that wretched Yuan Yi stand in front of him with her head held high? Is this what it feels like to possess power? Stand up, Zhang Xiaoqiang said to the kneeling Yuan Yi at his feet. Yuan Yi obediently stood up, lowering her head as she returned the hammer to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang took the hammer and looked at Yuan Yi, who still had her head down. Lift your head. From now on you won't have to kneel. You won't have to lower your head, even when facing me. From now on you will walk as a person, not as a dog crawling on the ground. Yang Qier turned her face aside, pouting with a displeased expression, her cheeks puffing up. Su Qian still kept her head down, her body trembling even more violently. Her hands were clenched into fists, gripping tightly, her fingers turning pale. Yuan Yi has become human again. Can one regain humanity just by having power? Clank. The iron door of the storeroom was opened, and an indescribable foul smell rushed out. The stench of decay outside was strong, yet still bearable. Upon entering, a desiccated corpse lay on the ground, its upper body completely bare with trousers halfway down, suggesting this gentleman was also indulged in the pleasures of the flesh. The storeroom was small, about 10 square meters, with rows of cardboard boxes on either side. The floor was littered with empty and half-empty water bottles, wine bottles, and apples that had been bitten into and discarded. Opening one box revealed it neatly packed with large red Fuji apples appearing to be in good condition with no signs of spoilage. After taking a few steps, Zhang Xiaoqiang found another box with 24 bottles of mineral water. He called Su Qian over to give her instructions, then she turned and left through the door. Zhang Xiaoqiang called Yang Qir to start moving the apples outside. Although Yang Qir was reluctant, she still picked up 3 at once and walked out. Come here, Zhang Xiaoqiang said to Yuan Yi, who was standing by waiting for orders. Yuan Yi now looked very disheveled, exuding a foul odor of excrement and urine. Dust and stains covered her face, hands, and tank top, resembling a beggar rummaging through trash. In front of Zhang Xiaoqiang, she reverted to her previous humility, but deep in her pupils flickered a hint of restless flames. Yuan Yi did not speak. She quietly approached Zhang Xiaoqiang, looking at him without saying a word or making a move. The numbness and despair that once filled her eyes were gone, replaced by a depth that Zhang Xiaoqiang could not decipher. Take off your clothes. Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke in a calm tone, as if simply asking Yuan Yi to perform a trivial task. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi's expression tightened, and she clenched her fist tightly. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed the edge of her tank top and pulled it up. As the fabric left her body, she straightened her chest and looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, seemingly waiting for his next action. Continue. Although Yuan Yi was fully exposed from the waist up, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not spare her a glance. He kept picking up mineral water, twisting off the caps only to put them back, his eyes focused solely on the water, showing little interest in Yuan Yi standing beside him. This time Yuan Yi did not hesitate. In a few swift motions, she removed the rest of her clothing, leaving nothing behind, standing completely naked before Zhang Xiaoqiang, her chest proudly lifted, showing no hint of shyness, just a slight smirk in her eyes, as if thinking that all crows are black. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized Yuan Yi carefully, and she remained unfazed by his gaze. She simply stood quietly awaiting his next move. Zhang Xiaoqiang reached out his right hand towards her. Cold mineral water poured from above Yuan Yi's head, cascading down her body. The icy water made Yuan Yi shiver involuntarily. She dared not move, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to pour the cold water over her head. She even felt as if she had become a toy again, being played with by a man. Can't you wash yourself? Do you expect me to help you? Zhang Xiaoqiang's cold words interrupted Yuan Yi's chaotic thoughts. Only then did she come to her senses, rubbing her hands over her body to wash off the dirt she had collected. Bottles of mineral water were continuously poured over Yuan Yi's head, flowing down her body to the ground. The dirty water washing off her body formed a large puddle on the floor. When Yang Qir returned, she stepped right into the puddle, which caused her severe displeasure. She protested to Zhang Xiaoqiang, but he ignored her, continuing to pour water over Yuan Yi. Yang Qir grumbled a few words and then picked up 3 apples again, walking outside. Her heavy steps splashed the water in the puddle, seemingly trying to vent her dissatisfaction. Su Qian returned holding a brand new camouflage outfit, waiting silently to the side, watching Zhang Xiaoqiang help Yuan Yi bathe without saying a word, feeling a pang of jealousy. She lamented her self-pity and vowed again to catch up with Yuan Yi, determined to escape the fate of being a female slave. 12 bottles of mineral water washed Yuan Yi clean. Zhang Xiaoqiang took the clothing from Su Qian's hands and tossed it to Yuan Yi, signaling her to put it on. Yuan Yi put her clothes back on and stood cleanly and neatly in front of Zhang Xiaoqiang, free of dust and discomfort, feeling significantly lighter. Looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang, she no longer felt any resistance. She did not desire much, as she truly did not care about Zhang Xiaoqiang's opinions of her. In the past, she couldn't care less. Now she genuinely didn't mind. All she wanted was some respect. Her confrontation with Zhang Xiaoqiang was not about rebellion. She just wanted to receive the treatment Yang Qir had, even though she knew she was still inferior to Yang Qir. She merely wished to retain a bit of dignity, even if just a little bit. She only wanted to obtain that little bit. When Zhang Xiaoqiang asked her to take off her clothes, she thought he wanted to ravage her at her most vulnerable moment. She felt that her status in Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes had not changed. She remained a shameless dog. Previously, during her confrontations with Zhang Xiaoqiang, she had bowed her head in defeat, feeling she had no right to bargain, thus she submitted. On the surface she complied, yet deep down she harbored other thoughts. To her surprise, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not ravage her. Rather, he allowed her to bathe and change into clean clothes. That was enough, as she had obtained what she desired. Yuan Yi looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang without acting like a lovesick fool. She silently noted everything in her heart. Only after losing something can one realize its value. In the apocalypse, maintaining even a shred of dignity is incredibly rare. Over the past few days, she had faced various blows and trials. Though her body was still exhausted, her heart felt a sense of relief, a deep-seated ease from her soul. Only now did she view Zhang Xiaoqiang as a true man, one worth following. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw that Yuan Yi had tidied up and no longer carried that unpleasant odor. Satisfied, he nodded and drew the Type 54 pistol from his waist, handing it to Yuan Yi. "Take it, you are now qualified to use it." At that moment, Yang Qier happened to enter for the third time, hearing the familiar line. She felt dissatisfied. This was what Zhang Xiaoqiang had said to her when she killed her first monster. Now he was saying it to Yuan Yi. Did Zhang Xiaoqiang have feelings for Yuan Yi? No, she had to keep a close eye on Yuan Yi. "If I haven't tasted the flavor yet, and I can't let this vixen get ahead." Yuan Yi, suppressing her excitement, hugged the pistol to her chest. It was her first moment of joy since arriving in this apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang asking her to bathe and change clothes had already satisfied her, and now he was giving her the pistol. She felt an indescribable happiness. This pistol was incredibly precious to her, especially in this world. A pistol could attract several women even more beautiful than her. Holding the pistol, her gratitude was beyond words, and she silently vowed, "Although I acknowledge you, it doesn't mean I don't dislike you. Don't ask me why. I don't know either. Why are you dazed? Hurry up and move the supplies." Zhang Xiaoqiang saw Yuan Yi lost in thought while holding the pistol and began to scold her, telling her to move the goods. Zhang Xiaoqiang claimed he didn't know why he disliked Yuan Yi, but deep down he understood. There was only one reason: Yuan Yi was taller than him. As a staunch masculine figure, this was the greatest pain he could not bear. Yuan Yi quickly placed the pistol carefully into her pocket and picked up an apple to walk outside. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang reiterated his dislike for her, it did not affect Yuan Yi. Despite being tired, she carried a heavy cardboard box and walked with a lightness that belied her burden. Let the disciples do the labor. Zhang Xiaoqiang naturally took the opportunity to slack off. He hummed a tune, grabbed an apple, and bit into it without even wiping it, then noticed a box of red wine. Opening it, he had never seen it before. "Don't recognize it. What brand is this?" Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up a bottle and saw that the label was all in English. He was immune to English. He only knew that there were either 26 or 27 letters. The only words he recognized were sex and sexy, which he had come across while searching online. He couldn't even remember whether his high school English teacher was male or female. Turning the bottle, he saw on the back label Moose Red Wine and saw that it was produced in France. How decadent. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered, popped the cork, and poured a mouthful into his mouth. How does it compare to Great Wall wine? Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't know how to taste wine, so he couldn't distinguish between imported and domestic varieties. He tossed the wine bottle to the ground, letting the red wine flow out onto the floor, and walked outside, not worried about wasting it since there were still hundreds of bottles. Pulling out a half-buried beast-horn gun from a type zombie, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up and saw a tightly locked mahogany door across from him, which had no markings and looked similar to a warehouse. He felt a stir in his heart as he looked at the door that resembled the storage room. Using the beast-horn gun to poke the lock open, he kicked the door, which let out a painful groan and swung open. Inside was somewhat dim, filled with countless cardboard boxes. Zhang Xiaoqiang casually opened one box and found 4 smaller boxes neatly arranged inside, 2 red and 2 green, all of the same size. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned on his Nokia phone's flashlight to see clearly. The red box was labeled XX Cured Meat, while the green one was XX Mountain Delicacies. Tearing it open revealed several vacuum-sealed plastic bags inside containing cured meat, sausages, and some smoked pig offal. The mountain delicacies included dried black fungus, dried shiitake mushrooms, and dried bamboo shoots. Seeing so many large cardboard boxes made Zhang Xiaoqiang excited. Mountain goods could be used as vegetables, and the cured meat wouldn't spoil anytime soon, allowing for leisurely eating. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued deeper inside, where he found woven bags filled to the brim. The bags displayed exquisite prints with Thai jasmine rice, written in large letters, each weighing 25 kilograms. Looking at the neatly stacked rice bags, he estimated there were about 100 of them, totaling around 5,000 jin. Behind the rice bags were more cardboard boxes filled with various candies and melon seeds. It seemed that the supplies in these 2 warehouses were prepared for staff holiday provisions, but they hadn't been distributed yet, which was a windfall for Zhang Xiaoqiang. In the innermost corner were several other supplies, including dozens of various models of light blue work uniforms made from tight and durable fabric superior to the camouflage training gear Zhang Xiaoqiang wore. There were also some floral waters and high-top leather shoes for men and women, authentic military supplies that were very sturdy. Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately took off his slightly torn sneakers and replaced them with a pair of military boots, feeling very comfortable after walking a few steps, and his movements became more agile. Looking at the various supplies before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to calculate. He would definitely share some of the cured meat and mountain goods with Longge and Chenyi. He thought of He Wenbin and Sanzi below, who should also taste these goodies. Ultimately, there wouldn't be much left for him. Wasn't that a loss? Zhang Xiaoqiang still hadn't rid himself of a small fry mentality. He hadn't thought of recruiting any subordinates among those prisoners. He viewed things based on whether he would incur losses, and coupled with his greed for money, he certainly didn't want to bring everything back and become a fool. Divide the supplies into 2 trucks. One should have less cured meat and mountain goods, more apples that are not easy to spoil, and a small portion of rice, and some cooking oil. Hide the rest. Zhang Xiaoqiang made the decision and walked outside. Yang Qier and the others were outside. Yuan Yi and Su Qian were exhausted while Yang Qier was calling for a break. It was still early and the apples had been moved. Now they were moving cooking oil. Seeing that they weren't slacking off, Zhang Xiaoqiang casually tossed them a bag of soft candy as a reward. Yang Qier cheered as she tore open the package, picked one up, and began to eat. Yuan Yi also boldly took a few pieces and walked aside to eat. Su Qian was a bit shy with seeing some soft candy that had fallen on the ground. When Yang Qier opened the package, she picked it up and hid away to eat. After a good rest, move everything from both warehouses outside. Don't load the truck for now, Zhang Xiaoqiang said with a relaxed expression. Yang Qier looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang coming out of the warehouse and exclaimed that she wouldn't do the hard work. Inside are your favorite sausages and fragrant jasmine rice. Zhang Xiaoqiang, like a creepy uncle, dangled a lollipop to entice Yang Qier, who was immediately won over, her eyes filled with images of sausages floating before her. Yuan Yi and Su Qian were ignored by Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yang Qier, who was not tired to begin with, just wanted to take the opportunity to slack off. Now that she had motivation, she naturally began to busy herself again. Yuan Yi and Su Qian followed Yang Qier to continue moving supplies, and they didn't feel any discomfort with Zhang Xiaoqiang standing on the side chatting. Zhang Xiaoqiang now resembled the male lion in a pride, while the lionesses hunted and cared for the young. The male lion simply enjoyed the spoils, and this feeling made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel quite elated. Being a masculine figure felt great. Zhang Xiaoqiang no longer paid attention to the busy women, leisurely making his way to the second floor, rummaging through the office to see if there was anything valuable, but unfortunately, aside from some documents and promotional materials, there was nothing of worth. The third floor was similar to the second. He found no benefits in the several offices, and upon prying open a locked room, he discovered large boxes neatly stacked containing computer monitors and chassis. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt speechless. Having a laptop was useless to him. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he entered a conference room that was quiet and desolate, devoid of anything but tables and chairs. Passing through the conference room, he arrived at a reception room, which was lavishly decorated with genuine leather sofas, a cashmere carpet, and mahogany furniture. However, none of this was useful to Zhang Xiaoqiang. It seemed there was nothing of value. The reception room connected to another locked room, and through the high-quality mahogany door, something inside was scratching at the door. Based on experience, Zhang Xiaoqiang knew a zombie was locked inside. He thought of turning to leave, but felt it was too much of a loss to have found nothing from the 1st to the 4th floor. What if there were good things behind that door? Wasn't that an even greater loss? With a click, the beast's horn pierced the lock, and then he turned the horn, twisting all the lock components of the mahogany door off. Following that, he kicked the door hard, causing it to swing open violently, and something was knocked down to the floor by the door. Generally speaking, it is difficult to discern the gender of a human after they have turned into a zombie. One can only determine if they were male or female by observing whether there are 2 deflated balloons on their chest or by their clothing. The zombie on the ground was dressed in a colorful women's trench coat with a light purple silk scarf around its neck, wearing skin-colored tight woolen pants and knee-high brown high-heeled shoes. Before the zombie could rise, Zhang Xiaoqiang stomped down on its cervical vertebra, leaving it motionless on the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the luxurious office, realizing that the owner's status was significant. Besides the extravagant furniture and seats, just the hanging painting titled "Fishing Alone in the Cold River Snow" was a masterpiece, and Zhang Xiaoqiang, a reclusive man, had even heard of the artist. In the corner stood a wine cabinet filled with various fine wines. The labels were in foreign languages that Zhang Xiaoqiang could not understand, but there was plenty of white wine inside. The famous wines sold outside were barely visible, and the labels on several old transparent white wine bottles were unclear. Some were just fragments still stuck on them. Upon closer inspection, he found the production dates on the bottles were all from before the 1970s, with a few black clay wine jars displayed prominently. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the wine cabinet and began to take out bottles internally, shouting, "Mine, all mine. Even if I don't drink it, I must keep it." After finding a suitcase in the bedroom adjacent to the office to pack the fine wines, Zhang Xiaoqiang began treasure hunting again. The bedroom was quite simple, lacking anything of value, although some clothes were brand-name. Zhang Xiaoqiang could not wear them. Moreover, in the apocalypse, who would run away in brand-name attire as if they weren't dying fast enough? Under the pillow lay numerous blue pills and some kidney supplements along with plenty of ultra-thin condoms. It seemed that the owner of this office was also a person of ill repute. That zombie could very well have been his personal secretary. When Zhang Xiaoqiang saw a pair of underwear printed with photos of various Japanese adult film actresses, he realized the office's owner was the same individual who had died in the storage room. Zhang Xiaoqiang found numerous fine cigarettes in the desk, at least 20 or 30 packs of various brands. Some of the cigarettes he had never even heard of, such as Giant Panda and Nanjing 95 Supreme, were casually shoved at the bottom, while even Yellow Crane Tower 1916 was not prominent. On top, however, were a few nameless plain white cigarettes. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't understand much, he just stuffed them into his bags. In the end, he did manage to dig out some good finds. A stash of adult films featuring either pure or sultry actress images was hidden in the innermost corner of the drawer. It was truly lucky for Zhang Xiaoqiang to find them. Looking at the beautifully packaged discs, he couldn't help but curse, damn, they're actually original versions. With his bags filled to the brim, Zhang Xiaoqiang proudly made his way downstairs. Yang Qiu and the others had already moved most of their things, and upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang carrying heavy bags, Yang Qiu rushed over to open them and see what was inside. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't mind, he allowed Yang Qiu to open them. Upon seeing the cigarettes and alcohol inside, Yang Qiu lost interest and turned to leave the building. Of course you can't see those treasures hidden at the very bottom. Zhang Xiaoqiang hummed a little tune following Yang Qiu outside. The open space outside the main building was piled high with various materials, giving a sense of accomplishment. Yuan Yi and Su Qian were slumped on the steps in front of the building, while Yang Qiu rummaged through the boxes for items of interest. She had already changed into high-top leather shoes, now looking only slightly less impressive than Zhang Xiaoqiang. Seeing that Yang Qiu still had the potential to grow taller, Zhang Xiaoqiang silently prayed, "Whichever God is out there, please don't let that girl grow any taller." Zhang Xiaoqiang stopped caring about the women and looked towards the parking lot. The various cars there had already been covered in a thick layer of dust, and all the colors appeared somewhat yellowed, looking quite miserable and desolate. Walking up to a rugged-looking SUV, he swept away the dust from the windshield, revealing a spacious interior that could easily accommodate 7 or 8 people. The luggage rack on top could also hold plenty of items. As long as he could find the keys, he could drive it away. Looking at the SUV before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt regret. Heaven knows where the keys were. Yuan Yi stepped forward and glanced at Zhang Xiaoqiang cautiously, saying, "That's Director Li's car from the preparation office, the one who died in the storage room." A medium truck was driving ahead, and Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the passenger seat of the Hummer, gazing at the scenery outside, reflecting on how he and that Director Li truly had a connection. He had contributed so many fine cigarettes and wines to him, and now had even gifted him a flashy Hummer. What a good comrade. Especially since he had left the keys on his belt, saving Zhang Xiaoqiang the trouble of climbing to the 4th floor, truly saving him time and effort. He couldn't help but feel grateful. Yuan Yi drove intently. Ever since receiving the gun from Zhang Xiaoqiang, she had been exceedingly cautious. She knew Zhang Xiaoqiang disliked her, so she was even more careful. Now, with the courage to face zombies, she believed this bravery stemmed from Zhang Xiaoqiang. If Zhang Xiaoqiang were to abandon her, she didn't know if she would have the courage to face those zombies again. When Zhang Xiaoqiang forced her to confront the zombies, she involuntarily developed a dependence on him. Lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, watching the smoke waft from his mouth, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to introspect. Yuan Yi was a woman with a multifaceted personality. She was sometimes proud, sometimes humble, yet deep down, she harbored a desire for destruction that even she was unaware of. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt uneasy watching her brutally kill that zombie. When she was forced into a corner, she unleashed an astonishing courage and an extraordinary calmness. She reveled in slaughter, and her enjoyment of it left Zhang Xiaoqiang bewildered. How could a timid little sheep, once terrified of zombies, suddenly transform into a lioness? Then there was Su Qian, who, despite keeping her head down, betrayed her trembling body. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood her feelings. Jealousy from a weakling witnessing a companion become strong. However, he couldn't comprehend why Su Qian shot Yuan Yi a look of envy. It was hard to fathom that a frail woman could possess such a chilling gaze. Yang Qiu was the one Zhang Xiaoqiang worried about the least. Though a bit carefree, her greatest virtue was that she didn't concern herself with anything. All she wanted was to be happy, which was rare in the apocalypse. At least Zhang Xiaoqiang had never seen that genuine smile on her face among the survivors. Of course, there was Zhang Xiaoqiang himself. He seemed to forget the despair he felt at home when fighting for survival, how he had risked everything for a few cabbages. After defeating a type zombie by chance, he became arrogant. Even though he claimed he needed to work hard, he did not refuse Yuan Yi's service, shamelessly enjoying it under the pretense of this is what weaklings do. When Yuan Yi killed a type zombie with her bare hands, Zhang Xiaoqiang was deeply struck. He suddenly realized that without weapons he was nothing. Perhaps he could handle 1 or 2 ordinary zombies, but faced with a type he lacked the courage. In that moment he recognized that this once timid little sheep had left him far behind. Yuan Yi's reckless battle against the type zombie appeared foolish and dangerous. Yet under her careful planning the type zombie couldn't last even a round. As he watched the type zombie fly and then be crushed under Yuan Yi's foot like a cockroach, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of envy. He was jealous of a female slave, especially when Yuan Yi locked eyes with him. He was overwhelmed by a desire to utterly destroy the woman before him. Ultimately Yuan Yi hesitated, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt embarrassed thinking it beneath him to be jealous of a woman. Thus he helped Yuan Yi bathe, considering it a form of compensation. He even gave her his handgun, not only to accept her, but also to force himself not to rely on weapons to confront unknown risks. Do you have? Yuan Yi, unaccustomed to speaking up, hesitated after starting her sentence. What? Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't catch her words. Do you have cigarettes? Can you give me? After struggling to finish her sentence, Zhang Xiaoqiang handed her a pack of Big Panda cigarettes. Keep it, Zhang Xiaoqiang said to the middle-aged man in front of them. Yuan Yi hung a cigarette between her lips, took out a lighter to ignite it, and after taking a puff she coughed repeatedly, but didn't put the cigarette down, taking another puff. She slowly exhaled smoke rings as if reminiscing. Zhang Xiaoqiang's mood remained unsettled. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became, turning to Yuan Yi and asking, "How many techniques have you learned?" Yuan Yi nodded. "I learned some free-fighting techniques abroad from an old man in Chinatown. He never told me his name, everyone just called him Old Lu." When Yuan Yi arrived in England, she felt quite out of place and often wandered around Chinatown. Surrounded by familiar skin tones and hearing familiar languages, her homesickness slightly faded. Gradually she made quite a few friends and enjoyed exchanging stories with them. One day she saw an elderly man with white hair struggling to carry many things and went up to help him. Through their interaction, the old man learned that Yuan Yi was from Shanghai and became immediately excited. The old man, surnamed Lu, was also from Shanghai. During a tumultuous time, he had come to England with his family. He always wished to return to Shanghai, but unfortunately he had long lost contact with his relatives there and was a single man, making travel inconvenient. He could only reminisce about his hometown from childhood memories. Yuan Yi became close with Old Lu, feeling pity for the lonely elder. She often visited him to keep him company. One day while Old Lu was practicing free fighting at home, he asked Yuan Yi if she wanted to learn. Seeing the hope in his eyes, she didn't refuse. Old Lu didn't know many techniques. Most were family heirlooms consisting of joint locks and throws. However, his techniques were quite dangerous, and he warned Yuan Yi repeatedly not to use them recklessly. After returning to her country, Yuan Yi stopped practicing and hadn't fought with anyone, making her skills rusty. When the apocalypse arrived, she never thought the things she learned would be useful, as she lived in constant fear. Until she was cornered by the type zombie, her hammer proved useless, and in a moment of desperation, she instinctively executed the back throw she had learned before. Zhang Xiaoqiang fell silent, contemplating how to persuade Yuan Yi to teach him those free-fighting techniques. He realized that in the apocalypse, cold weapons were more useful than firearms. Gunshots would draw on nearby zombies, and the recoil of guns made it hard to aim. Unless one was a seasoned soldier used to handling guns, it was unlikely for an ordinary person who had never seen a gun to shoot accurately. In contrast, cold weapons made no noise and wouldn't attract distant zombies. They didn't require ammunition, so one wouldn't fear running out of bullets. Most importantly, using cold weapons required courage. Only with courage could one face zombies without fear, avoiding panic and preventing seemingly ridiculous mistakes that could lead to death. Zhang Xiaoqiang had never touched a gun before. From the moment he risked everything for a few cabbages, he fought with cold weapons. Looking back, he realized that using cold weapons made him far superior to those who relied on firearms. Cold weapons can break or be damaged. In such cases, one's skills become evident. Fighting barehanded is different from battling with cold weapons. It requires not mastery over the weapon, but judgment and composure against the opponent. Because you are the weapon yourself, you cannot recklessly charge at your opponent. Otherwise, it could lead to mutual destruction. Only by fully remaining calm and discerning the opponent's strengths and weaknesses can one find the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. This principle is summarized in Chinese Kung Fu as stillness overcomes movement, hence the saying, as still as a virgin, as swift as a hare. However, mastering unarmed skills isn't easy. It requires the accumulation of experience and is not akin to practicing assassination, where one could simply stab countless times to kill zombies as easily as slaughtering chickens. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang's masculinity held him back. He found it hard to speak up. A man begging humbly before a woman was not something he could do, and even if he tried to issue a command, he couldn't bring himself to do it. The taste of asking for help is not pleasant. In his distress, Zhang Xiaoqiang looked out the car window. They were not far from the small village where he had rescued the woman. Remembering the first time he saw thousands of zombies gathered together, he felt a lingering fear. Suddenly a thought struck him. Didn't he have some preserved meats in his car that needed a place to go? Wasn't there a small courtyard behind the auto repair shop opposite the oil depot from last time? Creak. 2 cars were parked at the entrance of the auto repair shop. Zhang Xiaoqiang jumped out of the car and walked towards the shop, having rushed to save people last time without a proper look. He simply grabbed the tire and ran, and the courtyard was something Zhang Xiaoqiang had carelessly glimpsed while clearing zombies. Even he, Wenbin, and the others were unaware of it. Here the discarded tires have piled up into mountains and seas scattered everywhere in front of the door and behind the house. Even the roof of the repair shop is slowly stacked with tires layer upon layer, as if a single misstep could cause the tires to tumble down and bury the pedestrians below, leaving everyone walking underneath feeling anxious. On both sides of the repair shop, there are also piles of tires. Walking along the left path and bypassing a wall of tires reveals a road wide enough for a truck to pass through. The road is obstructed by tires, preventing outsiders from seeing the hidden world beyond. The tires continue to stretch along both sides of the path, reaching the entrance of a small courtyard. The iron gate of the courtyard is open, and several emaciated zombie corpses lie at the entrance, remnants of the last time Zhang Xiaoqiang had killed them still sprawled on the ground. Entering the small courtyard reveals a small, open area surrounded by scattered car parts and repair tools. 3 rows of large tile-roofed houses form a circular shape connected to the main gate of the courtyard. Besides the house facing the door, which serves as the living room and kitchen, both side houses have been converted into storage rooms filled with various models and specifications of parts, as well as some small tires. The kitchen uses a coal stove with hundreds of pounds of honeycomb coal neatly stacked. Unfortunately, the tap water has stopped flowing, and there is no well water, but even if there were, Zhang Xiaoqiang wouldn't dare to use it. The Hummer and medium truck are parked in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaoqiang directs Yang Qian and Yuan Yi to clean up the living room, while Su Qian prepares dinner in the kitchen, lighting the coal stove with mineral water. It is already 4:30 in the afternoon, and after dinner they can still make it to the chicken farm before dark. With the living room cleaned, they only need to find clean sheets to settle in. One of the storage rooms has been emptied, and the door and half a wall have been taken down, just enough to park the Hummer inside. The rest of the area can be ignored. Zhang Xiaoqiang has evidently transformed this place into a secret hideout where he can hide at the first sign of trouble and ignite the tires outside to keep the zombies at bay, ensuring safety. The 3 of them sit at the dining table eating. Su Qian dares not sit, and Zhang Xiaoqiang is too lazy to care. It's up to her whether she wants to or not. Su Qian serves food and pours water for Zhang Xiaoqiang, while Yuan Yi seems to be more relaxed, occasionally glancing at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Seeing him continually pick the dishes he likes, Yuan Yi avoids that plate, trying to eat the food Zhang Xiaoqiang does not prefer. Yang Qian, on the other hand, does not care much. She picks whatever interests her, occasionally competing with Zhang Xiaoqiang over sausages and bamboo shoots. Zhang Xiaoqiang eats happily with Yuan Yi and Yang Qian. Before, he had been living alone, making do with whatever meals he could find, but after Yang Qian joined, things became livelier. Later, when he ate with Long Gu and the others, he always felt out of place, having to think carefully before speaking. He had no desire to mix with a bunch of rapists and murderers, which is why he contemplated leaving. However, if he were to leave, he needed to prepare. At the very least, Yuan Yi and Su Qian needed to improve their physical fitness. It was tough and dangerous outside, and any slight misstep could lead to disaster. Zhang Xiaoqiang had already gathered a small team, and he naturally had to take responsibility for them. Bang! 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 Zhang Xiaoqiang kicked the heavy iron gate with force, calling out several times, but receiving no response. He grew annoyed, especially with that old Russian pervert, and contemplated whether he should find a way to castrate him before leaving. Coming. Just knocking without even checking the time. Can't I have a moment of peace? The old Russian rambled as he walked over to open the iron gate. He clearly had not heard of Zhang Xiaoqiang's exploits, suggesting that he wasn't very popular among the inmates. Upon opening the iron gate, the old Russian's gaze fell on Yuan Yi, who was standing behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. His eyes widened and drool began to flow as he unconsciously leaned toward her. Huh, this one has been used by Long Gu. What a figure, what a body. The old Russian said, reaching out his grubby hands toward Yuan Yi. Oh, the old Russian rolled on the ground, clutching his right arm and screaming in agony. The old Russian clearly looked down on Zhang Xiaoqiang, thinking he was only recognized by Long Gu because he saved Yang Qian, and since he had long coveted several of Long Gu's women, he assumed that now that Yuan Yi was no longer Long Gu's woman, he had a chance. He had a gun, while Zhang Xiaoqiang did not. Even if he went after Yuan Yi, Zhang Xiaoqiang could only complain to Long Gu. Having been with Long Ge for so long without any merit, he figured he could just receive a light punishment to save face. If he could get this beauty, it would all be worth it. The old Russian was dreaming beautifully, constantly observing Zhang Xiaoqiang, not realizing he was not about to violate a little lamb, but rather provoke a mother Tyrannosaurus. Yuan-Yi dared to engage in close combat, even with class zombies, let alone an ugly, scruffy old man. Before the old Russian's filthy hands could touch her, Yuan-Yi deftly sidestepped her left hand, gripping the old Russian's right forearm. With a slight twist of her left hand, the joint of the old Russian's right arm became exposed. Then, leaning her body, she pressed down on the old Russian's joint, and with a cracking sound, he rolled on the ground, clutching his right arm. Zhang Xiaoqiang grabbed Yuan-Yi, who was trying to step forward for another kick. She could injure him, but not kill him. He was merely a passerby, and didn't need to be so ruthless. Yuan-Yi pulled back, kicked the air in frustration, and reflexively slapped Zhang Xiaoqiang, who momentarily failed to react, and saw her large hand coming toward his face. Her palm created a gust of wind that stopped right in front of Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yuan-Yi, panting heavily, glared at Zhang Xiaoqiang with bloodshot eyes. After a while, the redness faded from her gaze, and she lowered her hand, stepping aside. Just then, the old Russian rolled to her feet, and with another stomp, she crushed his right leg. Ow! The old Russian's miserable scream echoed through the chicken farm, breaking the surrounding silence. What happened? Long Ge's voice came from inside, followed by him, and a group of people arriving at the gate, looking down at the old Russian writhing in pain on the ground, and then at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who stood aside with his arms crossed. Yuan-Yi's high-top leather shoes rotated on the old Russian's left leg. Yuan-Yi glanced at Long Ge without speaking, her eyes growing more intense with rage as she pressed down harder, causing the old Russian to scream even more pitifully. The group behind Long Ge gasped in shock. They had never seen Yuan-Yi before, and they knew she had been given to Zhang Xiaoqiang. However, they were surprised that she had turned so fierce after just one day with him. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoqiang had a penchant for nurturing fierce women? Huh. What's going on, little brother? We're all on the same side here, let's talk it out nicely. Long Ge, while advising Zhang Xiaoqiang, gestured for those beside him to pull Yuan-Yi away from the old Russian. No matter how much he disliked the old Russian, he was still someone who had fought alongside him. Without saying a word, the cannon fodder stepped out from behind Long Ge, his eyes filled with fierce light as he approached Yuan-Yi with heavy, forceful steps, showing no sign of caution, treating Yuan-Yi as if she were an ant that he could crush in an instant. Yuan-Yi glanced at the gun barrel, quickly chambering around in her Type 54 pistol. Bang! The bullet struck the ground beneath the barrel, kicking up a cloud of dust. The barrel immediately halted, followed by a dark gun muzzle aiming at her forehead. The barrel was now unable to advance or retreat, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. Yuan-Yi's crimson eyes brimmed with mockery as she provocatively glanced at Brother Long, applying more force beneath her feet. The old Russian, unable to withstand the pain, began to scream pitifully in front of Brother Long. Yuan-Yi steadily aimed her Type 54 pistol at the barrel, showing no signs of trembling. Brother Long looked at Yuan-Yi's fierce demeanor in disbelief. He turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who smiled faintly in response. Haha, Brother Long, you can't blame me for this. After all, the old Russian tried to take advantage of Yuan-Yi. Moreover, Yuan-Yi is quite agitated now. When I tried to pull her back, I almost received a slap. Brother Long glanced at Yuan-Yi again, astonished, and asked, how did she suddenly change like this? Does little brother have any brilliant ideas? Hehe, just joking. I don't have any brilliant ideas. It was just today Yuan-Yi single-handedly took on a strong, powerful monster and killed it barehanded. Since then she has transformed like this. I can't make sense of it either. Zhang Xiaoqiang naturally didn't mention that he had forced Yuan-Yi to fight with a type zombie, and before that he made her kill dozens of ordinary zombies to build her courage. If Brother Long were to act the same way, wouldn't he be committing a sin? Brother Long and his followers changed expressions, simultaneously astonished. A woman had accomplished what they as men could not. The word strong echoed in their minds, yet Brother Long remained skeptical, his face a mix of emotions. Yuan-Yi, get down. Do you want to die? Brother Long shouted at Yuan-Yi, seemingly trying to intimidate her with his former authority. But Yuan-Yi was no longer the timid Yuan-Yi of the past. Being able to fight zombies unknown had given her the courage to face anything. Even though Zhang Xiaoqiang felt troubled by her, he could suppress her for now, but what about later? Yuan-Yi glanced at Brother Long and lifted her foot. Brother Long relaxed slightly, believing that his former authority still held sway over her, and began to contemplate a reason to reclaim her. Crack! Yuan-Yi raised her foot and stomped down on the old Russian's right knee joint, rendering him completely incapacitated. 3 of his joints were now ruined, and he would only be able to spend the rest of his life bedridden. With no family by his side, becoming disabled in this apocalypse would be more painful than death. Brother Long saw that Yuan-Yi did not heed his command, but instead escalated her actions, and he was furious. In his eyes, Yuan, he had always been a submissive dog at his feet, the most humble of dogs. Want to rebel? He reached for his waist. Yuan quickly turned her gun to aim at Brother Long, creating a deadlock. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched from the side, feeling very displeased. What did Brother Long think of himself? He was shouting at Yuan right in front of him. Not to mention Zhang Xiaoqiang could not stand the old Russian. Yuan's actions also vented his anger. Although Yuan had almost slapped him, that could be considered an internal conflict. Why should Brother Long be allowed to discipline Zhang Xiaoqiang's woman? When he saw Brother Long reaching for his gun, he immediately wanted to confront him. If it was his own child, he could discipline them however he wanted. Who did Brother Long think he was? No way. Until Brother Long was held at gunpoint by Yuan, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of satisfaction, as if a serf was finally singing their song of freedom. Brother Long's face was filled with frustration, and his group behind him was dumbfounded. Only Chun-Yi at the side had a slight smirk, pleased to see Brother Long embarrassed. If this situation wasn't resolved well, Brother Long's reputation would greatly diminish, leaving Chun-Yi with opportunities to exploit. Amidst the silence, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed Yang Qier looking worried. Regardless, Brother Long was still a relative of Yang Qier, and it was awkward for her. Moreover, he wouldn't be staying long anyway. They should just get through it. Yuan, come down. Oh, everyone is watching. I don't want others to say I can't discipline women. Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke, though he wasn't very confident. Who knows if Yuan will listen? If she thinks she has grown wings, he would have no way to handle it. Fortunately, Yuan looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang with some hesitation, ultimately lowering her gun and walking over to his side, the crimson in her eyes starting to fade. Yang Qier, standing aside, appeared dissatisfied, seemingly wanting to teach Yuan a lesson, but ultimately did not take action, only mentally noting it down. Zhang Xiaoqiang kept watching Yang Qier, and when he saw her displeased, he warned her with a glance. Any issues should be resolved privately and not brought to the forefront. Haha, little brother is indeed a tough guy. In such a short time, this woman has been brought under control. Alas, we are getting old. Brother Long laughed heartily, trying to downplay the situation as if it was merely a family dispute of Zhang Xiaoqiang. Brother Long is just joking. But Brother Long, Yuan is now my woman, as she has nothing to do with the past. Don't forget that, Brother Long. Zhang Xiaoqiang was warning Brother Long and Chun-Yi not to harbor any ideas about him, or he would have to sever ties. Haha, little brother speaks well. One should discipline their own woman. Brother Long, do you agree? Chun-Yi, seizing the rare opportunity to challenge Brother Long's authority, supported Zhang Xiaoqiang and appeared to be on the same side as him. Brother Long's expression darkened as he addressed his followers. Why haven't you moved this waist inside? Two people stepped out, one lifting from the front and the other from the back, carrying the old Russian through the heavy iron gate. Brother Long turned to leave, but was called to a halt by Zhang Xiaoqiang. Brother Long, I actually made some gains today. May I ask how much I should hand over? The car door opened, revealing a full load of fragrant rice and cooking oil, with apples scattered everywhere from the bumpy journey. Everyone's eyes turned green with envy. After eating only plain rice and pickles every day, who wouldn't be tempted by apples? Haha, little brother has struck it rich. Where did you find all this? Wow, I haven't had fruit in so long. Just seeing it makes my mouth water. Chun-Yi joked on the side, his eyes gleaming, but he didn't move. The rules here were strict, except for what was handed over. Everything else was to be kept by the finder. Brother Long and Brother Yi are so generous, I won't be stingy either. 2,000 jin of fragrant rice, 80 boxes of apples, 40 barrels of cooking oil, and some red wine and mountain goods are a gift for you. It's all about reciprocity. With a grand gesture, Zhang Xiaoqiang offered the supplies to Brother Long and Brother Yi, keeping the majority for himself, treating this as a ransom for Yuan and Su Qian. Brother Long and Brother Yi immediately beamed with joy, understanding Zhang Xiaoqiang's intention. Yuan and Su Qian were now officially bought by him, and this was a way to repay kindness, signaling that they were now even. Long Gu wore a beaming smile, yet a closer look revealed no hint of mirth in his eyes. Chun-Yi was indifferent, as long as Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to leave this mudfish pond could not accommodate him. Moreover, today, he had humiliated Long Gu and left the old Russian crippled. He had already offended most of the people here. The rabbit dies and the fox grieves. Yuan crippled the old Russian, while Long Gu's dominance was disregarded by Zhang Xiaoqiang. The irritation that Zhang Xiaoqiang had been suppressing was fully ignited. He saw no fault in Yuan. What was the old Russian anyway? To think he would set his sights on someone close to me. If he didn't know how red the flowers are, he might think he was a turtle. Yuan was pleased, and so was he. Long Gu's feelings were of no concern to him. Walking into the bedroom, Zhang Xiaoqiang ordered Yuan and Su Qian to leave, but specifically kept Yang Qier. Are you close to Long Gu? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked while smoking. Not really, we've only met a few times, usually just once during the new year. What's wrong? Yang Qier was puzzled by Zhang Xiaoqiang's sudden question. If Long Gu wanted to kill me, who would you help? Zhang Xiaoqiang finally voiced his true intention. How could that be? I thought you two had a good relationship. Yang Qier, being too young, didn't quite understand these complex relationships. If it were Su Qian and Yuan, they wouldn't have asked this question. They already sensed that Zhang Xiaoqiang and Long Gue's relationship was off. Let me repeat, if Long Gue wanted to kill me, who would you help? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at Yang Qier seriously. If Yang Qier chose to help her relative, he would just leave with Yuan. Though he disliked her performance had been satisfactory, as she was much better than he been, and had remained quite obedient so far. At least he felt a little at ease with her, especially since she could drive. As for Su Qian, he decided not to consider her for now. Her schemes were too deep, and he had no time to slowly test her character. Yang Qier felt something was off. Her little face paled slightly, and her breathing became a bit hurried. She looked at the serious Zhang Xiaoqiang and blurted out, "Of course I would help you. You're my husband, and I'm sticking with you for life. Besides, my parents don't like my little uncle. In the past, my aunt was even hospitalized because of him." Upon hearing Yang Qier's declaration, Zhang Xiaoqiang relaxed his expression. He looked at her earnestly and said, "From now on, no matter what your little uncle asks you to do, don't listen to him." Yang Qier nodded, her little face taut. Zhang Xiaoqiang sent Yang Qier away and began to tidy up the cigarettes and alcohol he had brought back, pulling out some adult films and hiding them inside a camouflage jacket along with his collection of sexy lingerie. Next, he used tape to seal the openings. There was no choice. Yang Qier loved rummaging through his things and would confiscate anything she liked without hesitation. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt like he was hiding his secret stash. After everything was cleaned up, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled, lounging comfortably with his legs crossed while smoking a big Panda cigarette. He could have stopped Yuan when she broke the old Russian's second leg, but upon seeing Long Gue, he allowed Yuan to vent her anger on the old Russian. He wanted to take the opportunity to see Long Gue's true strength, ultimately proving that Long Gue and his group were strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Aside from the several Type 81 rifles in their hands, they were nothing. Who says homebodies lack cunning? After all, even before becoming a homebody, he had mingled in society for many years and had experienced all kinds of intrigues and backstabbing. Hadn't he suffered enough losses in the past? And what was he thinking about where to go next? Zhang Xiaoqiang began to feel a headache. He had never had the chance to travel across the country and was unaware of the situations in different places. He knew Tibet was definitely sparsely populated, hadn't he seen such a large area on the map. But how could he get there, as he could fly a plane but not drive a train? The door was opened again, and Yuan entered with a basin of water just like yesterday, preparing to help Zhang Xiaoqiang bathe. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at Yuan, who appeared unbothered, displaying a calm demeanor without any signs of reluctance or servitude, as if this were just a normal task for her. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent. Ever since Yuan had asserted herself today, he had been unable to understand her. Was she still struggling to transition from her previous identity? Yet she dared to meet his gaze, boldly asking him for cigarettes, and when they sat together for a meal, she didn't seem to have any reservations. Yuan washed his face and body as before, and when she squatted down to wash his feet, she even tested the water temperature. Her behavior left Zhang Xiaoqiang increasingly perplexed as he watched her repeatedly scoop hot water and gently pour it over his feet. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to feel shy, losing the enjoyment he had felt yesterday. The Yuan of today was not the same as yesterday's. Yesterday, she was a weakling, and Zhang Xiaoqiang naturally enjoyed her service. However, today he had told her she no longer needed to kneel, that she didn't have to be a dog, but could walk proudly like a person. And it seemed she didn't mind the change in her identity. After washing his feet, Yuan grabbed little Chong like yesterday and looked up at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a questioning gaze. Zhang Xiaoqiang was now completely out of sorts. He didn't understand what Yuan was thinking. He waved his hand to send her away, then lay down on the bed. Today he had torn the mask off his relationship with Long Gue. Everything required caution. He placed his military knife under his pillow and closed his eyes. A shadow appeared by the window, and the pale moonlight could not drive him away. The shadow flickered at the window before beginning to work there. He gently extended a metal card and began fiddling with the window, the sound resembling a mouse gnawing at the doorframe, producing a faint scratching noise. Before long, the window was gently slid open, and then a figure jumped in, slowly approaching the bed with something resembling a steel rod in hand. Arriving at the bedside, he hesitated slightly. Before he could lift the steel rod, a quilt was thrown over him. Before he could react, a large foot kicked down hard on the quilt, and the person rolled onto the floor. After hitting the ground, several more kicks landed on him, and the person under the quilt let out a whimper. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood barefoot on the floor and saw a head poking out from under the quilt. The person seemed to want to struggle out from under the quilt. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang charging at him with a knife, he hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill me, I am." Zhang Xiaoqiang had no intention of engaging in conversation. He stepped forward, placing a foot on the person's chest while the military knife sliced through his carotid artery. The man widened his eyes, staring at Zhang Xiaoqiang, covering his neck with his right hand, then fell backward onto the ground, staring up at the ceiling, convulsing. Before the man's blood sprayed out, Zhang Xiaoqiang covered his head with the quilt, and the bedroom returned to silence. Only the faint sound of sissies could be heard from beneath the quilt. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't want to know if this was someone sent by Long Go. Even if he found out, what difference would it make? He was merely a passerby. When the time came, he would leave. Moreover, who knew if this was a trap? Both Long Go and Chun Yi could have sent someone. In this way, if exposed, they could frame the other. If not exposed, they could eliminate a potential rival. Anyone could calculate this, so Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't want to listen any longer and ended it quickly. Glancing at his phone, it was only 12:30. With a dead body in the room, Zhang Xiaoqiang naturally couldn't sleep. It seemed he could only go to Yang Qir's room to continue sleeping. Zhang Xiaoqiang found his backpack and the bag containing cigarettes and alcohol and stepped outside. The living room was very dark. He could only see a rough outline through the faint light of his phone. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the two doors across from him, wondering which one was which. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized how inconvenient it was without a phone. He walked up to one of the doors and tested the handle. The door was not locked, and Zhang Xiaoqiang gently pushed it open, swaggering inside. He knew that once Yang Qir fell asleep, she wouldn't wake up no matter how much she was called. So he didn't mind. He quickly spotted the beast horn gun placed on the desk. This was indeed Yang Qir's room. How does that line go? You guessed the beginning, but not the ending. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the bedside, and before he could take any further action, a blanket was thrown over him, followed by a kick to his chest, causing him to tumble to the ground wrapped in the quilt. In that instant, his mind flickered back to how he had dealt with the intruding thief just moments ago. Truly, what goes around comes around. Rolling on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang evaded the subsequent attacks, and as he rolled out of the quilt, he looked up to see a sharp knife slicing toward his neck. His phone lay by the door, the faint light of the flashlight barely illuminating the room. He could vaguely see a small knife held by a shadow, which moved swiftly, closing in on him. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on his back, using his waist to propel himself away with 2 quick rolls. A flash of the knife glinted as it plunged into the blanket. Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could get up, a shadow lunged at him from the side, wielding a square object and preparing to strike him on the head. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned to the side, curling his right leg, and then kicking out forcefully, landing a blow to the shadow's shin. The shadow, unable to withstand the pain, sat down on the ground, clutching its leg. As he caught his breath, the figure with the knife silently approached from behind, the knife aimed at his neck. Zhang Xiaoqiang executed a backflip, and halfway through he performed a hook kick that struck the shadow's wrist, causing it to drop the knife with a clatter. Seizing the opportunity as the knife fell, Zhang Xiaoqiang extended his legs and hooked the shadow's ankle, causing it to lose balance and tumble onto him. A delicate hand grasped Zhang Xiaoqiang's right arm and then slid down to his hand, pinching his pinky and ring fingers, threatening to snap them. Yuan Yi, it's me. Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized the cold fragrance emanating from the shadow, a scent that left a lasting impression on him. It was the same fragrance that had enveloped him when Yuan Yi first climbed onto him. With his fingers released, Yuan Yi stood up, helping Zhang Xiaoqiang to his feet. In the darkness, he felt his face flush, a wave of heat washing over him. Today had been disastrous. He had been tossed around by a little woman, leaving him disoriented, and now his fingers had ended up in her grasp. What frustrated him the most was that just moments ago he had used the same tactics to deal with a thief who had barged into his room, only to turn around and nearly be subdued by Yuan Yi. It was unbearable for Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had always adhered to a strict code of masculinity. Thus Zhang Xiaoqiang was conflicted. Yuan Yi's impression had slightly improved today, yet now he had unceremoniously placed her on his blacklist, ready to stamp down hard. The light from the phone's flashlight flickered back on, revealing a visibly embarrassed Yuan Yi standing to the side, unsure where to place her hands and feet. In front of Zhang Xiaoqiang, she didn't dare to speak, merely lowering her head like a wooden doll. Su Qian also dared not continue, rubbing her calves, standing up and waiting for Zhang Xiaoqiang's instructions. Yang Qir lay sprawled on the large bed, deep in slumber, with only a small blanket covering her belly, leaving the rest of her exposed. Her snow-white, delicate thighs glimmered subtly in the cold light of the flashlight. "When did you realize I was here?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, curiously, wondering how he hadn't made much noise. "I woke up when the doorknob turned. I wanted to wake Miss Qir and Su Qian, but only Su Qian stirred." Yuan Yi replied with a sound barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. "It's a wonder you could wake Yang Qir." However, Zhang Xiaoqiang was somewhat relieved that Yang Qir had not awakened. "Someone died in my room, and am sleeping here today." As Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke, he began to undress. It wasn't until he got into bed that Yuan Yi and Su Qian realized what was happening. There was no way to interpret Zhang Xiaoqiang's tone as anything but normal, as if he were simply saying there were mice in the house. The notion of a death in the room seemed all too ordinary. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly, ignoring Yuan Yi and the others. The morning's training had left him utterly exhausted, and now his eyelids were heavy. All he wanted was a good night's sleep. Nothing else mattered, only the need for rest. In a daze, it felt as though something had burrowed into his embrace. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't mind. With Yuan Yi as a living alarm, he felt no need to remain on high alert. This feeling was one Zhang Xiaoqiang had never experienced in his 30 years of life, an indescribable sensation. In his dreams, he was entwined with a popular actress from an island nation. After waking from the dream, Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly on the bed, savoring the moment. He was cuddled up with Yang Qier on one side while Yuan Yi and Su Qian were on the other. Yang Qier lay in his arms like a little pig, snoring softly. It felt as though he was cradling a sleepy little pig. Checking his phone, he saw it was already 6:20. Zhang Xiaoqiang covered Yang Qier's mouth and nose with his hand, and feeling the pressure, she finally woke up, her eyes meeting his. The dark pools of her eyes sparkled under the phone's light. Yang Qier first appeared surprised, then delighted. "Hubby, you finally took the initiative to come find me," she said, sniffing around Zhang Xiaoqiang, as if trying to memorize his scent. Zhang Xiaoqiang gave her a playful slap on the bottom, saying, "Get up, it's training time." Yuan Yi and Su Qian had already awakened, and as they crawled out of bed, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed Su Qian giving him an ingratiating look. Yuan Yi shot a cold glance at Su Qian, but said nothing, merely donning her clothes and preparing to leave. The group made their way to the temporary training ground from yesterday, tidying up their gear slightly before starting their morning run. Today was different from yesterday. Aside from Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qier maintaining the same speed, Yuan Yi and Su Qian lagged behind. The after effects of yesterday began to surface today, with muscle soreness and fatigue throughout their bodies. It would take several days to fully adapt to this physical state. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed, but did not urge them on. He too had walked this path and understood that persistence would lead to gradual improvement in physical fitness. This was merely the darkness before dawn. During the halftime break, Zhang Xiaoqiang handed Su Qian a flatbread, and then led Yang Qier and Yuan Yi to the dining hall. Originally, Yuan Yi was not qualified to eat in the dining hall, but Zhang Xiaoqiang believed that since she could fight against zombies, she deserved to sit down and eat properly. This was also an implicit suggestion to Yuan Yi, indicating that her status had changed and she no longer needed to be as timid as before. She should live with confidence and believe in herself. When Zhang Xiaoqiang walked into the restaurant, Long Gu and the others were already seated waiting for the meal. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang enter, Long Gu and Chun Yi wore broad smiles, as if the man who had intruded into Zhang Xiaoqiang's bedroom last night had nothing to do with them. "Haha, I saw my little brother running laps outside early this morning. He is truly diligent." Long Gu began to tease Zhang Xiaoqiang, pausing slightly as he looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang with an unchanged smile and said, "Last night your room wasn't very quiet, little brother. Did you sleep poorly?" Looking at Long Gu's insincere smile, Zhang Xiaoqiang casually replied, "A mouse came in last night and made a racket. I could only sleep soundly after I killed it. I wonder where that mouse came from. Haha, good job. Let's eat." Long Gu was unwilling to continue on this topic. Everyone understood that some things shouldn't be spoken of openly. Yuan Yi sat quietly beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, not looking around, simply eating her breakfast in silence. Truly lacking in manners. Sitting at the other end, Pao Tang saw Yuan Yi eating breakfast generously and remembered being threatened by her with a gun yesterday. Feeling upset, he mocked Zhang Xiaoqiang for not being able to manage women. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, too lazy to pay attention to Pao Tang. What was a guy who had been chased by ordinary zombies? Talking to him was beneath Zhang Xiaoqiang. With a ding, Yuan Yi threw her spoon into the bowl, looked up at Pao Tang, without speaking, her eyes beginning to flash crimson. Her delicate tongue slid across her red lips as her nostrils flared slightly, breathing with excitement. Zhang Xiaoqiang knew Yuan Yi was incensed by Pao Tang. She became as excited as when facing zombies. Now Yuan Yi was dangerous, as she might not even listen to him. Pao Tang had angered Yuan Yi with his sharp tongue. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't want to intervene, nor did he wish to. After all, Yuan Yi was his own, while Pao Tang was merely Long Gu's henchman. Did he want to stir up trouble? Pao Tang saw Yuan Yi glaring at him with increasing fury, and he suddenly stood up, shouting at her, "What are you looking at? A female dog climbs onto the dining table and thinks she can become human. What are you?" Hearing Pao Tang's insults, Yuan Yi did not get angry. Instead, the crimson in her eyes deepened, flashing with a somewhat enchanting hue. She looked at Pao Tang as if she were examining a corpse, then turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, her eyes filled with inquiry. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood that Yuan Yi was asking him if she could take action. He began to feel a headache. Pao Tang had several lives on his hands and was once capable of taking on more than 10 opponents single-handedly. Was Yuan Yi a match for him? Seeing Yuan Yi's gaze shift from a request to a plea, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought, "Forget it. Let her be. It's better for her to suffer a little setback before she becomes blindly arrogant." "You can fight." Just don't use weapons and don't take lives. Rather than instructing Yuan Yi, Zhang Xiaoqiang was actually warning Pao Tang that if he wanted to kill Yuan Yi, he would turn against him. Yuan Yi stood up, casting a provocative glance at Pao Tang. Pao Tang, seeing Yuan Yi challenging him, scoffed. "It'll make you understand what it means to be a good dog. Without a gun, you are nothing." Yuan Yi did not respond. She simply walked to the vacant space next to the dining table and waited for him. Long Gu and Chun Yi remained silent, coldly watching the scene. He Wenbin and the others were quite honest, focusing on their breakfast, seemingly uninterested in everything happening before them. They knew of Zhang Xiaoqiang's prowess and understood they still relied on Long Gu for their meals, so they could only play deaf and mute. Pao Tang cast a scornful glance at Yuan Yi, swaggering up to her, and crudely said, "I won't hurt you. Just sleep with me later, ha." Yuan Yi looked at him without speaking, slightly bending forward, fixating on Pao Tang's shoulder. Pao Tang also began to take her seriously. He could tell Yuan Yi was not just a pretty face. Now everyone had lost their appetite, directing their attention to the confrontation between Pao Tang and Yuan Yi. Yang Qier sat cross-legged on her chair, watching the scene with excitement, swinging her porridge spoon in circles. Pao Tang and Yuan Yi did not face off for long. Pao Tang suddenly rushed forward, throwing a punch at Yuan Yi's chest with incredible speed. Zhang Xiaoqiang only saw a fist suddenly appear in front of Yuan Yi. Not good. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought in alarm, his right thumb pressing the release button on his military knife's sheath, ready to assist at any moment. At that moment, Yuan Yi showed no signs of disturbance on her face. With a slight sway of her upper body, she evaded Pao Tang's iron fist. Then her hands twisted and locked onto Pao Tang's right arm, and with a turn of her body, she aimed to apply pressure on his joint. Pao Tang was not some low-tier fighter. He was not in a hurry. He shook off his right arm, breaking free from Yuan Yi's grip. Yuan Yi, with her weaker strength, was thrown off balance by Pao Tang's force. Seizing the opportunity, Pao Tang threw a left hook toward Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi had no time to dodge Pao Tang's punch, so she accelerated toward him, kneeling and sliding through his legs just before his fist struck her. Then she pushed off the ground with her right hand, transitioning from a kneel to a squat, sweeping a leg at Pao Tang's back heel, causing him to stumble forward several steps. As Pao Tang turned around, Yuan Yi stood upright as well. Pao Tang's face grew more serious. He realized Yuan Yi's skills were quite decent and her combat instincts were strong. In their recent exchange, both had drawn even. Pao Tang and Yuan Yi faced off for a few seconds before stepping forward. He lifted his right leg for a sweeping kick, the force of his kick creating a gust that made his pants whoosh in the wind. Yuan Yi ducked, allowing Pao Tang's leg to sweep over her head. Without checking the landing of his right foot, she accelerated, crashing into Pao Tang's side. Pao Tang's right foot had not yet touched the ground when his body leaned to one side, unable to regain his balance. When Yuan Yi collided with his waist, he immediately shot out sideways, and Pao Tang staggered, crashing into the LCD TV mounted on the wall. Bang! The screen was smashed with a large hole from Pao Tang's massive head. Pao Tang went a bit berserk, grabbing the edge of the screen and tearing it down in one motion. He turned around and hurled it at Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was ready to launch a fierce attack from behind him, but upon seeing him dismantle the screen and turn around, she prepared to evade. Whoosh! The screen flew past Yuan Yi's back and crashed onto the opposite windowsill. Before the screen could hit the ground, Pao Tang lunged at Yuan Yi with bloodshot eyes. Seeing Pao Tang use the screen to strike Yuan Yi, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt displeased. Aside from Long Gu and Chun Yi, who showed little expression, He Wenbin and the others appeared indifferent, while the little girl Yang Qier squatted on her chair, cursing Pao Tang for being shameless. Pao Tang was like a mad wild bull, wildly destroying everything around him. Under the ferocious strikes of his fists and legs, the glass coffee table, wall paintings, and furniture were all broken into pieces. He now resembled a storm of human nature, sweeping away everything in his path. Yuan Yi moved nimbly around Pao Tang, constantly dodging his punches and kicks, her eyes cold and clear as she observed Pao Tang for any openings to deliver a fatal blow. Pao Tang raised his right hand, transforming his fist into a claw as he lunged at Yuan Yi's face. Without panic, Yuan Yi stopped, tilted her head, and evaded effortlessly. But unexpectedly, his claw suddenly changed direction and caught Yuan Yi by the collar, dragging her toward him as his left fist came crashing toward her face. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw Yuan Yi being caught by the collar, and with a flick of his finger, a military knife was in his hand. He slightly bent down, preparing to throw a flying dagger. He no longer cared. Despite his dissatisfaction with Yuan Yi, she was still one of his own. Now that men were unreliable, it was better to have a few women around. At least they wouldn't live worse than now after leaving him, and they wouldn't attempt to kill him due to chaotic desires. Yuan Yi showed no sign of panic even when her collar was being twisted. From the beginning until now, she had remained remarkably calm, not flinching even in a life-threatening situation. As Yuan Yi was pulled by the collar, she involuntarily fell forward. Then leaning back, she kicked off the ground with both feet against the breast of the collar, and with a tearing sound her camouflage uniform was ripped from her collar to her right waist. With her clothes torn, Yuan Yi fell onto the floor behind her, feeling a tightness in her chest that nearly took her breath away. The collar didn't fare well, either being pushed back several steps by Yuan Yi's kick until it fell onto the sofa. It rubbed its chest where the footprints were trying to steady its breath. Both of them stood up almost simultaneously. The collar glared fiercely at Yuan Yi, continuously rubbing its chest where her kick had landed perfectly. Yuan Yi was equally disheveled. One of her sleeves was torn off, leaving only the thread still attached to her clothes. A large gash exposed her skin from her collar to her right waist, faintly revealing her small tank top. Tear. The zipper of her camouflage suit was pulled down, and like yesterday, Yuan Yi took off her top, standing there in just her tank top facing the collar. Seeing her smooth, fair skin and the half-exposed breasts straining against the tank top in front of everyone, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of jealousy. This woman he disliked made him feel envious. Even if he didn't like Yuan Yi, she was still his woman. Why should others see her? The collar was furious, not just a little angry, but deeply frustrated. He thought of himself as a formidable character originally meant to be the one in control. Now he was on par with a woman who had been a slave just days ago, feeling humiliated. He believed everyone was mocking him. He wanted to kill, to tear this foul woman before him into pieces and bathe in her blood to extinguish the fire in his chest. Yuan Yi looked at the enraged collar unaffected. Occasionally her gaze would dart to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Whenever she saw him, her resolve strengthened. As long as Zhang Xiaoqiang was watching her, she felt fearless. She wanted him to know she was not useless, that she had value, and she wished for him never to think of giving up on her. Nothing more than that. Ow. The collar moved this time, spreading his arms wide, intending to seize Yuan Yi tightly. As long as he caught this foul woman, everything would be under his control. He planned to strip her of her clothes in front of everyone, and after that break every bone in her body, digging out her heart to bathe in it. The collar lunged at Yuan Yi like a large crab, making strange noises as he did so. Yuan Yi, already tall, at over 1.7 meters, stood there watching the collar, who was about 1.6 meters tall, charge at her, creating a rather bizarre scene. Seeing the familiar scene unfold, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a slight sense of relief. Another flying man was about to be born. At the moment of contact with the collar, Yuan Yi sidestepped his hands, grabbed his left arm, and with a powerful twist of her waist sent the collar flying. Crash! The collar crashed into the glass cabinet, shattering the glass as he fell to the ground bloodied. His face was cut to pieces by the glass, and a shard several inches long was embedded in his right eye. He rolled on the ground, clutching his head and howling in pain, while Yuan Yi approached and stomped down on his ankle. Stop! Seeing the situation, Long Gu stood up shouting, but Yuan Yi ignored him and continued to stomp down. Crack! The collar's wretched screams echoed in the dining room, and Wenbin and the others paled, watching the collar roll on the ground, cold sweat pouring down their backs, soaking their clothes. Chun Yi sat quietly, not saying a word. Beside him, the vulture glanced coldly at the wretched collar, a hint of a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Long Gu, with a grim expression, looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang and said, "Is this how you teach women?" Zhang Xiaoqiang's face darkened in response. Long Gu only focused on Yuan Yi while ignoring the collar's desperate moves, truly thinking he was easy to bully. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to get up and confront him, Chun Yi spoke up. Long Gu, calm down. Little brother, you should calm down too. Long Gu was anxious, that's why he said that. The collar had clearly smashed something at someone, and everyone saw it. Isn't that right? After advising Long Gu, Chun Yi turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang. After advising him, he looked at Wenbin and the others, who found it difficult to say anything, staring fixedly at the porcelain bowl in their hands, as if they had suddenly discovered it was an ancient artifact from the Warring States period. Long Gu stood there, his face fluctuating between moods. After a while, he calmed down, a smile returning to his face. Little brother, don't hold it against me. I was just a bit confused. I don't blame you or Yuan Yi. Little brother, you really have good luck. If I had known Yuan Yi had such skills, I wouldn't have been willing to let her go. Long Gu laughed while reminding Zhang Xiaoqiang that Yuan Yi was still a gift to him, advising him to take the opportunity to step back to avoid embarrassing everyone, as if looking for a way out. Yuan Yi walked over to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who took off his clothes and gave them to her, saying not to casually undress. Yuan Yi said nothing, her fingers tightly clenched, a slight smile curling at her lips, barely noticeable. Zhang Xiaoqiang gestured for Yuan Yi to sit beside him, saying to Long Gu, even my woman has her faults. Why does it have to be about breaking a leg or two? After saying that, he turned around and pretended to chastise Yuan Yi for a few words. Yuan Yi showed none of her previous fierceness, lowering her head in submission. After scolding her a few times, Zhang Xiaoqiang said to Long Gu, little brother has just arrived in your esteemed place and plans to rest a bit before hitting the road again. I don't expect to stay here for long. Please be understanding in the next few days. Zhang Xiaoqiang took this opportunity to express his intention to leave. Long Guest's expression suddenly brightened. It seemed he was eager for Zhang Xiaoqiang to go as far away as possible. If Zhang Xiaoqiang lingered, he would have to join forces with Jinyun to deal with him. Zhang Xiaoqiang was currently showing too much dominance so that Long Gu was feeling overwhelmed. The cannon barrel had already been carried out by Sanzi and the others, leaving behind only scattered wreckage and shards of broken glass. Zhang Xiaoqiang bid farewell and departed the restaurant with Yuan Yi and Yang Qir, leaving Long Gu and Chun Yi alone inside. Brother 2, what's your take on this? Long Gu asked Chun Yi, slowly sipping tea with deliberate calm. Chun Yi scratched his head, pausing in thought for a long moment before replying. If we can kill him, we should, without hesitation. If not, then let him leave swiftly and never return. Long Gu shook his head slightly, his right knuckles tapping rhythmically against the tabletop, then abruptly halting. Did the men you sent out yesterday report back? Haven't seen him yet. No idea where he is. Chun Yi spoke humbly, now stripped of his usual arrogance in front of outsiders. Clearly his relationship with Long Gu ran deeper and far more complex than appearances suggested. So whom then were they truly guarding against? Sigh, no need to search further. Send someone to retrieve his body from his room. That young man is ruthless, cold-blooded, and merciless. A faint weariness shadowed Long Ji's face. In his eyes, Zhang Xiaoqiang had become untouchable. He Wenbin trembled at the very mention of him. The cannon was destroyed, and as for Vulture, no one knew his true intentions. With no manpower left to eliminate Zhang Xiaoqiang, they could only watch helplessly as he flourished. So we just let him walk away unscathed. What about those 2 women, just handed over like gifts? Chun Yi bristled with indignation. 2 exquisite beauties cast straight into the jaws of a wolf. One that didn't even bother to hide its ingratitude. Then what would you have us do? It's already a blessing he hasn't come after us. Didn't you see the haul he brought back yesterday? He Wenbin's eyes nearly turned emerald with envy. Bringing back such an abundance of supplies with only 3 women in tow proved his extraordinary capability. With him, survival meant sustenance, and a single call from him might draw followers en masse. Long Gu sighed inwardly. He'd mistaken Zhang Xiaoqiang for a big fish, only to realize upon closer inspection that he was no mere fish at all, but a great white shark, accustomed to feeding on men. His own shallow pond simply couldn't contain such a predator. What if we try leveraging your niece? Chun Yi ventured cautiously. You don't know her. Kuer and I have barely exchanged a few words. She isn't close to me at all. When did you last see her visit me voluntarily? Day and night she shadows that young man like a devoted acolyte. She's already forgotten she has an uncle. Chun Yi paused, then offered another suggestion. Or perhaps we persuade him to clear the monsters from the granary, then relocate there ourselves. The grain reserves are immense. Long Gu fell silent, contemplating. He hadn't had time to estimate the exact quantity during his hurried glance, but thousands of tons certainly. Enough to feed his dozens of people until their final breath. Solve the grain crisis and slow, steady growth would follow. Once he seized the prison's ammunition depot, he'd rise as a regional warlord. Every survivor within J City's radius would depend on him for survival. Then power would be absolute. Do you have a plan? That young man is cunning. Won't commit unless he sees tangible gain. Long Gu asked, sensing Chun Yi held something in reserve. What plan do I have? Merely the timeless triad women supplies weapons. As long as he has needs, leverage exists. Chun Yi knew well, everything has its price, if you're willing to pay it. Long Gu pondered briefly, then lifted his gaze. Women. Irrelevant. Grain guarantees women. But our own supplies are scarce, and he clearly doesn't covet them. Didn't you see how casually he gifted an entire truckload yesterday? A display of staggering generosity. We do have a few rifles, but those bullets, they're our lifeline. Chun Yi looked up at Long Gu. Most of our bullets are spent hunting grain, and if we hoard them drop by drop, how long before we amass enough to secure such bounty? Bullets. We still have 2,000 or 3,000. Give him only 300. Claim that's all we have left. He'll have no grounds to protest. Long Gu lit a cigarette and paced heavily across the restaurant floor, each step weighted with hesitation. Crunching glass crunched beneath his boots. Suddenly he stiffened, jaw clenched tight. We'll trade. Today prepare several women. Tomorrow bring him a high-quality rifle and negotiate. Even if he demands every woman under my command, I'll agree, so long as I claim the granary. Zhang Xiaoqiang now stood with the women beneath a makeshift canopy beside the parking lot. An elderly man, face etched with deep wrinkles, hands calloused and grimy, clad in a soiled work uniform, held a beast horn, inspecting it closely. He cut, drilled, and probed it repeatedly. After a long silence, he raised his head. Can't identify the material. It may rival industrial-grade diamond. Drilling through it is near impossible with my current tools. Zhang Xiaoqiang considered briefly. I don't need you to drill or cut it. I only need it forged into a sturdy spear. Strength matters more than form. Shape it however you must. Yang Kuer chimed in beside him. Honey, what kind of spear did you give me? It bends at the slightest pressure. Look. Her beast-torn spear, reinforced with threaded steel, had already warped, likely from overzealous smashing, forgetting restraint entirely. Zhang Xiaoqiang's nose practically twisted in exasperation. No matter how many times he instructed her, she refused to learn, still treating zombies like groundhogs to bludgeon, never once employing thrusts. All those hours drilling stabbing techniques in the cavern, wasted utterly, as if practiced on pigs. He turned back to the craftsman. Also forge a spiked club, replace the spikes with rounded knobs to prevent detachment. Make it heavy, weight proportional to her stature, length matching her height. And craft a blade, a magnified Kyuker-style machete, using premium material resistant to deformation, capable of cleaving through rebar without bending. After a pause he added, also fashion a shield, not bulletproof, but strong enough to deflect edged weapons. The man rubbed his palms together and nodded. Zhang Xiaoqiang tilted his chin toward Yang Kuer. She stepped outside, returned dragging 2 bags of Thai jasmine rice, and dropped them at the man's feet. His face lit up with delight. Immediately he pledged to complete the work without delay. Zhang Xiaoqiang fixed him with a steady gaze. Speed and quality, or you'll receive nothing. Understand? Sweat broke out across the man's brow. He nodded frantically, breath held tight. His blackened hands gripped the rice sacks with desperate intensity. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned and walked out. Yuan Yi and the others followed. Yang Kuer, stifled by the air, had already dashed outside. Zhang Xiaoqiang checked his watch. It was just past 10. Still too early for lunch, and he had no intention of dining here. Turning to Yang Kuer, he said, let's eat outside. They returned to the small courtyard hidden behind the tire wall. Sushi prepared lunch while Yang Kuer scoured the area for hidden treasures. Yuan Yi stood beside Sushi, learning to cook. Clumsy at first, yet fiercely attentive, absorbing every detail, asking questions until mastery was certain. Zhang Xiaoqiang wandered idly, surveying the compound, until he reached a small vegetable patch. It lay barren, no greens remained, not even weeds. The soil stretched bare and smooth, dark brown and leathery like cured hide laid bare upon the earth. Standing amid the desolate plot, he felt a suffocating weight settle in his chest. In this post-apocalyptic world, even plants had ceased to grow. Should this stagnation persist for years, humanity's remaining grain stores would vanish, forcing survivors into zombie-infested cities to scavenge mold-ridden, rotting food. And how long then could mankind endure? With a clang, Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped on something hidden in the dirt, scraping away the soil with his foot, revealing a square iron plate embedded with a large iron ring. A secret base. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart raced. Have I stumbled upon a treasure? He pulled on the iron ring, and a dark opening appeared before him. A wooden ladder leaned against the mouth of the hole. Noticing that the ladder was relatively dust-free, it seemed it had been used quite frequently before, indicating that it had only recently been abandoned. Following the wooden ladder down to the bottom of the hole, he turned on his phone's flashlight, revealing a passage that could accommodate 2 or 3 people at once. The walls of the passage were reinforced with cement, and the floor was also paved with cement. The echo of his footsteps resonated in his ears. As Zhang Xiaoqiang remained uncertain about what lay ahead, he could only proceed with utmost caution, gripping the Jingwei sword tightly in his hand, while his ears stayed alert to the sounds around him. The passage was short, barely 10 meters long. Upon crossing it, he entered a space resembling an underground cavern. The walls were no longer made of cement, but of rocky stone, which felt slightly damp to the touch. As he directed his flashlight toward the hall, he was taken aback. Zhang Xiaoqiang numbly surveyed his surroundings, cursing inwardly, yet unsure of what to say. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations, wanting to destroy everything in sight, wishing to incinerate all that lay before him. As he walked into this secret chamber, he vaguely noticed many machines and workbenches surrounding him. Fortune smiled upon him as he found a diesel generator tucked away in a corner. Once the generator started, the surrounding lights flickered on and the indicators on the machines illuminated. To his dismay, he saw countless pirated discs on the workbench featuring various types of beautiful women posing enticingly on the covers, along with a mountain of game and movie discs piled haphazardly together. If there had been only one disc, Zhang Xiaoqiang would have cherished it. If there were 10, he would have been delighted. However, when faced with thousands stacked before him, he felt an urge to curse. Everyone knows that in the apocalypse, entertainment is unnecessary. Relaxation is fine occasionally, but to indulge every day. Do they wish for their demise to come quicker? Wow. So many. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kuer dove into the pile of discs, picking and choosing. Whether it was adult films, games, or movies, she stuffed them all into her pocket, seemingly favoring the adult film discs. What are you doing here? Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't be bothered. As long as she left his bag alone, it would be like a blessing from the gods. Yang Kuer poked her head out from the pile of discs and said, "It's time to eat." Zhang Xiaoqiang sat at the dining table observing Yuan Yi, who was covered in black grime. He began to wonder if Yuan Yi was considering leaving her violent ways behind to become a housewife instead, while Su Qian seemed to have something on her mind as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Looking at Su Qian standing aside, Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded for her to speak. Can I also start killing monsters? Su Qian hesitantly spoke, glancing at Zhang Xiaoqiang as if afraid he would condemn her for her audacity. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment before nodding. The strength of ordinary zombies was indeed much less than that of an average person. As long as she was cautious, there wouldn't be significant problems. After all, Yang Qian was not as capable as the current Su Qian, but had once defeated a zombie. Moreover, surviving in the apocalypse depends not on strength, but on courage and wisdom. A person cannot simply barehandedly dismantle a bus, but AD2 can. You need to be sure we won't provide any assistance. Even if you get eaten by zombies, I won't intervene. Yang Qian and Yuan Yi went through it just like that. You won't receive any special treatment. Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke to Su Qian. For him, choosing a path meant not regretting it. If Su Qian didn't want to be a slave, she needed the courage to be devoured by zombies. Of course, Zhang Xiaoqiang would never truly let her be eaten, he'd kill her himself if she got hurt, granting her an early release. After Su Qian expressed her thoughts, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Yang Qian picked through the food on the plate with her chopsticks, grabbing the lean sausage for her bowl, biting off the lean meat from the fatty pieces, and tossing the fat into Zhang Xiaoqiang's bowl. To her, Su Qian's life and death were of no concern. Yuan Yi only picked from the plate in front of her, always keeping her head down while eating. After hearing Su Qian's request, she paused momentarily before continuing to eat, as if she and Su Qian now belonged to two different worlds, despite Su Qian having once pleaded for her. For the first time, Su Qian faced Zhang Xiaoqiang directly, her eyes filled with determination and her chest stood tall. To her, this was an opportunity, a chance to break free from the identity of a female slave. Zhang Xiaoqiang was no benevolent saint. If he felt she was beneath his expectations, he would likely abandon her. In a world teeming with zombies, being abandoned meant being eaten or starving to death. Su Qian's past life had been miserable. She trusted no one and preferred to take control of her own fate. She believed that men were ultimately unreliable. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared to be better than Chun Yi, who had degraded himself, what did that matter? Why should she lower herself before him, fearful of inciting his wrath? Why should she tread lightly, worried about angering him? She had always been calculating. Among Chun Yi's women, though not the favored one, she had suffered the least. Even when Chun Yi sought her opinion about giving her to Zhang Xiaoqiang, she acted as if it were entirely up to him. Once at Zhang Xiaoqiang's side, she adopted the demeanor of a submissive woman, aware that men preferred weaker women to strong ones. She succeeded in gaining Zhang Xiaoqiang's favor, believing she could overshadow Yuan Yi. It wasn't until Yuan Yi killed the nudie zombie and was fully recognized by Zhang Xiaoqiang, who personally declared that she need not kneel and could stand tall like a person, that Su Qian's heart stirred. This was her coveted dream. The current days felt more degrading than when she was a mistress. She never believed she was inferior to anyone, not even to Yuan Yi. If they were to swap places, she believed she would do better. After instructing Su Qian, Zhang Xiaoqiang began chewing the rice while his mind wandered back to that secret chamber which housed a hub for processing pirated discs. Now it belonged to him. The place was spacious and had electricity. With just a bit of living supplies, it could serve as a small hideout. If he reinforced the iron plate at the exit, he could live there securely. Of course, he needed to prepare a lot of water, as there was no water source inside, and for comfort, he would also need a set of induction cookers and other cooking equipment. Ever since the apocalypse began, Zhang Xiaoqiang had been like a squirrel preparing for winter. He held no hope for the future of the apocalypse and could only strive to stockpile various supplies as much as possible. He had no grand ideals, he was just a traditional Chinese man. Even if he had enough supplies in the cave to last a lifetime, he still felt it was insufficient. In his view, he would eventually have children, and those children would have children. As a future ancestor, he aimed to save as much as he could, who knew how the future apocalypse would unfold. With thoughts in mind, as Su Qian cleaned the dishes, Zhang Xiaoqiang took Yang Qian and Yuan Yi into the cellar to transport various supplies. Yuan Yi was very cooperative, she did whatever Zhang Xiaoqiang said. However, Yang Qian refused to act like a human crane. To her, leaving the items on the floor posed no problem. Why should Zhang Xiaoqiang insist she carry them like a camel, as it was inconvenient to go up and down? Why must it be done this way? They won't spoil if left outside. You're abusing child labor. Yang Qian threw a bottle of mineral water to the ground and sat down in protest. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched as Yang Qian began to throw a tantrum again. He wanted to scold her, but he noticed Yang Qian squatting there with her little mouth pouted, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. When she saw Zhang Xiaoqiang looking at her, she tilted her head away, exposing the back of her head. Looking at the supplies that had been mostly emptied in front of him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt that Yang Qian was indeed working hard. Most of the work was done by her while he and Yuan Yi were just lending a little help. Hiss. Zhang Xiaoqiang inhaled sharply. He had a headache. How was he going to persuade her? Kier, do you know that leaving things outside will spoil? Zhang Xiaoqiang said kindly to Yang Kier. So what if it does? Yang Kier clearly regarded the zombies as her warehouse keepers. When the time came, they could just kill them and take whatever they wanted. In her view, this was simply not a problem. But Kier, what if all the supplies spoil and mold later? Zhang Xiaoqiang was currently trying hard to educate her. Oh husband, are you annoying? We can just find those that aren't moldy later. And besides, Yang Kier looked nervously at Yuan Yi, who was standing in the distance, and whispered, isn't there a secret little treasure trove? Listening to Yang Kier call him husband, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a stirring in his heart. If all else failed, he could use a roundabout way to save the day. Kier, do you think we will have children in the future? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt like a strange uncle holding a lollipop, while Kier squatted on the ground like an ignorant little girl. Yang Kier tilted her head in thought, then her face broke into a radiant smile as she nodded, saying, yes, our little baby will definitely be very beautiful, the most beautiful. I will give him candy every day and hear him call me mommy every day. Aren't you afraid of cavities? Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered, then continued, not one, but a whole bunch, a very large bunch. Yang Kier nodded seriously. I know. There's no family planning now. We can have as many as we want. Should we have more sons or more daughters? Seeing Yang Kier worry about whether to have a son or daughter, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it absurd. They were still blank slates, and if they were born without milk to drink, would they starve to death? Also, you have to think about it. The children will have their own children, and their children will be your grandchildren. Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could finish, he was interrupted by Yang Kier. I don't want to be a grandmother. I don't want to grow old so soon with a face full of wrinkles and no teeth. That's so ugly. Yang Kier seemed very resistant to the idea of having grandchildren. She couldn't believe that at just 14 she would be a grandmother. Don't worry, you won't grow old. The thing you drank last time was a family heirloom. You drank it all, and that stuff is the legendary fountain of youth. You will never grow old. Zhang Xiaoqiang was running his mouth off to persuade Yang Kier. If it weren't so fantastical, he would dare to say it was the first drop of essence that opened up the heavens and the earth. Haha, really? Yang Kier touched her face, feeling a bit smug, but suddenly she felt it was inappropriate. Oh no, then won't our daughter miss out on the fountain of youth? Yang Kier was now beginning to worry about the daughter who didn't even exist yet. Zhang Xiaoqiang started to lose his patience. His eyebrows twitched several times as he took a deep breath to calm his mood and continued to ramble. Then just have sons. Yes. Yang Kier nodded vigorously, completely forgetting that daughters belong to someone else, and that sons are hers. How biased. So we are now preparing supplies for those sons and grandsons so they won't starve to death later. Zhang Xiaoqiang revealed his ultimate goal. Haha, that's right. For the little babies, I as their mother will also work hard. After hearing this, Yang Kier was very encouraged. She immediately lifted a pack of 24 bottles of mineral water and, feeling it wasn't enough, added another one. After walking halfway, Yang Kier stopped and said to Zhang Xiaoqiang, isn't this a bit too little? Why don't we go into the city, kill the monsters, and bring back everything inside? Too much is as bad as too little. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought of this phrase and shivered at the thought of the hundreds of thousands of zombies in the city. The space is too small to hold everything. Zhang Xiaoqiang could only continue to deceive Yang Kier. I understand. Yang Kier was once again misled by Zhang Xiaoqiang. When Su Qian also started to help, the speed increased significantly. After throwing away some pirated discs and machinery inside, they cleared a large area. If they piled up supplies and water, it could sustain a dozen people inside. Zhang Xiaoqiang wondered how those people managed to dig out this 200 square meter area. Even with the supplies he brought down, it still looked empty. Looking at the empty ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang knew that the next phase was to fill this place up. After all, that was his nature. When it came to money, he would scoop it into his pockets. Yang Kier leaned against the door of the Hummer, eating an apple absent-mindedly, while Yuan Yi stood 3 meters behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, staring blankly at his back. Su Qian stood beside Zhang Xiaoqiang with a hammer, her legs trembling slightly. Zhang Xiaoqiang was aware of how scared Su Qian was and how much she struggled inside. He could only provide her with a platform. The road ahead would depend on her choices. If she didn't dare to charge forward, no matter how much he liked her, he would give up on her. Zhang Xiaoqiang himself was only half prepared. He could handle the cannon fodder zombies, but against zombies of level 2 or higher, he would be at a loss. Moreover, there were even more powerful mutant beasts. It had already been 4 months. Who knew if those mutant beasts would become even fiercer? At first, 2 large dogs grew from 1.6 meters to 1.8 meters in just 1 month. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to doubt whether those mutant beasts were starting their second growth spurt. The biggest difference between mutant beasts and zombies is that they have eyes and can see their surroundings. When Zhang Xiaoqiang first encountered a mutant cat, he found it quite troublesome. The mutant cat would always dodge the vital spots during their encounters, minimizing damage while maximizing its gains. Moreover, they possess intelligence. They understand how to endure waiting until you show a flaw before delivering a fatal strike. On the broad concrete road, a dozen zombies were swaying about. Some could also be seen in the driver's seats of the overturned vehicles, shaking their heads. This place was not the bustling city center or a crowded market. The zombies on the road were likely former pedestrians transformed by the virus. They had forgotten their destinations and instinctively patrolled this area, hoping to discover fresh flesh and blood to satisfy their desires. Seeing the dozen of wandering zombies on the road, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt too lazy to be picky. Arbitrarily pointing at one zombie, he said to Su Qian, "That one. Go." Zhang Xiaoqiang chose the nearest zombie, which was only about 50 meters away from them. The clothing on its body had become tattered rags under the relentless wear of wind and sun. The scattered rags clung to its dark skin, resembling a large bald black chicken wandering along the street from a distance. Its dry blackened head looked like a decayed pear hanging from its neck. The oddly shaped pear was quite disgusting. Its upper body was nearly bare with only a collar hanging around its neck, and the red fabric looked eerily like a red scarf. Clearly, it was not a young pioneer. It was merely a living dead that instilled fear in others and disgust in Zhang Xiaoqiang. With its upper body exposed, two previously smooth and shiny treasures dangled from its chest, now resembling deflated balloons. As it staggered along the site, made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel nauseous, almost giving him a psychological shadow regarding women's treasures. The withered zombie had hardly any flesh aside from a little on its thighs. Everywhere else was just skin and bones. It was like a moldy skeleton soldier from a game. Su Qian hesitated as she looked at the zombie, which had the same gender as her. She stood still for a while assessing, but showed no sign of action. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't urge her. He was lost in his thoughts. Yang Qian, finding the situation dull. She returned to the car to watch a movie. Unbeknownst to her, screams of fear and surprise echoed from the car, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Su Qian, already indecisive, felt even more afraid upon hearing the sounds from Yang Qian's horror film. She glanced at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was completely absorbed in his own thoughts, not paying attention to her at all. She looked towards Yuan, hoping for some encouragement. Unfortunately, Yuan, was just staring blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang's back, completely indifferent to Su Qian. "I can only rely on myself," Su Qian told herself, taking a deep breath and resolutely walking toward the zombie. As she slowly approached, she could see its ugly face more clearly. The zombie sensed her presence when she got about 40 meters away, its craving for flesh making it agitated. It shook its grotesque head and staggered toward her, its sharp teeth gnashing together, its usual sluggish gait suddenly sprightly. Su Qian stopped 10 meters away from the zombie and began to circle around it, observing carefully. She knew the zombie's greatest weakness and how to exploit it. She kept the zombie at bay without letting it get too close or too far. To the zombie, she was like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey. Su Qian was cautious, trying to lead the zombie away without alerting the others. She eventually guided the zombie to a ditch that had been dug during cable construction. It wasn't very deep, about knee-high, and not very wide, roughly 1.5 meters. Any person could easily jump over it, but not the zombie. When it stepped into the air, its tragedy was sealed. The zombie toppled into the ditch, struggling to get back up. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qian swung a hammer down upon it. The zombie's skull shattered under the blow, black blood and yellow brain matter splattering onto Su Qian's hands and face. Su Qian dropped the hammer, feeling drained, and sat on the ground staring blankly at the zombie lying dead in the ditch. She knew she had done it, as she could kill these disgusting monsters. Now she had the right to speak up in front of others. Although she wasn't as powerful as Yang Qian and Yuan, wasn't this just the beginning? Wasn't it? Yang Qian continued watching her horror movie, and Yuan remained unfazed by the zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang, however, watched the entire scene unfold, unimpressed by Su Qian's cleverness. As long as she could maintain this mindset of facing zombies courageously and not panic at the sight of them, that was sufficient. Zhang Xiaoqiang called Su Qian back, and the group got into the car and drove towards a small market in the distance. Yuan was driving while Yang Qian continued watching her movie, the chilling screams mixed with the low, eerie background music resonating throughout the vehicle. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Su Qian sat in the back seat. Su Qian had not yet shaken off the tension from earlier, her face still pale and her hands intermittently clenched and relaxed. "Can you tell me about that market?" Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned back in his seat, resting his eyes, but his mind was calculating the risks of this trip. It was a small town. Although it was the smallest type, there were still thousands of people there, right? Although not everyone would be concentrated in the market, there could easily be 1,000 zombies. A careless mistake could lead to total annihilation. Su Qian had previously sought medical help for her father and had only visited this small town once. There was an old Chinese doctor in the town who was somewhat renowned locally. Her relatives had told her about him, and Su Qian had come clinging to the hope of a dead horse being treated as a live horse. The town was situated at the foot of a mountain, and residents from the mountains often came to the town to buy goods. Additionally, a new highway built about 10 miles away boosted the town's economy. Workers from nearby construction sites liked to drive to the town for meals, which led to the establishment of many small restaurants near the highway, shifting the flow of people away from the small market. The last time Su Qian came here to find a doctor, she had walked back and forth several times, becoming familiar with some of the roads and certain unique buildings. There's a supermarket there equivalent to a medium-sized supermarket in the city with about 3 to 4 employees. There are a few mobile phone stores, some agricultural machinery and tool shops, and the rest are clothing stores and miscellaneous goods for sale, as well as seed shops and— Wait a minute, Zhang Xiaoqiang interrupted Su Qian's narrative. Are you saying there's a seed shop in the town? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit anxious. Seeds were the lifeblood of the future. As long as there were seeds, they could harvest every year once the climate recovered. How could there be seeds? It was clearly a gold mine. As long as the seeds were stored properly, they could last for years. Even lotus seeds from 1,000 years ago could germinate. Could seeds from just over a decade ago not bloom? Yes, the people in the mountains rely on growing vegetables for a living. The mountains are a vegetable base. The seed shop should be doing well. Su Qian recalled as she spoke. Zhang Xiaoqiang said nothing further. Today the seed shop was his deceased. It could serve as a family heirloom. With seeds, humanity would have hope. As long as there are people to eat, humanity can reproduce even if they live like rats. Once humanity regains the initiative, the world of zombies will come to an end. They arrived at the small town, which was located at the foot of a towering mountain, significantly higher than the elevated highway in the distance, which was already dozens of meters high. The mountain was densely forested with pine trees scattered throughout. A winding path extended from the mountain's peak down to the center of the town, with sporadic glimpses of scattered farmhouses and abandoned vegetable fields visible on either side. The town was not large, with hundreds of small houses scattered at the mountain's foot, and several old houses built of yellow earth could be seen among them. Most of the small buildings were close to the side of the elevated highway, with some advertising dining and lodging services, while others displayed images of beautiful women with titles like Wenzhou Hair Salon and XX Leisure. The side of the market was surrounded by a small river. Across the river was a small passenger transfer station where 4 or 5 minibuses and a couple of microbuses were parked in a small clearing, which was bordered by a row of simple restaurants alongside a small store. Dozens of zombies wandered around the open space where various scraps and white bones were scattered on the ground. A skull was being blown about by the wind, producing a haunting sound. To reach the market, one must first arrive at the bus station, connected to it by a small bridge spanning a river elevated 2 or 3 meters above ground level. The riverbed was choked with refuse. Beneath the bridge, a stagnant pool gathered its water, thick and viridian, clouded with decay. Several zombies wandered listlessly along its banks, their bloated skins swollen from prolonged submersion. The entire stream resembling nothing so much as an open sewer. To the left of the bus station lay an abandoned construction site, frozen in time. A gaping pit, roughly half an acre in size, yawned emptily, its bottom still holding murky rainwater. It appeared the crew had excavated the earth, but never laid foundations before the virus erupted, leaving behind not buildings, but corpses now shambling among the parked cars like mindless sentinels. Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated briefly, then resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. He handed Yuan a tire iron, gave Su Shi a reinforced steel spear, and gripping his Jingwei sword advanced toward the horde in the parking lot alongside Yang Qier. Only a single type's evolved zombie prowled the lot. Its compact, sinuous frame caught Zhang Xiaoqiang's attention instantly. He moved forward to strike it down. Yet before he could even close within 40 meters, the creature's lethal perimeter, he had only just felled several ordinary zombies. Yuan charged silently toward the type's zombie, tire iron raised. Before the creature could react, a nearby common zombie lunged at him. Yuan stepped back half a pace, letting the lunge pass, then drove his shoulder hard into the zombie's flank. The impact sent the reeling corpse stumbling sideways, collapsing onto the ground. The type's zombie whirled and slashed at Yuan Yi's face with blinding speed, but this time he did not retreat. His tire iron snapped upward, locking around the clawed limb. With a sharp twist and downward yank, he wrenched the creature off balance. As it lurched leftward, a heavy iron bar crashed down upon its fragile cervical vertebrae, crack, and the beast staggered forward several steps before collapsing lifeless onto the asphalt. Watching Yuan snatch his quarry, Zhang Xiaoqiang bristled with irritation. Damn, did you swallow some aphrodisiac? So damn fierce. Muttering his discontent, he resumed hacking through the remaining zombies. Only after toppling 4 or 5 more did the skirmish finally end. Zhang Xiaoqiang had slain 7 or 8 zombies in total, while Yang Qier, she was simply unhinged. Yuan dispatched one type zombie and 2 common ones. Sushi, meanwhile, killed 1 heathen. A rather unfortunate specimen, just as it lunged at her, a decapitated zombie plummeted from above, slamming directly onto its back. Dazed and pinned, the hapless creature fell easy prey to Sushi's opportunistic strike. Surveying the sprawled corpses, the rust-eaten hulk of a derelict minibus, and the brooding leaden sky overhead, and noting that not a single member of their group bore so much as a scratch, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he'd stepped into a hyper-realistic simulation game awaiting only its soundtrack. Stepping over the fallen bodies, Zhang Xiaoqiang approached a small roadside eatery and entered without hesitation. Inside, chairs and tables lay scattered and overturned. Disposable bowls, chopstick containers, and loose plastic utensils littered the floor. A faded poster of a woman on the wall sprouted patches of black mold. An ancient television in the corner still held a beer bottle lodged in its cracked screen. The air hung thick with a cloying fungal stench. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced around briefly before moving into the kitchen, where filth reigned absolute. Not merely dirty, but viscerally so. Every surface, ceiling, walls, cabinets, sink, was coated in layers of greasy, pitch-black soot. Even the salt in a grimy condiment bowl beside the stove had turned sickly yellow-black. At that sight, Zhang Xiaoqiang abandoned all hope of scavenging food. He, a man who prided himself on laziness, recoiled in disgust. He paused again at the exit and checked the rice bin once more. The large container, its original bright red now dulled to a bruised, rusty black, stood utterly empty. Not a single grain remained, not even broken fragments. He then inspected the storage cabinet typically reserved for dried goods and seasonings, only to find it hollow, barren enough to repel even rats. Something was wrong. Had someone already stripped the place clean? Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped outside and scanned the row of buildings, 5 identical eateries and a small shop with only its windows open. Each establishment mirrored the last. None showed even a trace of cleanliness. He entered each one, confirming the same truth. Every scrap of food and supply had vanished. There's someone alive, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized, yet understood only partially. How, he wondered, had a human being slipped past dozens of zombies to haul away such quantities of supplies? Clack! He smacked his forehead. Idiot! I always enter through doors, never think to climb through windows. Turning back, he re-entered the kitchen and found the window ajar. Once clear glass had long since been obscured by grease and grime, turning a dull ashen black. Were it not for the wooden lattice framing it, one might mistake it for mere panels nailed to the wall. Cautiously pushing the sash aside, Zhang Xiaoqiang peered out and instantly felt his scalp tighten. His stomach churned violently. He had believed himself inured to nausea after countless battles with the undead. What, after all, could possibly be more revolting than a zombie? Today he discovered the answer. All the eateries shared the same layout, their kitchen windows opening onto the same side, overlooking a shallow depression that had once been a pond, but now served as their collective drainage ditch. It brimmed with a viscous tar-like black sludge tangled with disposable chopsticks, paper napkins, gnawed bones, plastic bags, dead rats, rotting potato peels, and wilted vegetable scraps, all suspended in a thick, oily mire that exhaled a stench both overwhelming and violent. Nothing in Zhang Xiaoqiang's life had prepared him for this assault on his senses. Whether 5 seconds or 50 passed, he could not say, but soon he was staggering outside, clutching a tattered, filthy advertising board as he retched uncontrollably, until his vision blurred and tears streamed down his cheeks. Then, inhaling the dense coppery reek of nearby corpses, he felt, astonishingly, a fleeting sense of relief compared to the kitchen's miasma. Even that nauseating stench now seemed almost bearable. It took him long minutes to recover his breath. He resolved then and there to abandon any search for survivors. The odor was inhuman, unbearable. No wonder even zombies shunned the place. That ditch was no mere puddle. It was a biochemical abomination potent enough to fell a man in 3 paces, far deadlier than any rodenticide. 8 or 9 out of 10 things go awry in life. A phrase that fit Zhang Xiaoqiang perfectly at that moment. He had just decided to forsake the search for survivors, when ironically they spotted him. Look, what's that? Oh, a living person. Yang Qier cried, sweeping Zhang Xiaoqiang's binoculars wildly across the landscape. Perhaps she possessed an innate talent for treasure hunting. No one knew for sure. In an instant her gaze locked onto something deeply amiss. Not far behind the kitchen of the restaurant, there was a small mound on top of which sat several low houses. At first glance, nothing seemed particularly striking, but upon closer inspection, one could notice a bamboo pole protruding from the roof, swaying back and forth with a red object hanging from it. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but wonder if his eyes were deceiving him. That red strip of fabric looked very much like a bra. What began as suspicion and conjecture had now been confirmed. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply. Damn it, I have to go sniff that smell again. He hesitated, weighing his options, and then with gritted teeth and a stomp of his foot decided. Damn it, if I have to go, then I will. If everyone is dead, how will their descendants find wives? Will they all end up like Sun Wukong suppressed under the Five Fingers Mountain? Zhang Xiaoqiang concocted a flimsy excuse for himself, planning to see who the survivors were. If they seemed agreeable, he would take them to the chicken farm. If not, then goose meat tofu. He found Yang Qir's scarf and sprinkled it with that perfume which he could not identify, but which Yang Qir treated as a treasure and wrapped it around his nose. He tried inhaling deeply, cough, cough, cough. Zhang Xiaoqiang choked quite a bit. However, it was better than the surrounding stench of decay that had vanished. Although the perfume was overwhelming and smelled like air freshener, it was still a fragrance. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not climb out through the window in the kitchen. The grease and grime on it were enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. He walked to the end of the restaurant, crossed a chest-high low wall, and reached the back of the kitchen. The grease and wastewater on the ground had completely dried up, cracking into numerous fissures. The wall on his right was covered in layers of grease, forming a thick crust nearly an inch high, reflecting a nauseating sheen. Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully advanced along a narrow passage, trying to avoid stepping on the colorful, unidentifiable objects on the ground. He navigated past a bubbling waste disposal pit and reached a small path, glancing back down the path. Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately began to curse. The small path ended behind a rusted billboard, which was the same one he had been holding earlier. The billboard blocked the way, and he would have to circumvent it to reach the parking lot. Zhang Xiaoqiang's careful climbing and jumping seemed like a waste. Without a word, he turned back toward the parking lot, instructing Yang Qir and Yuan Yi to follow him back onto the small path. After walking several dozen meters, they arrived at the entrance of the flat-roofed houses atop the mound, surrounded by a tunter-high wall. A rusted iron gate, barely recognizable under layers of paint, was tightly locked, and through the bars the interior was eerily silent, with no movement at all. Something feels off. Zhang Xiaoqiang became cautious. He had only brought Yang Qir and the others along because someone had signaled. Yet upon arrival there was not a sound. It could either be a trap or the people inside were not united with some, likely hoping to be rescued. After the incident with Xie Yuanshan, Zhang Xiaoqiang was more wary of his fellow humans than the zombies. Some people, once twisted in their minds, could cause more harm to others than zombies could. Zhang Xiaoqiang held a deep disdain for such individuals. If it happened to others, it was one thing, but if it happened to him, it would be a disgrace, a shame he would carry for life. He would rather keep some women around him than associate with men. Women are innately at a disadvantage. As long as he maintained his strength, they generally wouldn't revolt. Men are different. They can harbor ambition and might kill Zhang Xiaoqiang for women power or other reasons to take his place. Zhang Xiaoqiang's wealth was substantial, and if Long Go learned that he still had thousands of pounds of cured meat hidden away, he would surely kill him despite any casualties to seize it. Shoo! Yang Qir inserted the beast horn spearhead into the keyhole and began to turn it. Various small parts scattered and fell to the ground as the spearhead rotated. Opening the iron gate revealed a small yard cluttered with various items. Against the wall there was a rusted water platform dripping continuously. The flat-roofed houses were somewhat dilapidated, with layers of fallen lime powder accumulating on the ground. The windows were tightly shut, and the situation inside was indiscernible. The house was very quiet, without a sound. If it weren't for the door handle being completely dust-free, Zhang Xiaoqiang would have thought this place was an abandoned ruin. Zhang Xiaoqiang tried pushing the door, but it didn't budge at all. It seemed something was blocking it from behind. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally felt relieved. It wasn't a trap. If it were, the door wouldn't be blocked like this. The people inside must be very timid. A single man like himself with two women made them too scared to show themselves, likely believing they couldn't handle him, and thus buried their heads in the sand like ostriches. Zhang Xiaoqiang no longer cared about the door and did not let Yang Qir break it down. Who knew if someone was behind the door waiting to knock him out? He picked up the Jingwei sword, reversed the hilt, and smashed it against the glass of the window. With a crash, shards of glass in various shapes rained down, shattering into pieces. A woman's anguished scream echoed from within the house as Zhang Xiaoqiang climbed through the window and kicked the door open. A deep red-painted four-drawer cabinet was wedged against the door. The living room was somewhat dim, with the only light filtering in through a few glass tiles in the ceiling. The sparse glass tiles cast an eerie atmosphere over the room. Even the figures in the wall paintings seemed to wear a sinister smile. Since Zhang Xiaoqiang entered the room, the woman's screams had not ceased, filled with a kind of hysterical madness. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked down the corridor of the living room toward the back, where the light grew dimmer. The floor was unpaved and had not been smeared with cement. It was merely packed yellow earth laid down long ago, which had become solid from years of trampling, making it hard underfoot. The ground was uneven and full of pits, and Zhang Xiaoqiang walked cautiously. In this unfamiliar environment, even a moment's negligence could be fatal. He held the sword in his right hand and felt the wall with his left as he moved slowly. Stumbling over the uneven ground, feeling the rough wall beneath his hand, Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand was covered in dust. He remained vigilant, alert to even the slightest sound around him. The eerie ancient house, the horrifying screams, and Zhang Xiaoqiang's taut nerves combined to create a scene straight out of a horror movie. The chilling atmosphere seeped into his bones, making him feel as if he had crossed into a terrifying film. As he walked through the dark corridor, light appeared ahead. Bright rays streamed through the window into the room, leading him to an open doorway. The woman's frantic wails rang in his ears, reverberating in his mind. Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears buzzed from her cries, and as he peered inside, he was shocked. He felt as though the entire world had been turned upside down. The scene before him made him experience what true despair looked like. He could no longer hold back his nausea and vomited. He did not dare to look closely and slipped out through the slightly ajar back door. Behind the house was a vegetable garden, and under the eaves lay a pile of firewood as thick as an arm. Following the narrow path through the garden led him to a winding path up the mound, which continued down until it was obscured by the bushes below. A man was running down the narrow path wearing an old-fashioned yellow military uniform and carrying a bulging olive-green canvas bag slung across his body. His legs were somewhat unsteady, making him run with a limp, unable to pick up speed. When he turned to look back, Zhang Xiaoqiang could see his appearance clearly. He was quite old, probably in his 60s, with white hair and beard, a face full of wrinkles, and small eyes resembling those of a rat. His nose was large, even bigger than that of the old drunkard who watched the chicken coop. He had a half-foot-long goatee that was being blown against his chest by the oncoming mountain wind. When he saw Zhang Xiaoqiang pursuing him, he let out a terrified scream and hurriedly ran down the mountain. Zhang Xiaoqiang, seeing him flee, immediately chased after him, constantly muttering to himself that he must crush every bone in his body. The scene he had witnessed earlier made even Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was not exactly a good person, furious. He thought he had grown accustomed to the misery Long Gu and Chun Yi treated women like dogs and fed men chicken feed without causing him any discomfort. The boy who had stolen eggs beaten to the brink of death didn't strike him as wrong either. Women sacrificed their bodies and dignity, yet could eat their fill, find protection from men, and avoid further degradation. Those who ate chicken feed might not have enough to eat, but they were still alive and could continue living. If they were not wealthed, it was their own fault for lacking the courage. They wouldn't dare look at the zombies that could kill even women. Compared to this old man, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt that Long Gu and the others were philanthropists, a group of saints. At least Long Gu would bring those survivors back to care for them and wouldn't make things difficult for them with rough work. That group of prisoners knew how important it was to stick together in the apocalypse. For the first time, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought that the term beast truly applied to this old man. This damned old man actually eats people. Zhang Xiaoqiang, strong and quick, caught up to the old man in no time and kicked him hard in the back. The old man let out a scream as he fell to the ground, rolling down the path until he crashed into some bushes below. Zhang Xiaoqiang, panting, approached the old man, who had been knocked senseless with only his chest heaving. His right leg was broken, and a fractured bone had pierced through the skin, tearing the pant leg and protruding outside. The pale bone was still attached to uneven tendons, and blood slowly seeped out, dampening the pant leg. Zhang Xiaoqiang stomped on the old man's abdomen, causing him to wail. As the old man opened his eyes and saw the protruding bone, he let out an even louder scream. Zhang Xiaoqiang stopped hitting him, letting him gaze at his broken limb and scream in despair. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not enjoy torturing others. Even yesterday's mysterious assailant had been given a quick end. Only those truly devoid of conscience would Zhang Xiaoqiang torment slowly, just like Xie Yuanshan and the old man before him. Zhang Xiaoqiang forced the old man to watch his own broken leg, unleashing a sense of despair far more powerful than any physical beating. The old man, however, proved to be more resilient than expected. He pulled a small dagger from his bag. It was quite tiny, with a blade less than half a foot long, far inferior to Zhang Xiaoqiang's military knife. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it amusing knowing the old man couldn't be attempting to fight back, especially with a broken leg. How could he possibly harm Zhang Xiaoqiang? There was only one possibility: the old man intended to take his own life, unwilling to endure Zhang Xiaoqiang's torment. Zhang Xiaoqiang prepared to sever the old man's right hand at the moment of his suicide, wanting him to witness his own blood draining away to instill deep despair in him, making him regret ever crawling out of his mother's womb. However, the old man's next action caught him off guard. Either the old man had an alternative plan, or he was simply too afraid of death, valuing his life above all else. The old man did not commit suicide. Instead, he used the dagger to slice through the blood-soaked pant leg, the blade cutting through fabric as if it were silk. The bloodied pant leg was cut open like soft tofu. After tearing the pants, the old man removed a gourd from his bag, sprinkled some powder onto the wound, and the bleeding immediately stopped. The old man's complexion had turned pale. As he saw the medicine taking effect, he took out a dark, tarnished metal bottle from his bag, poured a pill resembling a juju pit into his mouth, and after a short while his face regained its color. The old man's bag was like a cartoon character's space pouch. He pulled out another cloth bag, and upon opening it revealed a lump of earth the size of half a brick. He carefully pinched off a piece the size of a peanut which crumbled into powder with a gentle squeeze, and then sprinkled it around his wound and the blood-stained pant leg. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched the old man's busy work with interest until the old man sprinkled the powder onto the blood. The stench of blood in the air transformed into a fragrant aroma, stirring Zhang Xiaoqiang's emotions. This was truly a miraculous item. With that item, he need not fear that the scent of blood would attract zombies, nor worry about the arrival of Aunt Yang here during her time of the month. What is this? Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer restrain himself from asking. The old man revealed a smile that was far more hideous than crying. This esteemed elder. This is a treasure passed down from my ancestors called fishy earth. Once crushed and sprinkled onto blood, it becomes spirit-awakening fragrance. Put a bit in water to bathe, and it will mask your scent. Even dogs cannot detect it. He paused to gauge Zhang Xiaoqiang's reaction, then continued, those man-eating monsters won't smell it unless they're within 7 or 8 meters. Just spare me, and he'll give you this as well as the hemostatic powder and life-saving pills and I. The old man's words were cut short as Zhang Xiaoqiang kicked him unconscious. Bah! Zhang Xiaoqiang spat fiercely. You think a beast like you can escape? Not a chance, you damned old bastard. While cursing, he removed the old man's backpack and picked up the dagger lying beside him. The dagger's blade appeared quite ordinary, lacking any dazzling luster, nor did it bear the textured patterns of steel forging found on the Jingwei sword. The blade had a slightly dark hue, resembling an item forgotten in a corner for over a decade before being rediscovered. The handle, however, had some character to it, resembling a horn, slightly dark and lustrous, exuding a texture akin to mutton fat jade. Gripped in his hand, it initially felt cold, but gradually warmed to a gentle heat. Upon opening the canvas bag, he found a sheath made of animal skin attached to the outermost section. Feeling the roughness of the leather in his hand, he inserted the dagger into the sheath and tucked it into his waistband, deciding to keep it as his backup dagger. The bag contained several small vials. Apart from the life-saving pill that resembled a juju pit, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not recognize any of them. Digging deeper, he uncovered something wrapped in tinfoil. Once unwrapped, he found another layer of oil paper, and upon opening the oil paper, Zhang Xiaoqiang was dumbfounded. Is this a bamboo slip? Zhang Xiaoqiang examined the object in his hand, dozens of thin bamboo strips bound together with fine copper wire. The bamboo strips gleamed with an oily sheen, and the corners were somewhat worn. Opening the slip revealed dense inscriptions carved by some young scholar. Zhang Xiaoqiang could barely understand the small characters which appeared to be in seal script. Not understanding it, he chose not to dwell on it. Zhang Xiaoqiang slung the bag over his shoulder, hoisted the old man, and headed towards the house. Upon entering the vegetable garden and reaching the house, he saw Yang Qier and Yuan Yi standing by the door, both pale and shaken. There were 2 puddles of vomit on the ground, and the air was filled with a sour stench. The women inside the house had ceased their screaming, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt somewhat relieved. Su Qian also walked over from the main room, surprised to see the old man on Zhang Xiaoqiang's shoulder. Is that you, divine Dr. Yu? Su Qian exclaimed, recognizing the old man. Zhang Xiaoqiang was reluctant to remain in that room. A hasty glance earlier had already made him feel nauseous, and now standing there clearly, his anger and disgust only intensified. This was a side room in a farmer's kitchen, generally used for storing sweet potatoes and potatoes. Such items needed to be kept dry to prevent sprouting, otherwise they would spoil and go to waste. In one corner there were jars of pickled vegetables and some corn hanging from the beams. Below the corn was a simple wooden bed, where a woman nearly 40 lay on the wooden boards. She was completely naked, with only a tattered blanket draped over her abdomen. A large hole had been sawed into the wooden boards between her thighs, her buttocks fitting snugly into the opening. Beneath her was an old enamel basin filled with the woman's excrement, creating a stench that permeated the entire room, making one retch at the mere scent. The woman was quite voluptuous, her skin very pale. She lay on the wooden boards with her eyes closed, completely unaware of her surroundings. The constant screaming had drained most of her strength. The woman's plight was tragic. Zhang Xiaoqiang had never encountered a woman in such a dire situation. Compared to her, Yuan Yi and Su Qian lived like they were in paradise. She was missing her limbs. Both arms and one thigh were severed at the roots, and the other thigh was also missing its lower half. The once plump and smooth thigh was now marred with scars, leaving only half of it with a thigh bone protruding. Even what remained had been carved down to almost no muscle, and the sight made his scalp tingle. Where the woman once had breasts, there were now only 2 bloody holes with exposed muscle visible, an utterly horrifying sight. Beside the woman's wooden bed was a long bench on which sat a large enamel bowl filled with a thick black paste, the contents unidentifiable. Next to the bowl was a plastic funnel and a wooden stick that fit perfectly through the funnel. Ow! Su Qian gasped in shock from behind, immediately dropping to her knees with a thud and retching loudly. The foul odor in the air mingled with a sour stench, making it unbearable to stay. The woman lying on the wooden plank bed was startled awake by Su Qian's scream. As she opened her eyes and looked at the corn on the beam, she began to scream hysterically. Seeing the woman before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang knew she had little time left. She had originally been raised like livestock by that so-called divine doctor who would slice off a piece of her whenever he wanted meat, then use that hemostatic powder to stop her bleeding and bandage her. The hemostatic powder was very effective, indeed miraculous. Yet Zhang Xiaoqiang felt nauseated by the hemostatic powder hanging from his body. He even wanted to rip off the gourd containing it and throw it far away. The woman's wails echoed in the room, and some dust shook loose from the beams, floating down slowly. Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer bear to watch. He walked to the woman's head and placed his right hand on her neck. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Zhang Xiaoqiang, the woman ceased her cries, her hollow gaze gradually filling with life and color. Creak. The woman's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Her eyes were filled with pleading as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who lowered his head to meet her gaze, and with that his right hand began to exert pressure. Slowly the woman's complexion changed from red to blue, then from blue to purple. Her eyes bulged out, her mouth opened, and her half-extended tongue emerged. Finally, he felt the pulse in her neck stop, and he withdrew his hand. The woman lay quietly on the bed, her expression serene, free from the contorted agony of death. Instead, she wore a faint smile, as if she found solace in finally leaving this cannibalistic world. It was not just the zombies that ate people. Humans began to eat their own kind as well. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the woman who appeared so peacefully dead, and his emotions were a strange mix of anger and sorrow. He felt an urge to laugh wildly and to weep uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to look at the divine doctor who lay unconscious on the ground. There was no flame of anger in his eyes, only ice, bone-chilling ice. This was a gaze Zhang Xiaoqiang had never possessed before. Even facing the madman Xie Yuanshan, he had only felt anger. Now he was devoid of that anger, replaced only by an icy stare. Yang Qier and Yuan Yi felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave at the sight of Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression. They began to tremble involuntarily, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Particularly Yuan Yi felt it most acutely. She had always relied on Zhang Xiaoqiang to feel her own existence, but now his demeanor terrified her like never before. Yuan Yi lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Xiaoqiang. The fear that had previously dissipated returned with a vengeance. She didn't even dare to breathe until Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly approached her. Her body felt as if covered with 1,000 ants crawling all over. That prickling sensation made her want to scream, but she didn't dare. As Zhang Xiaoqiang drew closer, an intense urge to urinate surged within her. She bit her teeth to endure it. Finally, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in front of her and without pausing walked toward the front hall. Yuan Yi leaned against the wall, drenched in sweat, and slowly slid down to the ground, gasping for breath. The shadow of Zhang Xiaoqiang in her heart grew taller, reaching an unimaginable height. Yang Qier felt somewhat better as she found Zhang Xiaoqiang frightening, but couldn't pinpoint why. As she watched him walk forward, she followed without hesitation, glancing around for any hidden treasures. Su Qian had been following Zhang Xiaoqiang, finding nothing unusual about him. However, she felt immense fear, not of Zhang Xiaoqiang himself, but of the world at large. When she saw the woman being slowly carved up and consumed, her fear intensified. This fear was unprecedented in its intensity. She never imagined that someone would eat their own kind. In a time of abundant food, the act of consuming humans was akin to treating one's own kind like livestock to be raised and devoured piece by piece. At this moment, Su Qian began to feel despair for the entire world. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time to care about what Yuan Yi and Su Qian were thinking. So far, he had only seen two people, a perverted old man and an incapacitated woman. The one who signaled them must be someone else entirely. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no idea of his identity or role in the grotesque event of the old man consuming human flesh. He wanted to clarify if anyone else had consumed human flesh. Zhang Xiaoqiang had always lived cautiously, his principle being don't cause trouble unless necessary, and don't fear trouble when it arises. Everything that had just transpired deeply stirred his soul. Although he had never met the woman, witnessing her fate fueled Zhang Xiaoqiang's resolve to avenge her. This was not out of heroism or idealism, but simply as a person he felt justified in doing so. If others witnessed such cruelty and remained indifferent, then he would no longer be a normal human, but a beast. He would be even lower than a beast. At least some beasts, no matter how hungry, would not consume their own kind. Thus Zhang Xiaoqiang prepared to hold a reckoning. Anyone who had a hand in this feast of human flesh would be targeted. Humph. One house after another was opened. Zhang Xiaoqiang stormed in like a bandit, rummaging through everything. He left no place capable of hiding a person unchecked. Were there areas that were difficult to search? No problem, he would use his sword to search. Accidental killings. Not an issue. If you had time to hide, it only proved your fear. As for what you feared, did it even need to be asked? Nothing, still nothing. Damn it, where the hell is that bastard? The chill in Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes deepened, and his heart grew more agitated. He wanted to vent, he wanted bloodshed. Standing at the door of the last room, Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't even look, just kicked it open. Bang! The wooden door rattled a few times before falling silent. The heavy iron lock on it clanged several times. Crack! The Jingwei sword slashed down fiercely, cutting the iron lock in half. Zhang Xiaoqiang then kicked the wooden door again. Bang! The wooden door swung open, revealing two people in Zhang Xiaoqiang's cold gaze. This was a living room, simply furnished with only a large bed. The windows had been boarded up, but poorly, with crooked nails leaving gaps wide enough for a fist to pass through. The light from outside filtered through these gaps, illuminating the interior. On the bed sat a little girl of about 11 or 12 years old. She was completely naked, sitting there with a blank stare. Even as Zhang Xiaoqiang entered, she didn't lift her head. It seemed her entire world revolved around the wall at the end of her gaze, where the plaster began to crack and flake off. She just sat there quietly gazing. Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly approached the living room and saw a little girl resembling a wooden doll. The icy coldness in his eyes gradually faded. The girl was covered in scars of various bruises, were merely a light affliction, but her chest and back were marred with burn marks from cigarette butts. Particularly the inner side of her thighs was riddled with bite marks and bruises. Her right cheek was swollen, a dried bloodstain hanging at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were hollow. Even when Zhang Xiaoqiang blocked her line of sight, she remained motionless. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed the quilt beside the bed and picked it up, preparing to cover the little girl. As he approached her, she suddenly moved, not even glancing at him. She lay on her back on the bed, spreading her legs wide in a straight line, closing her eyes and gritting her teeth in anticipation of the impending torment. Without examining further, Zhang Xiaoqiang simply covered her with the quilt and did not pay her any more attention. Another girl, a few years older than the one on the bed, appeared to be around 17 or 18. Her face showed no signs of injury, and her slightly delicate features were still visible. She was not wearing anything and was curled up on the ground with a bamboo pole, which had a bright red bra tied to it. A steel wire formed a tight collar around her neck, and an iron chain as thick as a finger was locked to the collar, the other end of the chain secured to the leg of the large bed. Her body was also covered in scars, but overall her injuries were much lighter than the little girl's, suggesting she had been treated quite favorably. She was slumped near the window, having knocked a few tiles off the roof with the bamboo pole, presumably to pull it inside from outside, using her only remaining clothes to call for help from Zhang Xiaoqiang. The older girl looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang with some fear, especially the palpable chill in his eyes, which unsettled her heart. It was not until she saw him cover the little girl with the quilt that she let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised the Jingwei sword and swung it down. Clang! The broken chain fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang signaled for the older girl to stand up. At that moment, Yang Qier and Yuan Yi also entered the room, not seeing Su Qian, unaware of what she was doing. You? Who are you? The older girl began to inquire about Zhang Xiaoqiang's identity, but she was interrupted midway through by him. We are not a rescue team, nor are we good people, and I won't ask your name. A surge of wicked fire bubbled within Zhang Xiaoqiang, his frustration mounting. The older girl turned pale upon hearing him claim he was not a good person, her legs trembling once more. How many of you are there? Who is the old man? Zhang Xiaoqiang began to interrogate, wanting to know if there were any accomplices left behind. My sister and I live here. Whenever my mother has pain in her leg joints, I go find Dr. Yu. As the older girl spoke, Zhang Xiaoqiang learned the full story. This family had only 3 women at home. Their father was working away. On the day the virus broke out, their mother went to ask the old man for treatment due to her leg pain, and ended up witnessing the chaos in the parking lot on the hillside, where several people hid without venturing out. The old man was cowardly but astute. After observing the zombies for over 10 days, he discovered their patterns. Additionally, he was very careful, always carrying his ancestral belongings with him. Fortunately, he had something that could mask odors, allowing him to gradually haul food supplies from the restaurant back home. With ample food and a water source, they managed to coexist peacefully, but the old man was also quite lecherous, often taking liberties with the 2 sisters. One day their mother caught him in the act. She was a formidable figure herself, immediately berating the old man thoroughly and demanding he leave. It wasn't until he knelt down and begged for mercy that she finally let him go. The old man held a grudge and drugged their dinner that night. As a result, the mother and her 2 daughters were incapacitated. The old man separated them, using the mother to coerce the sisters into submission. He then chained the older sister, while the younger one, being less of a threat due to her age, was left unrestrained. They endured, not knowing their mother's fate, until one day the younger sister saw a finger bone in the old man's soup bowl and accused him of eating their mother. The old man did not deny it, threatening, whoever does not obey will be eaten. The younger sister was strong-willed, constantly threatening the old man with violence, prompting him to take her away. The older sister was terrified in the room until her sister returned, finally putting her at ease. Upon her return, the younger sister uttered a single phrase, "Mom is not dead," and then she never spoke again. The old man was lecherous, but his age made him less effective. He resorted to tormenting the younger sister to increase his excitement. The 12-year-old was his favorite target for such torture. He had taken her out numerous times, and each time she returned, she seemed to have suffered a severe illness until she became utterly dull-witted. This hopeless existence continued until Zhang Xiaoqiang's arrival. The old man, seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang and his group, locked the two sisters in the house and planned to escape at any moment. Unfortunately for him, he was ultimately caught by Zhang Xiaoqiang. Damn it, what a pervert. Not only does he eat people, but he also forces the younger sister to watch him devour her own mother. It's outrageous that the little girl is still sane. Zhang Xiaoqiang's hatred for the old man deepened. Even Xie Yuanshan paled in comparison. Yuan Yi brought 2 sets of clothes and tossed them to the older sister. After she dressed her younger sister as well. The younger sister acted like a doll, allowing her sister to manipulate her. She showed no response to the outside world. When food was brought to her mouth, she knew to eat, and when she needed to relieve herself, she would look for a toilet under the bed. When she saw a man, all she did was lie down and spread her legs. Beyond that, she was unresponsive. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the 2 sisters with a headache and said to the older sister, "Your mother is dead," and she left this world with a smile. "I have captured the old man, and I will kill him tomorrow. What will happen to you and your sister?" The older sister grew anxious upon hearing this. "Take us away, please. I don't want to stay here. I'm scared." Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the 2 sisters. The older sister was weak, and the younger sister was a dullard. He absolutely could not take on 2 burdens. Would they end up as playthings for criminals at the chicken farm? That would only be slightly better than being in the old man's hands. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang's sorrowful expression, the older sister became increasingly anxious. She knelt on the ground, banging her head and crying, "Please, I beg you, take us with you. We don't eat much, just a little. I can do anything. I am willing to do anything. Take us away. We don't want to stay in this room any longer." Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang's lack of response, the sister took off her own clothes. After a moment's thought, she removed her younger sister's clothes as well, pulling her to kneel before Zhang Xiaoqiang without getting up. Watching the 2 sisters attempt to barter with their primal instincts, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it both amusing and pitiful. He looked at the older sister and said, "I can take you away, but I will hand you over to someone else. You need to think it through." Since the older sister did not care about her own body, Zhang Xiaoqiang was not inclined to waste concern on her. He could simply send them to the chicken farm. Whether they lived or died afterward would be none of his business. "Fine, as long as we can survive, we will do anything." The older sister stood up, her face filled with determination, and pulled her younger sister up from the ground, bowing to Zhang Xiaoqiang with her head lowered. As night fell, Zhang Xiaoqiang checked the ropes binding the old man before returning to the living room. A kerosene lamp flickered in the dimly lit room, casting shadowy figures on the walls as the flickering flame reflected the shapes of people appearing monstrous. The dishes on the table were simple. After Zhang Xiaoqiang sat down, the others also took their seats. His sister walked in with red-rimmed eyes, kneeling at Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, bowing her head as she said, "Thank you. I will forever remember your great kindness. Please make sure to cut that old bastard a few extra times tomorrow." It seemed his sister was aware of their mother's fate, and her hatred for the old man had reached its peak, wishing she could tear him apart and consume his flesh. Standing beside her, the younger sister's eyes were still hollow. Even seeing their deceased mother didn't change her demeanor. "Don't worry, tomorrow I will make sure to carve him into 1,000 pieces." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded, indicating he understood, while a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at his work with satisfaction and nodded. He had gotten up early in the morning to prepare these things, first shoveling the sand into the dug pit to cover the accumulated water, then burying a wooden beam shaped like a cross into the pit. Afterward, he siphoned all the gasoline from a small gas station not far from the bus station into the pit. With 2 tons of gasoline poured in, it only reached his ankles. Fearing it wouldn't be enough, he called Yang Kier to throw all the dry firewood piled up in the backyard into the pit. With that, the initial preparations were nearly complete. After nearly 2 hours of work, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Zhang Xiaoqiang nailed the old man to the cross, allowing him to enjoy the treatment befitting of Jesus. He then used a military knife to carve intersecting cuts on the old man's body. After enduring the torment of the previous day and being bound all night, the old man, having only half a life left, had no strength to groan as the knife cut into him. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no intention of actually slashing him 1,000 times. He casually made dozens of cuts in non-lethal areas, watching the blood seep from his body and drip onto the firewood at his feet. Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly climbed the wooden ladder to the ground. Standing on the surface, Zhang Xiaoqiang kicked the wooden ladder into the 5-meter deep pit and let out a long sigh. The old man, draped in a white sheet due to Zhang Xiaoqiang's dark humor, was posed just like Jesus. Coupled with the slowly reddening white sheet, it created a striking visual effect. The old man, with his head bowed and nailed to the wooden frame, was in a state of uncertainty between life and death. Zhang Xiaoqiang's sister pulled her younger sister to watch the old man's blood slowly drip down. She looked at him with gritted teeth, clutching her sister's hand tightly. The grip was so strong that it pained her younger sister's hand. When she raised her head, she caught sight of the old man below, posed like a saint. Her eyes brightened slightly as she stared at him, as if gazing at an extraordinary treasure, her lips trembling slightly. The wind stirred the hair of everyone present as it swirled in the morning light. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at his watch. About 5 minutes had passed. Movement began to stir on the other side of the bridge, first one or two, then groups of them. A horde of zombies varying in height, but similar in form, rushed toward them, filling the small bridge. The small bridge wasn't wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side, and it wasn't long enough that a dozen strong men could line up from one end to the other. It was clearly unrealistic for 1,000 zombies to cross all at once from the opposite side. Only a few of the zombies at the front could cross safely, while the rest piled up on the bridge, pushing and shoving each other. Occasionally a zombie would get trampled underfoot. Generally, the shaped zombies in a horde are the most active. Wherever they are the vanguard of the undead. However, now the vanguard was stuck, resembling a turtle in the mass of bodies. The shaped zombies were smaller in stature, not much taller than ordinary zombies, with only slightly greater strength. Their most important asset, speed, had become a tragedy here. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood beside the deep pit, watching the commotion on the bridge, while the two sisters were clearly frightened. The younger sister's eyes remained hollow, her face still numb, but for the first time she instinctively grabbed her sister's clothing hem. The sister didn't notice her siblings change. She was already overwhelmed by the sight of thousands of zombies watching them desperately, trying to leap across the bridge. Her complexion turned from pale to green, with a wet patch forming in her pants, and her legs trembled incessantly, as if she could no longer stand. Yang Qian, on the other hand, was beaming with excitement. She hadn't seen the last time when 1,000 zombies surrounded the trio, but now that they were right in front of her, she felt eager to join in. The rebar gun in her hands was lifted repeatedly, and had it not been for Zhang Xiaoqiang's stern warning, she might have rushed forward to start a whack-a-mole game. Previously, she had been satisfied with just a few dozen zombies, now with 1,000 in sight, but no chance to smash them. Her heart was being scratched by countless tiny claws. Although Yuan Yi had been scared by Zhang Xiaoqiang yesterday, he was the only one who could intimidate her. Now, seeing thousands of zombies piled on the opposite shore, she could clearly discern their various forms. The crimson color returned to her eyes as she gazed at the zombies, her tongue darting over her sensual lips. Her nostrils flared as she breathed heavily, and her thighs lightly rubbed against each other. She was fully in the moment, and if Zhang Xiaoqiang gave the order, she might charge, and even faster than Yang Qian. She wanted to twist the zombies' heads off and kick them away. For her, killing zombies was pure enjoyment, more pleasurable than facing her own kind. She could kill however she pleased, free from any taboo, without the constraints of not harming life. Even though she hadn't killed many yesterday, the feeling had been so wonderful. With this thought, a strange emotion flowed through her heart, sending tingles to her core. She looked at the horde on the opposite shore, her eyes filled with longing. Although Su Qian had also taken down 2 zombies yesterday, seeing the 1,000 zombies on the opposite shore didn't make her feel much better than her sister. The most she had seen was the day before yesterday with Zhang Xiaoqiang and their group at the preparation site. At that time, she had felt a bit anxious. While she didn't fear them as Yuan Yi did, it wasn't much better. It was just that her control over her body was better, so no one noticed her abnormality. Knowing that she couldn't accept Yuan Yi's change, she shot a jealous glance at her. She had always thought herself strong, but seeing the 1,000 zombies on the opposite shore, she realized she was also a coward. She lacked the courage to face the challenge of 1,000 zombies, feeling a sense of sorrow. It seemed like she would never catch up to Yuan Yi. She couldn't keep up when running and couldn't match her when killing zombies. Just when she finally had the chance to kill zombies, Yuan Yi had already begun to confront 1,000 of them without fear. Now Su Qian was filled with despair. She felt she was starting to fall behind Zhang Xiaoqiang and his group. She also knew that Zhang Xiaoqiang was not a merciful person. Yesterday, when the 2 sisters pleaded with him, he remained unmoved and decided to take them to the chicken farm. Knowing where the sisters came from, she understood the fate that awaited them. Given their looks, Long Gu and Chun, he wouldn't want them, and ultimately they would fall into the hands of He Wenbin's group, and they wouldn't even be well fed. For Zhang Xiaoqiang, those deemed useless would be eliminated. What if he found her to be useless too? Su Qian felt her body hairs stand on end as she watched Zhang Xiaoqiang's back, her legs beginning to tremble. Zhang Xiaoqiang was oblivious to the various thoughts of the group of women behind him. His only concern was whether the zombies would behave as he had calculated. Deep down, he was unsure. After all, he had just graduated from a technical school and had no idea if he had the capability to predict every move of the zombies. What troubled him most was that he had never won a strategic game against others. A dozen zombies staggered toward him, while the ones behind seemed to have no chance of getting through. The zombies at the bridgehead were jammed together, effectively blocking the way, and Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the mountain of corpses piled up at the bridgehead. Who could have predicted that the zombies would be unable to cross the bridge? Some scattered zombies gradually broke free from the bridgehead and began to approach, but what good was it to eliminate just a few dozen zombies? His ultimate goal was to enter the marketplace where enticing supplies and heirloom seeds awaited him. If he didn't secure them soon, what would happen if they spoiled in a few years? That would be akin to the old widow losing her son, leaving her with no hope. The old man at the bottom of the pit began to gradually awaken. Upon realizing his situation, he let out a series of hoarse howls, his body twisting against the wooden stake. As he thrashed, he made contact with his limbs nailed to the stake, resulting in even more horrific cries. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time to listen to his death throes. He anxiously watched the group of corpses stuck at the bridgehead, cursing the builders for not widening the gap. "Darling, look, we haven't had our morning exercise yet, and there are monsters over there. Why not?" Yang Qiu, feeling increasingly restless, pleaded with Zhang Xiaoqiang to let her indulge. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no intention of arguing with her. He waved his hand and said, "Only those who have crossed the bridge are allowed to fight. Do not approach the bridgehead, or I will smack you. Long live." As long as Yang Qiu could hit a zombie, she didn't care about anything else. She emitted a strange cry "Walala" as she ran toward the zombies, while a figure zoomed past her, rushing toward the zombies. It was Yuan Yi, who could no longer hold back. Seeing Yuan Yi surpass her, Yang Qiu pouted and also accelerated, eventually overtaking Yuan Yi once again. Su Qian watched as the two rushed toward the zombies. Hesitating for a moment, she stomped her foot and also went toward the zombies, though she moved cautiously. Since she was careful, her speed naturally lagged. Seeing the three women actively approach the zombies, the older sister of the group was astonished. She had always thought these women were just Zhang Xiaoqiang's subordinates, the kind who were protected and at his mercy, as she never expected that they had the capability to slay those monsters. Inspired by Yuan Yi, Yang Qiu charged into the center of the zombie horde, dodging the grasping claws of several zombies. With a loud shout, she swung her rebar spear in a large arc, sending 4 or 5 zombies flying like airborne corpses. Yuan Yi enjoyed this pure slaughter even more than Yang Qiu, yet she remained cautious. Instead of recklessly rushing into the horde, she started from the outermost zombies. As she approached one, the curve of her tire iron hooked around its neck, and with a thud, the zombie fell to the ground. Next, she dodged another zombie's lunge, her right foot tracing a small semicircle on the ground. Suddenly, she shifted her body to the right, twisting her right arm as the tire iron struck the zombie's skull, instantly splattering its brains as it collapsed to the ground. When she looked for another target, she realized that apart from the struggling zombie she had brought down, all others had been cleared by Yang Qiu. The two had rounded up fewer than 20 zombies. Yuan Yi was not annoyed as she used the hook of her tire iron to drag the struggling zombie by its chin, slowly pulling it back to Zhang Xiaoqiang. The younger sister saw Yuan Yi dragging a live zombie over and screamed, pulling her sister far away. Su Qian was filled with regret, regretting her hesitation. Before she could even engage with the zombies, they had already been cleared by Yang Qiu and Yuan Yi. She felt she was lagging far behind and feared she was nearing the edge of elimination. Yuan Yi swung her tire iron, smashing the limbs of the zombie at her feet. She was not in a rush to kill it, as she wanted to enjoy the process, slowly taking her time, treating the zombies as toys, tools for her release. While Yuan Yi was dismantling a zombie behind her, Zhang Xiaoqiang anxiously watched the bridgehead. This prolonged waiting was the most nerve-wracking. The group of zombies at the bridgehead was still jammed, while the ones behind continued to push forward. Some small-shaped zombies had fallen and didn't get back up. The current small bridge appeared very precarious, at risk of being crushed at any moment. Although the zombies had lost much of their weight, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. While 3 or 5 groups of zombies had broken free from the bridgehead, many more zombies fell over the railing into the waters below. However, the majority continued to linger on the bridge. Some strong-shaped zombies, unable to bear the pressure, began to howl, trying to scare off the surrounding cannon fodder. Unfortunately, the cannon fodder could only try to leave, but more of them pushed in behind, making them even tighter against the shaped zombies. Suddenly, the zombie group on the opposite shore began to stir like a disturbed nest of hornets, scattering in all directions. Many zombies were knocked off the bridge and splashed into the water. Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly raised his binoculars to observe closely. He saw a metal shed on the opposite shore suddenly soar into the air, revealing a tall and robust figure. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart tightened at the sight of that muscular figure, and he groaned in pain. D2. Yes, that figure over 2 meters tall stood out among the zombies like a crane among chickens. The surrounding zombies, frightened by D2, scattered chaotically. A shaped zombie was pushed and collided into D2, and before it could react, D2 had already lifted it up by its claws, holding it in the air. The nearly 1.8-meter-tall, shaped zombie looked like a child in the hands of the over 2-meter-tall D2. The shaped zombie, sensing D2's presence, became frantic. It twisted its body in the air, trying to escape D2's grip. No matter how much a baby struggles, it can't overpower an adult. D2 gradually tightened its grip, and the shaped zombie's struggles grew weaker until it lay motionless like a dead dog. Aru. D2 let out a roar, twisting its right claw tightly around the shaped zombie's neck and forcefully tossing it aside. The robust, shaped zombie flew through the air like an abandoned toy until it crashed into a 4-story building, its head smashing against the concrete wall like a watermelon being crushed. Through the binoculars, one could clearly see the fragments of its skull scattering in all directions. "Run!" Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted to the woman behind him. D2 was far too powerful, and Yuan Yi and Su Qian were no match for it. A slight brush from it could result in severe injury or even death. Now was not the time for them to confront D2. Needless consumption of energy was something Zhang Xiaoqiang detested. He had no interest in a losing deal. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's shout, Su Qian turned and ran. The sight of D2 throwing the type zombie nearly made her wet herself. She never imagined there could be such terrifying monsters in the world. Now she was utterly lacking in courage, and even facing a normal zombie seemed impossible. She thought that if Zhang Xiaoqiang died, she would hide in that small base and never come out until she grew old. The two sisters also chased after Su Qian, with the elder sister tightly gripping her younger sister's hand. She had seen it too and was equally shocked by the monstrous strength displayed. She now had no confidence in Zhang Xiaoqiang. The power exhibited by D2 was beyond human capability, especially since Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others were armed only with cold weapons. Watching Su Qian and the younger sister run up the mountain, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed the absence of Yuan Yi and Yang Qir. He turned back to see Yuan Yi standing still, staring at him. "What are you still doing here? Didn't you hear me tell you to run?" Zhang Xiaoqiang glared at Yuan Yi, furious that she wouldn't listen at such a critical moment. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang's anger, Yuan Yi's legs trembled slightly as a chill spread through her heart. She suppressed her fear and remained silent, her stubbornness evident in her crimson eyes. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed the stubbornness in Yuan Yi's eyes and suddenly understood. "You stay here and keep an eye on the car. It's my only way out, and it's very important." Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke with a commanding tone. Yuan Yi glanced at Su Qian, who was running far away, then looked back at Zhang Xiaoqiang, grabbing the tire iron and chasing after Su Qian. Yang Qir stood excitedly to the side, completely unfazed by the departure of Su Qian and the others. The rebar beast horn gun in her hand spun like a wheel, her eyes fixed on the distant D2, not blinking at all, her face displaying that cute girl facing the boss expression. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten how you got taken down last time?" Zhang Xiaoqiang said in a cold tone, hoping to dissuade her from confronting the boss again. "Haha, last time I was careless, but this time watch how I take down the boss." "Oh he." Yang Qir was filled with excitement, brushing off Zhang Xiaoqiang's warning. Zhang Xiaoqiang chose to ignore her, at least compared to Yuan Yi. Yang Qir had some experience in dealing with D2, albeit only for a few seconds. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to look at D2. D2 had yet to find its way to the small bridge wandering along the riverbank on the opposite side. Zombies occasionally fell into the river trying to evade it, and many were tripped by their own kind, being trampled by more zombies, causing a chain reaction of falls. The pond beneath the small bridge was deep enough that any zombie that fell in never resurfaced, except for those near the edge who could still crawl ashore. The middle section remained completely still. As D2 moved, dozens or even hundreds of zombies were swallowed up by the pond. Finally, D2 reached the mouth of the bridge, but the already narrow bridge was now packed with 200 to 300 zombies, and as the front was blocked, even D2 couldn't get through. D2 had been drawn in by the smell of the old man's blood. Now unable to eat, it began to go wild, recklessly waving its claws as it charged forward. Do you know what it's like when a tractor drives into a herd of sheep? This is it. Countless zombies had their heads smashed, falling to the ground, while many were knocked down and trampled by D2, and countless others were tossed into the air like dumplings, landing with splashes into the river. Whether it was seconds or minutes later, D2 finally reached Zhang Xiaoqiang's side. Zhang Xiaoqiang became increasingly cautious at D2's arrival. He knew D2's hearing was acute, so he had instructed Yang Qir to remain as quiet as possible. The original 1,000 zombies had been reduced to less than 600 by D2. Those remaining on the bridge were all wiped out, but the remaining zombies showed no fear. They continuously streamed across the bridge along the path D2 had cleared, rushing toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. D2 was unaware that Zhang Xiaoqiang was not far away. It excitedly lunged towards the old man, who was barely hanging on and undoubtedly fell into the Hoffaker pit. As D2 fell into the pit, 2 or 3 fast-moving stipe zombies also tumbled in. One unlucky zombie landed right on D2's head. D2 made no extraneous movements, simply grabbed it with its claws, and with a pull the stipe zombie was torn in half. It's better not to mention the gruesome state of the stipe zombie that was torn apart lest it ruin your appetite. While D2 was killing its own kind, 2 other stipe zombies had already lunged at the old man and bitten down. When the flesh on the old man's thigh was bitten off, the nerves that had gone numb sent a surge of intense pain back to him. The old man's cry was particularly tragic, his voice turning sharp. D2 was startled by the old man's scream. It dropped the corpse of the stipe zombie and approached the old man. And stipe zombie that was crouching by the old man's feet gnawing at his thigh failed to notice D2's approach and was kicked in the rear by D2. The stipe zombie, enraged at being interrupted, swiped its claws and thus met its doom. Its claws had no effect on D2's armored body, but its actions angered D2. D2 casually grabbed the stipe zombie's head, then slapped it with its other claw. D2 discarded the remains in its hand and reached for another stipe zombie that was devouring its meal, seemingly irritated by the repeated provocations. It aimed to deal with the stipe zombies before feasting on the humans. The stipe zombie was torn to pieces and thrown on the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not feel happy about the zombies fighting each other. He discovered a terrifying problem: the evolved zombies had begun to exhibit intelligence. They could feel anger and would eliminate what they disliked, even learning to control their impulses at least enough to refrain from attacking until they had taken care of the other zombies in front of them. D2 embraced the old man and rescued him from the wooden frame, gently gnawing at him amidst the old man's high-pitched screams. It was meticulous in its eating, wasting nothing, even crunching the bones before swallowing them. Wow! Yang Qiu could no longer hold back and crouched down, vomiting with a pale face. Wow! Zhang Xiaoqiang's stomach began to churn as he watched Yang Qiu throw up uncontrollably, unable to resist joining in. The two of them faced each other, crouching on the ground, competing to vomit. Now neither could mock the other, their faces pale enough to rival spinach. D2 was eating carefully, so its pace was not fast. By the time it was halfway through, the more than 600 zombies on the opposite bank had begun to jump into the pit one after another. Naturally, the half-acre pit could not accommodate them all, but not all zombies could stand quietly in the pit. At least a large number were trampled underfoot, and a mountain of corpses 4 meters high was stacked on the 5-meter-high earth wall at the edge of the pit. Some later zombies rolled down the corpse mountain right to D2's feet, but D2 was too engrossed in its meal to pay them any mind. While D2 was feeding, no zombie dared to approach and snatch food. They just stood by, inhaling the strong smell of blood and waiting for their chance as soon as D2 had its fill. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang was increasingly terrified. Had zombies already begun to form a hierarchy? He had no courage to continue watching. Since the guests had arrived, it was time to serve the meal. The old man had been the appetizer, and now it was time for the main course. A piece of firewood as thick as an arm, wrapped in cloth strips layer by layer, resembling a wooden-handled grenade from a movie, emitted a strong smell of kerosene. He took out a lighter and lit it, setting the torch ablaze. Aiming at the large pit 10 meters away, Zhang Xiaoqiang forcefully threw the torch in his hand. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! A tremendous blaze erupted from the pit, and a wave of intense heat surged towards Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Qiu. They turned and ran, the heat wave chasing closely behind them until they had sprinted several dozen meters away before they could finally breathe normally. The red and white flames soared nearly 10 meters above the ground, thick black smoke swirling in the air. Large chunks of black ash danced in the heat wave. Zhang Xiaoqiang was momentarily stunned by the grand spectacle. He had never seen a fire this massive. He couldn't believe the flames were so powerful. He and Yang Qiu had nearly turned into charred sparrows. Yang Qiu stared at the towering flames with her mouth agape, dazed for a long moment, before finally turning to Zhang Xiaoqiang and saying something that made him want to lose his mind in frustration. "What's going on? I was expecting to fight the boss. Are you afraid he'll kill it and ruin your reputation, darling?" After a while, Yang Qiu complained that it was too hot here and worried it might affect her delicate skin, turning to walk back inside while mumbling about what to eat for lunch. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't pay her any mind. He just stared at the flames, uncertain if they could handle D2, given how bizarre its skin was. Roar! A resounding cry came from the pit, the sound of D2 unable to withstand the flames and letting out a painful howl. Before long, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt the ground beneath him tremble. Although the fire covered the pit, he could still see many clumps of sand and stones flying into the sky, indicating D2 was smashing against the earthen walls. The pit was 5 meters deep, and Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't worry about D2 escaping, at least until it broke through the earthen walls. The ground continued to shake beneath his feet, gradually lessening until it finally became still. Roar! D2 let out another heart-wrenching scream, followed by an eerie silence. The flames burned more fiercely and the tongues of fire swaying in the air seemed increasingly triumphant. The zombie had lost a significant amount of moisture, making its resistance to the flames increasingly feeble. Even though moisture made up 78% of a normal human's body, it was no match for the flames, let alone a zombie that was no different from a mummy. The flames blazed fiercely, and besides the dry heat, the air was filled with a strong stench of burning flesh. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt he was about to suffocate. He could no longer stay in one place, and began to check around the fire pit. When he saw the corpses of countless zombies piled up on the small bridge, he realized he had reached the other side of the fire scene. The bridge's surface no longer showed its original color. Now it was entirely black. That blackness was formed from the countless corpses of zombies piled together. Some bodies had completely turned into a mushy mess, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang's stomach to churn again. He had already vomited earlier, so now he could only feel nausea. Approaching the bridge's edge, he saw zombies standing, lying, and floating in the pond below. The deepest part of the pond was now filled with corpses, with some zombies standing atop the mound. Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to cross the bridge to scout, but seeing layers of flesh and bones scattered across it, he found no place to step. To walk normally, he would need a large shovel to clear away the flesh and bones, and then spread a thick layer of quicklime. However, Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time for that nor the effort. Gritting his teeth, he stepped onto the sticky pile of flesh, convincing himself he was walking on a thick carpet. Each step Zhang Xiaoqiang took on the bridge felt incredibly heavy, and every time he lifted his foot, the moments seemed to stretch on forever. It wasn't until he reached the other side that he released the pent-up discomfort with a deep breath. The iron sheet house that had been lifted into the air by D2 was now flattened by hundreds of zombies crushed into a metal sheet on the ground. Some cigarette magazines and small newspapers had also been trampled into a pulp. The narrow alley between two small buildings led directly to the market. Every few steps revealed patches of blackened flesh along with a few zombies whose broken bones lay lifeless on the ground. Just outside the alley, he saw a vegetable market covered by a plastic shed. Both sides of the alley were lined with clothing stores, one selling children's clothes and toys, while the other offered women's autumn and winter wear, with a striking women's leather trench coat hanging prominently in the store. Now, without the roaming hordes of zombies, the area within a kilometer was eerily silent. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked through the deserted vegetable market, which felt especially quiet. Looking at everything before him, he felt a strange sensation. There were no zombies, no people, and everything here was just like before the outbreak, except there were no people. His military boots clopped against the concrete floor, occasionally sidestepping scattered bones, until he reached a concrete pillar, where he stopped. On the pillar lay an old oilcloth, and the vegetables on it had turned yellow and withered. Some lotus roots had dried out, and even the garlic and potatoes, which were easy to store, had shriveled and started sprouting. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued forward, reminiscing about lost times, but after taking only a few steps, his military boots abruptly halted. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned sharply, staring intently at the sprouting garlic and potatoes still lying on the old oilcloth. Something inside him began to melt, flowing into his chest and forming the words hope. Returning to the concrete pillar, he picked up a clove of garlic and gently stroked the tender sprout. His eyes moistened. The garlic had survived the apocalypse. He then picked up a potato which had lost a lot of moisture, but the initial sprout had still broken through its rough skin. Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the surroundings for a while before reaching a conclusion. The market had a shed blocking the harsh sunlight, and the surrounding buildings, along with the previous zombies, had shielded most of the wind. Although these crops lacked sufficient moisture, they still sprouted. As long as they were transplanted into the soil and carefully tended, they could yield tremendous returns at harvest time. What could be more precious than that? Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully cradled the wrinkled potato, which looked like a moldy old pickle, in his hands, examining the pale purple sprouts that resembled crystals under the light. His heart was filled with joy. Clang! A sound of a beer bottle hitting the ground echoed from afar, filling Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart with a strong sense of pressure. Once again, that inexplicable and annoying sixth sense kicked in. Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully remained on guard, knowing that such feelings always heralded trouble, and this time would be no exception. He drew the Jingwei sword and unsheathed his military knife. With the knife in his left hand and the sword in his right, he carefully observed his surroundings as he slowly retreated into the alley. The market remained silent, but this silence was unsettling. The recent noise seemed like an illusion, yet the oppressive urgency only intensified. This overwhelming sense of urgency felt like a torrential rain compared to the previous crises. Though cautious, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no fear. Having survived numerous life-and-death crises had toughened his mindset. Although he didn't know where the crisis was coming from, he understood he needed to remain calm and composed. Panic would solve nothing and only risk his life. He moved slowly, placing his toes on the ground to avoid making any noise. He continued to back away until he exited the market. The dangerous feeling hadn't lessened in the slightest, yet it hadn't intensified either. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw the alley entrance ahead and let out a slight sigh of relief. Oh, as long as he crossed the small bridge, things would be easier. At least there the terrain was simple, without many obstacles, allowing him to clearly see where the danger was coming from. Suddenly the hairs on Zhang Xiaoqiang's back stood up and a sense of imminent danger peaked. His heart raced uncontrollably, pounding like a drum in his chest, and the intense pressure made him feel anxious. It was coming. Without time to think, he rolled sideways and kicked off the ground with his right foot, launching his body diagonally to the left front. He landed on his left shoulder, and following the momentum, his back and hips hit the ground. He rolled twice to evade the tearing sound of the wind behind him. Although he narrowly dodged the first attack, Zhang Xiaoqiang's sense of urgency did not end. A tightness in his chest signaled that something was coming again. Zhang Xiaoqiang straightened up, half kneeling on the ground, pushing himself up with his left hand gripping the military knife. With all his strength, he swung the Jingwei sword backward, only to have a small dark figure block it with something before vanishing completely. The speed of that thing was too fast, and Zhang Xiaoqiang, still half kneeling, lacked the perspective to see as it disappeared from the corner of his eye. Zhang Xiaoqiang caught his breath, scanning his surroundings. He did not know what that thing was, and the recent danger heightened his tension. He turned in circles, sword in hand, trying to locate the entity. It was still the same market, the same shops, and the same silent square. At that moment, the quietness of the market felt less desolate and more menacing. The surroundings returned to silence. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not move carelessly, fearing another ambush from behind. He was not afraid of face-to-face encounters. Even against AD2, he would dare to provoke it. But against this elusive entity, he felt more anxious than when facing AD2. Who knew where that thing would strike from next? The unknown danger was the most terrifying. Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly sheathed his military knife, holding the sword in one hand, while searching for something that could help him. The entity was too fast to hit. Any weapon would be futile. As long as he could slow it down, he believed he could handle it. Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes slowly scanned the various shops. He searched his mind for something that could deal with that creature. It was too fast and sizable. He needed a larger object to completely cover it. His gaze swept through the goods until he spotted a dark, thick curtain with golden embroidery hanging on the wall of a bedding store. His eyes lit up, recalling the two instances where he used a quilt the day before, once on someone else, and once when Yuan used it on him. Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly retreated into the bedding store and yanked a thick curtain down from the wall. Now he stood at the entrance of the narrow alley at the bridgehead. The bridge was still smeared with blood and flesh, but Zhang Xiaoqiang no longer felt the previous nauseating sensation. With his life at stake, he no longer cared about his sensory endurance. Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully surveyed the surroundings of the narrow alley. Seeing nothing unusual, he took a deep breath, shouted, and turned to run toward the opposite bank. The ground beneath him still felt sticky, and this time, due to his frantic sprint, all sorts of debris flew up and splattered onto him, his hands and his face. Zhang Xiaoqiang was oblivious, his eyes focused solely on the parking lot across the way, his steps swift. He did not engage in any unnecessary actions, raising his chest and swinging his arms, striding forward without daring to look back, just focusing on running across the bloody bridge. From above, one could see a dark shadow crouched in a corner on the rooftop of a small building next to Zhang Xiaoqiang. It occasionally stretched out its ugly nose to sniff the air, then adjusted its posture. Just as it prepared to pounce on Zhang Xiaoqiang, he shouted and turned to run. The shadow hesitated for a moment. By the time it reacted, Zhang Xiaoqiang had already reached the middle of the bridge. It appeared frustrated, no longer hiding, standing upright to gauge Zhang Xiaoqiang's direction before jumping down to chase him. Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped into the parking lot and turned back to look, only to see a small figure rushing toward him, skimming the ground. The shadow's running posture resembled that of a wild dog, incredibly fast. In an instant it crossed the small bridge, and the uneven surface of the bridge had no effect on it. Just as it landed, it leaped toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally recognized what it was: an S2 type zombie. Its speed was extraordinary, movements agile and decisive. The main difference from type zombies was its greater speed, precise actions, and heightened alertness, favoring attacks from behind. Though he did not know how it sensed humans from behind, its attacks were terrifying. It was a true assassin, now stepping into the spotlight. Seeing the S2 approaching, Zhang Xiaoqiang raised the Jingwei sword and shouted as he swung down. The strike came down violently, resembling a powerful chop, and as the Jingwei sword descended, the S2 raised its claws to strike at Zhang Xiaoqiang. The sword struck S2's claws precisely. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he had struck a hard wooden surface. The Jingwei sword could easily cut through rebar, yet now it was stuck on the S2's claws. The S2, clearly unaccustomed to this, stopped attacking Zhang Xiaoqiang. Instead, it shook its arm, attempting to dislodge the sword from its claws. Seizing the rare opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang dragged the Jingwei sword down, and with a twist of his wrist pivoted the blade that was stuck on the zombie's claw, slicing off one of its claw blades. The S2 stumbled forward from the force of the Jingwei sword, and as it regained its balance it turned to pounce on Zhang Xiaoqiang again. Its speed was faster than before, seemingly enraged by the loss of its claw. With a thud, the S2 crashed into the thick curtain Zhang Xiaoqiang had unfurled, barreling forward and becoming completely enveloped by the curtain. The large curtain rolled on the ground, forming a ball around the zombie. As Zhang Xiaoqiang approached, ready to stab down with his sword, a claw, with only 4 remaining claw blades, ripped through the curtain and emerged. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not stab. The zombie was wrapped in the curtain, and he could not see its vital points. If he stabbed its thigh while its other claw tore through the curtain, he would be left blind. Zhang Xiaoqiang grabbed the edges of the curtain on the ground and pulled the zombie toward the fire pit. The zombie's claws scraped against the concrete, trying to grip the ground to prevent being dragged. The concrete was scratched by the zombie's claws, leaving deep marks, but it could not hold on. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled from the front, while the zombie clawed the ground from behind, yet could not latch onto anything. As the S2's claws passed, deep grooves appeared in the ground, reminiscent of an anime scene. The flames in the fire pit still burned fiercely, though the flames had diminished significantly. Enduring the intense heat and suffocating sensation, Zhang Xiaoqiang swung the curtain forward, letting it roll ahead before kicking it into the fire pit. Seeing the curtain wrapping around S2 being kicked into the fire pit, Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a sigh of relief. This relaxation made him immediately aware of the scorching heat by the fire pit, the waves of heat in the air causing a burning sensation in his respiratory tract, and his hair and eyebrows began to crisp and curl. His skin was also reddened from the heat, and Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer stay put, hastily running to the other side. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt exhilarated. He had dealt with D2 and S2 by himself. Although S2's speed was incredibly fast, he had discovered its weakness. If he could restrict its speed, he could gradually handle it. The experience of fighting S2 today was invaluable, allowing him to be prepared for future encounters, ensuring he wouldn't be caught off guard as he was now. This encounter with S2 was only partially due to luck. The larger portion relied on his calmness and decisiveness. At least he could find a feasible method at the most critical moment and faced S2 without suffering significant losses, even managing to sever one of its claw blades, gaining a slight advantage. The more he thought about it, the more proud Zhang Xiaoqiang became. How did this once utterly useless otaku manage to reach this point? He could actually compete equally with S2, which was on the same level as D2. Haha. As long as he didn't encounter even more bizarre mutated beasts, his life at least had some assurance. Now the zombies here were waiting in the fire pit to turn to ash, and Zhang Xiaoqiang relaxed his vigilance until a powerful force collided against his right waist, causing him to be momentarily caught off guard and propelled into the air. Following that, like a hungry dog pouncing for food, he crashed to the ground. With a jolt of pain in his chest, he let go of the Jingwei sword, which fell some distance away. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, Zhang Xiaoqiang sprawled on the ground, without much thought, rolling like a lazy donkey, the sky and ground intertwining, a dizzying sensation crashing in his mind. He gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort, and rolled far away until he felt safe before getting up, standing tall, everything around him swaying, his head filled with the sound of rock music, various chaotic noises clattering incessantly. With a smack, Zhang Xiaoqiang slapped himself hard to break free from the deadly dizziness. In the place where he had just been attacked, something with its skin charred black was turning around. It was the S2 he thought had perished in the fire pit. Somehow S2 had crawled out of the fire pit. At this moment, S2 looked miserable. Although its skin had been black before, it had at least shown some muscle rarely seen in ordinary zombies. Now it resembled a burnt potato covered in cracks, smeared with ash, some of which were still emitting smoke. One of S2's arms had been burned to only half, leaving just a bare elbow. The other claw had also turned to charcoal, with only 3 shorter claw blades left on it. Its legs were severely burned. One calf was burned short, likely due to a burned tendon. S2's nose was somewhat impaired. It shook its head, trying to locate Zhang Xiaoqiang's position, continuously producing a hissing sound from its throat. This was the first time Zhang Xiaoqiang heard it make a sound. Among the zombies Zhang Xiaoqiang had encountered, ordinary zombies did not make sounds. They would silently wander around like a group of lost spirits in the human realm. Stipe zombies would occasionally make sounds, displaying their actions like cold-blooded killers during a hunt, unwavering even in the face of D2. Type zombies were different. They would howl when excited and would howl again when injured or if other zombies got too close. Their vocal cords seemed particularly developed, and D2 was even more so, constantly howling after being exploded by Zhang Xiaoqiang. The sound from S2's throat resembled a snake hissing, sending a shiver down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine. He carefully drew his military knife on guard against it and slowly approached the fallen Jingwei sword. Just a few steps in, S2 turned to face Zhang Xiaoqiang, then pushed against the ground with its legs lunging towards him on 3 legs. Though it only had 3 legs, S2's speed was indeed not slow. While it was far from its previous full-speed run, it was still much faster than an ordinary type zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw S2 reach him in the blink of an eye, and it lunged for his abdomen. Anticipating S2's movement, Zhang Xiaoqiang was naturally prepared and would not let S2 succeed. As it swung its claw, he leaped forward. Thud! Zhang Xiaoqiang jumped from S2's head to behind it, then stabbed his military knife toward its nape. S2 felt it missed, and sensed a vibration from behind, swiping back with a claw. The military knife struck S2's claw, and as S2 twisted its claw, it swiped at Zhang Xiaoqiang. He felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and soon the military knife was knocked away by S2. Afterward, a charred, smelly claw reached for him. Now Zhang Xiaoqiang was left unarmed, feeling somewhat flustered without a weapon. Most of his confidence and skills relied on his weapon. Now he started to regret not having Yuan Yi teach him unarmed techniques. In this critical moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally realized masculinity kills people. Zhang Xiaoqiang executed a side roll, landing on the ground, and kicked S2's short and charred leg. S2 lost its balance and fell. As S2 fell, it swiped a claw towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. He quickly retracted his leg to avoid the claw and scrambled up, running toward the small hill. With his back turned to S2, a phrase suddenly popped into Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind: "It's not that my army is incompetent, but that the enemy is too cunning." With empty hands, Zhang Xiaoqiang ran faster than before. His main goal now was to find Yang Qir to obtain the beast horn spear. As for whether he should let Yang Qir deal with the S2 behind him, though there was a hint of that thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang adamantly refused to admit it. After all, who caused him to be without a weapon? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked back and saw S2 was not far behind him. He exerted himself to accelerate even more, taking bigger strides. He noticed S2 was actually running faster than him on 3 legs. Spotting a rusty, dirty billboard, Zhang Xiaoqiang quickened his pace, already nearing the small hill. As long as I can circle around the billboard and run up a bit more, I'm good. Zhang Xiaoqiang encouraged himself. Pat, pat, pat. The sound of S2 running with 3 legs was already behind him. Zhang Xiaoqiang could even hear the hissing sound from S2's throat. He knew he didn't have time to go around the billboard. Aiming for the gap beneath the billboard's support, he pushed off with his heels, mimicking those impressive football players performing a sliding tackle, and slipped through the gap. After reaching the billboard, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a burning pain in one side of his, but as if a piece of skin had been rubbed off. Before he even got up from the ground, bang! A large hole appeared in the billboard as S2 crashed through it, landing right in front of Zhang Xiaoqiang, blocking his way up the hill. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead until it dripped onto his collar. He dared not make a sound, his face flushed red. S2 was nearby, listening intently, but fortunately the raging fire had ruined its sense of smell. It was unaware that Zhang Xiaoqiang was merely 5 meters away, and the sounds of his faint breathing and heartbeat were carried away by the mountain wind. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang and S2 were in a standoff, a silent stalemate, where Zhang Xiaoqiang could see S2 clearly. He cursed the merchants who had put up the advertisement board in his heart. To think they erected such a flimsy structure just to save materials. When he first saw the advertisement board, he thought it was a piece of iron resembling plastic. Now it was confirmed to be a board that looked like iron, but was actually plastic. The large hole in it nearly became Zhang Xiaoqiang's epitaph. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt that every second stretched endlessly. He remembered finding that dagger on the old man, and his hand slowly reached towards his lower back. Nothing. Worried about misplacing his hand, Zhang Xiaoqiang gently turned over on the ground and reached towards his other lower back. Still nothing. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt anxious. He had become a genuine, unarmed fighter. As he became anxious, his breathing quickened. The rapid breaths caught S2's attention, causing it to stop and listen intently. Zhang Xiaoqiang held his breath, feeling the sensation of suffocation intensifying as his heartbeat quickened. At that moment, he could only hear the sound of his heart pounding in his ears. He looked at S2, ready to fight it to the death before he suffocated, determined to die like a man rather than being smothered by his own breath. Could there be a more humiliating way to die? Fortunately, after a while, S2 resumed listening elsewhere. Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly exhaled the stale air from his lungs and took in fresh air. After several cycles, he felt the suffocation begin to dissipate. Looking at S2 in front of him, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled where he had placed the dagger. A flash of memory struck him. After dinner last night, he had been polishing that dagger. Yang Qir had mocked its appearance, and to tease her for her lack of taste, Zhang Xiaoqiang had lightly scraped the corner of the table, causing the wooden corner to break off like tofu. Seeing Yang Qir's sparkling eyes, he had casually tucked it back on himself. Hadn't Yang Qir called him to wake up this morning? After knowing her for so long, he had never seen her wake up on her own, let alone wake up in front of him. He remembered that when he got up, she had even proactively fetched his clothes. Wait a minute. She had proactively fetched his clothes. She had always been carefree. How could she have taken the initiative to get him clothes? Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed Yang Qier in his heart. It went without saying that she must have found the opportunity to stash the dagger. How could that girl be so quick with her hands and feet? After listening for a while, without finding him, S2 began to get anxious. Zhang Xiaoqiang was also worried, lying on the ground. If he only had a beast horn spear in hand, wouldn't dealing with it be a piece of cake? But without a weapon, he could only lie there playing dead. S2's movements quickened, gradually moving closer to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Opportunity. A bolt of inspiration struck Zhang Xiaoqiang, and he kicked his right leg up, landing a blow on S2's knee. S2 stumbled forward from the sudden kick, and Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled towards S2's backside, delivering another kick to its leg. S2 finally fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly climbed onto S2's back, landing several powerful punches on its head. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoqiang's fists were not hammers, and he had never trained in iron sand palm techniques. His attacks were ineffective against S2, which began to struggle violently beneath him. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt the strength of S2 beneath him was considerable, nearly throwing him off several times. Zhang Xiaoqiang now found himself in a difficult position, relying on human effort while leaving the outcome to fate. What else could he do besides pressing down hard on it and swinging his fists? As Zhang Xiaoqiang's fists came down repeatedly, his stamina began to deplete rapidly. The struggles of S2 intensified, and in the end Zhang Xiaoqiang had to use both hands to hold its head down to manage somewhat. Pressing S2's head down, Zhang Xiaoqiang's body rose and fell with its struggles. He felt a deep sorrow in his heart, thinking, Yang Qier and the others must not show up now. Oh, the current scene is simply too embarrassing. For some reason, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that all the zombies had ample strength. The higher the level of evolution, the more so. Last time D2 had made him dally for a long time. Now even this half-damaged S2 made him feel powerless. S2 suddenly raised its head, shaking left and right in an attempt to break free from Zhang Xiaoqiang's grip. Naturally, Zhang Xiaoqiang would not allow it. He exerted all his strength, smashing the zombie's head violently against the concrete ground beneath them. Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up. He grabbed the zombie's head and slammed it down onto the concrete floor again, causing a series of dull thuds as S2's head hit the ground. Its struggles grew more frantic, and Zhang Xiaoqiang knew this was its last desperate attempt before dying. He became increasingly careful, using his legs to tightly clamp S2's waist, even as his knees ached against the concrete. The concrete floor beneath S2's head had turned black, with bits of charred skin and muscle scattered around. S2's struggles gradually lessened until it finally stopped. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt the stillness beneath him, but he remained vigilant, continuing to pound its head against the concrete floor. When Zhang Xiaoqiang finally ran out of strength to continue, he stopped. S2's head had become a mushy mess with a large dent in the center of its forehead. Yellow brain matter and black blood oozed slowly from the crack. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on it for a while to catch his breath. When he stood up, his whole body ached. Today's encounter with S2 had made him realize that he must never underestimate any evolved zombie, as a moment of carelessness could cost him his life. Now Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't even want to turn back to find his military knife. He felt exhausted and just wanted to lie down for a nap. He kicked the motionless S2 on the ground, wary of its earlier resurrection from the flames, fearing it might play dead again. He picked up a brick from the roadside and slammed it hard against S2's skull. Hiss! A large hole opened up in the back of S2's head, and it sprang up from the ground, not bothering with Zhang Xiaoqiang. It flailed around like a headless fly until it crashed into the back wall of a restaurant's kitchen, collapsing down. Watching S2 twitching on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang dropped the brick. You little brat, you still want to play dead in front of me? I won't let you off. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned back towards the parking lot. S2 could fake death, and its vitality was even stronger than his. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't want to be lazy. He was determined to be satisfied only after severing its head. After retrieving his weapon, Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly decapitated the zombie. Upon returning to the house, he found Yang Qier and Yuan preparing to head out. Oh, you're back. I was just about to call you for dinner. Yang Qier was delighted to see Zhang Xiaoqiang return, relieved that she didn't have to make another trip. Yuan noticed that something was off with Zhang Xiaoqiang. He looked exhausted and dirty, with black stains all over his chest and legs and bits of flesh smeared on his face. You guys eat first, I'm going to take a nap, Zhang Xiaoqiang said as he walked inside. Yuan saw Zhang Xiaoqiang's unsteady steps and hurried to support him, leading him to sit on a chair in the bedroom. I'll go get some water for you to wash up. A clear, melodious voice rang in his ears. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his eyelids heavy and nodded before darkness descended upon him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the bed, feeling clean all over, with only a blanket wrapped around him. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the beam on the ceiling, recalling how he had burned D2 and hundreds of zombies together in a fire that morning, remembering the ambush he had faced at the market and the struggle he had endured with S2 for a final chance at survival. He turned his face and saw Yuan Yi sitting in the chair by the bed staring blankly out the window. At this moment her expression was vivid, no longer the cold demeanor she had before. One could only judge her emotional state by whether her eyes turned crimson. She was quiet at this moment, gazing out the window with an air of intellect. A faint sadness flickered in her eyes as the wind brushed against her hair, lightly caressing her face and bringing a cool fragrance to Zhang Xiaoqiang's nose. Yuan Yi must be reminiscing about her past life, lost in memories of a time that would never return. What time is it? Zhang Xiaoqiang's words interrupted Yuan Yi's thoughts. When she turned her head, her eyes regained their former chill. It's 1 o'clock, you've barely slept for an hour. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed Yuan Yi's expression returning to its usual calmness. Seeing her flat and emotionless face, he felt a wave of irritation. To him, Yuan Yi seemed to wear a mask in front of him. He didn't care whether she was proud or humble. If she joined his team, she needed to act like a member of the team. Why maintain a stern face all day long? Who is she trying to impress? If you feel this place isn't suitable for you, you can leave. I want to pose it. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled off the covers and sat up searching for his clothes. He didn't care whether Yuan Yi would leave. He had come to understand that he needed someone who was considerate. Yuan Yi's face turned pale upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's words. She knelt at the foot of his bed looking at him, without speaking, tears welling in her eyes, as she bit her lip tightly, appearing utterly heartbroken. Forget it. If you want to stay, you must truly consider yourself a part of the team. Seeing Yuan Yi's abandoned look, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it somewhat amusing. Yuan Yi hurriedly nodded, using the back of her hand to wipe her tears. She stood up and found Zhang Xiaoqiang's clothes, helping him get dressed. As he saw her dressing him without any reluctance, he felt a bit puzzled. Remembering the earlier appearance of D2, Yuan Yi hadn't moved at all. She must have seen D2's power and should know she was no match, yet she insisted on staying. What were her motives and thoughts? After eating, Zhang Xiaoqiang and a few women stepped outside. The sister of a girl watched as Zhang Xiaoqiang poured gasoline on her family's door, gritting her teeth and standing there silently. Suddenly a wave of sadness washed over her, and she pulled her sister down to kneel on the ground sobbing. The younger sister watched Zhang Xiaoqiang set the house ablaze, the raging flames reflecting in her empty eyes, creating an eerie glow. The Hummer rounded a pit, spewing black ash, arriving at the bridge's edge. Yang Qier stared blankly at the layers of flesh on the bridge. Even Yuan Yi's cold expression turned green, while Su Qian couldn't bear it, covering her mouth with one hand and rubbing her chest with the other to soothe her nausea. The elder sister among the girls hugged her younger sister's head, hiding in the back, not daring to look. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the dwindling fire pit, thinking back to the S2 he encountered earlier. By all accounts, the zombies in the market should have been drawn over. Why was S2 still lurking in the market? To say that the allure of blood wasn't strong enough would be absurd. Zombies evolved through it. But what was the reason? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered this until a gust of wind blew through his hair, and he suddenly figured it out. It was the wind. The morning breeze carried the old man's bloody scent far away, and S2 approached, attracted by the smell of blood in the wind. It only stopped in the market when the flames consumed all the scents, coinciding with Zhang Xiaoqiang's appearance. Oh dear, hubby, I feel dizzy just looking at these things. Do you think we can take another route? The oblivious Yang Qier couldn't handle the sight of the meat on the bridge, gazing at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a pitiful expression. Zhang Xiaoqiang also decided against taking this route. Moreover, the vehicle couldn't pass, and it was inconvenient to move the items. We need to find another way. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to look at the girls in the vehicle. Do you know of any other roads that lead to the market? Not the ones near the highway. There's one below. Trucks delivering goods to the market go that way. The older girl pointed downstream of the small river. Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the market, this time being cautious. He carefully scanned the surroundings, ensuring there was no danger before returning to the Hummer. Yang Qier and a few women had already begun to rummage through the women's clothing store. Yang Qier had changed into a leather windbreaker and wore a pair of sunglasses she must have found somewhere, chewing on a lollipop, looking like a girl who was not to be trifled with. Looking at the various shops and a supermarket, Zhang Xiaoqiang wished he could take everything back. However, that was impractical. It would be a shame to just fill the Hummer, which couldn't hold much. If he packed too little, he would suffer. Hadn't he taken down D2 and S2 for nothing? What if someone suddenly discovered there were no zombies left here and took everything away? Wouldn't he be at a greater loss? Zhang Xiaoqiang was a minor character. He despised it when unrelated people took advantage of him. With a commercial mindset, he felt a wave of discontent, but he couldn't just burn everything down, could he? It was truly frustrating. A blue dump truck slowly pulled up to the supermarket entrance. The door opened, and Zhang Xiaoqiang jumped down from the truck. Following him, Su Qian also descended the steps, while Yang Qier stared blankly at the dump truck, muttering, "Gosh, how many times do I need to move to fill this up?" The blue truck was found in the backyard of a small hotel. After Zhang Xiaoqiang broke into the hotel, eliminated 7 or 8 zombies inside, and carefully searched one room after another, finally finding the keys under a pillow in one of the rooms. Looking at the truck before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of pride. At least he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. As for Yang Qir's thoughts, what are you looking at? Hurry up and move, kids should exercise more to grow faster. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed Yang Qir with a non-excuse, starting to search around for treasures. He went in and out of various shops, ignoring those buying electronics or phones, until he reached a farm machinery store. Seeing the various shapes and peculiar designs of the machinery, he became quite interested, having never seen anything like it before. These machines included those for plowing, harvesting, and even preliminary processing of crops. One device that resembled a drilling machine puzzled him, and he closely examined the nameplate. XXX well drilling machine. This orange well drilling machine was a mini type, only about the height of a person. It seemed easy to operate. Zhang Xiaoqiang remembered a corner of the small base where there was no concrete laid within a 1.5 meter radius, and the moisture on the ground had caused a lot of moss to grow. That area must be close to a water vein. What if he transported this machine there and drilled a well? Zhang Xiaoqiang entered a seed store which mostly sold vegetable seeds. These seeds were packaged in small sealed plastic bags and displayed in glass counters. Looking at the packs of vegetable seeds, Zhang Xiaoqiang became excited. Gold and cash were nothing compared to this. They couldn't be eaten or worn. Only seeds were the most precious treasure. As long as they were planted, there would be a harvest. With a harvest came hope. For humanity in the apocalypse, nothing was more uplifting than possessing hope. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked into the warehouse of the store and felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he saw half the warehouse filled with seeds. He wanted to carry them all away, but that was unrealistic. There wasn't enough space at the base. Although a large truck could accommodate them, other supplies were also crucial. In the end, Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to move them, even though he had a contentious relationship with Longu. After all, Longu was still better than zombies, but Zhang Xiaoqiang wasn't planning to give them away just yet. He would wait until he set off. Zhang Xiaoqiang's decision made several women work hard, from Yang Qir to the dazed little girl, all carrying various supplies. Yang Qir had been thoroughly influenced by Zhang Xiaoqiang over time. She had learned his obsession with wealth and wanted everything. In the end, she even considered bringing the air conditioner back. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't stand it and pointed out that there simply wasn't room for it in that hole, which made her relent. The supermarket was completely emptied. Half of the convenience store was cleared out. The bedding store was stripped bare, and a small portion of the women's clothing store had been cleared. Yuan Yi and Su Qian both changed into form-fitting jackets, which looked much better than camouflage outfits. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent. The fabric of the camouflage was too thin, and after a few skirmishes with S2, his clothes had already been torn to shreds. Seeing that the supplies were nearly packed, Zhang Xiaoqiang checked the time and realized it was getting late, so he drove back to the repair shop. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the Hummer while Yang Qir fiddled with some cosmetics beside him, repeating the same actions over and over, which began to annoy him. "What are you doing messing with those things, you little child?" Yang Qir was not having it as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang and said, "What's wrong? Am I not a woman? Besides, I have a husband. If I don't dress up a little, he might get snatched away by a vixen." After that, she shot a glance at Yuan Yi, who was driving, her words dripping with jealousy. "And you, what's there to find in this small place for good cosmetics? Be careful, or you'll end up with a face full of acne." Zhang Xiaoqiang warned her, knowing that a jealous Yang Qir could become unreasonable. Moreover, he indeed had a rather complicated relationship with Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, hearing Yang Qir's insinuations from the front, showed no response. She was living for one person only, Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had given her the courage to face everything. When she heard Zhang Xiaoqiang hint at wanting to send her away at noon, she was scared out of her wits. Her courage and recklessness felt meaningless to her, as she remained weak, and only in front of Zhang Xiaoqiang could she muster the courage to confront anything, even the terrifying D2. Earlier that morning, she had witnessed how D2 threw a tall type zombie out. She had been frightened at the time, but seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang standing in front of her made her feel fearless. With Zhang Xiaoqiang around, what was there to be afraid of? Even if Zhang Xiaoqiang were to fall to D2, what would it matter? Without Zhang Xiaoqiang, she would revert to her old self, unable to even consider suicide, continuing to live like a wretched dog. If that were the case, it would be better to accompany him to battle and die together. At least in hell, she wouldn't be alone. As long as he was by her side, she could face anything. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no idea about Yuan Yi's true thoughts. For him, trying to guess a woman's mind was less pleasant than being given a rope to hang himself. If he truly understood women's hearts, he wouldn't have been a monk for 7 years. Right now, he felt joy. The happiness of gaining something was the most delightful. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no intention of pondering how to save the survivors or establish a base to dominate. He was a small character, and a small character's thinking was simply to live well and be happy. Oh, as for others, what do I care? Yang Qir heard Zhang Xiaoqiang's advice and thought it over. Looking at the pile of unknown brand cosmetics beside her, and recalling her acne-covered face, she felt a pang of fear and threw them out of the car window. Seeing Yang Qier do that, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of satisfaction. This was more like obedience. I've made up my mind, husband. Let's go to the big city and rob the best cosmetics. What do you think? Yang Qier seemed to have found a solution, saying proudly, while waiting for Zhang Xiaoqiang to praise her. Dude, if you want to seek death, don't drag me along. Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to retort at Yang Qier's declaration. To risk facing millions of zombies just to have a clean face was absurd. In local dialect, those who want to die are in a hurry. A large truck and a Hummer returned to the repair shop. Zhang Xiaoqiang asked Yuan Yi to drop the two young girls off at the chicken farm. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about his secret base, the better. The two girls got off the truck and walked towards the Hummer. The older sister was unaware of her and her sister's fate. She simply held her sister's hand carefully as they approached the Hummer. The younger sister, being led, suddenly looked up at Zhang Xiaoqiang intently, examining him closely and not overlooking any detail. The older sister felt a bit scared and anxious when she saw her sister staring intently at Zhang Xiaoqiang. She tugged hard on her sister's arm, trying to pull her away, but the younger sister refused to budge. They were in a standoff, yet her eyes remained fixed on Zhang Xiaoqiang, devoid of emptiness, calm and clear. She simply stared at him without any other action. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed back at the little girl whose head barely reached his chest. He wanted to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. He understood the fate that awaited her, one he could prevent, yet he didn't want to interfere. He knew that if he softened his heart, he would end up keeping the little girl by his side, but what would happen if they encountered danger with a naive girl? A defenseless little girl would surely be the first to suffer. It would be better for her to stay at the chicken farm. At least she could survive, and if lucky, find a man who would accept her and have her own children. The little girl nodded at Zhang Xiaoqiang and continued walking towards the Hummer with her sister. As she withdrew her gaze, the clarity in her eyes began to cloud over again until it turned vacant. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood the meaning in her eyes. She was thanking him for killing that perverse scoundrel, grateful that he avenged her mother. At that moment, a 12-year-old girl matured, and her final nod was a farewell to Zhang Xiaoqiang as she prepared to face her unknown destiny. Watching the sisters get into the vehicle, the younger sister sat by the window gazing outside. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed the little girl's eyes returning to their vacant state and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He knew the little girl had always been aware, now she was merely locking her heart away. Killing the old man had been a key, yet he was now pushing her into another pit of fire, possibly without any keys left to unlock her tightly shut heart. Yuan Yi began to start the car, and it was about to speed away. Wait. Zhang Xiaoqiang stopped Yuan Yi and instructed Yang Qier to throw down more than 10 bags of rice from the truck, then placed the rice onto the Hummer and said to Yuan Yi, hand them over to the honest man. Tell him that whether he treats them as daughters or wives is up to him, but he must take good care of them. Just say it's a message from me, cockroach. Yuan Yi nodded and drove towards the chicken farm. Watching the Hummer gradually fade away, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed. This was all he could do. At least he could see that the honest man was a genuine person. His nature was rather dull, but his heart was not bad. Being with him was certainly better than being with those common women. As he left, giving them some food and rice could be considered a fair treatment. Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaoqiang shook off those chaotic thoughts and turned to the truck excitedly, saying, "Unload the cargo." Yang Qier let out a long groan, softening like a noodle as she sat on the ground looking at the high pile of various supplies with a mournful expression. Even Su Qian, who usually had a neutral expression, looked somewhat helpless when she saw those things. Su Qian was preparing dinner while Yang Qier sat on a chair excitedly playing Plants vs. Zombies 3, mumbling something under her breath. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay flat on the bed in the inner room, and Yuan Yi was giving him a massage. As Yuan Yi adjusted her strength, Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed in pain, "Be gentle. All right there. Focus. Ow, that hurts so much." As he shouted, Yuan Yi appeared to be in more pain than Zhang Xiaoqiang, unsure how to massage him to his satisfaction, beads of sweat continually dripping from her forehead. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt frustrated. He thought that with Yang Qier as a crane he could take it easy, but while he was directing from below, Yang Qier on the truck was confused. Originally, she was supposed to throw down a bag of clothes, but under Zhang Xiaoqiang's chaotic commands, she inadvertently tossed a 100-pound bag of rice on a Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was calmly waiting for a package to be thrown down. When he saw that it was a rice bag, his misery was complete. Now, as Zhang Xiaoqiang enjoyed Yuan Yi's massage, he cursed Yang Qier for having her eyes on her forehead. Yuan Yi was very close, and he could smell the cool fragrance coming from her. His heart stirred. What he said to Yuan Yi at noon was not nonsense. He couldn't figure out her thoughts. Aside from the thoughtless little girl Yang Qier, he didn't understand the mind of any woman, including Su Qian. Although Su Qian had given him a good impression at first, he found some of her behaviors perplexing after getting to know her. Especially when he told the women to escape. Su Qian was the first to run, without a second thought, even faster than those two sisters. Seeing Su Qian run away swiftly, he didn't care much on the surface, but inside there was a knot in his heart. Even if Su Qian had hesitated just a bit, he would have felt much better. Of course, these thoughts could only stay in his mind, he couldn't voice them. After all, Su Qian had escaped only after hearing his command, while Yuan Yi, who defied orders to stay behind, made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel a slight warmth. Although he had always been cold to Yuan Yi, he was not an ungrateful person. You already have the ability to survive in this world, and you can live better than most men. What? Don't you want to leave? Haven't you always felt oppressed by your current life? This question turned over in Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind several times before he finally voiced it. He didn't know how he would face Yuan Yi in the future. Yuan Yi being taller than him was a thorn in his heart. His past experiences had left him deeply averse to all women who were taller than him, even if it was someone like Yuan Yi who was willing to stay and die with him. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's inquiry, Yuan Yi paused briefly before continuing to massage him. Her gentle, clear Mandarin flowed like a clear spring in Zhang Xiaoqiang's ear. Me? I don't know. I'm just scared, so scared. It's more frightening than being fed to those things before. I don't know, I don't want to know how to live alone. Yuan Yi paused slightly, but Zhang Xiaoqiang felt her grip gradually tighten. It was like a dream when everything suddenly changed. I hid in that warehouse and saw that dead body lying there. Every morning, when the light streamed through the glass, I looked at that corpse and thought, Yuan Yi, when will you end up like him? I was scared, so I ran away. When I was with Long Ge and that pack of beasts, I first felt hatred, but after that it was still fear. I thought about death, yet it seemed I could never die. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a few warm drops of water fall on his back. He didn't speak or remind Yuan. He simply listened quietly as the tears slowly cooled on his back. He didn't comfort her, nor would he do so. In this desperate world, everything relied on oneself. He just lay there listening to Yuan Yi slowly recount her feelings, which were fragmented and seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. After she finished speaking, she felt a surge of relief in her heart, lighter than she had been since the apocalypse began. Yuan Yi was very grateful to Zhang Xiaoqiang for his patience and listening to her. Being able to express all the repression in her heart was a luxurious enjoyment in this desperate world. She looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, wanting to say thank you, but saw him with his head tilted to the side, sound asleep. Clearly he had been asleep for quite a while. Yuan Yi gently covered him with a blanket, and seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang, who usually had a stern face, sleeping like a child, her lips curled up slightly as she quietly walked out. Another day began. Zhang Xiaoqiang got up and dressed. Yesterday's gentle recounting by Yuan Yi had completely slipped his mind. The only thing he remembered was that Yang Qier had almost broken his back with a bag of rice. As for Yang Qier, he truly had no way to deal with her. That stubborn little girl had probably forgotten everything by now. Besides, she knew about his small, strong talent, so she was even less concerned about whether his body was recovering well. Walking into the small courtyard, the sky was dim with hints of dawn in the distance, driving away the lingering darkness. However, the apocalypse's morning was desolate, devoid of the morning songs of birds or the clamor of humans, giving an impression of utter silence everywhere. The Hummer stopped at the chicken farm. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not get out, merely honked the horn a few times. After a while, the honest man appeared holding a key and opened the iron gate, nodding at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Seeing that it was the honest man on guard, Zhang Xiaoqiang got out of the car and walked up to him for a brief inspection. The honest man looked tidy today. His clothes had been washed and some rips had been sewn up. His messy hair was also neatly styled, making him appear several years younger. Not bad. You look much younger after tidying up. Zhang Xiaoqiang joked with the honest man, who blushed deeply in response. He stammered, the sisters you sent over yesterday helped me tidy up. Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed and continued, you must treat them well. You could be considered an old cow eating young grass. Hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang joking about him being an old cow eating young grass, the honest man panicked. Cockroach brother, I'm only 28. When Zhang Xiaoqiang heard the honest man say he was only 28, he was stunned. Looking at the honest man's worn appearance, it was hard to believe. To be fair, the honest man still had some youthful traits, but his looks made him seem much older at first glance. Are the sisters doing well? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, looking at the honest man's blushing face. After all, they were people he had brought, and he couldn't allow anyone to bully them. Yes. I treat them like my sisters. With the food from Cockroach brother, we can eat well. The honest man smiled widely when speaking of the sisters, clearly happy to have family again. Zhang Xiaoqiang was not interested in whether the honest man treated them as sisters or something else. He nodded in acknowledgement and boarded the Hummer, heading towards the small building. Zhang Xiaoqiang got off the car and prepared to check if the weapon he had commissioned was ready. The lack of a weapon made him feel utterly despairing. He had already made up his mind that tomorrow he would ask Yuan Yi to teach him and Yang Qier some hand-to-hand combat. Brother Cockroach, you're back. Long Ge and Ego waited for you all day yesterday. Sanzi hurriedly said upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang, indicating that he had been waiting at the door to deliver the message. Zhang Xiaoqiang signaled that he understood and walked towards the living room just in time to see Long Gu and Chen Yi there. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang enter, they both stood up to greet him with enthusiasm. Seeing their eagerness made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel something was amiss. No good deed goes unpunished. They must have ulterior motives. "Ha, brother, you're finally back. You've been gone for 2 days, and it's made me worry so much I couldn't eat or sleep well." Long Gu feigned deep concern. "I told you with my brother's exceptional skills, he wouldn't run into any problems wherever he goes. Look, he's back safe and sound, not a scratch on him. Truly a capable person." Chen Yi also praised Zhang Xiaoqiang, and their flattery put him on high alert. Just the day before they had seemed ready to turn against him, and now they were being so friendly. There was definitely something off. Long Gu and Chen Yi continued to extol Zhang Xiaoqiang's virtues while he remained silent, smoking a cigarette and watching their performance. He didn't let their flattery cloud his judgment. Instead, he grew more cautious. Both Long Gu and Chen Yi were proud individuals, and their current behavior certainly suggested they had something to gain. Zhang Xiaoqiang knew that his small boat had only a few nails, and no one would willingly steer it to its doom. Long Gu and Chen Yi kept talking until lunchtime, when they warmly invited Zhang Xiaoqiang to the dining room. He accepted, intending to see what schemes they were plotting. Once they sat at the table, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that the meal was just for the 3 of them, himself, Long Gu, and Chen Yi. Although there were few people, the dishes were plentiful, including chicken meat wild produce Zhang Xiaoqiang had brought back, and even a caramelized apple along with several cold dishes. In this era of scarcity, it was not just a feast, it was extravagant. Long Gu opened a bottle of moose red wine and personally poured a drink for Zhang Xiaoqiang, while Chen Yi served him food. Watching the two work seamlessly together was confusing for Zhang Xiaoqiang. He had always thought Long Gu and Chen Yi were at odds, yet now they were vying for his favor. What were they up to? As the dishes and wine circulated, Long Gu began to rant passionately, lamenting the hardships of life, recounting the dangers of scavenging for food among the zombies, and even shedding a few tears. Chen Yi sighed, recounting how someone so young had been torn apart by zombies while searching for medicine for his father. The more they spoke, the sadder they grew, as if they were about to burst into tears. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt their sorrow stir his own. He remembered the countless times he had hesitated over a few cabbages, gripping the door handle tightly, before finally bursting out into the unknown, thinking he might die. That heart-wrenching feeling surged anew, and looking back, it was indeed a painful memory. Long Gu and Chen Yi's display of deep emotion almost compelled Zhang Xiaoqiang to open his heart. In a moment of impulse, he nearly promised Long Gu something, but then recalled the young man who had been beaten to the brink of death for stealing eggs, the woman who had been kept alive just to perish, and the pale-faced little girl with hollow eyes. His passion and fervor evaporated instantly. Long Gu, we all understand each other here. Let's speak plainly, no need for pretenses. I'm tired of all this. Zhang Xiaoqiang downed the red wine in his glass, setting it down as he spoke to Long Gu and Chen Yi. Long Gu and Chen Yi were so engrossed in their elaborate tales that they both froze at his words. Bang! Long Gu slapped the table in front of him, causing the dishes to jump and the wine-filled glass to topple, spilling red wine and staining the light-colored tablecloth crimson. Good. My brother is straightforward. Long Gu exclaimed loudly, then shot Chen Yi a knowing glance. Chen Yi stood up to refill Zhang Xiaoqiang's wine, saying, "For my brother, this is certainly a trivial matter." He raised his glass in a mock toast to Zhang Xiaoqiang and downed it in one gulp, looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang and saying, "Do you remember the grain depot we escaped from last time?" Upon mentioning it, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the incident when Long Gu and Chen Yi, along with 20 big men, had been trapped at the grain depot, with several vehicles resulting in the deaths of 2 and the loss of multiple off-road vehicles before they managed to escape. At that time, he had lost faith in Long Gu and his crew. He had initially planned to clear the zombies there with Yankir and bring back some food, but after finding several thousand pounds of fragrant rice at the preparation site, he had completely forgotten about the grain depot. There might still be survivors there. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered briefly and said to Long Gu and Chen Yi, "Long Gu, I won't say much more. I want to know what I can gain from this. I won't be staying here for long, I won't work for free." Zhang Xiaoqiang stated outright that he wouldn't work for free and questioned whether he could take back the grain depot himself. If so, he wanted benefits. He was just a small player and couldn't afford to work for nothing or suffer losses. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's demands, Long Gu exchanged glances with Chen Yi and smiles appeared on their faces. Long Gu raised both hands and clapped, and soon 5 or 6 young women dressed in revealing outfits walked into the dining room, forming a line in front of Zhang Xiaoqiang. As Zhang Xiaoqiang watched Long Gu clap, the women entered, and by the time they lined up in front of him, he was still in shock. The various scents of perfume wafted towards him, and he watched as the women posed and flirted with him. Looking at everything in front of him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a strange sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the typical scene in movies where customers at entertainment venues would call for girls? Did they think of him as a client? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at Long Gu confused. He couldn't understand what trick Long Gu was playing. 3 of the women were Chun Yi's partners whom Zhang Xiaoqiang had seen before, and the others were not much different from Yuani. One of them, a mature and alluring woman, was even more beautiful than Yuani. She was flirting with Zhang Xiaoqiang, wearing a sheer silk blouse that was somewhat transparent, revealing glimpses of her figure. Her delicate hands brushed against the hem of her blouse, at times lifting it, making it hard for Zhang Xiaoqiang to look away. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not look any longer. He had never experienced anything like this. He wouldn't even dare to visit a salon. He had seen plenty on the computer in the past, but this was real, and they were only 2 meters away from him, teasing him. He feared that if he continued to watch, he would embarrass himself. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to look at Long Gu. Long Gu and Chun Yi were observing his reaction, and when they saw him glance over, Long Gu smiled and asked, "What do you think, my brother? Which one do you like? Don't be shy, you feel free to choose. As long as you can take back the grain depot, you can take any of them with you." This time Long Gu and Chun Yi had really invested heavily. Long Gu even brought out his prized possessions. To him, as long as they had food, what were women? They were nothing but troublesome things that only take, but don't contribute. Zhang Xiaoqiang firmly rejected this, as Yuan Yi and Su Qian had already given him enough headaches. If he added these women to the mix, it would be chaos. Moreover, to Long Gu and the others, these women were treasures, but to him, they were just burdens. What he needed were companions who could run around with him, not a mistress who would slow him down. Huh, Long Gu, you're joking. It's not that I don't want them, but it's just that I can't handle it. Even a steel gun would turn into a needle under so much pressure. Zhang Xiaoqiang firmly rejected Long Ji's offer, joking that he wasn't an asylum. Why should he accept all these chaotic women? Long Gu's face soured at Zhang Xiaoqiang's rejection. He shot an intense glare at the most flamboyant and beautiful woman, causing her to shiver in fear. NNGH. A soft, breathy cry broke the restaurant's heavy silence. The woman gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang with smoldering desire. Her left hand gently swept aside a strand of hair, revealing a delicate, translucent ear like flawless crystal. Leaning forward ever so slightly, the collar of her blouse slipped downward, and beneath it the alluring curve of her chest rose and fell, just barely visible, yet utterly captivating. Zhang Xiaoqiang's mouth flooded with saliva. She was exactly the kind of voluptuous beauty he had longed for in his dreams. Zhang Xiaoqiang swallowed hard, pinching his thigh sharply to regain his composure, and forced his eyes away from the woman who made him tremble with longing. This was no time for indulgence. Even if he were to indulge, it would have to be somewhere safe, secure, and sustainable, certainly not a place where someone might slip into his room while he slept and end his life without warning. He turned to Long Gu and said, "Brother Long, show a little sincerity. In this world, women hold little value." Long Gu glanced at the woman whose face had paled, then waved dismissively. She hurried out, relieved it seemed not to have been punished, while the other women filed out one after another. Within moments, only 3 men remained in the dining hall. "Huh. Excellent. Brother, you're truly a man of steel. You care more for power than pleasure. What future could those men possibly have? Men who cling helplessly to women's waists like puppets. Real men must be like us." Long Gu appeared to have found common ground with Zhang Xiaoqiang once more. Flattering him, he subtly included himself in the praise, affirming that they were both true men, and true men by definition never acted stingily. Chun Yi, watching the women depart, retrieved a tray draped in navy blue velvet. He placed it before Zhang Xiaoqiang and said, "Brother, take a look. What do you think of this price?" Zhang Xiaoqiang shot Chun Yi a glance, then flicked his wrist and yanked the velvet cloth aside. There lay a gleaming Type 81 assault rifle, its surface polished to a rich luster. 4 magazines sat neatly aligned beside it, their brass-cased bullets shimmering under the light. Zhang Xiaoqiang's pulse quickened instantly. If anything could eclipse his infatuation with voluptuous women, it was firearms. To him, owning a powerful rifle was the first step toward realizing his deepest ambitions. He'd once held a Type 54 pistol, but that compact sidearm had felt feeble, unsatisfying. After just a few days, he'd lost all interest. When he'd seen Wenbin abandon his rifle mid-flight during escape, Zhang Xiaoqiang's mouth had watered, but old-fashioned restraint had kept him from snatching it outright in front of others. Now a meticulously maintained rifle lay before him. How could he remain unmoved? Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the weapon, clumsily worked the bolt, shouldered it, and sighted down the barrel, testing its balance, its weight, its feel, before carefully returning it to the tray. "Brother, what's this?" Long Gu frowned, baffled. Clearly Zhang Xiaoqiang adored the rifle, so why had he set it back down? "Haha, Brother Long, no need to rush. Business is negotiated slowly, step by step." Zhang Xiaoqiang studied the 4 magazines on the tray. 30 rounds per magazine, only 120 bullets total. What precisely could one accomplish with 120 rounds? Long Gu understood at once, glancing again at Chun Yi, who nodded, approached Zhang Xiaoqiang, sat beside him, lit him a cigarette, and launched into another round of lamentation. Brother, you must understand it's not that we're stingy. It's simply that ammunition is scarce. We've barely 1,000 rounds left. Think about it. We need some to stay alive. How about another 30? Chun-Yi had abandoned all pretense of magnanimity. Now he resembled nothing so much as a petty vegetable vendor haggling over pennies, adding 30 rounds as though it were a monumental concession. Even Long Gu, standing nearby, flushed with embarrassment, ashamed at how undignified it all looked. Fortunately, it was Chun-Yi doing the bargaining, not himself. Had he taken over, he might well have added 300 at once. Less than 1,000. You're lying. From what I see, you've got at least 2,000, or more. Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered at Chun-Yi's pettiness, speaking directly to him. Brother Yi, what about the grain depot? Surely there are several thousand tons stored there. Even your great-grandchildren won't finish it all. Enough said. Add the 120 here to the 680 I'm requesting, making 800. A lucky number. Zhang Xiaoqiang, no novice negotiator himself, opened with an unyielding demand for 800. Brother, we're struggling too. When we broke out of the prison, we barely escaped with anything. We must keep some for self-defense. If we run out of bullets, this rifle is worth less than a firewood log. How about 10 more? Chun-Yi had now shed all dignity. Gone was the ruthless killer who'd slaughtered 8 members of a single family in one breath, replaced instead by a weary street vendor earnestly arguing over fractions of a cent. As he spoke fluently, passionately, not a trace of menace lingered in his demeanor. Listening to his practiced, haggling, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he were selling scrap from his own home, while Chun-Yi played the role of the junk collector, bargaining fiercely over mere pennies. When Long Gu heard Chun-Yi offer only 10 additional rounds, he nearly choked on his red wine, spilling it up his nose. Setting down the glass, he covered his face with his right hand, unable to bear listening further. It was simply too humiliating. He, a man who lived by the barrel of a gun and earned his fortune on the edge of a blade. How had he ever stooped to quibbling over dozens or hundreds of bullets? Long Gu leapt to his feet, ready to raise the offer to 300. Yet the moment he met Chun-Yi's gaze, his face burned crimson. He exhaled sharply several times, then sank back into his seat. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Chun-Yi continued their stalemate. Zhang Xiaoqiang dropping from 800 to 700, then 500, refusing to budge further. Chun-Yi countering with 200, equally immovable. Their voices rose, faces flushed, arguments spiraling endlessly. Over an hour passed with no tangible progress. Long Gu felt as though swarms of ants crawled across his skin. He could endure it no longer. Rising abruptly, he strode toward Zhang Xiaoqiang and declared, Brother, I'm not being stingy. Ammunition exists. Tens of thousands of rounds sit untouched in the prison armory. If you can get inside, you may take as many as you wish. But I simply don't have more here. So here's my final offer. I'll add 100, bringing it to 300. And I'll give you the most beautiful, most alluring woman among them. That's settled. Done. Chun-Yi, come with me to deliver the rounds to Cockroach Brother. No sooner had Long Gu spoken than he seized Chun-Yi's arm and strode out, so swiftly that Zhang Xiaoqiang barely registered a gust of wind brushing past his cheek before they vanished. Staring at the empty dining hall and the rifle resting alone on the table, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt tears welling, not of sorrow but of utter helpless disbelief. Truly, Long Gu was a master of the game, a veteran survivor who with a single sentence had effortlessly led him astray. At the mention of retrieving bullets from the prison, Zhang Xiaoqiang jolted, his blood running cold. Thousands of zombies roamed those halls. With even a handful of D2S or S2S lurking inside, entering would be suicide. Yet when Long Gu raised the count from 200 to 300, Zhang Xiaoqiang relaxed, quietly hoping to push it further, perhaps to 330. An extra magazine would make all the difference. Then came Long Ji's sudden offer. The woman too. Zhang Xiaoqiang froze. Taking her would mean certain exhaustion, perhaps even death. Did he even want to survive? Zhang Xiaoqiang was just about to refuse when Long Gu made a decision, and then Long Gu and Chun-Yi vanished like lightning. It's nonsense to say he had no feelings for that woman. However, he was about to set off, and although he didn't know how, his ultimate goal was definitely to reach Jinyun City. But how could he travel with such a stunning beauty? Considering that woman's worldly demeanor, she must be a seasoned player accustomed to the outside world with plenty of tricks up her sleeve. Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated and ultimately decided to leave without her, bringing only Yang Qier and Yuan Yi instead. In fact, Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't even want to bring Su Qian, as she had her own scheme